Morning, Duel fans. My name is Steven Rodriguez. His name
Hello,
is
hello.
Steven Darling,
Bro, I
and
thought
we're
it.
here to
I
bring
thought
you
it started
day
the same
two
time as
of
yesterday. I
YCS
forgot it was an
It
hour
has been
earlier.
an incredible time so far with 9 rounds of Swiss already under our belts, but we are getting moving fast because we're about to begin round 10 already.
Ooh. Yes, that's right. Round 10 is currently underway.
Hello.
Let's go ahead and go to the stage to introduce our players. Oh, sorry. Forgive me.
We got a little too excited. Our apologies. Well, it has been quite the tournament so far. Again, still a very wide format here as we come into a relatively recent Forbidden
Just need to make my
list.
posts and
I
everything.
definitely feel the impact. We talked a lot about it yesterday with some really clutch plays from various different decks that might have been locked out by a barrier statue here and there. We're also seeing the creativity of duelists as they try to figure out what the next thing to keep people from playing is, right? We saw Kawaki Meru Drago. We got to see barrier statue of the Torrents too. So there's still a little creativity to be found out there, but it's just
Why do we talk about that like it's a good thing?
How diverse all the deck lists are that we're seeing at the tournament today.
Oh, yes. And I will say, in terms of diverse amount of plays we were seeing all kinds of different things like Sky Striker RB, Maliss, Triple D, and of course, everyone knows Yummy and Dracotail. But excitement
Triple D
was warranted because now we can head over to the stage to introduce our players properly this time.
All right.
Up first in the blue chair from Tampa, Florida, with multiple YCS tops.
Sky Striker.
And third place at YCS Fort Worth in 2019, Nicholas Ortiz.
Sky Striker, let's go.
And his opponent today in the red chair from Poughkeepsie, New York, with multiple regional tops.
Maliss.
And a top
Ooh.
32 finish
Yeah.
at this year's NAWCQ, Brandon Conrad. Duelists are ready on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Well, we promised you some great duels, and we have some great competitors here. Again, Nicholas on Sky Striker, and if you remember, he had that great finish in 2019.
So,
And 2019
the
was a good
problem
year for
here
Sky
is that
Striker.
if
Similar-
it blind second
just
Sky
a
Striker,
little bit,
Maliss,
just a little bit.
at
Similarly,
least in my
Brandon
experience,
having
is one of the
a great
worst
run this
matchups for
year,
that
and
deck.
I have to say, Maliss, you know, we talked about yesterday how it was off of people's radars. It's no longer showing up. All those
So,
enemies
yeah, I don't
that
know.
pop out of the side deck, like Artifact Lancey and Chaos Hunter, are nowhere to be found this tournament, so this may be Brandon's moment as well.
Yeah, people always talk about card choices as being like one of the best decisions when it comes to deck building, but also, you know, part of deck building is, oh, what deck am I deciding to build? What deck am I deciding to bring to a tournament? Is there a good opportunity? And a lot of people who chose Maliss see this deck as having a great opportunity because Lancey's out of the side deck, and a lot of the ways that people have been prepared to deal with Maliss are just gone.
No, you're right. There's a lot of decisions that go into any particular game, but some of the most important decisions you make at the YCS tournament, you actually make in your house or the card shop as you're first sleeving things up or writing out that deck list and doing your lab work. So
Now that
interesting to see
okay,
if
so
there's a
sorry for the
rise of
abrupt
Maliss,
start.
or maybe if there's a top
Like I said,
Maliss
I didn't
finish in this
know.
tournament, people start running Artifact Lancey,
Well, I
even if
kind
there
of
are
knew,
no
but I kind
Maliss
of
decks
forgot
to
that
see,
it
just from
started an
respect
hour
for
earlier
that
than
deck
yesterday.
builder.
So I was just like, I had everything planned for the same starting time as yesterday.
By Nicholas, and that is something that's
And I
really
just got home. I just got home. We actually went swimming this morning.
Saw a splash of yesterday. Basically,
So
you're
we
just trying to go
we
second,
just
use
got
powerful
back.
spell cards at your disposal to gain a bunch of
But here we are now.
advantage, your opponent, maybe break their board. But
Just in
there's an
time.
argument too for going first nowadays with Sky Striker A0 being a way for you to kind of set up despite having the lack of your opponent's interactable cards.
Sky Striker is certainly a powerful battle phase based deck. It clears everything out, but it also just does that one little attack. And if it's not able to close things out in a single battle phase, which sometimes it is, I'm not trying to throw any shade at Sky Strikers, but if you give Maliss another turn, that could really backfire.
I
against
really
it. So
hope
it'll
it's
be
going
interesting to
first,
see
Sky
if
Striker, for the
Sky
sake
Striker
of
is
the
able to clear out
matchup
that
here.
first Maliss field. Can it clear out the next
I mean,
one, or
actually,
survive
you know
the
what?
onslaught
It'd
of all
be kind of
Brandon's
Yeah,
dope
maybe
to
the
see
Maliss
going
being
second
like
Sky
kind
Striker
of like you're saying,
try to
going
pick
second
apart a
Malice
Maliss
deck
board.
is
I mean, I'm
really
hoping
tough
they can
because
do it,
if
but
Malice does set
it's
up, all
rough.
their interaction is so layered that it might be
It's a
hard
tough
to kind of
matchup
sweep it all
if
away
that's what they're on.
Because, oh, if you get rid of my first wave of stuff, I can just banish stuff from my graveyard and bring in the second wave of stuff that can still interrupt you. But let's go ahead and find out what's going to happen in Game 1 of Round 10. We've got Nicholas on the left playing Sky Striker and Brandon on the right playing Maliss.
All right, time to dimension some dice here. Let's see some high rolls. Brandon goes first. Ooh, off the table, so 4 plus 4 is 8.
We got 11.
Your call. I'll start. Sounds good, man. Good luck. Good luck.
Nicholas proudly declares that he's going first. So yeah, he's
Okay, it is
seeing
going
some
first, Sky Striker.
going
Awesome.
plays, which is a kind of a newer addition ever since this most recent wave of support. I was gonna say second. No. There's been many waves of Sky Striker support over the years.
It is certainly a legendary modern
That
deck
is
if I ever heard
much
one,
better
and, has some support coming
for
from next
Nicholas
year.
here.
This is now, so let's
Yes,
see how
sir.
Nicholas begins his turn.
I have an area 0.
Starting up with one of the OGs, Sky Striker Area 0. This card will let you destroy a card on the field to go into the top 3, 4 Sky Striker.
Hit engage. Hit engage.
Oh wow! Look at those reveals.
Linkage will take it. It's fine.
And the Hornet drones.
I believe that's linkage, right?
Oh, it is linkage. It is linkage.
Which is also great because basically we have access to basically any Sky Striker Link monster we want now with any of these cards, besides Droplet, of course, but we can't add that anyway.
I'll grab a...
It's good to see Forbidden Droplets back in the format. It's just such a great way to clear off a lot of threats and also clear off your opposing threats. I think that may be why we're not seeing as much branded with Ito the Supreme.
Ending a Lemnis Gate, that's not a bad send. That's a decent card to have in the graveyard.
The linkage, and then the Lemnis Gate was
also a decent endport piece, though, to have in rotation. So I assume we've got some good cards in hand.
Another card we could total the grave to
Dominus Impulse on the linkage
Impulsed by Brandon.
Is not bad here for Brandon. If that was the only starter, which it could be while we're shuffling up, that's not a good sign.
Exactly, but that could be a very wide range.
Say it ain't so, Nicholas.
Rugi, it could be double D, triple D, it could be Maliss. We here.
Please have a starter. No! Oh God, no!
See him draw for turn.
No, you're good. Time to go to standby. Sure. Standby to main.
Damn it!
All right.
Well, that impulse was enough to end Nicholas's turn there as we go over to Brandon, starting off with a Lore of Darkness. That tells us, I think, a little bit more.
It's curtains.
But I definitely think the card we banished from hand will tell us everything else we need.
It's curtains, gamers.
Effective Chessie Cat paying 300 to summon.
Oh no!
Here comes the first Malice effect to pay 300 to summon itself out. It will be Chessie if we have any more names in him. We could get some more draws.
Banish a draw, so you can banish a draw.
That's right. Hey, Allure of Darkness or Allure of Darkness on legs, right there.
Chessie Cat. Sure.
So we're going for it. Goodbye, Mark Chair.
Not good. Draw 2.
Good. Sure.
Just a casual +2, no big deal, no big deal. Everyone just don't
mind.
Alright,
I don't know. I mean, it's going first Sky Striker, so there might be some good interruptions in there, but I'm not sure. With 2 spells in the graveyard, not even Widow Anchor to take is a possibility. It's really rough here.
Deck here on Brandon's side.
Yep, and that can get us access to Dormouse, White Rabbit, basically whatever names we're missing if you want to start actually link climbing with the mouse strategy.
Okay. And I'm going to present a cut just in case.
Sure. There could be an interaction for the field spell that Brandon doesn't want to waste time on. I respect that.
This deck draws 4 cards. How do you not like it? I've said it before. I do think playing Maliss is fun, but for the overall health of the game, it's not good. But I can understand why people like Maliss.
Gotta go ahead and pay 300.
But I despise playing against it because it's very broken.
You can choose to bench another card. Ooh, we're thinking on a summon here.
I have 6 cards in hand. You know just the hair. And you have a normal summon good?
We have, I believe, normal summon. We normal summon the Chessie Cat.
Also, I do think like drawing cards is a lot cooler if you're playing a more control-y mid-rangey deck, whereas Maliss is just like a combo pile that also draws cards.
Oh, super polymerization.
Yeah, okay, super poly is not bad. That's a good choice.
I do respect that because if you...
Oh, I guess I can't.
Yeah,
what are we waiting for? This is always the most awkward thing is when like people wait to resolve super poly. Like you both can't do anything about it.
So perfect materials there for Garura. The Resonant Wings there going ahead and appearing. And that might stymie the plays, but we haven't normal summoned, so there's still the possibility of bringing something out.
But with the limitations on some of the Maliss main deck monsters, it could be tough to have the extra extenders you need. If all we're going to do is summon a March Hare, that's not enough.
Sure.
Normal cat, and then we can use the effect of March Hare to banish the names engraved to summon itself out. We won't be able to summon them back because both of them have already.
Is this even 3 bodies without Splash Mage?
Start link climbing.
Because we've used Dormouse in the grave already, so Lizardos doesn't do it. We need another body, don't we?
Ahead and link 2.
I was curious why Nicholas was just standing there and watching all this happen, but the
Wicked.
super polymerization makes perfect sense. It's a nice defensive or offensive.
Come on, Widow
play.
Anchor!
It's
Widow Anchor!
And a really heads-up play from him trying to keep
Widow Anchor!
using the Dormouse's effect. 'Cause that
Yes!
also targets
do you have response?
wow.
No response.
This Widow Anchor here, to be able to negate and take the Wicked is going to be pretty huge because that denies potentially backup at Ignister from Brandon.
Boom!
Really heads
There's
up
no
on
way he
this.
gets 3 bodies on board.
Deny all the extra extension that Brandon needs to keep playing.
He passed
Let's
his turn. Nicholas
go.
able to keep
The
things
problem is
going with
Brandon
just
has
2
Ash
quick
Blossom in
plays
hand
so
and
far.
all the non-engine in the world.
And I get to choose where it goes?
Yeah, so Wicked will go back to a main monster zone, not an extra monster zone.
Right there. Okay. To you. Drop turn.
Oh, we're just having a little bit of a conversation here with the judge about
Okay. Apologies for that.
Some things earlier in the turn here, but it looks like nothing.
All right, draw,
yeah,
engage.
That's a warning, so gameplay will continue. Remember, this is the same tournament as yesterday, so your penalties could get upgraded, but looks like that's not the case here.
Yep, so Nicholas begins their turn. They only have one card in hand, but the area 0.
All right, area on Garura is pretty nice. You're probably going to ash that and hope they didn't draw a play. Thrust, upstart, oh god.
Hey, Brandon wants some life points back that he lost. We respect that.
You go to 81? Yes.
We have plenty of spells in the graveyard for Nicholas. Any Sky Striker card could be everything we need to start playing. He also could normal summon a Ray too. That'd be pretty insane.
Why did he get a warning? I have no idea.
That one card.
Come on, come on, come on.
He's thinking about it, so it can't be engaged.
Visions to add MST.
Oh, visions to add MST from the deck.
Does that play?
Here, but obviously
it does play. It plays.
Variety,
Base Typhoon your own area 0. Summon out Ray. Make a link to Azalea if you play it. Draw a card of Garura, and then make Hayate. We're cooking.
Striker always finds a way to use other decks spells, whether it's Toon Table of Contents, the Fallen, and the Virtuous. But I don't think I've seen a Radiant Typhoon Vision, at least not on stream before.
Well, it makes his decision to maintain Area 0 so much better because we can use the MST on our own Area 0 to bring out Sky Striker Ace Ray, which represents everything we need to start playing.
Wrong artwork, but it's okay.
All right, well, this may be a little bit of an upset, although I'm sure Sky Striker fans everywhere, this is not an upset. That's Ray. She gets whatever she wants.
This is what happens. You summon Ray, you profit. That's how it works. It is worth noting, though, that our Garura is in...
So what is Wicked? Can't be destroyed by battle? Is it battle and card effects?
No, there's not going to be the full extra monster link. But
it's card effects too, right? Because of Liger Dance, I remember.
Yeah, the link too.
Oh, I guess you'll see what happens here. Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, yeah, I'll just wait till I do the chain links. Yeah.
So we're gonna link 2 for Zeke here. Gonna use the effect of Garura, I imagine.
To draw Zeke chain link 2 target Wicked.
Yep. So we're gonna target Wicked to banish for the turn, and then we're gonna use Garura to draw on chain link 1.
That's all fine. Yeah. And it comes back in on your end phase. My end phase. Okay, all right.
That is huge to get.
All right, I guess we banish it for a turn, so we don't have to deal with it right now.
Especially in a Maliss deck.
Draw 1 here.
Sends a card right as an ignition effect. Yeah. It doesn't send for cost, but it targets for cost, sends a grave, and if I do against 1,000 attack. Okay. Draw card off Garura.
Yep. Good to double check here on all these effects.
Engage, engage, engage.
Zeke can increase their attack points, but not right now. Probably not worth it for Nicholas. We're just going to go ahead and link here.
More importantly, it is a Sky Striker Ace monster.
We don't play Zeke. That's right. I think, I mean, Zeke is better than Azalea here, right? Because the Wicked can't be destroyed.
He'll be taking 15 here as Brandon, going down to 66.
Camellia isn't out yet, if that's what you mean.
We talked about just the little chunks that Sky Striker does.
That's not a card in TCG.
Trying to fight the world, but Maliss is going to get another turn here, and we know that Maliss just needs 1 turn to get all the resources you can eat onto the field.
Speaking of resources, we're going to use Kakari's effective main phase 2 to add back Sky Striker, mobilize, engage.
Get that engage count going next turn if we make it to Nicholas's next turn.
I've never
the problem is
Maliss
kind of has like a stacked graveyard right now, which is definitely a problem.
Full effect of every Sky Striker pill from here on out, but we're gonna activate Thrust because we did activate Ash earlier in the turn as Brandon.
We drew Ash and we drew Thrust off of the Garura, and we can't add because
you love to see it. That'll give us
we can't add because we banished the Wicked with Zeke. But I mean, I guess that's just. Ooh, linkage. Linkage for 0. Nice.
Engage here. And we get the draw. Draw to another engage. Let's see.
That's the best part
Draw
about
a card.
Engage into engage.
Let's go. Linkage.
So we're activating linkage here to get access to another link monster.
Linkage for 0. 0. Add engage from graveyard.
0 to add.
That's going to give us Widow Anchor and a draw. And then we have Widow Anchor take, and we have the 0 pop, and we can still link with Lemniscate. It's a good amount of disruption, actually.
With like rank 4 builds. But in a pure Sky Striker build, it's really just meant to just get additional copies of spells.
Is the set Black Goat? I missed it off of Thrust.
There's the second engage this turn.
I think it's Black Goat, which is really nice.
Searching for a Sky Striker card feels good, but drawing an extra card because you got 3 spells feels better.
I think he's got it. I think Sky Striker is going up a game, even though they were stopped completely on. That is not a game I expected them to win, to be honest. Passing with basically nothing after getting impulsed. The Super Poly was insane, to be fair. Super Poly, putting spells in the grave, and then Widow Anchor, the extender, is insane.
Sure. End main? Nothing in end main. In end phase? Okay.
Is multi-roll still a card in Sky Striker? They typically play 1 copy, yes. They typically play one. Oh, the end phase Druid Worm is nasty though.
That you can then summon to the field because of the quick effect.
To target herself, add herself back to hand.
That's fine. Let's do to 63.
Yes, sir.
Really big of Brandon here to do this during the end phase of Nicholas's turn, so that way they can play around the known Black Goat laughs. Also, this Druid Worm being here to threaten the 0 is pretty huge.
Anything in draw phase?
No, you're fine.
Stand by.
Yep.
Main? Okay.
All right, play continues. Now we're in the main phase for Brandon here. And he's got quite a few resources here. Looks like we're about to play a field spell over a field spell, perhaps.
I do see another copy of Maliss in Underground. We are going to fire that.
Maliss in the Underground, attempting to banish.
Attempting to banish.
3-hand, right? Yes, sir.
Then one of the known interruptions is Widow Anchor, which does not interact with this.
Right. That's technically not public knowledge anymore. But
So what we know is we know a 0 to pop. We know Widow Anchor to take, we know Black Goat Laughs, and we know Lemnis Gate in the graveyard. There is unknown cards in the equation that we've drawn off of Engage last turn, which could be additional interruption.
300 is cost, right? You pay 300 for cost? Yes.
But yes, Brandon does have another Ash Blossom.
Calling White Rabbit? Yeah.
So now that monster's effects abilities will not be able to be activated for the rest of this turn.
Which is definitely good.
Certainly a great card, the Black Goat Laughs, and a little bit more accessible lately.
Okay, Black Goat resolves calling White Rabbit, so that can't return.
It's such a strong card, and it's going to get that additional effect in the graveyard later.
So Dormouse and Chessy Cat can still activate.
Threatening Maliss names and stopping them at every single point, whether it's White Rabbit or Dormouse.
That's fine.
Speaking of Dormouse, though, we're going to go...
Dormouse banish for March here. Dormouse returns.
This could be bad, but we do have the Widow Anchor. I wonder if you just go ahead and use that as fast as possible once it's there.
Yeah, if anything, you want to deny the material, but there's probably a world to wait for something like a White Rider to come out to win away for it, because if you take that...
I feel like we have to do something here.
Everything Brandon can do for the rest of the turn.
Well, it seems like that
But the problem is, he basically... Okay, we're gonna Widow Anchor the Dormouse. Okay.
Expected, like waiting until they
take that Dormouse.
Like a way to destroy and then summon it back out to the field somehow. They could like use it again.
So good patience.
2 bodies on board right now. Could make Lizardos. Or just normal summon.
Threatening with that Bystial Druid Worm, able to get rid of monsters once it's linked off, as it is now for a link 2. Let's see what we come out of the extra deck with.
With the removal of
Lizardos it is. Druid Worm effect. Gonna attempt to send 0. Probably gonna chain 0, get ashed on it, and now we need that last card to be something.
Ooh, Ash Blossom.
Ooh,
Called by?
Effect to summon from the deck and then pop, but nope.
Ash Blossom, such a versatile card. There's
Please be called by.
So many different things.
That's fine. If you're Brandon here, you just want to get to Right Binder, so that way you can keep playing.
Damn it.
Even out the board that Nicholas has represented here.
Chessy Cat.
Nice to see Haggard Lizardos again. I'm sure there are many duelists who would say, I miss my Splash Mage, but the classics still work, so I don't feel like this deck has been...
Okay, we're getting a Link 3 here. That's not good. That's not good.
It's just vulnerable to the side deck, but unhindered like this, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
but
ceiling has been affected, like how
Red Ransom doesn't do much because we've already gone through the field spell. If we go for White Binder, we can like kind of banish the opponent's graveyard, but we can't really banish anything off of our own graveyard, right? Because we've used like most of the banish effects. We can banish a March here and add it back to the hand, but
that separates the best players in the world from the best of the best players in the world, I think, is they can recognize, okay, what could that be, and is there a way for me to play around that if it is that?
And I've used just to specify, I used Dormouse, Chessy, and White this turn.
That is correct.
I don't believe so. Okay.
Yeah, good job double checking the names. The only
I think it's White Binder.
All the extra deck names and of course the March Hare name to summon itself.
I think it's gotta be White Binder.
Confirmed, another Link 7 performed. This time it's gonna be
Red Ransom.
Red Ransom, okay.
Red Ransom on summon to add.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get Maliss in the mirror here. If I had.
Are we gonna? We haven't normal summoned yet, have we?
To get some extension.
So we can normal summon, I think, a draw that's the last card in hand, and then make access code?
It's interesting because they're mostly smaller monsters, but we know that Maliss is a very large monster at the end game. Where
that does cook if it resolves. If there's no answer to that, it does cook.
And if you're Brandon, you gotta remember that you do get your Cyber's Wicked back at the end of this turn too, which is worth remembering.
I'll go normal summon draw.
Normal summon draw Lockbird with the extra material.
Nicholas, do something! Oh.
We're going to go ahead and get the link here into...
The allied code, effective allied code on summon target.
Don't let him do it!
Access code, right. Yeah, there he goes.
Access code effect here, targeting the red ransom to gain 3,000 attack points.
Fine. Anything on resolution.
So 5,300 attack points now.
Now we're going to chain the access code effect, banishing the Haggard Lizard Dose to go ahead and destroy.
Yeah, I know. I'll concede.
Ooh, and Nicholas will choose to
it was
concede
a
and not
second
reveal any
super
extra
poly.
information
I saw it. It was a second super poly, but we didn't have.
Game one, he just needed that extra
Dude, the second Ash Blossom was so insane there because, like, if we had gotten the 0 into the Ray, it would have been so many extra disruptions because that would have made the super poly life too, because we could have fused Ray and another monster into Mud Dragon. The Ash Blossom on the 0 was like it traded with 3 interruptions.
So much advantage, but we talked
because
about this
we didn't get the 0 pop, we didn't get the Lemnis Gate Link summon, and we couldn't activate the super poly, all because of that Ash Blossom. It was insane.
Maliss multiple chances. Well, you see what happens. Brandon claims his first game.
Yes,
it was actually insane.
Very advantage heavy deck, but not a very tempo heavy deck, and so your opponent's gonna have as many turns as possible to actually play their game. And when you're a deck like Maliss that can generate so much advantage with just a single card, you need every single engine of the Sky Striker, like, sort of control machine to be online if you want to even have a chance to stop them from doing a gigantic amount of damage against you.
Well, now we're getting into the side deck, so...
Could he use Super Poly on Druid's plus name? That's a good point, actually.
Clap back against the opponent, or
I guess, okay, I guess the reason why he didn't do that was because it would have put a monster into the main monster zone, so the Widow Anchor wouldn't have been live. But I do agree he should have done that before the Lizardos hit the board, 100%. Yeah, I guess he just didn't play around the second Ash Blossom well enough.
The specific matchup they're going up against, because at the end of the day, Sky Striker is a control deck, and being able to identify your key points of stymieing your opponent is going to be key in
that wastes your 0.
I think what's
but like, okay, how about this? When there's a Druid Swarm and another monster on the board, before he makes the Wicked, before he makes the Lizardos, you attempt to activate 0 to check for Ash, and then if there is Ash, the Super Poly can still hit the Druid Swarm, right? I feel like that's what you need to do there. Right, which is even after the Widow Anchor, right? It's like the Widow Anchor takes the Dormouse, and then there's a Druid Swarm and another monster on the board, and you're like, okay, well, this might be my last chance to activate the Super Poly, because if the Druid Swarm is gone, it's probably only Cybers from here on out. So
it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Nicholas is able to find a way
wanted to pop, yeah, but it was a little greedy, right, to hold the 0 for the League 2, because you lost to a single Ash Blossom.
Yeah,
and Impulse also works, right? So it's like you can take the safer route, which makes your Super Poly guaranteed live. And if they don't have Ash, then you still get all the 0 pops and disruptions, and you're fine. Yeah. That's the thing with Sky Striker. It's like it's a really cool deck to play, and it's also, I do think it's good, but like it's so punishing for misplays. It's so punishing. Such small things. And the entire game just like breaks apart with some of these modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks, right? Like decks like Maliss or Mitsurugi, like they do so much from one card. If you just like, if you miss sequence one of your interruptions, like everything falls apart. It's really rough. But it's cool. That's kind of like also the fun of playing it. But it's tough.
So Nicholas Hatch doesn't go first, and we're going to use the draw 2 effective visions, not the effective search here.
Oh, so that means, yeah.
You just draw 2, and then you discard a quick play spell, I believe.
Discard a quick play. Oh, I can't hear anything anymore.
Some incredible stuff there.
Everything with
it's one of those things where, you know, looks like our players unfortunately have a little bit of white noise issues going on here, so unfortunate there, but gotta say, it's really neat to see the Radiant Typhoon stuff.
Yeah.
I think the Radiant Typhoon stuff has changed this deck, and again, we talked about Sky Striker gets a new tool, and it's almost a whole new deck. But it's not. It's just about the creativity of the duelist behind it, right? So just being able to draw that. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff.
The first thing every Sky Striker duelist needs to do is be able to count to 3, and this lets you count to 2.
How long can one person think about ashing a Radiant Typhoon Vision? Or what's happening?
So yeah, it looks like somebody may have tripped over a wire here. So. Okay,
oh no, there's technical difficulties. Okay.
So I
was like, how long?
Maybe it resolved.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I believe we've already drawn our 2 cards. We just need to make sure that we can actually discard something.
The headset's broke. They can't hear each other. Okay, I see.
I mean, it's, yeah.
Our duelists are just making sure that they can for sure hear each other and communicate with each other before they continue dueling. While it's probably possible to compete with hand gestures alone, we don't want to force them to do that here on the main stage.
Oh yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Certainly is a pictographic language if I ever saw one. To give you a little bit of a clue in, if you've never been on the featured match stage and you don't know what the experience is, those headphones produce a little bit of white noise so you don't hear us in the background being like, hey, wait, he's got a mirror force, don't attack. But it also allows you to have that direct, crystal clear audio communication between both our players and allows us to hear that as well. But a lot of hard work goes into that, and if somebody accidentally trips on a wire, well,
haven't paid any attention to this YCS so far. Have people made the other barrier statues work? We've seen barrier statue of the Torrent so far in Mitsurugi, where instead of making a rank 4 to search one of the fire or earth barrier statues, they go into a rank 8 Dracluxion to search 7th Tachyon, and that searches the water barrier statue. So yes, we have seen a barrier statue already.
That our players can hear each other. We're going to go ahead and discard a quick play spell.
So in general, it's been less floodgates, but not no floodgates. We've seen barrier statue of the Torrent yesterday. We've seen Harpy's Featherstorm. We've seen
his 2 cards there. Looks like the next card coming.
What was it? We've seen Spell Canceller in K9. We've seen
this is the very least
there was one more that I was thinking of. I had it a second ago. Quackimero Drago in Dracotail with 4 seals as a target. Yeah. So they still happen. They still happen. The job is not done.
Fantastical Dragon Phantasme on the summon of...
Ooh, okay. You know what? I hate Maliss, but Phantasme is based.
2 cards, shuffle 1 back.
I like your deck a little bit more now.
From targeting, which I'm pretty sure almost all of the Scratch Tracker cards target.
They typically do. Sometimes they'll have some non-targeting secondary effects like Afterburners or Wave Jammers, but at the same time, that's not going to happen if you can't target your opponent to begin with. So Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, a heads-up play, and a lot of targeting in this format, so I do not deny that that's a good decision for your side. Maybe your main deck, who knows?
It's a 2 for 1, put 1 back, you know? That sounds right.
Also, it just lets Brandon draw more into his powerful cards. But speaking of powerful cards, we got a 3rd copy of Engage happening this match here for Nicholas with 3
All right, no Ash, 3 spells, let's go. And we have Thrust in hand, I believe.
So this will be the first one, and there's already 3 spells in the graveyard, so count it out.
Any Lancia yesterday? We haven't seen a Lancia, no, but honestly, with the amount of Maliss we've seen, which it was a lot of Maliss, dude. With the amount of Maliss, I wouldn't be surprised if going forward after this tournament, like also for YCS Bologna, we're going to see a lot more Lancias.
That is true, that is true. Doesn't necessarily have to be green, could be...
Widow Anchor. Okay.
Oh, just grabbing Widow Anchor, okay.
Oh, yeah, we could just kind of get the Phantasme off of the field and then link it off maybe into something like a Zeke. That could be pretty cool.
Well, you do kind of have to force it out, though, because it does target, so...
But you'd rather do that now than doing it
having
done when you're trying to interrupt your opponent on their turn.
Okay.
So we're gonna go ahead and link off Sky Striker as Hayate.
Was there a thrust? I feel like maybe I didn't see it properly, because if there was a thrust, I would think you would have gone thrust for talents for hand as already, but I guess now you know there's no Droll or Ash anyways.
I love Brandon's humility here, like, yeah, I should have seen that coming. Of course, this is what's going to happen. And it's just this non-stop resource extension and hand sculpting. You know, it's the ability to go ahead and grab whatever card it is you want.
Lancia is also okay against Branded Despia. I don't know if it's good against Branded Despia, but it's like, Lancia is good against Lunalight too. It's like a nice side effect to have that card against Lunalight.
Pot is just 2 cards.
It's really hard for Lunalight to make Ligers under Lancia. Like, at least multiple. Like, they can make 1, I think.
Oh, I haven't seen much Sky Striker play in Genesis, what with the no links portion of that rule set.
Link 2. Yes, sir. Link for 0.
Definitely true.
So now we got 0.
And we have a Rain Grave, which is really huge to be able to recycle our link monsters during our opponent's turn. The famous tag out effect.
I think this is like the coolest card ever.
1 effect per turn, right? Correct.
Oh, 0?
Yeah, because you can get 2 level 4s on the field. That's the beginning of so many different rank 4 plays.
I say this all the time, but that's a custom card right there. That card, that card was made.
Oh, I don't like that.
There's nothing else.
I don't like adding Engage from deck instead of from Grave. Unless it's 3 spells in Grave, including the Engage, but it shouldn't be, right?
That'll get the Lemnis Gate here, as well as an additional draw.
A lot of cards in hand. Yes, sir.
The only things we know about it for Brandon, just so we're keeping track. I know there's a lot of cards in Nicholas' hand.
There is a Widow Anchor right now.
And the Lemnis Gate, which are two really powerful forms of interruption.
This opener is broken.
Speaking of interruption. I wonder what we're going to get here.
A lot of different choices.
This deck can be absolutely cracked. Why not from deck? Well, I prefer adding engage from the graveyard with 0 to be able to draw another engage, basically.
Ooh, very heads up here, targeting the Ray to get that tag out possibility removed from Nicholas's graveyard.
The other, there is another argument though. You can add it from deck in order to just fill your graveyard with more Sky Striker spells, which has advantages too because you can go for a bigger Lemnis Gate then.
Ooh, that's difficult.
We definitely got to put back that impulse, right? Because there's no way to keep Brandon off of Maliss cards with that heavy engine hand, but if we give it
it's either impulse because you want to resolve your 0, or it's one of the starters. But since they have 2 starters, I feel like it might just be the impulse, so you don't get impulsed on 0 effect.
You could just stay in the hand the whole time.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I mean, the specter of not being able to special. Oh, he puts back White Rabbit. He's just gonna try.
Interesting.
You know, we do have cards like maybe Lemnis Gate that could. I believe it can bounce anything on board, not just monsters. So there could be a way to kind of.
That hand is cracked. I don't think it's enough, honestly. I saw a Black Goat in Nicholas' hand. We have Super Poly as well. I'm pretty sure he's fine.
Mouse names entirely, which definitely is better than just stopping an impulse. So definitely heads up there from Nicholas.
Maybe access to MST. Also possible, yeah. MST would be a pretty good set against the Maliss and Underground.
Actually?
Yeah, I think it's exactly 7.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna be setting a few of those, it looks like, though.
2, 3, 4.
Wow, 7 cards. Wow, set 5.
Set 5 with 0.
Yeah, that slaps.
A pop. Oh my goodness.
So Magnum's gonna go ahead and grab
a copy of Brewsworm.
Okay, makes sense. Perfect choice.
There currently are no line darts in the grave for Nicholas, but if the 0 goes there, there would be.
So I have 4 cards in hand. So I'm going to enter this one. Yeah.
They can't impulse the 0 if it's the only monster. Not if you have back row, because impulse you can activate it from hand if the opponent controls any cards, not just monsters.
Something here. Brandon begins his main phase, and it's going to start with this field spell.
MST, MST. Damn it.
Okay, so we're activating the effect of Underground 2 Banish. Usually this eyes up something like a Dormouse, but I think we're eyeing up that White Rabbit.
I think he drew Droll for turn. I think he drew Droll for turn. That's funny.
That could be good here just to get access to the trap cards, because that's going to be the best way you have to play through something like back row, because they allow you to extend through things or even dodge targeting effects, which is really fun. Because you can activate Maliss trap cards within their set by banishing Maliss cards you control.
Oh! He's going to keep it out, right? He said it with his triple tactics thrust. Doesn't want anything to happen here, but he is thinking about this, so...
He did draw Droll for turn, so the hand right now is Droll, Impulse, Druis Worm, and Maliss in the Mirror. That, honestly, it's still somewhat playable here because we have Impulse for the 0 tag out, but realistically, probably should go next. Because just considering the timer, because like at the moment, I mean, you don't know what they have, but realistically, you're probably not winning this game.
And both of these decks are starting to grind against each other.
Well, we're gonna try and win. I mean, fair enough, I guess.
These players are at 8 and 1 right now as we're in round 10.
Because I guess from Brandon's perspective, if you attack now and they tag out and you impulse, they might not have engine next turn. Because you don't know. I don't think we have guaranteed follow-up for Nicholas, but...
I mean, if you're Nicholas, you're probably fine with this, right? Like, you're just going to take some damage.
Yeah, but you don't want to make that Bystial Druis Worm line, but 0 is going to go ahead and tag out.
Okay, maybe bait.
I mean, you have to impulse this.
I'll go down this impulse.
That's the impulse, yeah.
Just get that 0 to not resolve there.
Redeclare mag swing.
Yep, so we're going to take 2,500 as Nicholas. Potentially. We could, like, Widowmaker, take something, force out the Phantasme, then Lemnis Gate afterwards to shuffle everything back.
I'll go...
Nicholas is going to activate something, and it's Super Poly. Wow, 2 Dark Dragons with different
Super
names.
Poly, pitch another Super Poly.
2 dragon monsters here.
Oh, it's 2 dragons. That's even better. We're getting Garura, which ends up drawing a card.
Okay.
It's Brandon.
Now there's a monster controlled, so Bystial Druid's Worm could hit the field and maybe swing over the Garura Wings of Resonant Life. It would cause Nicholas to draw a card, but looks like Brandon thinks it's worth it.
All right, Druid's target, they believe the Phantasmate advantages up and still leading the battle phase now?
Oh, he's not going to attack it. Normal summoning Droll on Lockbird.
Whoa.
Roll. Yep. Can't use it because they impulse, so
yeah,
might as well use the link material.
Hey, good thinking there, Brandon.
Normal Drill's fine.
So we're going to use this as a link.
Gonna make Almirage and then SP on the Garura, I guess. Hope the opponent doesn't have a play.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know. I guess you can just wait another minute or so and see if your opponent has Engine next turn, because if there is Engine for Nicholas, this game is giga over, but...
Yep, we do know it's a Malice in the Mirror if we're Nicholas.
Hasn't ditched anything, no hand shuffling here, so everything's pretty known since the Triple Tactics talent. So whittling his resources down to just that one last Malice in the Mirror with no Malice names visible.
I would assume that Nicholas is unfortunately not on the Fallen and the Virtuous, because we're playing Super Poly. It's really hard to fit both in the extra deck. The targets for Super Poly and Fallen.
Up to the number of...
All right, writing on the wall, we saw it.
You send back, you can shuffle one, and I don't think it targets.
Yeah, it is an
So
exceptional
Nicholas
card. I mean,
wins
it's hard
game
to get
2.
that right when you think about all those spells, but obviously Nicholas is our game 2 winner, shows that it's really easy to get 3+ spells in the graveyard.
Nice.
Sometimes even 9.
Yeah, sometimes even 9.
You'd be surprised.
Nice, nice, nice. Now the problem is here. Game 3 is gonna be an uphill battle. Going second against Malice with Sky Striker with presumably no hand traps. We haven't seen a single hand trap so far. Going second into Malice is one of the hardest things as Sky Striker. It's such a tough matchup. Between all of their interruptions that they naturally have, the non-target banishes, the raw card advantage, the non-engine that they're going to be able to draw into, like Ash, Bell, Impulse, Droll and Lockbird, Bystials are also annoying. And then also just like White Binder banishing everything out of your graveyard. It's really, really hard. It's really, really hard to go second against Malice, but I guess we'll see.
Cards in this tournament, whether you're seeing
maybe we're side decking stuff like Fuba and I don't know their list. Maybe we're playing something for Malice.
Teaming up together just for old time's sake.
Oh yes. And we've seen things like main deck Super Poly from Nicholas.
Yeah, so Malice just won't draw a starter.
You got to be asking yourself, like, what do you bring in if you're going second and you know you're going second?
Well, I mean, you might keep the super polymerizations. It really works this format when you think about all of the big decks out there, right? You've got Mitsurugi, that's going to trip your super polymerization. You've got even this, the Bystial Malice, those dragons and those cybers will match up sometimes. You've got so many different decks, again, that'll trip the radar of super polymerization.
Did around 9 Gamba get paid out? No, I just did it. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot. I just went to bed yesterday.
But if you're Brandon, I think as happy as you can be, you have full awareness of what your opponent's deck is trying to do. You kind of know more or less that if you're going second, you're kind of going to be left unfettered. And so you can just make the most powerful board you possibly can and try to just fight through all of the potential board-breaking capabilities of the Sky Striker engine that you're more than familiar with if you've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for the past 7 years.
Well, I think both of these duels definitely
ban binder and release the other names deal.
It's gonna be interesting to see if they're able to close it out, because again, both of them are 8-1. X2 could top, right? Just duelist language.
I think so, yes.
Right now, because it's just such an uphill grind to just go through.
I mean, preferably just ban binder, period. No exchange.
There's a big difference between, getting to win 5 rounds in day 2 and having to win 5 rounds in day 2.
Go first this time. Sounds good to me. Excellent.
Yeah, you play Malice. You can't make me.
I mean, yeah.
Both players are aware of the strength of Malice, especially in a deck that probably can't stop it from playing unless it already has its spell cards activated.
All right, Malice, no starter, 1 time.
Well, it's interesting too because
no starter, 1 time. They don't have that many starters.
Copium disappeared, and we haven't seen it come out from Nicholas yet, so no clue on whether or not it has it. So both these decks just kind of get to do their thing. And speaking of doing their thing, welcome to Game 3 of Round 10 of YCS Pittsburgh. Let's find out which of these 2 duels makes it out alive.
All right, good luck. I'll take first. Sounds good to me.
Brandon was able to break Swerve in Game 1. Nicholas was able to
there's a White Rabbit.
Game 2, and now it's Game 3. Brandon's going first.
Yeah, main.
We're straight into main phase here.
First action, Allure of Darkness.
Allure White Rabbit,
Game
it's
1
over.
began, and Brandon definitely liked how it went that way. It definitely went his way that time.
That's
What
tough.
are we gonna do here?
Whoa!
Okay,
South
Ash
of
is
Dead
nice.
Cold.
Less cards for
Stopping
Brandon.
the draw 2 is a good thing to do.
Wait, is
Well, you definitely wanna slow
White
things
Rabbit?
down. If it was anything like
How
the
good
first
is White
game
Rabbit
and
one
Jessica
card
comes
combo?
Out, you just want to make sure that normal summon gets wasted.
I guess it depends on if we play
Ooh, a normal
TB11.
White Rabbit. Are we going to see the ever famous one card White Rabbit combo?
Do we
that
play?
involves
If
either
we play
TB6,
TB11, it's really good.
or
If
we're
we
gonna do
don't
TB11
play,
or MTPO7.
You know, it's
oh,
funny,
he doesn't
this
play
game three, I feel
TB11.
like
Okay,
White
we go
Rabbit's been
for
pretty quiet this
07.
entire set of duels.
I mean, it's been laughed out of existence 2 games in a row.
No
but we're gonna
TB11.
get
I think that's
MTPO7
good news.
here, which is
On
interesting.
res. There you go.
Probably
You
want to get access to
I'm
March Hare with
unsure at
that.
this exact moment in time.
Okay.
Maybe we already have the GB66 in hand, or the TB11 in hand.
Seems like I see a Malice in the mirror in the hand for sure, and possibly another trap card. But
Is
I can't
that
quite
backup
tell
in
from the
hand?
angle If it's Summonous Impulse or not. Brandon
we're
doing a little duelist math in his head.
Yeah, there's probably a world where like you could get March Hare, but like, how do you get a monster in the grave to banish?
Is it
the
backup?
summon it?
Oh, and it looks like the last
No,
monster
it's
might be
just set
Fantastical
one.
Dragon Phantasme,
I
so we're
see
setting Dominus Impulse.
Cards in hand.
Okay.
On that, I'm just gonna pass.
Yeah!
Wow, okay, so kind of locked out.
Oh, unfortunately,
draw phase?
maybe we're
I'll go
a
visions to draw
non-TB11 player, or we cited out of it going into Game 3 because this White Rabbit was not able to combo off as Brandon giving
I'm
over to
gonna
opponent. We're
chain
starting off with
MTPO7.
Visions, and we're going to chain MTPO7 to search for a Malice name because
Is
we
it
do not
tempting to
control a
add
make
the Malice?
a Link 3. We
yeah.
won't be able to activate the effect of non-target banisher card.
And
Ash Blossom.
wow, okay.
Another copy of Ash Blossom for Nicholas.
All right, no
Freaking
Ash, so
powerful
you're not
going
even
second
playing
duel
next
from
turn.
side
Let's
deck,
go.
probably.
So this might be the beginning of the end because Nicholas may
you
be able to
have,
control the tempo from here. When
5
you
cards
think
in
about the
hand,
fact that
discarding
it's just a
one.
set Dominus Impulse and a lone White Rabbit with a Malice in the mirror in the hand and a Phantasme,
Yes.
there's not a lot
Okay,
going on here, so
yeah,
it's possible
yeah,
that Nicholas can start to bring
Shark Cannon.
things
I don't know
in
if
his
Shark
favor,
Cannon
right?
should
Sky
be in the
Strike
deck going
and Sky
second
Strike
against
and Sky
Malice. I
Strike
guess
again.
And I
if
know
you
we've
can
noticed Nicholas,
revive with
playing a
it,
more
it's fine.
conservative game with the Sky Strikers, but believe me when
You
I
can, like,
say,
steal the
if
White
you have
Binder
nothing
or
on your
something.
board, they can deal plenty of damage to you with the power of linkage.
Well, here's the first engage of the turn, and it's totally good. We know there's really not much until a special summon happens here. Brandon's going to
Engage with 2 spells.
Yeah, but the big thing is that
No
there's only
draw
2
here.
spells in the graveyard right now for Nicholas. So we're not going to get the full
Yeah, it doesn't
value
say
out of engage.
Oh,
just
don't
the
worry.
half value.
It'll come back. It'll come back.
I think I did see a monster in Nicholas's hand, which you got to assume is a Sky Striker monster.
But it was not Ray, so he goes ahead and adds Ray from his deck to his hand.
Well, we were playing lots of Ash Blossoms, it looks like, so maybe just we drew all of them.
Makes sense. Ash Blossom.
No
critical
droll
stuff in the
either.
opponent, But also, if you're a Sky
So
Striker player
Ray
going
and then
first and
3
want to
unknowns?
maximize your combos, you don't want Fualos to slow you
that sounds
down.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, and I see the super polymerization. Oh, this is going to be... I think Nicholas is getting the upswing here. Of course, I'm not cheering against
I missed
Brandon,
the
just kind of recognizing. Oh, and the Mystical Space Typhoon against the Dominus Impulse.
Okay, hold up.
No, it's actually the
Why
Malice
did
is
we-
not here.
Okay.
Why did we engage before
That
MST?
actually makes a lot of sense to keep it and like just have it like be a bluff of some kind, but the Mouse in the Mirror can be an interruption for monster effects as well.
Am I tripping? We would have drawn a card.
Here comes Sky Striker Ace Kagari.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and target the engage, but chaining to that summon, we're also going to bring out the Phantasme to draw 2 and put back 1, and oh my goodness, I think we just drew a really important one.
I see a Droll and Lock.
Oh, you do a draw!
And
I definitely see a Dominus, and I think I
the
see a
last
backup.
one's- Gotcha.
Wow, that's tough.
That's what I like to hear.
The reason why it's tough is because there's Impulse and Droll in hand, and it's looking like basically Brandon's going to have to allow Nicholas to activate this full-powered engage, and then Droll afterwards, and then wait on Dominus Impulse. But if Nicholas summons a really powerful monster, it gets a 0 effect first, and that kind of demands the Impulse, now Droll cannot be activated.
Ooh, that is tough.
Also, he would have no follow-up, for what it's worth. He would have an empty hand if he did that.
So I think the Droll and Lockbird is going to go back to the bottom of the deck here. And it looks like we've got just... Oh, no, he's keeping the Droll. Gotcha.
I think he put back the
To
Impulse.
be fair, Droll is a little bit
Deny
late to the
Nicholas
party
as
here.
much search as possible. He wants to make the next engage the last engage.
Did we keep the Droll even?
And so, yeah, that's definitely going to slow things down. So the tempo here is
Kind
kind of slowing down. We only got
Oh,
13
yeah,
minutes
yeah,
left to the
sorry.
clock, so there's going to be a little bit of a squeaker of a duel if it starts to go to these sort of minimalistic turns. Because think about it from Brandon's side. He's got link materials that could get cleared out.
I guess we're going to
soon.
find
Like
out in a
say-
second whether he kept Droll or not.
So the only other kinds of protection or interactions that Brandon could have is the Phantasme to stop a targeting effect, but that would require you to discard a card, which I don't think Brandon's priced into doing right
So
now.
we're going back to 4 cards in hand, I assume here.
Yeah, I'm gonna draw.
I like that Nicholas went for the linkage because it kind of shows that he knows the possibility.
Okay, put back
of
draw.
Lockbird hitting down.
No draw.
Maybe he did put back the draw on Lockbird because on resolution he had no effects.
Yeah, so maybe it's.
So he kept impulse and the other card he drew.
Back up at Ignister. Okay.
Real quick, go for it.
Oh, but here comes the linkage of the turn. This will allow us to go straight into 0 if we need it by destroying a card we control.
This 0 is also going to have 3,000 attack because we have Ray in the graveyard already. So
onto the resources, but uses the Dominus Impulse that he ended up keeping, stopping the Link Summon there.
Linkage is not once per turn, and it's not even.
Bro is reading whether the Sky Striker card is once per turn. That's crazy.
I love how conversant both of these duelists have been, but as we go down to the wire, they're getting pretty quiet.
As good as it can be, yeah.
Yep, so now we're going to go ahead and make 0 here, and 0 represents a lot of things. Specifically, it represents engage.
It's funny that tiny little wing beasts have been kind of the do or die moment for a lot of these duels yesterday.
I don't think so, but he does not have to. He does not have to go for game here. Brandon is on one card, very little setup, very little follow-up. Does have Maliss in the mirror in the grave, which is a little scary. March Hare is kind of crazy here. But he's probably fine.
Decision and not regret it. Doesn't have to be the right decision. It's just about not regretting what you did.
Or just keep moving forward, really.
Yeah.
The next game is the most important game.
Yep.
The last game's already done.
So Nicholas keeps things moving here as he resolves the second engage of the turn.
For now. Technically the third one, but the first one was not the full effect. So we properly resolved engage this time.
True.
Are you really activating engage if you're not, getting a second card?
Yes.
Well, the age of engage continues. We're going to go ahead and attack, though, with the Sky Striker Ace 0.
Just deal 800 damage.
Wait,
that's all we got to do.
No, I don't have a light.
Oh, you don't have a light in there? Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Bro, 0 is the light.
Link,
it has 3,000. It has 3,000. That might be important. It is a 3,000 attack 0. Linkage says light or dark Sky Striker, light and dark Sky Striker engraved and field.
As we know, Brandon's hand is, quite lacking.
If you have Ray engraved and you linkage for 0, it's 3K.
Pretty humble there as he shuffles his 2 cards together.
But that's off the back of, Nicholas controlling.
Oh my god, you got that March Hare, I'm sick.
Which is an amazing card. Maybe that was the draw you were talking about. But if we have March Hare plus backup at Ignister,
it does feel pretty good. It seems like Brandon was betting that Sky Striker can't close it out in a single turn.
He's the GOAT.
The matchup's not good for me.
The Sky Striker GOAT.
I mean, you did draw.
Oh my gosh, there you go. People have been noticing that Maliss has been creeping up here and there at the regional level events. So putting Lancia.
Remember, gamers,
bringing in for game 3 against
floodgates are cool if you use them against Maliss.
Seeing it activated here is so tough for Brandon.
Say it with me.
So on declaration of the attack from Fantastic.
It's a 3,000 attack 0. None of this should happen, but okay.
And Rose.
I don't want to lose this in the moment. Brandon, upon seeing the artifact Lancia, looked up at his opponent and said, "You had that, huh?"
And then we're going to go ahead and destroy the Phantasme on the resolution of the Zero's effect. And we get the 2 bodies, the 2 Sky Striker Ace Captains themselves.
Certainly unlimited possibility here now those 2 are on the field.
In main phase 2. Okay. Attempt to go to end phase.
Was there a light Sky Striker engraved? You don't need it. You have 0 is a light. Linkage says light Sky Striker, light and dark on field or grave.
We could get it. We could get linkage here.
If you have Ray engraved and you summon 0 with linkage, it's 3K.
Oh, that's right. We could totally play 3 of that card. That card is definitely a worthy 3 of.
Yep.
Okay, so can Nicholas on this turn count to 7,200 damage? Now we do have a known March Hare to worry about, which can quick effect summon some Maliss monsters, but without any access to Link 3s, all the Maliss interruptions don't really do anything.
0 on someone to add is fine.
So it looks like we're bobbing and weaving.
Linkage.
So we're going to add back linkage from the graveyard using 0's effect.
Okay.
You're right that this isn't a fully closed out turn, as exciting as it is to see Ray do her work. It's a lot of resources left in that graveyard that could get banished with the known March Hare, so we're going to add that linkage from the deck to the hand. Told you we'd get it somewhere.
Yep, now we have 2 in our hand, which represents so much damage, because we can even get a Kagari summoned during linkage to add back another linkage that we used earlier, and just keep summoning League monsters over and over again during the battle phase.
Off the engage?
Off Kagari? Off engage? I added linkage. Yeah, I added another linkage.
Oh, okay.
So we have 2 linkages in hand and 1 linkage in the graveyard.
You're good.
All these cards have the Sky Striker monsters on the artworks too, so they all kind of bleed together sometimes.
It's true. It's true. There are some decks where you can get like card blindness because all the effects are relatively similar. They look about the same, and I can see that with Sky Striker, right?
Sure.
Ooh, banishing the Maliss in the mirror to banish the White Rabbit to add another Maliss monster from deck to hand. Very cool to see from Brandon. And then we're going to be able to activate the effect of White Rabbit.
White Rabbit effect?
Yep. 69.
Yep, so we're going to 6,900 damage as, sorry, life points as Brandon.
Effect on summon.
And then on summon to get another trap card. This could get 06, which, you know, could represent plenty of defense. But we have Lemnis Gate here. We're going to return 1.
Lemnis Gate, double bounce. Battle phase.
Basically, each multiple
I think it's game.
can return a card to the deck.
I'll target these 3 striker spells and these 3 striker monsters.
And you have to do it in a combination of spells and monsters. So like every monster you
every
send back, you have to send back a spell.
Either
So on and so forth, right?
All right. So those 6 cards.
Yeah. Yep, so you're going to be able to
I'm just going to look at your graveyard real quick. Go for it. Just in tandem.
That does leave us with 3 spells exactly for Brandon. Sorry, for Nicholas.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, I'll bounce both your monsters.
Okay, and then White
Oh yeah,
Rabbit
they go
will
back to
resolve.
hand, excuse me, not travel back into the deck. The monsters return to the deck.
That's
Game.
game.
Field, and given the fact that
That is
Brandon
game.
will help there by
Game,
paying a few
game.
life points, although I don't think it's on the screen yet.
Okay.
We do get the 06, but I have no idea how Brandon's going to be able to stop this amount of Link monster damage he's about to face.
I think for Nicholas, it's attack, quick Link summon, attack, quick Link summon, attack.
And main good?
End of main is still good. Yep.
Battle phase?
Yep.
2,000?
All right, we're going to take 2,000 as Brandon here from 0.
This is 3,000. Oh no, this was Link Summon. Never mind.
The first linkage. This will go ahead and give us back one of the Kagarus we put back.
Kagari target linkage.
Oh, wow.
Yep. This
does it also get boosted by the linkage?
Correct, because I have a light and a dark trigger.
Yes, so currently this Kagari is
So 1, 2,
15,
3.
25,
Wait, so real quick,
2,900 attack.
It's currently 3,000.
So there's
like
5
5
spells
spells plus
engraved.
the 1,000.
Okay, all right. And it's not once per turn as I learned, so I'm just going to concede it up.
Oh, he knows what's happening. Brandon concedes the game, so Nicholas doesn't even have to pile
GG,
the cards on
Maliss,
the table. What was
GG.
going to happen? Attack, link it off, attack, link it off, attack. He can see the future, so Nicholas is our match winner.
I mean, your hand wasn't super strong, right? Because
no, it was.
Dude, 9-1 with Sky Striker. Absolute Giga Chad.
Allure of Darkness to kind of get things
I hope he
going.
makes top 8. It's
Ashley
4 more
Osborne
rounds.
Was rough for him.
He should probably make it on 12 too, so he needs to go 3-1. He needs to go 3-1 in 4 rounds. You can do that. Come on, I believe in you.
Slip right now. Just listen to his opponent say, well, this is what it could have been, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't. Now, let's say that Brandon ends up winning out from here. He still is eligible for the top 8, so don't give up if you're cheering for him at home. But Nicholas is 1 step closer to getting that coveted top 8 spot.
Yep, that's right. There's still 4 more rounds left in day 2 before we cut to that covetable top 8. And both these players are definitely deserving of that title. They played absolutely out of their shoes.
We're watching French Open matches in off time. We can, however, if it's like yesterday, they've gotten really good at minimizing off time in these streams, because there's always a backup feature as well.
Very knowing what's going to happen. And
but I guess if the backup feature is a Maliss mirror match, then we might head over to the French Open stream.
Be good to see
that could be happening.
But it looks like, again, Nicholas is our winner here. So, well, cheers for Sky Strikers.
Just 2 duelists summoning Link monsters and having a grand old time. You'll love to see it here at YCS Pittsburgh.
It is one of those things where they are both Link monster decks, so even if Dimensional Barrier was still in the format, I don't think either of them would be worried about it.
And unfortunately for Brandon, Lancia still is, and Nicholas was able to capitalize.
There seems to be an argument going around about 0. Some say it was 3,000. Others say linkage doesn't count the monster it's summoned.
But it is still
Sky Striker linkage.
There's not as much of like that sort of cross chatter. So earlier formats, right, when you think about Lancia, it was hitting things like Crystron, and it was hitting Maliss, and
if you control no monster,
it was the most played card at YCS Orlando. This has been a wild.
If you control no monsters in your main monster zone, you cannot special from the extra deck for the rest of the turn except Sky Strikers. Send one other card you control to the grave, and if you do, special summon one Sky Striker Ace monster from your extra deck to the extra monster zone. And if you have at least 1 light and 1 dark Sky Striker monster on your field and or in your graveyard, the summon monster gains 1,000 attack.
I wonder if the duel would have been a little
pretty
different.
sure that's the last thing that happens.
But he needed to have his own
and you summon 0, which is a light. I'm pretty sure you gain 1,000 attack if you have a dark in the grave.
You're just thinking my opponent's not going to do that much. I'm just going to charge in.
That's just
and then the Lancia hits.
how this card works.
So maybe next time.
The biggest problem was like the lack of Maliss names, and so like if you think to yourself you don't have any extension, it's probably not worth it. But enough hearing from us. Let's go ahead and hear from the people themselves by throwing over to the stage.
Thank you very much. I have Nicholas here on stage. Congratulations on your Day 2 feature match win. Kicking things off with a victory. How you feeling?
Feeling good. This matchup's like absolutely terrible for me. So I just have the Lances in the side, so being able to take the W off that for this first round is a good confidence booster.
I was going to ask about the Lancia specifically because a lot of people, that's been a question of, do you still need them or is it time to move on? How often has that come up at this event?
So this is the second Maliss player today, but it's just like the board like almost FTKs you. You can try and break it, but if they have any non-engine in addition to their board, it's really hard. So you need that extra push for this deck, and it's been really good when it resolves.
Well, it's a deck that you're very comfortable with, Sky Strikers. We were talking a little bit before, and I overheard that you were saying back when you had gotten 3rd place at YCS 2019, Fort Worth, I believe was it, that you were still on Sky Striker. So what is it about Sky Striker that really makes you want to play this deck?
I don't know. I feel like every game when you play that deck is winnable, especially now with like Zero and Lemnis Gate. It kind of modernizes it, and where your interruptions are layered enough now to where you can, hold your own against opponent's board and you can break it. So it feels really strong right now.
Are you excited for next year's support coming out? We're finally getting some of the OCG cards.
Yeah, I'm excited. Camellias, I think years later we finally get it, so I'm gonna definitely include it into the deck.
All right. Any final shout-outs that you want to give to anybody at home watching or maybe anybody here in the venue?
Yeah, shout out my girlfriend, Karina.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your win. Let's go back to the casters.
I love that. Just shouting out to the girlfriend, Karina. Just the love that makes you keep on going. It's funny, I was actually at
Can you swap decks mid-tournament? No, you register your deck at the start.
Sky Striker. Yeah, with a Mystic Miner, and they're just like, yeah, get that off the field. Let me go show you what a real duel looks like. Just the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Speaking of the early days, why don't we talk about some other early days, right? 6 years ago was a long time, but actually some of the great games in here. Do you have a favorite from the early days collection?
Dungeon Dice Monsters, baby. I love that video game.
So the one I have just been like preaching, I know it's a Sunday, it's got to be the one we never got. I cannot believe the Monster Capsule. Capsule Monster GB is so good. Please play it. It is like a full RPG where the characters tell you stories about their favorite monsters. It's really, really cool. And if you pick it up in the physical copy, you do get those great copies of one of the 2 arts of Harpy's Feather.
They're pushing this too much. I mean,
like 8-bit style, like brought to
I guess I understand it. You know, you have a YCS stream going on, you might as well plug your stuff.
Games on there, and they do have online play on Dungeon Dice Monsters.
I think, and I do think the early days collection was fun. I just think it was overpriced a little bit.
Player sometimes.
A little bit much.
Well, one of those things is, well, we're going to have to take a break. So we'll go ahead and play some Dungeon Dice Monsters behind the scenes. But until then, don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Just wait a couple of months and it'll have discount. I'm pretty sure they already heavily discounted it. Is what I've heard in some stores. I don't know if it's Steam or other places, but I'm pretty sure it's already been pretty discounted. Okay, seems like there is a break. So one thing we can do during the breaks today is check out the French Open if they have a game going on right now. Let me see. I'll try to find the stream for that. Because the French Open is a really, really big regional that's going on, well, in France right now. And it's got, I think, almost 1,000 players, which is very, very big. Very important as well for the world's grind and everything.
Probably did.
Looks like we're in between the rounds right now, but maybe they're about to start a new round. What was the last feature match? The last feature match was Dracotail versus Mitsurugi Fiendsmith. Okay, are we about to head into a new feature match over here? Maybe. Why didn't you go to the French Open? I was going to, but it's just been a very stressful month for me, and I have a lot of other things going on. Like there's YCS Bologna in 2 weeks where I'm gonna be gone. I'm gone for a couple of days next week for a Challenger Cup that I'm gonna be hosting from the Konami offices, I believe. So gonna be gone for a couple of days for that. So it's just been a lot. So I had it planned, but then I decided to not go. All right, well, there seems to be no feature match there, right? Either.
Yummy Solfachord.
Yummy Solfachord. I haven't tried that one yet. Do you like it?
Yeah. I've opened up only Solfachord cards, no Yummy cards, and I'm X1.
It's working. It's working so far. So where are you traveling in from?
Nashville.
Nashville.
Top tables for round 10 then? Yeah, hold up.
Fly. Anywhere you get home? I heard it might snow on Monday.
Well, my plane is for Sunday night, so I can't wait to get there. Probably Monday morning.
Perfect.
Top tables update round 10.
Finals tomorrow, and you miss your flight. What time's your flight? There's
Ooh, hold up.
I think my flights are like mid.
Ooh, we got some stuff to look at. Top tables update round 10. Here's a look at the top 20 tables as we begin day 2. This is a different picture than yesterday, at least a little bit from what I remember. The last time we looked at this, I believe, was round 6 or 7. Mitsurugi Yami is still the most represented decks at the top tables. That has remained the same. That was the same yesterday. However, the second most represented was Dracotail, and it is now Maliss. So honestly, this is something that the stream and the coverage, it's been the picture of the weekend so far. Maliss has been pretty popular, I would say, on the stream at least. Yes, Dracotail has 8% and 8% here. That's 16, but Maliss also, Bystial, Ignister, Maliss, and Ignister Maliss is the same thing. So no, it's not the same total of you know, it's like, I guess K9 Dracotail. Dude, why don't they properly group these? It's kind of weird. Anyways, so between Dracotail, Branded Dracotail, Dracotail, K9 Dracotail, Dragonmate Dracotail, we've got a bunch of. It's about the same, a little bit more Dracotail actually. And then we have 18% Maliss total. We've got 8% Yummy only. Like so, pure Yummy is. I mean, it's not that small, but it's also not big. We've got Solfa Yummy with a couple entries. Pure Mitsurugi is not going as strong, but it is here. We've got Crystron K9. We've got what's the interesting one of? We have a Cyber Dark K9 Cyber Dragon. That is crazy work. That is crazy work. We have Sky Striker RB. I would be inclined to think that is Eric Christensen, who we saw on the feature match yesterday with RB Revel bots with the Sky Striker package. We just saw the one Sky Striker in the feature match, and they did win. We have a K9 Vanquish Soul, we have a Lunalight, we have a Gem Knight, and we have a pure K9. So, all right, we've got. I mean, I suppose I called it the big 2 in the beginning of the weekend between Mitsuyami and Dracotail. It feels like now it's the big 3. Between Mitsuyami, Dracotail, and Maliss at the moment in this tournament so far. It's and it's pretty close between those 3, right? We've got 20% Yummy, 18% Maliss, about 20% Dracotail with all of them together. So yeah, it's like a 3-way tie between the big 3 decks of the tournament so far. Interesting. Okay. Okay, we do have the next round at the French Open, so we can take a quick look at that. It is Orchist Mitsurugi versus Yami Mitsurugi, and they're both 5-1. Okay, we're ashing Ritual from the deck, which was the first activation. It's always weird to me when people start with Ritual from deck, but that's what you get. You get a brick for it. Normal summon Fuva. That's going to be an Almirage, so that's going to allow us to special Yummy monsters. And we have the best one, we have Cupsy. Okay, next game. Yeah, I mean that's I do find the mirror matches between these hybrid Mitsurugi Yummy and Mitsurugi Orcus is the gameplay between those high power ceiling like combo piles is I like watching Dracotail games, I like watching pure Mitsurugi games, I like watching Sky Striker games. But when it's like two super high ceiling decks going at it, it feels like whoever's popping off just wins a lot of the time. Dark Ruler main deck is a choice. Dark Ruler main deck is a choice that a lot of people are making right now. That is very normal right now. How about K9? K9, if it's not pure K9, is the sloppiest of slop. I don't know if I've ever seen an enjoyable K9 game. They might not exist. Lifton's game yesterday was good. You mean the game where the opponent couldn't play twice and got OTK'd by a single Noroi? Like basically both games? That's the benchmark? I will forever beef with whichever person decided any Link one was enough of a restriction on Yummy. I don't know. I don't really have that big of an issue with Yummy. But I guess the fact that it does bridge into other, like that other engines bridge into it so easily is like, I think it's fine. It's weird because I think it's fine as long as it's like, as long as they play like just like a sub engine, but they still play a pure Yummy deck. Like if you like, I don't have a problem with the fact that like the Sky Striker card is a starter for Yummy. Like I don't think that's particularly a problem. I think the problem is when like for some reason friggin' zombie vampire turning into gravity controller does that, you know? Like I don't know. But it's hard. It's like how do you prevent that from happening while still allowing some creativity? Because that's always the argument, right? It's like if you put too many locks on things, then you do limit creativity in a way where people can't find those kind of synergies and bridges anymore. But like, there's definitely a point where that stuff is too easy and too broken. Because yes, I think like finding these kind of things is cool. But at the same time, a lot of like what it results in is often gameplay that's not very enjoyable because if one engine bridges into another engine, that usually makes for way longer turns and longer combos you have to sit through and more powerful end boards and stuff like that. But you also don't want people to just be forced to always build their deck the same way, because that's also kind of boring. So, yeah. Mark Rosewater made a great argument about restriction making creativity thrive. I mean, I guess that's also something where, you know, people are always going to be creative, and people, even if you put restrictions on things, because it's not even that much about creativity, right? If there's no lock on a card, then of course you have more options that you can do with your combo, but realistically, like, people are going to come up with the most broken shit very quickly. And then at this point, like, is it really creative at the moment what's happening with Mitsurugi Yami? Like, is that creative anymore? Like, sure, at some point someone had the idea a couple months ago and that was a creative moment. Right now, it's just everyone repeating that because it's obviously the most broken thing you can do. And it's I would argue it's not creative at all anymore. So it's yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Creativity comes from limitation. Locks are not destroying creativity if the lock is not just play the archetype. Branded Fusion has been seen as an engine in a lot of decks through time and has one of the harsher restrictions. I think that's a fair point. I think there should be more locks on cards. I'm not saying like every card should read like you can only summon Yummy cards this turn or something. That would be a little boring. But like, we need to be more careful, I think. I guess the trick is to lock into like stuff like types or attributes. Like, for example, Orcust locking you into Dark still leaves some room for experimentation and for different decision making in terms of what kind of end board you're going for. And even if Mitsurugi locked you into reptiles, for example, there are things you can explore in terms of all the reptile cards and stuff like that. And yeah. I think we should work more with that. Like, if, for example, if Mitsurugi locked you into Dark, it would barely affect the pure Mitsurugi deck. You could even still go for IP, SP, and stuff like that. But yeah. Round to start? Okay.
Get to see any of those
another Vanquish Soul Canine against branded Dracotail. Okay.
Some Holly Sue, some Vanquish Soul Rosin. Even though he's limited to one, lots of ways to still access him from the deck.
Asala chances. What are the chances we see a Vanquish Soul card in this best of 3?
I think it's a 50-50. Either it happens or it doesn't.
That's you know what? I hadn't thought of it that way. It's also 50-50. It's half the deck. So maybe we get some Canine cards.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see that in action, because like I really do think it's a solid meta pick to like call right now for this specific event. Because Holly Sue as an interruption lines up really well, especially into the branded Dracotail deck. We've been talking about that matchup. How does this usually play out, Asala?
So typically, this is a matchup that has happened several times. Maybe not.
I like the Art Mage restriction, special only from extra deck and archetype.
Vanquish Soul cards have a very
the Art Mage restriction is cool.
The Dracotail cards, not necessarily the Vanquish Soul cards actually.
The problem is it doesn't matter how many archetypes with proper locks they make. If it's always the one archetype that doesn't have a lock, that's dominating, right?
No matter what, you don't really have an
like,
option to play around it.
This is really the type of thing where if they reach the conclusion that this sort of thing has to be done, like if we need proper locks, then we need proper locks on everything. Because if you make 19 archetypes that all have proper locks, and then archetype number 20 has no locks, then that's the one that people are gonna play and abuse.
Part of why it was so strong before the hits on the Forbidden and Limited list.
Yeah, and I definitely think there's like a pretty like knee-jerk reaction to those limitations. While it is a lot to happen to Vanquish Soul, and definitely took it down down a notch.
what kind of
Still, I
lock
think,
would
a
you have put
viable
on
strategy.
tier?
I mean, losing,
I don't know,
Ross
like
would
only
be
fusions
more
until
than
the end of the
Vanquish
turn or something like that,
because
or
that's the
dark
only
or
one
whatever.
Ross
Like
needs
any
to
of that
draw
would have probably
alongside
been
the Holly, so
fine.
you're not going to be able to summon it from your deck for that extra
Like
disruption
if
and
Tearlaments
continuation.
locked you into darks for the rest of the turn, they could have still done a lot of powerful thing. It would have still been very broken.
And you just need to supplement your deck with like some other fire monsters. And there's plenty of really good fire monsters that you can include in your Vanquish Soul deck to replace those missing attributes that you're missing. Rescue Ace Impulse is one of my favorite cards that I like to play in Vanquish Soul.
And I would argue it only truly matters when you are going second, because when you open your one of Raza,
Or
that's
fusion,
still a fine
yeah.
normal summon just to like start going with a Vanquish Soul card. So it's like half of the games, and you go in second. Do you draw that Raza? And I like your point there, Billy, that mathematically when you actually map it out, in best of threes, maybe it'll happen once, but like you can still win the series even if that happens. So maybe we were overhyping the demise of Vanquish Soul.
I mean, it's not like the first time either, like in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like the kind of like every Forbidden Limited list throughout the years, there's kind of been that kind of reaction. The one I like remember personally is going back to 2011. They limited all of the plant cards. A lot of people don't even realize this. Plants were like the best deck. We had 3 Lone Fire Blossom, 3 TG Hyper Librarian. It was an absolute crazy combo deck. Spore. Yeah, but then they limited all those cards to 1, and everyone's like, okay, this deck is done. Everything got limited. Agents are the new deck, and everyone played Agents. But really, that very heavily limited plant deck was still what I would consider the best deck of that format. And so I kind of like see similarities now with Vanquish Soul here, but maybe not as strong as that one. Because like, yeah, definitely took a notch
Nah,
down.
Billy, you guys did
So
Vanquish Soul dirty. You can't talk your way out of that one.
A viable option.
The only reason why that deck is even remotely alive is because the K9 cards are so powerful.
Some of his favorite cards.
They're all my favorite cards. I got 40 favorite cards in my deck every time I enter a tournament.
That's not how the word favorite works, but we'll go over the English language later. Looks
Agree
like we're getting ready.
to disagree.
Getting ready for the dice roll here between these two duelists. Russell versus Ethan, and the U.S. versus Canada here in our round 11 feature match.
Yeah, we've seen
love Billy, man.
US versus Canada this weekend. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. We're pretty close to that border here in Pittsburgh, so not too far for a lot of those Canadian duelists to even make their way and drive down here. But it's a lot awesome. There's also just so many amazing Canadian duelists out there.
Yeah, Toronto as a hub has been creating strong performing players throughout history.
I'm actually going to be traveling up there right after this event to, go into the time chamber against some of those duelists and really level up my play. After YCS Anaheim and I embarrassed myself with my performance there, I got to get better at Yu-Gi-Oh!
So you're going to take a Canadian vacation?
I'm going to take a Canadian vacation, try and get some of that fresh Canadian air. I hear that's good for you, so.
Yeah, we all have to do it at some point in our career.
Yeah. The expedition over there. The duelists are just getting comfortable on stage. I'm catching some of their conversation, having fun. Game number 1 of our round 11 feature.
All right, Branded Dracotail versus Vanquish Soul K9. I do believe if there's any reason to play Vanquish Soul K9, it's probably this matchup. The Dracotail matchup presumably is pretty good for Vanquish Soul.
Nines lose, but this time
Not to an
they
8.
win.
What? Dracotail is going to go first here.
And Ethan is going to go first.
We haven't seen a single. I haven't seen a single Holy Sue result in a while.
Sometimes they do.
If you know, you know.
It's a bad. Sometimes it's just not the greatest omen. Usually when I roll.
Oh, there is a Holy Sue though. There is a Holy. I saw the Holy Sue. I can't see if we have the attributes.
For Russell.
I do love those superstitions, but Dracotail going first, very, very solid, and a great start. Lucai's normal summon.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be one of those matchups, though, where as soon as the Brand Dracotail deck gets online, starts playing their cards, Russell will have an opportunity to activate.
I see 2 spells in Russell's hand.
Really just go after.
So unless the other 2 cards are the perfect attributes.
So we'll see if Russell happens to see any of those cards and is able to use them. It looks like he has a Holy Sue.
I see. I think it was Lantern, so that's a dark. I don't know if there's a fire though.
But starting with Fine Mana here after the Lucius.
I mean, I want to mention, while you guys talked about the Forbidden Limited list that did restrict the Vanquish Soul cards, you guys are coping just a little bit. Okay. Impulse might be a fire. It's not a Vanquish Soul name. You run out of cards to activate the Holy Sue.
But it summons the fire attack. You're going to draw into some Vanquish Soul.
Oh, yeah, you better hope.
Oh, you will. You will. We'll see. Believe. See, step 1 is believing. That's what I was told. I'm supposed to believe in the heart of the cards.
That is one of the first lessons.
No, Billy. Step 1 is not believing. Step 1 was hit the K9 cards and not the Vanquish Soul cards. That was step 1. You guys messed up step 1.
They did say that in the show.
Yeah, pretty sure,
You guys messed up step 1, and now we're supposed to find step 2.
And then when your opponent is, trying to cheat and look in your hand, your friends magically stand in front of the way, so they cannot look anymore.
Block the vision.
Yes. But that's neither here nor there. That's back in Duelist Kingdom, but we're here in 2025, and Arth, a lion, is on the field in that extra monster zone.
Not something you usually see all the way up there.
That's what I was wondering. What do you think gets summoned up there? Do you think he's going to summon 5 more monsters underneath it?
Yeah,
so
I think he might just not play Link monsters, and he doesn't.
There's no reason not to.
Yeah.
I mean, it does make a certain amount of sense. He added the Fiendsmith back to hand, I believe, off that Arthalion, and is now going for the Rahu Dracotail, using the Urgula and the Fiendsmith again, because Fiendsmith had not used the set effect yet, had not been fusion material, so now it will be.
All right, so Gulamel does hit the board here.
Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2.
Yep. I'm going to be using 2 more Dracotail effects in the graveyard now to set 2 more onto the
Oh, we're gonna have as good of a setup as it can be realistically for branded Dracotail here. I guess we haven't activated branded fusion, fair enough. But we do have all 3 Dracotail trap cards, which is nice.
We have multiple layers of disruption.
We have the Gulamel ready to go. I think we should have Urgula to add back Fiendsmith.
You're a Dracotail player. I know a lot of people sometimes only play 2 of the traps and then side the 3rd one. Are you a 3-trap man or 2-trap?
I am a 3-trap purist.
Okay,
I
good.
think
so
the
that's
Dracotail deck is not necessarily underpowered, but the end board it makes is not that assuming.
Move on,
yeah,
it was
the
flame,
3rd trap makes a
horn,
huge
sting.
difference. Not only is it another interruption, it's another draw. That matters a lot in a deck like this, and it also keeps your engine
3 in
going.
hand, and I only know 5 mana.
Makes a lot of sense. I like it. I think I would also fall in that same category.
Good. If you expect to play the mirror and you don't have the 3rd trap in your deck and your opponent does, you automatically lost.
Oh, really? It's an uphill battle for sure.
Proceed to main phase.
Their grind is so much stronger than yours at that point.
That's fine.
I'm going to start with Sue.
All 3 Dracotail traps face down. Holly Sue, we're going to see a Vanquish
I think.
card.
Wait, is Lantern Earth
No response.
or dark? It's dark, right? Am I tripping?
All right, the game is over. He did the thing.
All right, we're gonna see if.
Does he not have Lantern?
He's calling the shot pretty early.
He had no Vanquish. No, he has Jiaolong. He had Jiaolong. I saw
No
it.
Ash Blossom, no Effect Veiler, nothing.
Maybe it's Noroi. Maybe the dark was missing.
Here comes Vanquish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Rosin is in the deck. It's able to summon itself to the field. He'll be able to destroy the Gulamel. He's going to be able to add a copy of Caesar. He's going to have the attributes to summon it. And
that's fine.
After that, at this point, he doesn't need to care about the flame because that was another part of this matchup that was so strong for Vanquish. You don't need to resolve a single spell, so you don't have to care about the flame.
It can if you need like Mad Love to start things off, but he had the correct opening that he didn't need to worry about that. Now the horn is a different issue though. You will have to get through that.
The same too.
That is the main concern. Like as well, but the Sting. I mean, given Sting was not a card at the time when this matchup was popular, but it's limited usability, right?
Yeah.
It mainly goes after Rock with the Vanquisher if you end up going for that line. But when you're at this point in the game, you don't even need to summon Rock at any point anymore.
Well, it looks like the Rosin is going to go after the Gulamel. It's going to use the effect to destroy the monsters in that column. Now it looks like Ethan is going to think about it, but no response. Gulamel goes down to the graveyard.
Yeah, there was an opportunity.
He drew Stake Your Soul!
A Dracotail card just so he could attempt to use the Gulamel. Looking for that opportunity, but I don't think there was any option available, or it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of the traps are activatable at this point.
I think this is still Ethan's turn.
Oh, is this?
Yeah, if you have Holly Suit
No,
with
it's
the
not.
attributes.
No, I think he drew.
No, I believe that he passed.
Okay, so he needed to draw the attribute after
to draw it, yeah.
Okay, so the game is not entirely over if the tracks are activatable.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. But if it had been reversed. But he's still going to be able to push through a lot here. He has the Jiaolong, the Caesar Valleys. They're both going to be coming down from the hand to the field. And you see him summoning all in defense mode there.
Dude, none of the Dracotail traps can be activated right now, like super easily. I guess you can horn your own Arthalion. Can you sting your own graveyard?
To non-target pop.
There's Nori.
Yeah, it's Mad Love, Nori, the Raisin.
But I do love that Asala is not convinced
No?
yet.
Okay, so literally the only trap that Ethan can activate right now is Horn, but he can only horn his own Arthalion.
Just 2 level 5s on the field now. We can just immediately go into K9 side of the deck and just push through.
Yeah, we've talked about Azuna. We haven't even talked about how strong Ripper is. Ripper turns off the entire Dracotail engine.
Yeah.
Being able to stop monster effects in the hand in the graveyard, quite powerful against a deck that needs to use that.
At least forces the Arthalion to be the last monster on the chain to protect everything else.
Protect on the chain link, but it makes things more awkward.
Probably Flame, if I had to guess.
And again, I do believe...
Or Horn, and then like make a rank 5 in defense position.
And I do remember hearing pass, so...
Yeah, if you kill Horn and then make a rank 5 in defense, then none of it is activatable, but then how eventually you're gonna have to... I mean, you don't really have to do much here. Like, Dracotail got nothing going on.
Target. How many times has that joke been made this weekend?
Probably 6.
Yeah, I've made it.
I've heard it at least twice. Yeah.
It's hard not to say they're making a case for K9 here.
Better every time.
It's the flame.
Never gets old. I do want to ask Ethan about his hoodie there from Canada.
Ripper in defense mode.
I want to know how that happened. Maybe he went to school there.
Confused.
I just don't get it. But yeah, here comes the Ripper. He's going to be able to add a K9 card and also negate one of those monster effects from the hand of the graveyard.
And it looks like, which one did we...
That's the flame that we destroyed.
Popped the flame. Yeah, because if we go for a case for K9 at some point here, we want to be able to resolve that, I suppose.
Yeah, we're going to be playing around the horn up until that point.
But that is interesting to think, how do we want to get through the horn? Because that will be kind of the only disruption left at this point for Ethan, unless he has something else in hand.
I imagine it's going to be something along the lines of C104 Masquerade, just to go after it.
Yeah.
So he added Jokl because he already had a case for K9. Case for K9 is going to let Russell add another K9 monster. And thinking about Azuna.
What's the Bookstone technology? I'm pretty sure it's a level 5, right? And it locks you into ritual summons? Or something like that? I'm pretty sure it's just another Kunkery thing.
It's looking out like it's going to play out
the incantation.
It is important to note we have not seen a monster effect activated in the hand or graveyard for Ethan yet, though. I don't believe.
Locks you from extra deck, right?
At this point, you've already gotten to. Well, when you're at this
it's
point,
just another entry into the family of cards that, like, they should just ban Kunkery.
Do anything without turning on the rest of your
like banning these kind of cards, even Artifact Mjolnir is just banning the tuners around Halqifibrax.
Russell's at some point gonna have to deal with the Horn. Like we have to actually focus on that, probably with these next 2 level 5 bodies. But at that point, if you already have the Caesar Valleys in defense position, you already have the Ripper defense position. I don't know if you win this turn. Maybe my math is just wrong, but I'm wondering if Ethan will get another chance here. We did see the Sting go out, get rid of that Holly Sue, and get a draw. And there's Nibiru.
Wow, so the 5 mana forced out the Ripper negation, and Ethan has the Nibiru. Absolutely.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Here from Ethan.
Russell hasn't even... Has Russell normal summoned?
Yeah, this is exactly what you need.
I don't think so.
The Nibiru over the 5 mana isn't not necessarily guaranteed there. Sometimes you do often choose
That's
to
a
let the Nibiru
fat
get
token,
destroyed
by the way.
so
If
that
that
you can
token
resolve 5 mana,
touches you,
because 5
you
mana has a bigger
explode.
payout. But in this situation, we'll see how this resolves.
I think it also depends on what else is in Ethan's hand. Because if you already have a Rahu or a Ketu or something like that, then I see an argument for why you feel more comfortable going the Nibiru route. But it'll depend on what Ethan's able to do on this next turn. And also if you can get that Horn to go off. Because getting that extra draw can really help you out, get those resources that you're losing.
It's 6K.
But this is where it's counting up how much the token will be.
What is that?
It's a lot of stats.
12,500?
Yep, just 12,500 attack points.
Well, there we go.
I don't know why we were so scared of Flame. I mean, the fact that Flame is gone now is good for him, though, because he's got Stake Your Soul and Mad Love, so that's like 2 really good avenues of play available now. That wouldn't be available if the Flame was still there. At least one of them would be countered, right?
Re-access those monsters in the graveyard.
But yeah.
Normal summon yet either. I don't think.
No, he's not.
He
He's
also
just
has
Jokl.
Azuna in hand,
Yeah,
too.
now Azuna has been turned on.
Yep. And there's also the 2 cards in hand still for Ethan anyway, so.
Okay, since multiple cards were sent to the graveyard there, the Ghoul-O-Mail is going to be able to summon itself back from the graveyard.
That will help.
Yeah, pairs really well with the Horn here.
I'm going to go...
Because if you have to go into that rock line, the Horn can kind of deal with the
It's
rock.
funny, yeah, he wins if he can just switch the Nibiru token to attack with Jiaolong. I wonder if he's going to see that.
True, yeah.
So Azuna will be activated here. Going to be able to get access to Lupus from the deck.
The last set card is Horn. Mana was negated, Nibiru has already been used, so those are the 2 main things you need to worry about.
That can mean
out of the way.
In this case, it looks like Russell will have a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh to play.
I mean, I think this is where the difference of having one Razor Maul come up, because now the Holly Sue's been used. So Raisin is in the graveyard.
Can't he wait with the nib? I'm also not entirely sure what the reason was to nib so early. I guess he was trying to prevent the K9 cards to search more stuff.
Potentially something, but that also is why we probably saw Ethan use that sting to banish that Holly suit, because he knew at some point it might be an option to return to the hand.
Yep. And Ethan, good point there. He's just keeping track of what he's already seen, because we did reveal a Mad Love, or Russell revealed a Mad Love earlier with the Caesar Value, so that will presumably be the normal summon that Russell eventually goes to.
Yep, and Asala, you called it. He can use that Dracotail horn on his own Nibiru just to attempt to trigger the Ghoul-Mail, but if Russell has any activation...
Is Lupus a quick effect exceed on both turns? I thought it was just during the opponent's turn. Why are we not waiting for the Lupus to hit the board and then popping the Lupus with the Ghoul-Mail? Because it would get banished?
Asking for a second to think. I'm trying to get a peek at that spell in Russell's hand. Was that a Stake Your Soul?
It is absolutely Stake Your Soul.
Oh, wow.
I will go ahead and chain link.
I don't know how much it's going to do with the Ryzen already being in the graveyard.
Yeah,
but we'll figure it out.
Oh, I thought you were using
Caesar number 2.
Oh, I did? My fault,
Okay, I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he did activate Lupus already.
He's chaining the horn to the Lupus.
Yes.
To Papazuna?
Yep.
I guess. My fault, guys, seriously.
And then resolve horn.
Both duos seem to still be having fun and are okay
still
with the
anyone's
state of play.
game at this point, too.
And it's an important game, too, with 2 losses. They're basically playing for their tournament life here in this round. I mean, there's still more Swiss rounds we played.
Yeah, Stake Your Soul is game now. Stake Your Soul, reveal Raisin. Summon Jiaolong, reveal Raisin for Jiaolong, switch token to attack is just game.
Alright, so this will be able to get a Jiaolong from the deck.
Oh, he drew
Oh, there's
Ash.
an Ash Blossom.
He drew Ash off the horn. Well, normal summon Mad Love anyways.
Okay. So I believe all that's left will be the Mad Love.
Normal effect.
Yep, there we go. Normal Mad Love.
Dude, his hand was so broken, by the way.
Soul Archetype, very solid.
Stake Your Soul, Mad Love, Holy Suit, Jiaolong, Noroi, Case.
Well at the WCQ.
I guess no hand traps is the only fair thing about that hand, but it was insane.
To get access to the Caesar again.
I'm gonna go.
To be fair, those are all 3-ofs. Yeah, Stake Your Soul is my favorite 3-of in the deck.
To get access to another Vanquish Soul monster.
Sure.
Oh! He's going to switch the battle position of that Nibiru token with 12,000 attack. It's only game 1, right? They did
Yeah, that's game 1.
But that was a good play.
But what a creative way to find it.
It's
Using
hard.
Jiaolong to switch your own token. That's why the 12,500 attack, it came up.
He knew.
absolutely
He was
mattered.
probably
see
doing
it.
that math. He's like, how big is this token going to get, knowing that that was going to be his end goal?
Whoa.
You know, you don't always see a fist bump after game 1, but if my opponent did that to me, yeah, you got it, dude. That was a nice one.
And again, I mean, that goes back to your point earlier, Asala, not doing letting the Nibiru be negated and then going for the Fimena. Maybe could have been a different route around something like that, but like that was so many plays before. It's so hard to think that far to the future.
I mean, I think Russell's been playing Vanquish Soul for a long time. The Jiaolong tilting the battle position is a very common play that you would have to do in the Yummy matchup because of how Cookie interacts with your deck. So it's something you always have to pay attention to.
But for a Nibiru token, that's something you could definitely... I haven't seen that before, and something I wasn't even thinking about, but you know that it was on Russell's mind that whole time. He was looking for that goal, making sure he forced out all those interruptions. It was all 3 Dracotail trap cards, an Ash Blossom from the hand, a Nibiru from the hand, and still found a way to win the game that turn with with heavily reliant on the Vanquish Soul cards.
Man, I wish Vanquish Soul was more consistent and less K9 reliant. I really wish.
They go first.
Absolutely incredible there.
Just great sequencing from Russell. Even going back to choosing the Flame as the destruction target with the Caesar Valius instead of something like the Horn, because that case for K9 did come up to force out the Nibiru, and if that had been negated, or the Vanquish Soul start had been negated, that would have been a problem too. Like there's all these other things that the Flame really would have shut down. So Russell clearly knew, like,
no, I think the second time he summoned the Jiaolong with the rock effect from hand. That's why he made the rock.
And I mean, both players had strong hands in this situation. It was just coming down to finding that opening, getting that Nibiru to clear the line.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Vanquish Soul is still a strong deck, but it just needs a combination of cards when a lot of these other decks only need one card to really get things started. So I think that's why a lot of people have gravitated more towards the Mitsurugi, the Yummy, Maliss, those kind of strategies. But when you draw those combination of cards in Vanquish Soul, it
unfortunately, Vanquish won Worlds.
Like, what other decks can play through that?
No,
many
yeah, I guess, yeah. I guess they do have a
interactions?
tendency
Still
of hitting the
fun game.
deck that
I mean,
wins
not
worlds.
many decks
Yeah.
have a way to change an Nibiru token on your own turn into attack position, but Vanquish Soul with Zhao Long certainly is able to do that. And that's why I'm going to use it again, Kangas. That's one of my favorite parts about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yep.
Have the duels been more enjoyable from the ban list? Yes.
But
I think on average we're getting better gameplay. It's not completely without floodgates, but it is better.
Experiences from other people.
The non-existence of dimensional barrier alone does a whole lot of
Part
things
of
for
also
this
why I love watching
format.
these duels. X2
So yes, it got better.
on day 2. Still some of the top duelists at the
Definitely.
event, and they are showing why. Speaking of, it is now game 2 of our round 11 feature match. Russell up 1, Ethan down without a game win yet. Let's see if he can bring it back.
Yeah, and that you got to shake that one off. Like going first, getting pretty much everything you want, having every interruption under the sun, and still losing. Like that has to be a quick shake off.
I noticed Russell when he picked up the card, he like gave a shimmy on the table. Do you think that's like a superstition thing? Like he's trying to get like.
It's usually it was just what they do. You look at his other cards and it was like.
Is Vanquish Soul K9 Rogue or still meta?
Oh yeah, no. If I'm running like a
power,
card,
I would say it's like a tier 2 deck. It is more. It's more like a meta call, I think, because one of the key problems I think of Vanquish Soul K9 is that it's relatively light on non-engine and not as consistent. So I believe it needs to be played in like a more. It's like it thrives in an environment where you can actually defeat decks with like high engine.
But there's a brand fusion to keep it
Like
going.
Dracotail. Dracotail is a good example because Dracotail is beatable for a high engine hand, like we saw last game, right? They opened full engine and they were able to beat
almost impossible to stop
Dracotail even through the three traps and the Nibiru and an Ash Blossom, right? So that's a good matchup for a deck with powerful engine. But if you go second against Maliss with that hand, you have no chance. If you go second against Yami Mitsu with that hand, I don't think it's looking very good either.
Play on your opponent's turn really help. Things like the 5 mana, the Hollies through the Azuna. But now we see the branded side of the deck here because branded fusion obviously it pairs very well with the Dracotail cards.
And if I've mentioned, this is finally I get to see this play. This is one of the newest plays available after the release of this structure deck. We fusion summon Albion the Branded Dragon. Do not activate the effect because we're going to remove it from our own side of the field this turn to set the Fallen and the Virtuous from the deck.
Ooh.
We were talking about this a little bit before the YCS started, and now we do get to see it in action. We're going to see where this goes. The Ketu's going to add a fine mana. Not going to fusion summon. Can't, but going to be setting up for future plays. He could go ahead and use the 5 mana right now. And
this line is cool. Instead of making Sanctifier, they make Albion and then they fuse with it and then or link it. No, you can't link it. You fuse with it and then you set Fallen in the end phase.
The extract here, Mysterion, famously actually useful in this matchup exactly.
Yep, and there is Mysterion.
It looks like Secretarion this time.
Secretarion. They all look so similar.
I mean, I think they're designed to be.
Yeah.
Big gold dragons.
The Lucas will be able to set Dracotail Horn from the deck. So one trap card down. Will we be able to access any of the other ones? Even if we're not, we still have a lot of interruption from branded or Albion the Branded Dragon.
It's a Rahu Dracotail in hand, so yeah, we can definitely keep going here.
Okay, so the effects we've managed to use here, we've used 5 mana from hand, we've used Lucius and Frixel. So we still haven't used 5 mana in the graveyard yet. That's all I know. So
Yeah, Fenrir is pretty good against Noroi. Because whatever you summon off of Noroi doesn't search on summon. So you just banish that and that's really good. And then you can use the Dracotail stuff to handle the extension.
Sending a copy of Pan from the deck.
Checks retaliating as well. I've been playing Fenrir for that too. However, I did notice that like it's not always that good depending on where they retaliating seal. Like, because if you activate Rahu and they chain retaliating, the retaliating is still gonna be there while you resolve your Rahu. So like you're still losing out on a decent bit of stuff from that interaction. But of course, yes, the retaliating is gone afterwards, but it still basically destroys your Rahu.
I really don't think Ethan.
So it's not like the retaliating is bad then if they have Fenrir. It's still good.
It didn't work out so well, but we're going to see if it's going to change. This field is a little bit different. than it was in that first game.
It's a
with the
Secretarian
Fenrir.
and a Fenrir on top, yeah.
I mean, if you're, it might be unassuming, but that Albion the Brand Dragon in the graveyard is several more interruptions because it's going to set the quick play spell, the Fallen the Virtuous, but that Fallen the Virtuous is going to be able to send Rinbrum. Rinbrum is going to be able to summon back the Albaz from the graveyard and be able to fuse with your opponent's entire field.
Nice. You get a couple effects there for the price of one. Pretty good deal, but it looks like he's going to use the effect of the Secretarian.
Puts back a dragon to summon the spellcaster Frixel. Frixel is going to be able to activate on the field to target a different one in the graveyard, special summon it, and then now adding a monster back to the hand. Looks like we're adding Pan back to the hand.
Dracotail, great at just adding those, putting cards in the graveyard and replenishing your resources and returning them to your hand and your deck along the way.
I would say this is a little better than game one's turn one.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, the Fenrir covering the Azuna is also crazy right now.
Here, that's going to be immediately followed up with the Fenrir, I imagine, just to make sure that there is no rank 5 summoned on this turn.
That's fine.
But we did summon enough, so you're probably going to have to hit the Lupus here in case the
No, you can't hit Lupus.
Play comes out.
You can never really go after Lupus because it's a quick effect, so it can always chain to the Fenrir.
It's chain link 1.
Yeah,
that is tough.
Chain link 1, yeah.
Yeah, you have to do this. You have to Fenrir the Azuna on the effect of Izuna.
Face down. No worries.
And now, you know, Russell, 2 cards out of the hand already.
We can
Only
still
has
make Typhon, but I don't know if that's
for
that good here.
Not getting much value out of there. The Fenrir lines
Maybe
up
we should have done that
really well
earlier
against
before they make Arthalion to stop the
I've seen
Arthalion from
actually a spike in
activating.
popularity in just sheer Fenrir
I
in a
don't
lot of
know.
player side decks this weekend.
Yeah, very commonly played in Branded Dracotail to have as a going first option post side. Previously, it was extremely popular for this exact reason.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still works.
So we know we have Pan, we have...
What round are we in? That is round
There was
11.
another catch tier Fenrir that we searched off of Fenrir.
Yes, so we have Fenrir in hand, Pan, Bimena, all 3 traps, a Fenrir on the field, and there's the
Say
Typhon.
his name and he'll appear.
Typhon. I believe.
Yep.
I believe in Typhon.
I do believe in Typhon. It's
So,
sometimes just a losing
yeah,
battle. It's like when
untargetable
you're in a bad
Zeus,
spot, it's
if
like
they
the last
play
thing
it,
you
will
can
cook
summon,
here.
but when it's on your
Right?
opponent's turn, it's not as bad.
That completely destroys Dracotail.
Attack mode, it's immediately answered by 3 different cards.
Yeah, like...
Drop again?
But still, cool to see Typhon summon before the first turn, like before you draw.
It's one of those things that not everyone realizes K9 can do, because Lupus just says Xyz summon. Typhon can use 1 material.
It's just sad to see. This is another one of those games where Typhon's win rate just goes down.
Yeah, it's bad for the brand. Industry term we use there. Yeah.
What is Russell going to do?
Well, this Typhon is gonna slap. Jesus
I don't know how he's
Christ.
gonna do it.
He
But
won the last game, but this is an uphill battle.
if he can win this game, I'm throwing my Dracotail deck away.
He can't even like evenly master.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna hold you to that.
Does
Asala.
Ethan
I'm gonna
have
get
Pan?
full
I'll be
evidence.
the trash can. You know what? You give it to me. I'll take care of
But
it.
yeah,
I'll make sure it
I
gets
put a
where it
trash
needs
can in
to
my
go.
backpack, Asala. Can you just toss it in
Yeah,
there
just
real
throw
quick?
it. I'll take it off
Ethan,
your
I need you to hold this down for me.
Bold statements being made over here on the caster desk, but looking at the hand, I do see... Actually, I wasn't able to make out what that spell was. It
I
looked
believe
like
it's
a
a field
start.
spell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Vanquish will start.
Looks
like the
like
right shape for
Fimena
it.
is being activated here to.
Oh, he does have Pan. Okay. He does have Pan.
The pan.
What phase are we in?
It looks
is this
like
a-
main phase 1.
Are we attempting to go into battle phase, and that was what we did?
That would be interesting. Yeah, because Russell didn't do anything, didn't activate any cards. Unless he activated Typhon's effect, maybe. We were yapping.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, nothing was detached, so...
So you just fusion
Oh,
summoned
yeah.
for the Philia Regis, and I think that took care of the Typhon.
Yeah, the Pan in the graveyard will go ahead and destroy the
Pan.
Typhon, and then set a Ketu from the deck. Interesting that, oh, that's the response you wanted to use in this situation?
Beforehand? 5 in, 5 before.
Yeah, as opposed to something like the horn that then...
I don't think they realized the Typhon was
I mean, just turns on
untargetable.
Azuna is the
I don't
biggest
think they
thing.
realize
But
how
I guess Luna's already
hard
in the
that
grave.
Zeus would have gone.
Well, I mean...
Because they're questioning, like, why did he go for Fimena there?
Of the Lupus.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
Always forget
The
about
protection
that.
effect. the
So yeah,
protection effect.
Pan was actually the only real usable interruption against it.
Yep.
All
No, they
right,
got
so
it.
Sala, how much are you sweating now that your deck is on the line?
Oh, I'm
than a
not.
monster effect today?
I'm fairly convinced this game is over.
No.
So now Azuna has resolved that Joko is going to be targeted by the Fenrir
Fenrir is soloing these like.
Fenrir did a lot this game.
One at a time, face down.
It did a lot.
Lines up really well. So if you're watching it,
Added a card to hand, banished on both turns, like really strong.
And see if there's any you can throw into your side deck.
Yeah, check their trade binder.
Yeah.
I got mine already. I'm a Mimighoul player, so I got my Kashtira cards, you better believe.
Oh, yeah. Fenrir is one of those cards that's just all-time great.
It looks like we're tribute summoning now for Noroi.
Nice.
Only one card in hand on top of everything else, so not able to normal summon it without tributing.
Another reason to use 5 mana, I guess. Get your hand out of there.
Yeah, true.
Philia Regis immediately answering the Lupus in the graveyard as well. Not a lot of options here for Russell.
And we know that that card in hand is the field spell, or at least that's what it looks like. Was Vanquish.
I mean,
start.
it being a spell.
Yeah, Vanquish Soul's not winning this one. They should probably get to game 3 because
Russell does not have many.
this is a potentially very grindy matchup if Vanquish Soul goes first. If they're resolving 5 manas and Charmies and Holy Sues back and forth, it can be a 20-minute game easily.
He's got Flame, he's got a Horde, he's got everything.
Still have all these.
Dracotail is not the kind of deck that you make a board against and then they just scoop, especially if they draw a Charmy beforehand.
We only deal with one at the moment. Oh, he's chaining Lupus?
And Sting's gonna get
yeah,
rid of that.
Okay. Just pick which response you want to use.
I was just happy to be there at that point. I gotta live on stage for as long as I can.
Okay, see, Russell saying the thing that we're all thinking sometimes when we're like, why, maybe you want to go to the next game, but when the bright lights are on the cameras, you don't want to look like a coward.
Well, also, you want to soak it in. You want to take it into the stage if it's your
Weird
first
thing to
feature
say
match.
when he still has game 3 to play.
Yeah,
like
right?
he gets to go first now.
True, first time.
It's a good vibes
And
feature
again,
match. I
I think
like
going
it.
second as the K9 Vanquish Soul, you have more things that you can do on your opponent's turn, like you were saying, Asala. Dracotail's going to activate monster effects in the graveyard, so it really turns on the Azuna very quickly, and Holly Sue, if you have the right cards in hand, can always play. But also going first, you have a lot of options to set up your own intimidating field to just
Based gameplay, by the way. I mean, yeah, Dracotail, with the only exception of the one Koa Kimero Draco game, like Dracotail just produces good games, I think. It's like... Of course, I'm biased because I like the playstyle of the deck, but I just enjoy the games that Dracotail produces usually.
So we'll have to see which side ends up taking over here.
I think, yeah, the biggest difference we're going to look for, the key part in that game that really won Ethan the game there was that Kashtira Fenrir. And now that Russell's going to have that opportunity to go first, he's not going to have to play into that Fenrir right away with his K9 cards. He might be able to get them online before that happens, but it's really going to come down to what his opening hand looks like. Does his opponent draw the 5 mana? Those are the key things we're looking for at the beginning of this game.
And this is partly why I was so excited for the K9 Vanquish Soul deck originally. Why I think this was one of the most entertaining, from my perspective, worlds to watch, was because the deck is so satisfying to see when it is able to play, and especially with this matchup, we haven't seen all these cards. It's like, okay, once this card's on the field, your opponent can't play anymore. It's all interaction. We're seeing all these cards that have interaction points and are trying to remove cards from the field or banish cards from the graveyard at individual times, and it comes down to the duelists themselves to say, when is the optimal time to do that? And that is, in my opinion, some of the most fun Yu-Gi-Oh! That you get to see on screen.
Yeah, talking about little things like those small effectives change the battle position of one of your monsters on the field. Something that literally seems non-consequential, will never come up, but all of a sudden it's turning a 12,000 attack point monster into attack one. Some beautiful stuff. That's why, yeah, the Vanquish Soul cards are really cool.
This is exactly what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! When you see interaction like this, when it comes down to the player's play. I mean, negates are cool and all, but I think this is the core of what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah. And it looks like the duelists, I also love seeing them smiling, talking, having fun up there. It can get stressful when you're X2, when you're on the feature match at X2. A loss means that you don't really have a chance of topping in that top.
The Sky Striker RB was the round 10 written feature, not Eric? Oh, okay. Wait, that means there was at least 2 people who brought Sky Striker RB to this tournament.
I'm playing in day 2. If I'm X2,
that's crazy.
I'm focused, I'm locked in, I'm a pretty.
That's 2 more than expected.
Like duelist. I'm a talker.
Yeah.
But when it comes to day 2, I'm stoic, I'm locked in, but it's awesome to see these 2 players putting each other
and they're doing well.
And having a good time when they're about to go into the most important
well, at least one is
career so far.
And it looks like Russell right now, you're
building
about to
a
see
rocket.
it. Game 3 of our round 11 feature match. Winner continues on in X2. And yeah, Russell built a little rocket there with his hand. I love what he's doing every hand. I got to ask him afterwards, whether he wins or loses, what this whole shimmy thing is. He does it with every card.
He's trying to source a Vanquish Soul card.
He's like,
I think he needs one to win this game.
Manifesting Raisin.
Come on, be good. Give me a good one.
I see a Dr. Madlove, I believe.
Ooh, I see a Fuva.
Okay.
Yeah, it's looking
But I
good.
see an
There's
Ash Blossom.
as well, in case there's like a Molcharmy in Ethan's hand.
But is that 2 Fuvas? I'm not sure. It could be 2 Fuvas.
The biggest thing is, does he have another level 5 monster take advantage of Case of K9 here?
Okay, here we are running into an awkward spot here for Russell because we've got normal summon Madlove, but also Noroi. So we're gonna have to make a choice which normal summon we are going to go for.
Valiant Caesar.
I mean,
Noroi is better into Droll, but Madlove is way better into like effect negation.
That's not what you want to hear. I mean, this is the problem.
Mean, it still seems like a decent hand.
It's definitely
starting with
hand.
Case.
If resolves, then it gets you to everything that you need.
And in order for the Dracotail
it's 2 Fuvas. Oh, it's 2 Fuvas. It's 2 Fuvas.
They're gonna have to use
Well, I mean, the Vanquish Soul engine doesn't care that much about the Fuvas, I guess.
So, like, you're really just kind of banking, even if you get shut down here, that Ethan doesn't have specifically Fiendsmith.
My bad, guys. No, you're good.
Did he just get a slow play one? These judges feel a little...
Okay, so you had plenty of options to start.
Summon.
Oh, what's the word?
This will have to force a response from Ethan.
That's fine.
Because the next step is going to be...
That was weird.
Yeah, Russell did just get a slow
Trigger happy, yeah.
A little too long to start his play there at the beginning.
I don't know. Weird.
Not a big deal. Just means 3 more minutes will be added on to the clock at the end of the timer.
For our fans back home, the main options he was considering was if he was going to start with his Jokel play, if he was going to
He just thought about it. It was very reasonable to think about it too, because like I said, he opened 2 different normal summons, and they are very different in terms of what they play around. So that was a completely reasonable thing to think about.
That's 2 Full Hollows.
2 Fualas, Fallen Virtues, and a Dracotail Pan, but what he's missing is a way to fusion summon.
Yeah, he can't.
This hand does nothing, by the way. Yeah, if he double Fuvas on res.
Yeah, there we go. And now we could Ash Blossom here, or honestly...
Dude, I think you just hold the Ash. I think just don't play into the Fuva.
If you have the Ash Blossom, you can stop any starter.
Okay, so we're allowing the first one to resolve. We're going to get to Ripper.
See, I would just not give him any cards, because even if he draws a starter, you just Ash the starter.
Yeah, exactly. But it's such a scary feature match stage.
We've seen so many people take the challenge with Fualas here when, like, sometimes just you're supposed to give them less. A single card does a lot in Yu-Gi-Oh! Nowadays.
It can't, especially Dracotail, because it's not just that single card, it's the draw for turn. So now they might get a Rahu and a Ketu, or like a 5 mana and something else.
So I guess he's getting more disruptions than the one card he probably gave them here from the Ripper. So maybe just that one card is worth it. But I'd still, with the Ash Blossom in hand, I'd be tempted because you know they have nothing just to pass. Because I mean, he knows this is all going to get Feather Dustered.
Ripper can do well against the Fiendsmith though, so I do like that specifically because then you can still Ash like a Ketu or Rahu.
At the very least, this gets Holly Sue in rotation, and you have enough attributes at this point. So I think it's for one draw.
This is probably just add Holy Sue and then summon out Holy Sue. You have 2 Vanquish Souls, you can get crap in the end phase.
Just normal summon the Mad Love.
He just really wanted to summon the Ripper because of the value that the Fualas gave it, getting access to the Quick Play spell.
And whatever you search,
the Quick Play spell is going to get dustered, so he's going to miss out on like the opportune timing for it.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's going to go ahead and summon the Holly Sue.
Another key interaction here is that because the
and now just end phase.
You are allowed to go into Azuna, and you can summon the Azuna and the Lupus, and then just not overlay on this turn. And Lupus is a quick effect no matter what on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
Either way, no matter what happens, Ethan's going to need some good cards on the top of his deck, and it does.
Hey, we're committing the Azuna as well. Fair enough. Why not?
This is a lot. I mean, I know we were saying it's scary to give your opponent the extra draws when you see that they have nothing. But if we just pass, proceed to end phase. So Russell gave him 1 extra card and did assemble a lot. So
this is why Vanquish Soul was really good into Fuva, by the way.
This is still a very, very solid field. And Ethan is potentially in some trouble here.
Okay, Ethan is in big trouble. Yeah, he's in a dire shape. He's gonna need, so he's gonna have that fresh card plus 1 for the turn. He has the Duster. He's gonna need to draw another.
It was 1 draw,
breaker, something like Regeki or some other way to force out all these monsters off the field.
Or like a
they have a second Fuva in hand, which can counter the Sue summon and the Ripper, the Lupus Exceed, but we can just Ripper it.
Oh, he does have the Fallen Virtues.
He has Duster and Fallen Virtues. That's already doing a lot for this field.
That's true.
Yeah, I guess the Fallen of the Virtuous
can just check the Ripper right away.
The Duster is good, though.
Is able to
I guess.
The only thing is, Lupus can just immediately make another Ripper.
Ah, good. And that one's not targetable.
Yep.
Right,
but the thing
that's another Fuwa.
He still has the Fuwalas for this turn as well that I assume he will activate.
The third one, he drew all 3 Fuwalas.
Lupus.
Oh, and then
he's
we're going to chain
another Fuwalas?
Yeah, I mean, he must. That's a free card.
All 3 copies
wow.
of Mulcharmy Fuwalas.
So I know. Virtuous Pawn, Harpies, 1 blank.
Like, will you ash this? Or will you use the effective Ripper?
This kind of hurts, I'm not gonna lie.
That's something you kind of have to save.
This kind of hurts. The double Fuwa gonna be active. That sucks. Yeah, we're gonna ash that.
I think that's fair.
So Ethan making the best of this bad situation.
Yeah, because we're also going to try and Holly Sue at some point, so we're trying to keep more cards out of his hand.
Now Ethan is considering
Hopefully that wasn't the only fire in his hand.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
The Vanquish Soul Curse, you need to keep those monsters in your hand for as long as you can.
So we had the Caesar Valius, and did we know the other one? I'm trying to remember.
All right, we activated the Lupus in this chain.
I'm gonna make it
yep. So there will still be 1 Fuwalos active, essentially.
So 1 Fuwa is active now, but it didn't get a draw for the Nash Knight because we chained Lupus to it. So we're gonna have to start playing with just this, and we're gonna. I mean, we're obviously gonna start with Duster.
We do have the Feather Duster here.
I will
use the Force Release.
Chain the trap.
No, it's gonna chain. Trap just for 2.
Oh, so it's Lantern and the Holly Sue.
Chain Force Release?
Or no, not the Holly Sue.
Yep.
Caesar Valius. It was Caesar Valius. And now you get to, I assume you're going to chain. Do you not chain?
Draw 1.
Oh, I guess you don't have anything to destroy, so it doesn't.
You asked
yeah, that one. My fault.
Ooh, that was not a good chain there. I think just keeping the Ripper was better, because giving a draw for that is not ideal.
I mean, there's 3 in the grave,
yeah, there's 3 in the grave. So he gives 1 for the rank up, and then also the Nash Knight will give.
May have forgotten about that.
Potentially. No, it
Actually,
won't,
not this.
It won't rank up. Yeah, it'll just.
And Russell has no fire in rotation. Oh, he drew Dark Ruler, I think. Oh my god, he might turn this around.
And he did. He's going to activate Dark Ruler no more. We talked about he needed to have another mass.
Oh, he's turning that around.
To draw into the Fuwalas. Sure. Initially just drew another copy of Fuwalas, but that is what got him to that Dark Ruler no more. Now if the one
it's
other card
the
we don't
chain
know
of the what? Oh my god.
Already forced out the Ass Blossom.
Can he fusion? Yes, he can fusion. He's got Lucius and Pan. He can go Lucius, search Phimena, Phimena effect, use Lucius and Pan together. That's everything.
That'll do. Oh my gosh, disaster here for
Bro.
Ethan. We talked about even just giving him 1 extra card off that Fuwalas. You want to give them as little as possible when you know they have nothing.
It's actually, I think it's good that this is happening.
Wow.
Because this is it's just a matter of a couple of small missteps accumulating into just 1 or 2 too many cards for the opponent, and they're getting punished for it.
For Ethan to be able to assemble. There's no more monster effects on the field.
Like this, you should not have. For example, I think we should have Rippered the first Fuwa on the opponent's turn. Why not? That was free. Instead of ashing it, we would have had a fire in hand, and we probably would have been okay. We also should not have chained the quick play spell to the Duster because we gave a draw for no reason.
You're losing on that trade, and that's exactly what happened here.
And now we're getting cooked.
This isn't over by any means. Like Russell still has.
He has the Lantern to continue playing. We'll see if Ethan still has Sting in his deck. Sting is an immediate answer to the Lantern, but we are going to be activating.
I mean, he's going to survive, but everything is negated. He's got 2 cards in hand. Vanquish Soul will not really play well next turn with 2 cards. It's going to be very hard.
Caesar has to reveal 3 to pop, right?
Yeah,
just making sure he knows what's
his protection.
Because the monsters are protected from the trap card, the Vanquish Soul ones. They can't be destroyed by card effects.
And what does it protect from? Sorry.
Everything.
Everything. Just
yeah, the Caesar has an effect to reveal, I believe, an Earth to make it unaffected by everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ethan still has to navigate this well.
Chainlink 1 Arthalion.
Bounce Sue and draw a fire? Sure.
Only gets to
that
add
could save him, yeah.
So it's going to be going after the Phimena here.
Chainlink 2 Lucius 3 Pam.
But this is what I mean. This game is going to be somewhat dangerous in terms of double loss because Dark Ruler is active, so you can't go for game this turn. And depending on how strong the board is, this might. I mean, it's going to be a good game. There's going to be back and forth, but that's why I would have liked Russell to scoop game 2 earlier.
Yeah, the Caesar Valius will. I don't know if I want to say it'll guarantee Russell another turn.
Oh, he's guaranteed another turn because of Dark Ruler.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, he cannot take damage.
But if he loses all these monsters on the field, that's tough. Because, the Dracotail, it's pretty easy.
So we have Ketu and Rahu, which is nuts. We have the Phimena back in hand, so we can now Ketu and then fuse with, like, Urgula and Phimena to make a Gula Mill.
The Canine cards...
Yeah, we're going to be able to clear the entire board.
Even more so, the Vanquish cards can't do much at all with the limited hand. All their resources are going to be in the graveyard now.
Let alone if Ethan ends this turn with less than 2 cards in this hand also, then the Lantern's not going to get very far.
This also comes down to how many trap cards did Ethan keep in his deck.
Going second, do you sometimes side one out?
Not chaining Caesar to Pan is crazy.
Especially in this matchup, some of them
if by crazy you mean correct, then...
in his deck at all.
Yes.
But in this situation, I don't think it matters if it is. The best card it could answer at this point is a case for K9.
All right, Ketu is going to add a Dracotail to the hand.
I think I saw Sting in there.
I imagine Sting and Horn would be the ones you'd keep. We're going to be adding Urgula. I think this makes the most sense. You're going to fuse with the Urgula and another monster in hand.
Yeah, the Holy Sue can't be destroyed by Pan anyways, because the Vanquish Soul Trap resolved.
Well, we'll figure out what it's going to make. He has a couple options, literally 2. Well, not necessarily, actually. Ketu is the one that can fuse for any...
Okay, so he's going to fuse the Phimena and Urgula.
Yep, so the Urgula will allow him to add back the Phimena. Phimena has not been used yet. Okay, we are in fact going for Secretarion, trying to get more monsters on the board here.
Chain link, 1 Phimena, 2 Urgula.
Yep. Opting not to go for Gulamel here. Gulamel could have answered another card on the field, but looks like we're going to try to deal with things in battle.
It's card effects, yes. They can attack over the Vanquish Souls.
Yeah, and when you can't do damage, just in battle phase, clearing out a couple monsters does feel pretty good.
It's another response that you won't have on your opponent's turn because you don't have Gulamel in here.
True.
What is he trying to do with the Secretarion is the biggest question. So the Urgula is going to put itself in the graveyard to add the Phimena back in hand. It looks like the Pan is still in the graveyard, so we're likely going to be putting the Lucius back to the bottom of the deck to summon the Pan back to the field, if I had to guess.
Active effect targeting.
It's just incredible that Ethan was able to get to this position to begin with. I mean, like the triple Fuelos.
Summon back Pan with Secretarion, so we have 3 monsters that are big enough to kill these 3 monsters.
He was trying to answer.
You could have also done much less.
And we can fuse with the Pan on the opponent's turn again.
Yep, you get one
less draw. But, you know, I mean, you see Russell's demeanor has changed. We were talking about how he was, like, kind of laid back.
I mean, we're going to use Caesar here to save the Holy Sue, which makes sense. Maybe we can top deck a Fire Monster and get out of the situation still.
It's also only 7
but timer is ticking.
For the time extension that was allotted.
So we're going to be attempting to enter battle phase, I believe. We'll see which one. One of these.
Wait, we didn't bounce the Holy Sue?
For the effect of Caesar. Holy Sue will be destroyed by this battle.
That's weird.
I wish we had like the animations like from Master Duel. Have you used Dark Ruler no more in Master Duel?
I have. Yes.
You like does like the blast and like the skull. Awesome. I love it. Imagine you're like playing in a tournament, and someone just like and you're like, oh, Dark Ruler no more. You got me.
Oh, he's opting to actually let the Mad Love go. So keeping the Caesar and the Lantern in hand. The Lantern is immediately answered by the Sting, so what can he draw here?
I guess you're just trying to keep more attributes in hand. Interesting to think. Also important to note that at this time,
I think having a Holy Sue in hand would have been a lot better than having a Caesar, but
now,
okay, I guess we got a top deck Raisin.
A lot of them start to crowd around here and watch you play, so now you have a bit of an audience out there. I always wonder how much that can affect duelists that are less experienced up on the feature match stage. We do have the Lupus, though, that was in the graveyard.
I will attempt to draw for turn.
All right.
And that is it.
Now it's time for Russell to draw some cards. Can he find something off the top?
Retaliating C, that's not going to do it. That's not going to do it. That's GG's.
Has not been used at all here.
Oh, yeah.
Not going to get maximum value in this situation because there's not Nalbaz in the grave, but it's still going to be able to have another
too little, too late
turn
for that retaliating C.
This has been an incredible Game 3. The whole match has been really awesome. We got to really see a lot of displays of this matchup and how these two decks kind of combat each other.
So there is a Lantern targeting the Noroi. This is immediately going to be met with Sting, I assume. Going after the Noroi, and one other Speller Trap just to make sure that you get that draw. Oh,
yeah,
but just going for the Noroi.
That will put a second card in your hand here. So that means that Russell now can
normal summon the Lantern.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good card, though, to be a second card in your hand.
What did he draw? I didn't know.
It's an Ash Blossom.
Oh,
so
yes, that's pretty good, I hear.
All right, I think... Are we... Okay, this is awkward, because now he can chain the Lupus.
Sure. No, Lupus is opponent's turn.
Oh, no, he can't chain Lupus.
No,
They're only during opponent's
turn.
That was only during... Okay, got ahead of myself there.
Horn's going to take care of that.
GG's, man.
For Ethan.
Normal summons used, Lanterns used.
Rolling up the sleeves. That's how you know it's serious.
Typhon probably met with Fimena now, fusing away the Pan, and that's
there's a Fimena and a
GG,
Pan
right?
already on the field.
And main Fimena?
Yep, it's going to be the same situation again. Pan and the Arthalion are going to hit the graveyard here. Is that going to be a summon of Philia Regis?
It
is. In the extra monster zone. Now Pan will be able to activate in the graveyard.
Pan's going to take care of that Typhon. Russell won't be able to summon for the rest of this turn.
Yep.
And things are looking really good for Ethan.
It's looking over.
And that is it. That's going to be a pass to the turn. Philia Regis is there to answer the Lupus in the grave as well.
I think Russell knows.
It was I actually, you know, I'm sad for Russell, but I do think this was a very good game to watch. I do think this was a very interesting game.
After this third loss, while
it was a good one.
Assuming, you know, nothing crazy happens.
Lot to learn from this one.
I can't think of anything to go wrong here at this point.
Great effort from Russell, though.
Oh, yeah.
Again, it's crazy to think back that one draw you gave your opponent really snowballed into so much more, but I understand what he was going for in his thought process as well, but here we have it. Ethan going in, and he gets the win.
Wow. So
Branded Dracotail takes it.
And Dracotail keeps winning. Okay.
Game number 1 there was absolutely incredible. Where we
Good
saw
games.
Xiao Long put the Nibiru token into
very enjoyable matchup.
It was absolutely incredible. But now able to win game 2 and 3. Losing game 1 feels bad because you know the side decks are going to be involved. You're not going to be able to go first.
Is 8-3 out? I believe 8-3 can no longer make top 8.
You know, drawing 2 Fawals in your opening hand, pretty good, but not when your opponent gets the opportunity to see that you have 2 Fawals.
What was the huge misplay? I wouldn't say there was one huge misplay. I think that's the cool part about this game. I think there's more like a bunch of small things.
He only had to use 1 on his turn, so he had 2 for his own turn.
It was just like some it's just a couple of small things that added up.
Dark Ruler no more to go on combination with Harvey's Feather Duster, and I mean, when you have something that gets rid of all your opponent's spell and trap cards, and something that turns off all their monsters, that's a pretty good way to start your turn.
Yeah, I mean, only leaves cards in hand. You only had a few left in there. I mean, both players did play extremely well. Just a couple slip-ups here. They just used the cards available. Sometimes it does come down to just small decisions like that.
Yeah, and like it could seem like.
Are we feeling about extra rounds and only top 8? I like it personally. I think it's good. I think it's a good change.
To look at my opponent's hand and the way, like, especially like Yu-Gi-Oh plays out now, if they don't have a starter, they can only draw like 1 card to really get their things going, and you have something like Ash Blossom in your hand, because a lot of these starter cards, the reason why they're starters is because they go into the deck to access like your powerful cards, and you can immediately stop that. Sometimes you got to be like, well, this is going to be my only interaction, but it should be enough, and that just decided just to get just a little bit more, which is tough, especially when you see like the Harvey's Feather Duster. You know that you're going to get access to like the Dust Devil and
I might have to hop back on Master Duel and try Branded Dracotail.
But you're not going to get any value.
Immediately answers
about that.
But you know, he did need to draw in. I mean,
but you're not going to get any value.
Duster immediately answers it. But you know, he did need to draw in. I mean, I was saying he needs something like Regeki or something to wipe out the board, but Dark Ruler no more was probably the best card in his deck that he could draw right there.
I have to wonder if he was also planning on making the Nash Knight in that scenario, why he wouldn't chain the Ripper instead of the Ash. Because if he had a Fire in his hand, then he would have had Fire and Dark for the effect of Halisu. That was the only Fire in his hand that he gave up.
That's true. Yeah, and then yeah, if he didn't summon the Nash Knight too, Or no, if he could just negate the first one with the Ripper, and then he sees the second one, because he didn't know the third one was there. He knew he had the second Full Loss, but not the third one. So maybe he Rippers the first one, he sees the next one, Ash Blossom the next one. There's not going to be any more cards. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a few key moments, I think, that Russell's going to go back, watch his feature match. Like, well, at least, I think he was fine games 1 and 2, but he's going to look at this game 3 and be like, where did it all go wrong?
It was definitely winnable, at the very least.
It was in his grasp, and he felt like he had it, but
Couldn't
now
have played
we're
into
going
Fuba at all. That's kind of where I was at. When you look at that hand and you see like it's double Fuba, Duster, and Pan. It's
Thank
like
you very much. I'm here with Ethan.
you have Ash Blossom in your hand.
Feature match victory, still
Oh, hold up. Are we good? Stream is good, right?
A couple times this tournament, so might be my day.
Now, you mentioned you've been in a feature match before, so not super new to the stage, but what was it like going up against Russell? It seemed like the two of you were having a lot of fun bantering back and forth.
Oh yeah, no, he's a great guy, so it was like the exact ideal opponent to play at a tournament. Like, easy, no nerves, it was a great time.
How are your nerves feeling now? Because you are still in the running to X2, but I mean, when your back's against the wall, I imagine it can be tough. Were you X2 early on, or did you just hit X2 going into today?
Around round 7, I hit X2. So, I figured I got to win like 8 in a row, and, we're part way there now, so.
You're like halfway there. You only have like 4 to go.
Exactly. It's like I go to locals every week, and, it's easy. It's easy. Same thing.
Have you ever day 2 to YCS before, or is this like the furthest you've been able to make it?
Yeah, I've day 2'd a couple, and I made top 30, top 32 back in 2022.
Yes, of course. All right, well, hey, congratulations on the win right there. Anybody want to shout out either here or back home before I let you go?
Just a big shout out to my wife at home. I wouldn't be here without her. And then everyone that's here supporting me, and my brother back at home, Luke, and then Jacob.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. Back to the casters.
All right. Thank you so much, Kangas. Awesome to hear from our winner, Ethan, this round. Absolutely incredible. He seems like he's just happy to be here, and he's able to recognize, like, it has to be your day. You have to get a little bit lucky if you want to win the tournament, and so far things have been landing his way, at least since round number 7. He hasn't lost since then, and now we're in round 11, but we still have more Swiss rounds to go, and we're going to be back very shortly with those Swiss rounds. But before we go to a quick break and show you our bonus feature match for the round, we're going to talk about
bonus
something
feature
awesome that you can get at YCS events. That's right. It's the Dragon Maid Hospitality Win-A-Mat Game Mat. It features Dragon Maid Hospitality and is available for 10 prize wall tickets. So yeah, if you go to a YCS and you enter tournaments, you gain. For public events, you get these prize wall tickets. When you do well and win a tournament, you get more prize wall tickets, and then you get to go redeem them for certain mats. And this is going to one that you can exclusively get at YCS as the Dragon Maid Hospitality Win-A-Mat Game Mat. So next YCS you go to, you want to make sure you check out public events. And
I believe
awesome
Riff
like
wasn't
this.
at this one, but Jesse has been posting updates on
We've actually seen Dragon Maids this weekend
Twitter,
the Dracotails.
and I believe he's 9-2, so he's still in the running. If he wins the next 3, he might be in top.
Not necessarily full Dragon Maid, but the Dragon Maid cards being chamber. Like, a lot of these Dragon cards are just very good, and Dragon Maid, no shame on that one.
No, yeah, I love the Dragon Maid cards. I mean, Dragon Maid Tidying, Chamber, and they've only gotten better. They've gotten some new cards since you did really well with them at their Motul invitation. But we're going to be back after a quick break. I sat down with one of our players, Yahir, who competed at the YCS using I won't spoil it, but we're going to take a look at the deck that he used. So stay tuned. We'll be back with our more rounds of Swiss of YCS Pittsburgh.
Wait, no backup feature? I've been lied to?
Hello everyone, Billy Break here, and YCS Pittsburgh is underway, and there's a lot of exciting action with a lot of incredible duelists with exceptional decks, and I'm here with one of those incredible duelists. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Yahir Ahmad.
So where are you from?
I live in Florida, but I'm from Panama.
Okay, but you live in Florida. You've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for how long?
Now 22 years, I think.
A long time for sure, but you're here in 2025 at YCS Pittsburgh. So tell me why you decided to come here this weekend.
I really wanted to try this deck for this event.
Okay, what deck are you playing?
I'm playing Labyrinth.
Labyrinth, okay, so we know we're like kind of in a format where we see a lot of like Mitsu.
Wait, Genesis Labyrinth?
A lot of branded Dracotail, not so much Labyrinth. So tell me why you like that deck. Why Labyrinth?
I think that the traps, when they're used correctly, you know, it can give you another turn. And that's the whole idea about lab. It's just surviving.
Because it did have the Genesis logo in the beginning. Is it really Genesis Lab?
The labyrinth setup. If you use your trap correctly, you should be able to keep the grind going.
Keep
it moving. It's like old Yu-Gi-Oh, you know, like it takes a long time, it's slow, but lab can win.
And do you feel like you have like a lot of like control over those games, being able to utilize those trap cards? You talked about the timing being really important. So is that something that is going to come into play here this weekend, do you think?
Yeah, I think so, because a lot of things happen like in the battle phase, or I can do them in your main phase because I can play in your turn, you know, with areas. So
well, yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the cards you have in your deck here, like the reason why you brought Labyrinth. I mean, we've seen like, you know, some people dress up as Arius in the past and cosplaying there for Arius the Butler, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons why you're playing.
It's not Genesis, is it?
Trap cards and why you were playing it. Tell me.
Because this is way too many points, isn't it? With Dominus Impulse, there's no way you can play Impulse in it, right?
The fact that you can combo turn 0, and even you can do it.
You play on your opponent's turn.
On your opponent's turn,
that's not Genesis, right? Because what? Big Welcome. How many points is Big Welcome in Genesis? 33.
With the furniture cards, and the Triumph lineup is very good to try to get another turn. You know, it's blow up the field and get more resources and stop my opponent at the right time.
Yeah. So you have some like surprising trap cards like Torrential Tribute and Ghastly Glitch here. Tell me about Archfiend's Ghastly Glitch.
Yeah, so this card, I really like it because it allows me to pop a card, and that's what you want to do. You want to get rid of cards from your opponent to trigger your Labyrinths.
I was confused because I feel like a Genesis deck feature for Labyrinth would have been interesting. In Advanced Constructed, it's like, okay, well, I mean, I guess it is a rogue deck.
Like that extra ability, like if a monster leaves the field by a trap effect, you get to do X effect. So
it's actually legal with just this. I mean, yes, but there's only 11 cards on the table. That doesn't make for a full deck.
Transaction rollback.
There's no way you actually have the points in Genesis to play Trap Trick and Dominus Impulse and stuff in Labyrinth.
Where is it? Oh, it's already here.
Oh, Trap Trick.
Trap Trick. Because the idea is that with this, I can send Jack.
Okay.
And then with Jack, I can hit any trap, right? And if I'm playing Trap Trick, at least I have to play 2 Torrential.
Did they show any Genesis yesterday? There was one show match between 2 of the casters, yes, but there wasn't any. Unfortunately, there wasn't any backup feature matches from like the Genesis Invitationals. I would have really liked to see that.
That you can't activate no more traps.
Right.
And in this deck, you want to be activating traps. You know, at least 3.
And what is Trap Trick doing with one of those? It's not a deck profile. There's 10 cards on the table. Of course, it's not the full deck. They're just explaining some card choices.
I gotta go to one event and play this card because like the ability to banish, copy any trap.
It works really well with like Big Welcome or Welcome Labyrinth in the Graveyard.
But mostly,
obviously, they're playing multiple copies of most of these.
This is your main. You mainly want to use these 2 cards together. So we're kind of pairing these together here. But so you tell me about Destructive Druma Karma Cannon.
Yeah, so this card is amazing right now. You know, it can get rid of towers, link monsters. You know,
cards that are unaffected by activated effects. Because that Karma Cannon has that line that if the monster doesn't go face down, your opponent has to send it to the graveyard. So you get to kind of cheat around those effects.
And there's a tower out there called Lunalight something.
Cheat!
Lunalight Liger Dancer.
Yeah, and if somebody tries to put a tower against me, it doesn't work.
Yeah, cards that are unaffected. Karma Cannon, excellent against that.
Yeah.
But you say transaction rollback, a big key point in your deck. What other cool things can you do with this card?
So I didn't know this, but I learned this thanks to Master Duel. Like I can copy Dominus Purge, Dominus Impulse if it's in my opponent graveyard.
Oh, like so if you draw the rollback, you can like set it face down, and then they impulse like maybe one of your Welcome Labyrinths, right? Because they're gonna stop that, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna copy yours to do it the same way.
I can copy it, and I mean, you still have to pay half your life points. That's a really high cost. That's why I'm only playing 1, because like life points are very important in lab. You know, that's why you lose. So I try to minimize. If I use it, I want to use it 1 time, and it has to be like a winning strike. Like you have to win if it resolves.
So yeah, you talk about you like.
Does it realistically get around Liger when you can choose when to negate with Silverhound?
You gotta speed things up.
I guess you would have to play other things to force the Silverhound, right? Like for example, Terrors of the Overroot can force it, right? You can remove the Silverhound out of the graveyard first. It depends on the deck.
But do you think
like for example, I used Karma Cannon in my side deck in the Yummy deck I played at my last regional. And the idea is, well, if they have Ligers, you can remove the Silverhound from the graveyard by using like Lollipore SP. And then you can resolve the Karma Cannon.
And lab needs like one more card. If I can get rid of your field and then I have anything to back that up, it's pretty much game over.
Okay, so you're trying to take, to
you mean Striker? No, I mean Yummy. I played 2 regionals last weekend. I played Striker on Saturday and I played Yummy on Sunday. But I played Karma Cannon in both decks, yeah.
Try to, get the pieces in the graveyard, which takes time. That's the important part of Labyrinth, which it takes a few turns to get Ariana, Chandelier, Stovey, but once they're in the graveyard, and
they keep coming back. Resources keep getting replenished.
It's like 4 cards that come back. It's like getting 4 new cards,
Yeah, Ari is also like, that's what I like about him so much is you're able to discard your hand. Not only do you get to set that trap card,
0 point Mirage of Nightmare. 0 point Mirage of Nightmare is awesome.
And he's wonderful.
I really want to experiment with that. I don't know what my next Genesis project is going to be, because I've played Dragon Rulers, I've played Necros, I've played Radiant Typhoon, which were all decks I really wanted to play. I'm currently looking for like another or a new Genesis project to try and make work.
Sometimes the problem with Jag is that
I think I mean, yeah, Paleo is an obvious one, but I've also played a little bit of Paleo already. Another deck that I was thinking about was like a trap build of Burning Abyss. That seemed really fun when I was thinking about it, but I haven't built it yet. Like a very old school approach with, I mean, some new cards, of course, with like rollback and stuff like that. But
take it easy. Good luck in the tournament. And we'll be back with more exciting YCS coverage. Stay tuned.
I'm gonna be messing with the old Minerva deck. What, Lightsworn? Like just rank 4 spam Lightsworn?
Heating up here. And we are going to go ahead and be proceeding here into round 12. Again, 14 rounds of Swiss overall in this tournament. 9 yesterday, 5
How
today.
pointed are Crystal Beast? Dude, I played against Crystal Beast at my last locals. They were kind of popping off.
3 rounds from now.
With Crystal Beast. I don't think they have any points.
Again, we always wish we could bring everybody in. But let's talk about who still is in the tournament. There's so many different decks that we've seen over the course of this, and exciting stuff still here.
Yep, at the top of the leaderboards, we of course have the
Day 2 deck type breakdown. 22 Mitsu Yummy, 20% branded Dracotail. Definitely the top 2 of the format. And then we have Yummy, K9 Crystron, Bystial, Ignister, Maliss, Mitsu, K9 Vanquish, Solfa Yummy, Dracotail.
Latest Doom of Dimensions set. But a couple of fun
Once
things
again, why is Dracotail? I mean, I guess branded Dracotail and pure Dracotail are technically different decks, but not really.
Solfachord Yummy has been really interesting, a sort of recent evolution. But that 22% that's other includes some wild stuff out there, including Sky Striker, RB. There's even Tomb Keeper left in the tournament. So that other, it doesn't tell the full story. There's a lot of really cool stuff here. But I think from just the top decks too, there's some really flexibility, right? If you're deciding what tournament deck you are going to be playing next, you have a lot of choices for this format.
And we've also been noticing a lot of Maliss decks out in the field right now, but only actually 6% of them are here today in day 2, so they just may be performing really well. The conversion rate of the deck must have been pretty powerful.
We got to think that, with all the Artifact Lanciers disappearing, although we did see some Artifact Lanciers on stream, but it does make it a safer format for you to play in, and it does mean you also get to play one of your favorite decks. But speaking of playing decks, why don't we go down to the stage and see what duelists we've got next?
Up first in the blue chair from Buena Vista, Colorado. He topped this last year's NAWCQ.
White Forest.
Sean Schneider. And his opponent today in the red
Ooh, that's
chair
Odeon.
from Chesapeake, Virginia.
Yeah, we saw him on the backup feature match yesterday. 9-2. Odeon K9. White Forest versus Odeon. Jesus.
For game number 1.
Thank you so much, Steven. It is good to see Sean and Clayton in rare
Let me
form
bring a prediction up.
Steven Darling was mentioning earlier that a lot of fun stuff is in that.
Sean versus Clayton.
There's also Toy Azamina that we're going to be seeing here, featured by Sean.
Very powerful
prediction
deck,
is up
but
and
it's
running.
going to be interesting because one deck kind of promising all spells. And
I'll
the
go
other
grab
deck
some
promising
water real
many
quick. I'll be
traps.
right
We'll
back
see
with
what
you.
Happens. Is it going to be control? Is it going to be pushing through with a big combo deck? And it's also nice to see the Toy White Forest strategy still doing well. It's always kind of floating out there, right? It hasn't had like a big controlling lion's share of the format. But there's always a duelist trying to push the envelope with that deck and all those cool, powerful combo cards.
I love it when manga exclusives come to the TCG, and the toy archetype is no exception.
Good stuff there as both duels lock in. And both duelists are top competitors, right, with recent NAWCQ tops under their belt. So we're in for a good show no matter what, but I wonder what made them choose these specific decks. I guess we'll only get to hear from one winner after this to find out.
We were able to feature Clayton a little bit yesterday during one of the backup features, so maybe some people at home have already gotten to see what his K9 Tombkeeper deck is made of, but I know, after how many Tomb Keepers I've been playing up against in Genesis, that this deck is no slouch. The amount of disruption, removal, and just extension they can surprisingly have, even though they are a trap-focused deck, is really strong.
Well, it's going to be, again, one of those things where, you know, all the trap control things can really stymie things. I think probably one of the best things that Tombkeeper has under its belt, of course, is being able to have that sort of non-targeting, quick effect negation based on the number of continuous trap cards you have with the appropriate Apophis. And that has really slowed things down for a lot of different decks if there are multiple effects are negated at one time. So looks like we are just shuffling up, getting ready to go here. But I'm just excited to see it. It's just good Yu-Gi-Oh! All weekend, and people have been creatively finding ways to slow down their opponents. I wonder what we'll see out of this duel.
Oh, yes. We definitely have the battle of combo versus the battle of control here in this match. Sean, of course, representing the White Forest toy pile, as some people like to refer to it as, because you play pretty much everything from the Azamina lore that you can throw in there because they all have synergy with each other. And then you have Clayton on the other side playing the Keeper of Tombs. Plus, with those extra K9 cards, you get a little bit of extra information and maybe even some more powerful control tools during your opponent's turn when you cannot activate your trap cards. But let's find out what's happening here for Game 1 of Round 12 at YCS Pittsburgh. Sean on the left playing Toy Azamina White Forest, and Clayton on the right playing K9 Tombkeeper.
And the Bland plays on as his favorite card was designated. Let's see what the dice rolls say.
I'll go first.
All right, Clayton with the dice roll, and it's proudly declaring that they're going first. The thing you want to do when you're playing a trap deck, I assume.
Drop base. Stand by main.
Yep.
So far, so good. As we begin throwing into main phase, we're going to start with Anubis, the Last Judge, to send it to the graveyard and get Treasure of the King's Field Spell.
Ooh, Odeon going first. Okay.
Man with the Mark is the one that gets Treasure of the Kings.
That's not good news for White Forest, but it's good news for humanity.
Temple of the Kings in its name, but Treasure of the Kings is always referred to as Temple of the Kings.
That's good. Definitely good to see Odeon here in full swing as we grab Treasure of the Kings.
Nope.
Go ahead and activate that immediately.
On activation, it'll let me set an Apophis trap.
Yep, so on activation, we're going to get an Apophis trap card straight from our deck and send it to the field. It's going to be Apophis the Serpent. This is the card that enables us to activate multiple traps a turn, even the turn they are set.
Now, you played a lot of White Forest, and if I remember correctly, one of the historic deck constructing weaknesses of this deck is it doesn't have a lot of space for non-engine, right? It's just a bunch of different combo pieces, and a lot of times you just have to kind of stare your opponent down. That might cause shot on this duel just because of the matchup.
Yes, it's definitely like a very all-engine deck. In fact, sometimes you're throwing in engines that
What's wrong with White Forest?
Work together. I don't want to give away too much
The
about what
end board.
Sean's secrets could be, but I will let
The
everyone know.
end board is what's wrong
deck.
with White Forest.
So it literally is as many cards as you could possibly cram together to create a powerful board, and hopefully it'll be enough to break through everything. But we'll have to find out as
I could have sworn you were a White Forest enjoyer. I really liked the first wave of White Forest. And actually, you know what? It's not White Forest, it's Azamina.
Multiple cards on field.
That I don't like.
So powerful to
I do like White Forest.
Effect, maybe an effect that's being activated at the same time and sort of surprise your opponent. So Sean, playing that heavy combo build of the Toy White Forest deck, is going to be able to play a bunch of cards at one turn, but if Clayton knows where to stop, he probably has this on lockdown.
I wish it was just White Forest, but usually it's like, you know, nowadays you just pivot into Azamina for more Omnis and stuff like that.
On the field when you activate trap cards, and it of course will reset the 2 trap
White
cards.
Forest itself is cool.
Summon.
Just incredible resource management, which any good trap deck needs, but this deck is something else. Coming off a win this year of YCS Lille, so...
Next up, it looks like we're going to perform a Link Summon here using our Scorpion, Surcat, and the Man with the Mark. This could be Silhouette Rabbit. Yes! This deck is full of trap monsters, so there's a ton of extra utility from this Link 2 monster here. Going to be getting... Yes.
Wow, the Statue of the Anguish pattern. So this is pretty much everything you want to see if you're Clayton.
So what this represents is, I think, if we activate all...
Tron has Salesman in hand, which does work on spell cards as well, I believe.
And then we also have, of course...
I think you can declare a spell card name with Salesman.
Multiple ways to negate, multiple ways to destroy, lots of
So you
protection
could call
on the field.
Apophis the Swamp Deity.
Here comes Sean. Let's see what these spells can do.
Yep.
The biggest thing about the non-engine that famously White Forest has been known for playing is stuff like Forbidden Droplet.
Salesman, call Statue of Vanquish pattern.
Whoa! Or stuff like Salesman, where if you're really afraid
Well, you
of
can
a
just
certain
chain
card,
it
you can
now,
just go,
though.
Yeah, that one, not activating. We declared Statue of Anguish patterning. That card will not be able to activate. That turns off a lot of the pops we would have had access to if we were Clayton.
Activate Deception of the Sinful Spoils.
All right, so we're getting into the Sinful Spoils engine here. Clayton taking a quick look at his hand to see what he wants to do there.
This represents Illa Sylvia, which could also help us deal with some of these trap cards. So I think Clayton feels like he has to shotgun this Apophis the Serpent to get the pop with the Divine Serpent Apophis. This will give us access to another Swamp Deity if we want it. Yep, and that Swamp Deity can be activated this turn if we want it to be.
On resolution, I'm going to use Solo Hat Rabbit to destroy this.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to
Skull
use
Trap.
This. Can I just read it again, or is it once per turn?
Big heads up to save the Divine Serpent's effect, because Silo Hat Rabbit can only pop spells and traps, whereas Divine Serpent can pop anything.
For some Elder Duelists out there, your eyes do not
All right,
deceive
4
you.
cards
You
left.
no longer have to keep a spell and trap open, or excuse me, spell and trap zone open when you have one of these
Thrust
trap
is a good
monsters on the
one.
field.
That's right.
But now we're going to activate Triple Tactics Thrust. Looks like we're going to chain our Apophis here to try to negate that, make sure it doesn't set anything.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and summon it out, and then we can target cards in the field up to the number of trap monsters we control and negate their effects.
Okay.
So 2 cards down. Let's see what Sean has left.
Set 1.
Yeah.
Normal summon a Stellar.
We have a Stellar of the White Forest, which will get us into a potential synchro play if we have access to...
So we have a Statue of Anguish pattern that can't be activated. We have another Swamp Deity and one other. Do we know the other?
Field to get some shenanigans going, but I don't think
Go
Clayton...
effect of a Stellar paying
Oh, he's going to allow.
We're going to get rid of Toy Tank. Oh, there's the toy cards. Those cards are able to be set to the field, even though they are monster cards, and they're considered continuous spells or traps once they are there.
And this is going to special summon.
Summons a level 4 Light Tuner.
Yep, so we're going to probably get something like Sylvie here, depending on what other White Forest names we have in deck. I don't think we have the room for Rusia, even though we are playing a 60-card deck. But there's the Imperm on the Estelar, stopping that effect. When Toy Tank gets destroyed, I believe you're going to be able to search for any toy card. Oh, we're just going to, sorry, it'll summon itself back. We're just going to go ahead and go
Not
next
even
game
close.
use the effect.
So
White Forest got not even close.
There. And that makes sense, too. If you let a trap deck go first and everything goes their way, and you're particularly on a White Forest build that doesn't have a lot of points of interaction with the hand, at least none that we saw drawn, then yeah, it's going to be a tough time. So Clayton off to a solid start here.
White
again.
Forest
This
win a
is
game going
where
second, challenge
really
impossible.
every
You know what?
single
Fair enough.
game counts, because with 2 losses on the board, you really can't afford to lose another if you're going to get that spot in the top 8 and try to be the YCS Pittsburgh champion.
And this is probably like another instance that's really interesting, because in games 2 and 3, do you have a ton of options to deal with trap decks right now in your side deck? I'm not.
Have you tried
sure
Odeon at all?
Room for it, you know?
I have tried Odeon, although I will say, as a certified trap deck enjoyer,
your deck is trying to do,
I was a little bit disappointed by Odeon. Not in terms of its power level, because it actually is better than I thought it was.
Totally right.
But in terms of its playstyle, because it feels much more like a combo, I mean not combo deck, but more like mid-rangey combo deck, but with purple cards instead as the
I think we're still seeing a
payoff.
lot of spell and trap removal, because we haven't seen a lot of these Tomb Keeper decks, and even though it won a YCS in Europe this year, it's not really on your radar. It's not a huge lion's share of the format, because it is a difficult deck to play, although we've seen a lot of different variants using either Primite or sometimes using the Psyframe engine, because you don't honestly control that many monsters in this deck. So we'll have to see. Sean seems like he's just kind of locked in, doesn't give a lot away. Smooth poker face, I'd say. But Clayton feeling confident, right? He won the first game, and if he loses,
Isn't that more fun than just set 5 though?
That will get to go first in the 3rd game. So you got to feel pretty confident.
I can see why you would think that, but I don't think so.
Famously, a lot of these White Forest decks have been known for playing cards like Evenly Matched, which do interact really well with spells and traps. But nowadays, with the advent of needing a lot of breaker spell cards,
it depends on what 5 cards you set.
Things like Droplet, things like Lightning Storm, things like Dark Ruler, which those don't necessarily line up really well into trap decks, besides, of course, Lightning Storm. But Sean feels pretty confident. They made their side decisions pretty quickly as we get ready for Game 2 here at Round 12. Let's see what happens. Oh, and we see Sean representing a really fun smiley face with his cards. He's happy. Even though he lost Game 1, he knows there's plenty of dueling left to go. It sounds like he's proudly declared that he's going first.
Let's see
Wait, that doesn't play.
Open the Salesman, it looks like, which is
That does not play. That White Forest hat does not play.
Lockbird, which are famously really hard cards for the Azamina archetype to deal with.
Nothing.
Also see an infinite impermanence there, could be super helpful to lock out one of those trap effects if activated the right column. But we're gonna set 3 and pretend we're a trap.
That's the best possible outcome for watching a White Forest game. Not gonna lie to you.
That LZ Azamina is not gonna be enough.
Most enjoyable White Forest Azamina turn I've ever watched.
Yep, so Treasure of the Kings set on activation, and then if you have 2 set cards or a trap in your grave, you can search for a card that mentions Man with the Mark.
Anything here on resolution? Nope.
So gonna go ahead and set. Nothing further there. Time to set another card. I love that he's playing around the infinite impermanence though, just making sure to get these 2 off to the side.
And here we can probably get Circuit, or we can get Man with the Mark if we need access to other cards. That's, I think, where we're eyeing up. Oh, Anubis Jet Judge. May as well get that in the graveyard too in rotation. Okay. No reason not to do that.
To add
Man with the Mark.
That's fine.
So Man with the Mark coming. We know that there's that infinite impermanence on Sean's side, so he's likely to negate it.
Normal summon.
Here's the normal summon. And it is stopped by infinite impermanence, or at least he's attempting to.
It will be stopped, which does take us off of access to Temple of the Kings. But with this Circuit coming down, we can still get access to it.
Wait, hard draw Circuit is kind of crazy here. We've got impermed on demand.
Circuit there. You're going to go ahead and banish your Anubis the Last Judge. Nice to see the judges next to each other.
That's the side that they are on, yes.
Sort of an en-bonk panel of trap monsters.
Special?
Yeah.
I'll activate Morin, target to put face down.
Ooh, we have Morin of the Simple Sporals. This card is a Book of Moon for summon monsters. And then if you, I believe if a Simple Spoils spell trap is sent to the graveyard, you can reset it from your graveyard.
Oh, interesting. Well, it makes sense. Simple Spoils a slumber. It's just going to make that monster take a little nap there. Good night, Circuit.
Battle phase. Yep. Attack for 1,000.
Okay, we're going to go battle phase and attack for 1,000 because we were not able to use Circuit's ability to get access to Temple of the Kings. None of our trap cards can be activated this turn. We have to wait until Sean's turn to activate them, which means no Divine Serpent Apophis.
All right, so that's it. Just going to main phase 2 and ending turn from there.
All right, one more top deck.
Has another chance.
Another Salesman. GG.
Another copy of Salesman.
Main phase 1.
Yep.
We're going to activate Salesman here, and I guess the question is, if you're Sean, do you call Drone Lockbird or do you call the known trap card? But it doesn't matter.
Just passes because he didn't have a follow-up play after that, so you might as well not use the Salesman, but you're not doing a whole lot with it.
This is my favorite White Forest feature match ever.
Summon itself and then set a trap card that we are allowed to activate this turn.
Probably the healthiest type of gameplay that this deck can produce.
A trap monster. It's going to be Apophis the Swamp Deity.
Is that the one that negates?
Yeah.
Yep, Apophis the Swamp Deity is the monster that when it's summoned, you can negate cards up to the number of trap monsters you control.
Are you doing anything?
I mean, this represents a ton of damage on Clayton's side because now we can start looping these judges too once we get more trap cards in the graveyard.
Main phase.
So Clayton getting right into the main phase here. Not a lot of interaction from Sean. We'll see if Clayton can take advantage of here, flipping up the Merciless Scorpion of the Circuit.
This will go ahead and use the effect to search for Temple, but here comes the Forbidden Droplet. It looks like we're going to be discarding a Salesman, and that's it. So we can respond to this, and it's going to be with the Divine Serpent, Apophis the Swamp Deity, and that will negate the Droplet.
It is a trap card, so it's unfortunate there, but the Droplet just did not come in clutch. Now,
here's the Temple. So any trap card we set from this turn, we can automatically activate. Oh, and there's a really cool play we could do here where we could set the Temple, activate the effect of treasures to get a trap.
I think that's already game on board. I don't know the exact attack points on these snakes, but I think they're 2,000.
Very few interactions left. Well, no interactions left if you actually have Sean's hand in mind. I think Clayton may close out this duel. You know, trap decks are known for being slow, controlling, paced, but this is just a furious flurry of attack points on the field.
I mean, this deck essentially obliterates the only weakness that trap cards have, which is you can't activate them the turn they're set. Well, thanks to this Temple of the Kings right here, we sure can. And they all turn into monsters, too, so this reset Apophis the Serpent can be activated again if we wanted to. So we're going to go to battle phase, go to 1,000 with the Man with the Mark. I believe the Circuits are 2,500.
Yep.
And then Divine Serpent, I believe, is 28. I'm not mistaken.
28.
28, beautiful. I was correct. We still need a few more damage here, but with the Apophis the Serpent, I think will work.
Oh, and there's the handshake! The fastest trap deck I've ever seen played.
Unfortunately, Sean only had Elves at Azamina the White Forest.
The next one was also a droplet. Bro was not playing the game today.
Because you just want to search it off of your other White Forest Azamina or your Witch of the White Forest field spell. So unfortunately, we could not get there as Sean. But that means playing Canine Tombkeeper is our victory. We didn't even need the Canine cards, but I promise they are in there.
There's a lot of secrets there. So it's one of those things, too, where there's a lot of different builds that you can run in that deck. Sometimes you give away a little bit of information or knowledge. Earlier this year, we saw things like Primite Blue Eyes Tombkeeper, because the Man with the Mark is a spellcaster level 4 or lower. And so when
all right, are we going to have a backup feature for that quick one? Hopefully.
But I think at this point, I mean, the White Forest deck just kind of jammed up. It's a lot of different cards you have to run. Those sales bands are important. When they double up the way they did for Sean, just swing and a miss.
Yeah, unfortunately, that deck is very dense and has to make a lot of engines kind of work together, and that can sometimes lead you to not having playable hands, which unfortunately happened here for Sean.
Yeah, but it shows he still made it to day 2. So it's not like the deck's bad or anything like that. Sometimes it just happens, you know, you could design the perfect deck, and then you have to shuffle it. That is the random element still in this game. So there could be no one best deck, because sometimes things like that just happen.
That's 1,000%. You can, you know, win all the games you want in theory, but when it comes down to actually dueling, there's a lot of variance involved.
There can be no best deck because you could break.
But I do think that Clayton has a very well-spec deck when you think about the fact that he's still got a couple more rounds to go before he actually gets into the top 8 there. And
some words of wisdom right there.
If he does draw those K9 cards, that's super helpful. He is able to push pretty hard. There wasn't really a lot of opportunities where Joel and Lockbird would have completely shut the turn down. So it's interesting stuff for sure. I'm curious to see how far he gets in the tournament. Maybe we'll see him again in the top 8.
Ooh, that'd be super exciting to see. Are there anything else that you think is interesting about that matchup? Because we just kind of need to see enough of it.
True. I think if there was a little bit more push there, I think he would have given him a run for his money, especially with DA Bellstar Vengeance, because you're able to, of course, you got to pay half your life points, but if you do pay half your life points, you are able to destroy that one key card that your opponent's trying to use. Right. And I think it would have been really cool, actually, to see that, because all of those cards do have to resolve or remain on the field, right? You've got field spells, you've got all the continuous traps. So I think it was certainly a decent match that could have happened, but that is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Sometimes it just doesn't happen, right? So wasn't anything controlling, but speaking of controlling, let's go ahead and control things and switch over to the stage so we can hear from our winning duelist himself.
Thank you very much. I have Clayton here on stage. Congratulations on your victory. You are still in the running for a top 8 now, playing Tombkeeper K9. Very
what is the score now? 10-2? That's impressive. Two more?
Feature match. I know there's a few more out there, but I want to hear from you. What made you want to play it?
Well, after this year's nationals, I took a break, and that was the only deck I really had left. And I read all the K9 cards, and they look pretty cool, so I was like, let's just try it.
Okay, I mean, there's not like an immediate obvious synergy, but they do work well together overall. How have you felt it's piloted so far at this event? Obviously, you've only lost 2 of the rounds.
Yeah, we didn't. I mean, we didn't really see any of the K9 cards in that match, but like, what is the idea behind the K9 cards in Odeon?
I only won 2 dice rolls, but I guess it worked out anyway, so yeah, we're here.
Guess that's all you need to win. Yeah. So you
2 dice rolls out of 12? That's crazy with that deck.
This year. What were you up to? Anything fun?
Nope.
Well, we're happy that you're having fun back here. There we go. You came back to have some fun, right? Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Thank you.
Any shout-outs you want to give either to anybody here in the audience or anybody back home?
Shout out to Mike. He was at my Airbnb. He helped me test for this whole event, so really appreciate him.
Shout out to Mike, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament, Clayton. There we go. And back to the casters.
I love that. It's just like, you know, it was the deck that I knew. I'm just going to go ahead and play it. Cool. You did anything fun? Nah, he's just here to win it. It shows you that just no matter how you get here, there are ways for you to carve yourself into Yu-Gi-Oh's history playing any deck that you know.
Whether you're taking a break or coming back, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is always going to be a home for you.
Well, speaking of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At home, you might have heard that there's a brand new pack that was added for Master Duel.
Oh,
yeah, it's a good pack.
Begins 0 is a beautiful pack that features a lot of cards we saw in the Duelist Advanced set that was released in the TCG a while back. Things like Utopia Futures Exile or Sky Striker A0, which we saw featured earlier being piloted by Nicholas.
It's a lot of cool stuff that's been opened up. And Lunalight,
dude, I hope the Sky Striker Duelist makes it.
Too, so
I really hope the Sky Striker Duelist makes top 8. It'd be so sick.
It's a difficult deck to play against when it pops off.
It'd be so sick.
Up there, but is really important is things like Eclipse Twins. I've heard people love playing Riser right now in Master Duel. That could be an awesome inclusion into your deck. Just add a little bit of rank 4 extension, which is always a good thing to have.
And it's really cool to see that a lot of the decks that we just talked about are performing well in this tournament, right?
Yeah.
Sky Striker's doing it. We've seen some Automats in the background, so there's a lot of really neat stuff out there. So, speaking of more Yu-Gi-Oh!, you want to see a bonus feature match?
Why not?
Busy Dad, thank you for the bits. Okay. If Runic were gonna get new support, what would you want them to get? New spell and or fusion, and what kind of effect? Oh, that's a good question. I would give Runic one more spell and one more fusion monster, but I don't know exactly what I would make them. Oh, Sky Striker Ritual Beast and another Odeon. Okay.
I mean, okay. Yep. Start with activate Sanct.
Turn 0 Fountain.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, dude. Give them a Runic spell that activates Fountain from your deck and can be activated from your hand during your opponent's turn. Let's go. I'm down. They won't do it. They're too much of a coward for that.
Yeah, that's fine. Anything else, Summers? You're fine. Yeah. Temporarily. Yep, that's fine. Effective Lacrima. Sure. Let's go. Yeah. You're fine. Special assault. Anything else? You're fine. Normal man with the effective search. Yeah.
Okay, so we opened basically the perfect hand here because we drew Fiendsmith access, we drew Odeon access, and we drew an out for Fuva. It's perfect. Couldn't be better. But we're up against the best deck in the format, Sky Striker Revelbots. So, who knows?
Yeah. Or just a search. Monster. Yeah.
9 and 2 for RB is kind of nuts. 9 and 2 for both of these decks is pretty impressive, I would say.
Engraver effect.
Essentially, by the old standards, they at 9 and 2 they both would have probably already topped this YCS, depending on the cutoff for top 32. Yeah.
Yep. Special summon circuit by banishing a level 10 or higher. Yeah. Of course.
Fiendsmith technically can get access to man. How? How do you search it?
Yeah. I was like, I know it's like one of the searchers, but I always forget about the hidden effect when it like battles.
Oh yeah. I will activate Temple. Yeah.
You mill Anubis, which is a fiend, and add it back with Soul of Rage. Oh, with Aerial Leader? Yep. Right.
Set. Swamp Demon? Yeah. Summon a non-target negate? Yeah. Summon okay?
That's fine.
Summon. The Divine Apophis? Yeah. Attempt effective Divine Apophis, target up to 3 to reset. Sure.
Also, with the Closed Moon ban, aren't these two engines like pretty disconnected now? Because can you even make Fiendsmith happen with Odeon cards, or is it just like you have to draw a Fiendsmith card?
Set the statue.
Yeah.
Oh, you can make Exciton. Right.
Attempt to end main phase.
Yep.
End phase.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good board.
Draw. Standby. Main.
Main's good.
Whale Anchor. Target Caesar.
Why are we doing this in main phase? Now they can use the Swamp Deity. That's main phase only.
Chain 3.
Sure.
Chain 4. English pattern. Sure.
And why are we firing all of these?
Set.
Yeah.
And summon.
Yep.
And we'll negate the Widow Anchor.
Yep.
Any triggers here?
No triggers.
Trigger English pattern effect targeting. I guess I'll just target this.
That destroys, right?
Correct.
The man will protect
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. I will go.
Okay.
Special summon Pile Bunker from hand. Yeah. I'll normal summon Signos. No effect.
All right, so because we've clogged all of the monster zones here, we cannot summon more Swamp Deity and stuff. So RB can kind of play now, but I guess how much can they make work with against the Caesar is the question. Because I think Caesar should be pretty good against RB, right? Because they have that spell, I think Stage Landing, that summons from that cheats out something, and like not once per turn, but it's like tough. And there also is an imperm.
I will go engage.
Ooh! Do we have 3 spells?
No response.
No, right? Just 1. Yeah. What is the RB into Striker bridge? No. There is no RB into Striker. This is an RB deck. You're just using a small Striker engine to because they summon machine monsters really easily. It's not a Sky Striker deck. It's just basic. It's like Yummy using the Sky Striker cards to go into Yummy synchros. It's like you can use the Sky Striker cards because the links are all machine monsters.
You guys cut. I'm gonna ask that you pause.
Okay.
And they also use the Sky Striker Cianos, which summons out Rose from the deck, which is also, once you link the Rose into one of the extra deck monsters, you have 2 machines, which is what you need in RB to make the link monsters, because it's just all, you know, two
I'll go
2 machines.
Cross for 3. 1, 2, 3.
should attend an American YCS and actually build Sky Striker Ritual Beast for funny. Yeah, but I don't think there's a Flixbus.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a Flixbus to go to the US.
Stand by me? Yeah. Yep.
Pot of Prosperity gets purged and we pass. I'm not gonna lie, it's not been a good weekend for the RB believers. I know. People keep telling me the deck is better than what I thought in the beginning. People keep saying, "Oh, RB topped the regional. RB is actually much better than you think, Josh." Every time I see it, it's not better than I think. Is all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. RB bros.
No response.
I'll give you that much. The fact that they even are 9-2 at this YCS with RB is already better than I thought.
Stand by me. Oh,
but, you know.
From the last might as well, yeah, just in case. Activate Clockwork.
Makes everything machines.
Yep.
Ooh, a flood. That's a floodgate against Fiendsmith. Awesome.
Banish this card. That's good.
And pass back to you.
All right.
Did he just forget to set Imperm? I feel like Alex has Imperm in hand, doesn't he? I think he just forgot to set it.
Normal man, tipped effective search. Sure.
That is a trap in hand, right? It's Imperm, I think.
Resolution?
You're fine.
Wait, treasures to set from deck?
Yeah.
Set the serpent?
Yeah.
Two in hand?
Two and both unknown.
Special summon Circuit by banishing.
Yeah.
Attempt effective Circuit to search for a spell.
Sure. Yeah.
Activate Temple.
Yeah.
Summon and set.
Is Clockwork Knight supposed to act like a floodgate? I think so. I think people cite it sometimes to search it with the Clockwork Knight Link monster against decks that care about the type. Like against Yummy, for example, is also really good.
You're fine.
Divine Serpent.
Yeah.
Target up to 3. Reset.
Sure.
So attempt Engraver, shuffle back Requiem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did we just go Fiendsmith? You can't Requiem. Oh no, he negated it. Ah, never mind. He used the Swamp Deity to negate it. No. He's good. He's good. Why is Richard playing alone? Because Alex brought an Sky Striker Revelbots deck.
Is it right? Yeah. Yeah.
Attempt to end main phase.
Sure.
All right, RB Sky Striker stands for really bad Sky Striker.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop being mean to RBs. Okay, they've been through enough.
Yeah.
Declare for 18.
Yeah.
What am I doing? 6, 7.
King Oblivion, thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that.
That's game. Yeah, I thought you had Lightning Storm in your hand.
It was imperm, right? We didn't set imperm.
Fair. Yeah, I was like saying, I was like, okay, Clockwork, if he Lightning Storms it, outs it with Desiree, imperm to try to prevent lethal. I was like, now there's the starter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I need to reach the starter, but
you guys can take that head.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
When did they start making these Platinum Dark Magician girls? I feel like it's been at least a year. Maybe more. Give me some something to guess. What is the card on the public event sign? I can't quite tell. It could be Axel Stardust? Because there's people in front of it. Axel Stardust or Cosmic Blazer or something? I think it's Axel Stardust. That is Declan Akaba? Something like that. Oh, is that the one that plays DDD? Yeah, Declan Akaba. Yes, so he's a villain, right? Is what you're saying? No? But you said he plays DDD. He must be a villain. Oh, that's yugioh? I think that's the what is his deck? Clearwing, I think. Speedroid, Crystal Wing, Clear Wing stuff, yeah. Yugioh. Can we get more? Dude, who is that? Merrick? Gotta be, right? Oh, we have to, at some point in the next week, we have to build a domain deck around Merrick. I forgot. Because I'm going to the card market, guys, again at the end of the month. And we're doing domain again. And we're doing character decks this time, and I got Merrick. So we have to build a Merrick domain deck. I don't know how we're gonna do that yet, but that's Bastion. Can you do your best Merrick impression? No, I don't have a Merrick impression. I mean, also, to be fair, I never watched it in English, so I don't even know his English voice and what he says. To be fair, I also don't remember what he says in German. All right, if you're not gonna give us the next feature match yet, because it's not ready yet, at least give me some stuff to guess, man. Some cards, some characters. Anime cards only, or can you play newer raw cards? It's not that serious. It doesn't have to be. They told me it does not have to be just cards that Merrick played. Because if that was the case, then I think the selection would be pretty small. It just has to be a functioning domain deck centered around those cards. But you can still play like generic staples and other good cards and stuff like that. But like it just needs to. I guess we're just gonna probably try to build like a functioning raw domain deck, but we can still play like the good cards in it. I don't even know how that would work in terms of like domain format, because in domain format you have to pick a domain master, and then like you can only play cards with the same like attribute and archetype and or type. And so it's like, do we have to play like a friggin' divine beast? But then it gets weird, right? Okay, if this is the main event, then it looks like people are now sitting down for round 13. Which means we could get the feature match soon. You can play Divine in everything though. Wait, is that a rule in domain format? I guess I have to look into the deck building rules again before we do that. Yeah? Okay. French Open, please. I don't think it's going to be worth it to check out the French Open right now, because I do think we are literally like a few minutes away from the next round. So I would be going over there, get invested in the match, and then we'd have to leave. We can quickly check what the matchup is. If the matchup is something super interesting, we can check it out. But Well, they're also on break right now. The last round was Yummy Crystron versus Branded Dracotail.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to YCS Pittsburgh, where we're getting ready for our next round and our next round feature match. But while we're waiting for that to be assigned, we have a couple of duelists up here to play some trivia, but let's get to know them. First, we have Micah. We have Yair as well. Micah, how's your YCS been?
It's been fun. Tons of good playing experiences. I like how everybody's like really earnest when you play them. And like all my memories are like people are just going, ooh, ooh, you know, stuff like that. So it's been a good time.
It's awesome when you have good opponents to play against and everyone's having a great time. What about you, Yair? How's your YCS?
It's been good. I'm X4 right now, primarily due to my own misplays, but my deck has honestly been really, really good for me. I can't complain. Also, in regards to like, best memories, like honestly, two really really stand out. Gonna put you on the limelight, honestly, because we've been on the VIP and we've been sitting next to each other, and honestly, it's been like so awesome, just like having such a chill guy to like talk to in between rounds and stuff.
Mika says it's true, yeah.
And then the other one
yes,
was
I am awesome.
where I bricked heavy against Maliss. I had 3 Fuas, impulse call by, and I'm like, pass, double Fua, he passes, and then I draw Tikaboo. I said Tikaboo pass, and then when I flip Tikaboo, I just hear like their match next to them, they're like, ooh, like, oh, Tikaboo jump scare. That was kind of funny. Even though I lost that game, that was really funny. But yeah, that's what it is. And also seeing everyone meet, like seeing a bunch of friends, it's awesome. Like honestly, it's been a really, really, really rewarding and fun YCS.
Hey, I love hearing great stories like that, and also the humility to say it wasn't my deck, it was my choices. I gotta ask though, first off, you're both very stylish right now. We're gonna get to you in a sec, but Micah, what's going on with the floral pattern and the popped collar?
I just like to be comfy. I got it. Like, yes.
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes right now.
Yesterday I wear the jersey for the Sharks. Shout out the Sharks. But then today I was just like, oh, comfy. I'll try to win out. Maybe, hopefully, you know.
Well, you're looking great. And then the Lederhosen. All right, what's going on with this year?
All right, so like 2 years ago, I went to Germany for Oktoberfest and stayed with a friend. And one of
I feel like he's told this story before.
Was like, hey, do you want a pair of Lederhosen? Like,
on a YCS stream.
It doesn't fit me. And I was like, for free? And he was like, yeah.
I feel like he's been on a YCS stream before.
So I got it. And then after that, I was
yeah,
like,
I've heard that before.
I wanted to wear like an outfit. What was it? I think Rally. I was like going really hard at Rally.
I remember him.
And I wanted to pick like a good outfit.
Josh, where are yours? Dude,
I'll start wearing
like a normal German, I don't have any.
So wore it there, wore it at NAS 23. I've been wearing it pretty much every event that's regional or high.
I've seen you at many events, and I always see you. Yeah, he's always wearing it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I see you all the time repping.
Well, he says it. It's the Lucky Lederhosen, bro. Lucky Lederhosen.
Well, it's become iconic, so we'll see. Well, X4, well, we'll call it the Lucky Lederhosen still. All right, you guys ready to do some trivia?
Once today, so that's the luck.
Again, the deck, it was not the problem. I like the humility. All right, we'll get in a little closer, guys, so I can pass the mic back and forth, because we're going to do some trivia. I have 5 questions in front of me. We have to determine who goes first, and we're going to take turns. One of you goes first. If you cannot answer the question, there's a chance to steal, and we're just going to go back and forth. Whoever gets the most gets the bigger prize. You both get something for just being up here with me today, all right? So we're going to do rock, paper, scissors to determine who goes first.
All right, I call dibs on scissors.
Okay, then I call dibs on dragon.
I don't think that's how it works. We're going to do on shoot. Rock. Paper, scissors, shoot. Okay. Double scissors. And there we go. Rock, beat, scissors. So, Yair, you are going first. Again,
dibs on scissors is crazy.
If Yair cannot get it. Number 1 question. What, or rather, which Molcharmy monsters will you find in the legendary 5Ds decks coming out soon?
All of them.
Oh, yeah, no. All 3 of them in common.
Can you name them?
Yeah, Molcharmy Fuelos, Molcharmy Perulia, Molcharmy Meows.
There we go. That is correct. All 3 are coming out. So that is 1 point already to Yair. Now, Micah, what is the name of the counters that Blackwing Armor Master
Jesus
places?
Christ.
This is a question for some of the old school players.
These 2 questions are not the same, by the way. This is not fair. It's wedge counters, but these 2 are not the same level of difficulty.
Zach's going to mess me up for this. It's not Blackwing counter. It's like Black Feather?
That is a good guess, but it is not correct for this monster's counters. I don't think that's too much of a hint, Yair. Do you think you can steal? Again, the question is, Name of the counters that Blackwing Armor Master places.
That has an ulti, right? Like an old school ulti?
It does.
Yeah, and it's a synchro. It's like a level 8 or a level 10, right? Yeah.
7.
7.
7, okay. I used to have that card, bro. It's a Blackwing, I don't know, feather counters?
Black feather counters are close. We're not talking about Blackwing to Dragon, though. This is a wedge counter that Blackwing Armor Master places. That's for all the old school fans out there. I was playing a lot back then. I know about wedge counters. All right, so that was Micah's question. No steal from your ear, but that does go back to you for the next one. This Blackwing Synchro Monster was included in the Lost Art promotion
Armed Master.
this year.
Armed
What is
Wing.
its name?
Blackwing Synchro Monster, Lost Art promotion this year. Ooh, I actually should know this one.
Armed Wing.
Micah thinks he's got it. He's going to give it to me.
Oh no, I got this. Black Rose does have an alt art, but wasn't in the Lart. Then there was Moonlight. I don't know if Moonlight has one. I'm just going to go with Black Rose Dragon because I know that has an alt art.
Unfortunately, the question was this Blackwing Synchro Monster.
Oh my god.
It's okay, but Micah, you do have a chance to steal. This Blackwing Synchro Monster was included in the Lost Art promotion this year. What is its name?
He usually has a spear, I think, and now he has something else. I think it's Armed Wing.
Blackwing Armed Wing.
I think they
is
gave
the
him a
correct
Nerf gun
answer.
instead of
There
a
we
real
go.
gun. That's
All
what
right,
happened.
Micah gets a point on the board, so it should be 1-1. And it's back to Micah for the question. What monster does Ruddy Rose Witch add to your hand?
Which of the Black Rose?
I don't know.
Do you have any guess?
Ready Rose Dragon.
Unfortunately, no. It does not add the Synchro Monster to your hand. Yair, do you think you know? What monster does Ruddy Rose Witch add to your hand?
Ruddy Rose Witch. Okay. That's a super. That's a super from Dude.
It adds the tuner monster that you played in Monster Mash back in the day. I think it's called Witch of the Black Rose.
A level 4 lower plant.
Or something like that.
It could add. So is it a specific monster?
I will tell you, yes. It is a named monster.
Named monster. Okay. So if it's that, I'm going to say, and it's a monster. So I'll say. What's the other one? Rose. Is it? It's not.
I feel like you're close. I
want to say Rose Knight, or is it like Ruddy Rose?
I'm gonna give you 5 seconds.
Okay. I'll say. I don't know if Ruddy Rose Knight exists, but I'll say. Fuck it. I'll say Ruddy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I heard Ruddy Rose Witch. That is not correct. It is Witch of the Black Rose. A classic one. Finish the card name.
Oh man.
Micah. On your mark, get set, blank.
Is this a setup?
No.
On your mark, get set, go?
No, it's duel.
No, it is not go. On your mark, get set.
Duel?
That is correct. There we go. Yair does win it with enough points. Micah, thank you for participating still. Again, the fit looks great. Thank you, Yair. Oh, there we go. And the
Dude, he saw his live flash before his eyes when he said, fuck it.
Before we're back with our next round feature match right after this.
Dude, he was like, no!
Is complete. The Emperor of Thought and the Master of Fiends. Quadruple D Dimensional King Arc Crisis. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game Doom of Dimensions. Available now.
Oh, God. Has anyone seen Yair recently? I haven't seen Yair since that mini game. I haven't seen him anywhere. Coincidence? I think not. Ooh! Genesis qualifier finals. Okay, Generator versus Runic Radiant Typhoon. Generator still going strong even without BFD. Now Radiant Typhoon is good in Genesis now. I think Radiant Typhoon is gonna get points next time. I hate generators, dude. I don't really like generator as a deck. Dude, chant in draw phase, special Crocea, it's so busted. They still play VFD? Wait, they still play VFD in generators? Bro, that Droll in Lockbird is pathetic. Okay, so there is no VFD because there's Droll. There is no VFD in this one. What's wrong with generator? Nothing, I just don't like it. Okay, so we're passing on Cicada King with Crocea, 4-set, and the thingy, which is pretty good. Droll didn't do much either. Does Virtual World have points? That's a good question. Does Virtual... I don't think so. I think it's just 100 points BFD. Oh, Lulu has 3 points. Okay. Right. So no VFD for you. I mean, to be fair, actually that makes sense because I guess it would have been pretty obviously the first VFD deck before people even do generators. Shen is 20 points. That also makes sense. Yeah. There. Wait, we set a runic tip on the first turn? Without using it? But we don't have fountain up either. Oh, we got rolled, but we could have chained it. MST to 33 points. Look, there's a lot of things they can do. There's a lot of things they can do to Radiant Typhoon, but I don't think putting points on MST is what they should do. Realistically, I would say Crocea deserves some points. And I also think that they could consider putting points on Radiant Typhoon Vision because it's a very generically good card. But honestly, I'm not a huge fan when they put big points on like splashable cards like that, because I inherently I don't think it's like super problematic to be able to draw 2, discard a quick play. But I think like anywhere from 3 to 5 points for that card would be good. And then put like 10 on Crocea or something. Definitely to the point where you can't play 3 Pot of Greed in that deck, because that's kind of ridiculous. Like, I think the fact that you can play 3 Pot of Greeds in some decks in Genesis is cool. But not when the deck is already really strong. Like, that should be something that like the weaker decks can do. Is Allure points? Yes, Allure is 5. So I think that's like a fair point for those kind of cards. 3 to 5 points is fine. Allure is not free. No, Allure is not free. Allure is 5. Which to me sounds about right. I do think in a vacuum, Allure of Darkness is a better card than Radiant Typhoon Vision, because there is more opportunity to generate card advantage with Allure. Like, there's a bunch of cards that give you a +1 when you banish them. Whereas usually discarding a quick play is not a +1. But other than that, I think they're pretty comparable in power level. Alright, we couldn't kill because Runics, but we only have the opponent down on 2 cards, and I don't think they're going to be able to do this. Skullmeister in hand and a spell card, so that is going to be, I believe, the game. And of course, I mean, Giovanni has no reason to scoop because this is game 3 of the finals. But it looks like Radiant Typhoon is going to be able to take it here. End phase Mystical Space Typhoon hitting the monstrosity. Activates Phonics. I love Phonics, dude. That card is so good, man. Then we use the Radiant Typhoon thingy to put 3 back and draw 1. Phonics shuffles in the monster. Reset the trap. And then draw for turn. This was all end phase. And now we attack for game.
Welcome back, everyone, here to YCS Pittsburgh. I'm Billy Brake. This is Asala, and we're here with round number 13, right?
We're getting close to the end here.
Yeah, 12 rounds in the books. Round 13, still going to have a couple more to play before we cut to top 8. But it's been an incredible weekend here at the last in-person YCS we're going to have here in the United States, at least until the end of the year. So over 1,800 duelists showed up to try and win this tournament, but now we're winding down to eventually have that top 8. And there's been a lot of incredible players, but a lot of really cool decks. So let's go ahead and take a look at the day 2.
So if I could pick a feature match, I would like to see. I mean, I guess I don't know if they're still X2 or better. But we didn't see the, there was a Cyber Dragon deck in the top tables like 2 rounds ago. If that's still doing well, I would like to see that, although it was a K9 deck, so I don't know if it's doing anything cool.
But seeing it at second place, it does make a lot of sense. And then following up, we do have just Pure Yummy. Talk to me about that deck.
Yeah, Pure Yummy. That's actually the deck that I have in my backpack right now, just in case anyone ever challenges me to a duel. But I do really like all the flexibility. It's a consistent deck because you just need any Yummy name, but you also have a lot of room for fun activities in your deck as well. Not only you could either choose to play some of those, you know, interruptions from the hand that might play harder into the K9 stuff.
It could be Spell Canceller Turbo. It's not unlikely, yeah.
Droplet, which we've seen has been absolutely phenomenal this weekend. But yeah, even though Mitsu Yummy's on top, Pure Yummy's there at 7%. We have other Yummy decks like Solfachord Yummy also in the mix. And of course, K9 Vanquish.
Why is Lunalight dead? Why do you think Lunalight is dead? Lunalight is not dead. There's just not many of them. But that's necessary. Like, Lunalight does not want to be popular.
Is that something you thought was going to
happen? If Lunalight is popular, it's going to suffer.
I did think this, actually. I thought it was going to be within at least the top 3
People
just based on
do play Lunalight. I played against 2 Lunalight at my last regional.
It has been gaining a lot of popularity. We've seen it do incredibly well on stream so far. Only 1 Lancia on stream so far. I think maybe in Top Cut we'll see more Lancias, but it's one of those decks that has been gaining popularity for a reason. It's had a lot of power. People realize those hits aren't enough to completely knock it out. When it gets going, it's just so hard to beat. It has really good counterplay into a lot of the cards that people are playing in this format. Droll and Lockbird, not a very good card against the deck, and a card they can take great advantage of. If people are playing those powerful spell cards to try to break boards, not very good against Maliss. That means you're going to allow them to draw 3 cards on their own turn. So it's just really hard to deal with.
Yeah, this might be just the time that it kind of Maliss may be able to sneak under the radar, and that's when it's really going to get you and take you by surprise, even though it's been such a dominant deck, but has those, you know, hits on the Forbidden and Limited list, but still a contender for sure. But let's also talk about some upcoming YCSs that we have. I mentioned this might be the last one here in person in the United States, but it's all tell me about these YCSs.
Genesis YCS when?
Just the end of November here, we have the YCS in Merida, Mexico. And then following that, we have a remote YCS in December 6th and 7th for North America. And then following in the end of January, beginning of February, there is a remote YCS for Latin America.
That's right. It's the last in-person YCS. But even if you're watching at home and want to compete in a YCS and have that opportunity to win those same awesome prizes from the comfort of your own home, you're not going to want to miss out on that remote duel YCS December 6th and 7th. There's definitely more time, more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than ever. You also have Master Duel, so many different things. And on top of that, we just took a break back from one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis matchups from the Invitational. That's the newest way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! No Forbidden Limited list. Instead, it's like a point-based value on certain cards, so you can only include a certain number of cards with that point value in your deck. No link monsters, no pendulum monsters, no extra monster zone. Yesterday's field with today's card. We saw the Radiant Typhoon strategy really excelling there in that last feature match before we jumped back into it here. So if you haven't checked out Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis yet, that's something you're going to really want to do. You can go to yugioh-card.com and find the points to check that out. But for now, we're playing the standard TCG here at the YCS. It's round number 13. It's time to meet our feature match duelists. Kangas, take it away.
In the blue chair,
Lucas Sacco, okay.
Oklahoma, still chasing
Mitsu Yummy, that's what I would expect. Yeah.
Shout out to the Gaming Metro, Lucas Sacco. And his opponent today in the red chair from Pueblo, Colorado.
Ooh, that's Odeon again. Odeon Fiendsmith. Okay.
Casaus the third. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Another appearance of the man on the feature match table. Okay.
Lucas Sacco from Tulsa, Oklahoma. He is the Tulsa King here, playing that yummy Mitsurugi strategy that we've been seeing so much of. But another deck we've been seeing a ton of is the Odeon strategy. That's right, the Tomb Keeper Fiendsmith deck here from Ben, who said he's
now it's worth noting both of these players 10-2 record.
Oldest teams of my memory.
Basically, by all standards, that is a YCS top in the previous years, pretty much. So already a pretty good accomplishment. But of course, in order to win it all, they need to stay. They need to take it a couple steps further. They need to win the next 2 Swiss rounds to go to that 12-2 record and have a chance at making it into the top 8.
The deck breakdown because it's not that popular, but it's been doing exceedingly well here in this tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely, we're going to keep an eye on it every round to see where these decks are going, and every round they keep getting more and more wins, stay in contention. And yeah, I think we've seen a lot of Tomb Keeper, but including the Fiendsmith cards, not something that's typically usual. So it kind of gives them a little more explosive. So it's like 2 strategies that can do a lot with 1 card, set up a lot of different layered interactions. You're going to have the spells and traps as disruption, maybe Desiree to kind of protect yourself. Because the one thing that the Tomb Keeper strategy is missing is a way to put a lot of damage on the field quickly, and Fiendsmith can do that quite easily on the backs of something like Fiendsmith's Agman Day. Just really
is Jesse still in? I was refreshing Twitter a little bit on the second monitor, and it looks like Jesse lost round 12 to Dracotail, which means he is now 9-3.
Released?
Yeah.
On probation?
Yeah, for now.
Only on good, as long as it doesn't get up to any silly shenanigans. On good behavior, we'll see yeah, that Lacrima, the Crimson Tears from the extra deck.
Which is good enough to still get some Worlds points and maybe like the Card Trooper, but I don't think you can get top 8 with that anymore.
Awesome, incredible cards, but we're going to see if that fusion being released from the Forbidden Limited list will make an appearance here in this match.
The Fiendsmith version of Tomb Keeper was I believe, the original version of Tomb Keeper that was seeing success on release of Tomb Keeper. Didn't see a whole lot of representation back then. People were very excited to try it, but it was just barely missed the top cut finishes at the time. So we'll see if it's able to hold it down here.
Definitely gonna be the case.
Lucas Sacco is a veteran in the game at this point. He's been in many tournaments. We've seen him plenty of times up to the stage, and he's playing a strategy that is the most represented here in day 2.
Yeah, he's also been in like the past couple points playoffs. Someone who's been one of the top 16 players with the most amount of points every year, so you know he plays a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Competes in a lot of regionals, has plenty of YCS tops. Still looking for that win though. And we're going to find out if he's going to be able to get that YCS win, but first he's going to have to win game number 1 of our 13th round of Swiss here at YCS Pittsburgh.
This is the all-important dice roll here, especially for the Tomb Keeper strategy. That deck wants to go first. It plays a lot of trap cards.
A 6. That's beatable.
Just a 6. Below average here.
9. All right.
Sounds good. Hey, good luck. Good luck.
So Odeon Fiendsmith gonna go first here against Mitsurugi Yami.
So Lucas is going to find out from the start he's not playing against something he probably expected. Maybe he would expect to play like 1 or 2 throughout a tournament.
Not a great opening hand, is it? We see Lacrima and Tomb Keeper, or Man, or whatever. Man with the mark, rather.
Looks like there's going to be a strong start here.
Normal summoning Lacrima. I see a Fuva in Lucas Sacco's hand, so that's going to punish that decision.
Crimson Tears is going to send that Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard. You know, there was a time I said that so many times, but now I feel like, oh, that's refreshing. It's been a while since
it has been a minute. But there is Mashami Fualos. We've seen that a lot this
week.
weekend.
This looks like a purge pass to me.
So do you like doing the Fualos here before going into the Link Summon for the Requiem, or do you like chaining the Fualos to the Requiem?
This is purge pass.
I guess it depends on your opening hand.
Yeah, I think if you're doing it now, that's.
Why is normal summon Lacrima better than normal summon Man? Isn't that just worse in the current format? I guess. I guess Man is weaker into Droll, but I don't know, man.
He also had a copy of Man in the Mark in his hand. Is that one? Okay.
He also had a Purge, but decides to hold it.
He had no cards on field.
Oh, you're right. You couldn't activate it. That's right. You needed a card on the field to be able to activate it from the hand there.
Gonna give a draw. That's dangerous.
He sets a card face down and decides to give Lucas a draw. Getting the Requiem online
I guess we probably play Paradise, so that is at least an interruption somewhat. No, it's not, because Lacrima is in the graveyard.
Summon another copy of Lacrima the Crimson Tears and be able to send something like Fiendsmith.
Yeah, that's GG. It plays through Purge.
To note, Fiendsmith Requiem is once returned to be summoned, not once returned to use its effect.
Certainly the case, but
the hand plays through Purge. I saw it.
Action here from Lucas Sacco.
Strong start. Looks like there's no immediate response here. This is going to be grabbing, I can only assume.
Why is not? Oh, yeah, you can use Requiem, summoning Graveyard, and Lacrima, bring back Requiem, then Requiem again. Right, yeah, my bad.
No Purge yet. Looks like that's going to be able to resolve. Add a copy of Mitsurugi Ritual.
Okay. Sure. Anything on resolution?
No. There is the Droll check. It looks like we're all good to go here.
We didn't Purge the Saji?
Full hand of cards. He's going to move to his next action. It's going to be Mitsurugi Ritual trying to summon that Habakiri from his hand by sending the monsters from the deck to the graveyard.
It's going to be a Murakuma from hand, the absolute best monster to summon off of.
Can't Purge, he controls no cards. He has a set Purge. There's one in hand and one on the board.
Copy of Habakiri from the deck. And Murakuma will be used as Chainlink 2 to protect the Habakiri, but also go after the Requiem on Ben's side of the field.
Chain 3.
Looks like we're going to be using the Requiem. That's going to just put another monster on the field that will eventually end up in the graveyard here.
Do you think there's any merit to not chaining the Requiem here? I guess it doesn't make a difference. It's not once per turn to use the effect, right, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
So he'll still be able to shuffle back the Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, summon back the Requiem, use it again to get the Lacrima back, and still have access. And this way, he's also getting that Engraver into the graveyard.
Anything here?
Yeah, just getting some more resources loaded up in case he does manage to find another turn.
You're good here.
The Murakumo still looming, will also whittle away Ben's hand. There's going to be a pre-preparation of rights here. Very strong cards.
Purging does nothing.
The Mitsurugi strategy has not even revealed any yummy cards yet.
Yeah, high impact cards also. We've seen Fualos, Habakiri, and a pre-prep. 3 cards that you really want to see in your hand if you're a Mitsurugi Yummy duelist. The pre-prep's going to add another copy of Habakiri and Mitsurugi Mirror.
Now, it looks like if you did tribute the Habakiri as material, I wonder if he even plays Futsu in his deck.
I mean, all three Habakiris are gone now, right?
Yeah.
Well, 2 in the hand.
Realistically, in the current format, unfortunately, I think it's just incorrect to give an extra draw for Requiem. Because it's just that, even if it's Paradise Interruption, I don't think it's going to matter much. It's just a matter of you need to stop your opponent from playing with Purge. You just have to hope that in the 5 cards they have when you pass, there's one starter.
Greedy with this Murakuma here, like leave
I
it
think.
open like this. It looks like there might be a response, though. We're going to chain prayers. Oh, no tribute. We're just going to try to summon back. Or, well, I mean, we don't really know what he's going to do.
Chain 4, Lacrima, target Requiem.
All right, going to chain to the Mitsurugi prayers. The Lacrima goes back into the deck to special summon out the Fiendsmith Requiem. The prayers is going to special summon back the Murakumo. And then the Purge is going to negate that effect of Murakumo to add a card.
Interesting that he opted to
This
chain
Purge
the
was
prayers.
good.
There's not necessarily a reason he had to do that. Maybe he just wanted to make sure Murakuma was on the field for the next chain, just to try to go after Ben's hand if there was another card that was going to be activated.
I'll attempt effective Requiem here.
All right, this might... yeah, there's going to be the Murakuma here.
No response.
Get a free discard.
See what he decides to send to the graveyard. It's going to be the Merciless Beast Circuit.
Not very useful in
Scorpion.
this position.
Effective Foolish.
Not a beast, this is Scorpion.
So I guess having Paradise here is going to discourage bridging into Yummy because Lucas doesn't have a Yummy card in hand, so the only way to do it right now would be to make Herald Zombie Vampire, but that's not an option against Paradise.
Know that Ben has an easy answer.
Actually, I keep forgetting the non-target thing on Zombie Vampire. What is it? What does it say again? It can't be targeted except by monsters summoned from the grave?
See that Fiendsmith Paradise, not going to run into it. Just going to clear up the Crimson Tears, sets one face down. It's just the threat of Fiendsmith in Paradise holding Lucas back from bridging into the other half of his deck.
Cannot be targeted by special summoned monsters. Oh, so then you can target it with a Desiree in the grave.
Already whittling away the limited hand that Ben has, and he still has a purification set.
Right, okay.
All right, Ben's going to draw for his turn.
Draws a tract for turn.
Tract, not a bad one.
He still has that man with the mark in his hand.
The second purge is nuts here.
The cards in the graveyard. Engraver is
Right after we go trap tribute Murakumo and then try to bring it back, or tribute Habakiri, I guess.
Be able to hit the field here. No links in the graveyard to immediately.
The purge is going to be nice.
Well. So will he?
Oh, he can chain block with mirror. Never mind. Yeah, you're right.
Normal man. Effect to search.
Looks like he might be eyeing a Chaos Angel in the extra deck. So he does go to normal summon the man with the mark, or at least like keeping his options open so far in his turn.
Man with the mark is an Earth, right?
Yeah, but you can still make Chaos Angel with it, right? Using the engraver.
No.
As the tuner.
Is that how it works? Does it not have to be exactly light or dark?
No response.
I'll double check. I don't think so.
I'll go chain link 1,
Let me pull up Chaos Angel on Neuron.
All right, just in the meantime, Man with the Mark was immediately met with Purification. Murakumo will activate in the graveyard, but chain blocked with the effect of Mirror to protect itself from the other Purge in Ben's hand.
Oh, it does need a non-tuner light or dark, and you can only treat a light or dark as the tuner, so yeah, we wouldn't be able to use it with the man of the mark there. But if he somehow finds a way to get the Lacrim or the Crimson Tears on the field, he will be able to access it.
Murakumo has hit the field again. I think it's going to activate its effect to destroy the engraver on the field. Considering that cuts off the engraver that's already activated, the normal summon has been used. This could be really strong here.
So chain link 1, chain link 2.
To destroy?
Yeah, to destroy your field. I have no response.
Yeah, the Purification is huge here.
I'm pretty sure this is nothing for Ben.
The following chain to at least get rid of one body here from Lucas, but I don't know how many pushes Ben still has. There's a prayers.
But I don't know why we brought back Engraver and then summoned Man. Instead of like keeping Requiem engrave and threatening the Murakumo or something.
One of those engravers back into the deck. Oh, keep in mind, Desiree does not target, but we're just selecting at this point one of the monsters to be removed.
Let's see what he decides.
Yeah, we played into the trap card. I guess we didn't know the trap was there.
Oh, it's like we're using the Murakumo now.
I think that was hard drawn, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong.
How many in hand? 3?
Currently there is 4 in hand.
4 in hand.
Will there be a response from Ben?
No response. Okay. I will.
I think you just have to discard the Purge here.
You might just let it resolve.
What were we playing? Yeah, I don't know.
It's only really just taking out the Murakumo.
Yeah, it's not doing a whole lot for you.
I don't know how much the Fiendsmith track's going to get him either.
He hasn't gone into Requiem yet.
Prayers off
True, so he goes into Requiem.
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. He needs to get another monster on the field to get into a Fiendsmith sequence, I think.
He tries his best. Like,
he just has to believe.
Yeah, it looks like the Murakumo does resolve, negating the effect of Desiree.
That is Fabled Lurie.
The Lurie will be added to hand and most likely discarded for the effect of Track. Lurie will trigger in the graveyard to summon itself. We haven't heard
that. Just doesn't do anything, does it?
I love the Fiendsmith cards, though. And now going to Link Summon. Here comes the Fiendsmith Requiem.
Because we cannot get a second body on the board.
And Engraver can or the Requiem can equip itself to the Engraver and then get rid of one body at least. So if he did choose to get rid of the Purge, he would at least get rid of both bodies, but that doesn't really do anything into the prayers. At least now he has an answer to the prayers, right?
Yeah, it's still such a tough situation, but just going to have to try and wait it out here.
Why is Engraver in attack mode?
I mean, do you play Typhon in your extra deck? Maybe you can. Oh, there's 0 monster summon from the extra deck, so.
Yeah, they're blue, but not the right kind of blue.
Looks like we're going to be setting that copy of Purge and passing.
Aura? Okay.
That's fine.
Makes sense.
And all right, Lucas just a Habakiri facing down an Engraver. Lucas draws to 5 cards in hand, though.
I mean, this could be wrapped up really quickly. A Mystical Space Typhoon would leave Ben with 0 responses.
Neither would. A Harvey's Feather Duster to get the job done as well. Cosmic Cyclone.
You pick your poison.
we go down the list. We'll see what Lucas decides to do here. He has plenty of options. The Purification in the graveyard is also just pretty strong.
This
game.
Like
we're going to be opting to start with that Prayers, tributing the Habakiri that was known in the hand. And there is the Purge that's going to be able to negate the effect of prayers, but Habakiri will still trigger.
No response.
And that can grab the mirror that was put back into the deck.
Yep. And the Purification, he can always...
This is mega game. It doesn't matter.
Tribute.
Even just the... If he just remembers the Purification engrave, bring back Murakumo, tribute Habakiri was already nuts.
I always try and use the graveyard effect of Purification as much as I can.
It definitely has a lot of use cases here. It looks like we're just going to grab another copy of Prayers.
Yeah, I mean, when your opponent's sitting on 0 cards, even though the Fiendsmith cards can play from the graveyard a little bit, it's pretty easy just to have a Prayer, especially summoning back Murakumo as a pretty great disruption into those Fiendsmith monsters, as they do need to get 2 monsters on the field to get the Fiendsmith sequence.
Murakumo is never stronger than when your opponent has no cards in hand.
True. You also get that negate bonus.
Yes.
Yep. Lucas is just going to take it easy. He knows he's in the driver's seat right now, and he's going to run over that Fiendsmith engraver.
If Lucas managed to get away with this game without playing a single Yummy card, that could be a problem for Ben. He might, if he doesn't know.
I mean, it's not game if you bring the Murakumo back here, so we might decide to hold the trap card as an interruption.
That there's something else going on.
Because you can bring back Murakumo on the opponent's turn to get the board wipe, which could be a reasonable thing to do. I don't think it matters here. I simply don't think there is a top deck here for Ben.
So it's 2 cards face down.
End phase is fine. In end phase, effective Lacrima, target Requiem.
Oh yeah, he did in fact have Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, in the graveyard still to be able to get back the Requiem. At this point, it's just moving cards around because the Fiendsmith in Paradise is already used.
Fiendsmith in Paradise. Sorry, it's like plays in my head.
Can you use the trap now in end phase to revive Murakumo? Because I think that'd be good.
The first time I've heard you do that.
Because I keep it inside.
Oh, super poly with no cards in hand.
I let my inner thoughts win in this moment. I do apologize, Asala. Back to the
Don't apologize, Billy.
Fiendsmith Requiem is on the field playing its own song.
Never change.
Shuffle back Desiree for cost.
Gonna put that Desiree back into the extra deck to try and summon Engraver. Gonna chain Requiem. Like I said, Ben's goal right now is to get 2 monsters to stick to this field so he can access those powerful Link monsters that the Fiendsmith have.
I mean, yeah, this is going to put 2 bodies on the field, but I can only assume that you will always try to summon Murakumo here just to ensure that Chaos Angel doesn't hit the board.
Summon good?
On the summon.
But you can summon now because you have a Light and Dark.
Oh, looks like we're going to be using the effect of Purification, trying to summon back the Murakumo, tributing the Habakiri on the field.
No response.
Love that second effect.
Thinking on Chain Link.
Lucas really playing it safe here, conserving his resources, not allowing any more instances like the Purge from earlier this game.
No response.
And I'm so surprised he just didn't do it on his own turn to get a little bit more damage. I guess you don't need to speed the clock up because you're still not going to.
Yeah, the clock doesn't matter, right? You just want to have as because if there was a response to the prayers trying to summon back the Murakumo, there is a chance that he loses this game.
Why is Ben not going next?
He's just playing the absolute safest way possible. But no cards left from Ben. He got the 2 monsters, but the Murakumo took them down quite easily. And now Prayers is going to be activated to bring back a Mitsu.
Posture check. No, I'm okay.
Be that Hobbit Fury. He's going to take 800. Players dive to their score pads.
I don't think it'll matter for too much longer. No. Looks like we are in Lukasaka's turn now.
He's going to reveal the other part of the strategy that he's using. Feel like he could have got away with it, but...
Did he not already do enough damage for those 2 swings to be enough? I suppose not.
Nope, might need a little more. The Droll Lockbird is good enough, but now he does reveal he is playing.
I guess now... Was it necessary to show the opponent that we're playing yummy cards by doing Zombie Vampire? I mean, I don't know. Maybe they know anyways, because it's round 13.
Only 1 card in hand for the opponent.
They may have played next to each other before.
You can add Murakumo to the hand. The game is, or Murakumo to the field. The game instantly is over, but I don't think there's any single card that could matter in this situation. Potentially a Nibiru the Primal Being, if Lukasako ends up playing into it, but based on how this game has gone so far, I don't think he's going to make a mistake like that.
Thinking on the discard.
Is Ben under the impression that you can't scoop in feature matches?
Gonna discard a copy of that main deck Dark Ruler no more.
Because I don't know why we're here just to suffer.
Good meta call.
This did not feel like a game that should have taken almost 20 minutes, to be honest with you.
Cards like Forbidden Droplet are extremely popular going into the format, trying to combat decks like Mitsu Yumi.
Summon is good.
There is a Samsara Cat going to immediately Synchro Summon into Herald the Arclight. That answers the last card that Ben has remaining. Can Lucas do the remaining bits of damage now?
Normal summon.
Okay.
Cookie is normal summoned.
Yep. Gonna send that
Burning
to
time? Yeah, but that's the confusing thing. There is no benefit to that with the new time rules. It just doesn't make sense to burn time.
To the field.
Which is one of the good things about that new rule, is that burning time is useless.
That Link 1 monster, that field spell is going to be able to special summon back the Cookie Yummy.
I'd say surprise to special summon.
No response.
Surprise will likely summon back the copy of Marshmallow. Marshmallow will add the surprise back to the hand.
I'm sorry, Marshmallow effect.
Yes, that's fine.
And now we will Synchro Summon into
Lollipop. Yep.
That'll summon 2 more monsters.
Yep.
And even if these monsters had 0 attack points, it would be enough.
Yeah, the field spell boost is 2,000 for each one, so 8,000.
Bro, attack!
Through the 4. His opponent hasn't conceded yet, so Lucas is trying to make sure he plays as optimally as possible, make sure nothing.
He has an Arclight for the 1 card in hand. I don't know what else he has to do. There is the Fiendsmith engrave, or the Lacrima in the grave to summon back the Fiendsmith Requiem.
The effect.
Yes, that's fine.
Gonna put back the Synchro Monster, special summon Samsara Sorrow.
It benefits your teammates. Bro, can we stop making up the most random reasons for why getting a double loss is good? It makes no sense.
Lacrima goes back in the deck. Requiem special summon to the field. He's shuffling his deck for some
Because he can still win the match if he plays faster.
I mean, we'll see. What is this last card going to be?
Tim's League main.
That's the Requiem.
All right. It looks like it's still in main phase. We're going to activate the Requiem here. Potentially maybe trying to bait out the Herald of the Arclight with the last card being Nibiru the Primal Being.
Tim's League main phase.
What is the level 3 synchro on board? That is Shamisen Samsara Sorrow Cat or something.
And then 16.
Is what it's called.
This is gonna be enough.
It's the one that recycles Herald of the Arclight.
I'm sure.
I mean, it's 7,600 points of damage represented when you have less than 7,000.
16, so 3K.
Serious. What's the touch so far? It's been.
This is crazy.
Just in case, just Meteor Theory is intact.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I got nothing. I got nothing for this one.
Damage choice. This is boosted to 2,000. So this attack at 3,000. This is 16.
Oh, 3,000.
Yeah,
so I'm at 2,000.
We're at 2,000.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Bro.
And then declare with Lollipop, which is currently 3,200.
Yep, that's
2,000 boost. Okay.
What?
All right.
This game was over like
It's enough
10 plus minutes
No
ago or
way.
something.
I can't believe it. But yeah, the writing was on the wall. The 1 card in his hand was just super polymerization. I got to see it there at the end. And Lucas takes this game 1 convincingly. I feel like we could have had a little bit more time left on the clock. Could have probably scooped that one up just a little bit earlier. But
maybe
you know,
as a Tombkeeper deck, you're not super used to being in that position where Yummy's attacking you for game with 0 cards, because either you go first and you have a bunch of trap cards and they don't have to break their board, or they get to go first, they make their board and you can't break it, so you immediately go to the next game, so they never have to actually do the
He
damage.
needs to get a warning
So
for not
the first time
surrendering.
you saw that happen?
No, no, absolutely not. It's not illegal or against the rules to try and win the game until the very last second. It's just not very smart.
I hope he didn't catch a penalty for anything there.
I don't know why he would get it.
Yeah, I didn't feel like he was playing slow at all, but we'll try to get some more info on that. Maybe he wasn't going to, maybe it's just a slight warning about, I don't know, something. Maybe they need to do math faster.
Maybe there was a communication error at some point, and
that could have been the case, maybe. But yeah, a decisive game.
It's okay. I believe you.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like something happened.
I think it was the Marshmallow incident, because I remember he was trying to correct himself when he activated the Marshmallow to add back the surprise, which didn't matter, by the way.
Right. He didn't use the surprise.
Yeah, it was just free.
Did he say something wrong?
He might have just said something else when he meant Marshmallow effect to add back surprise.
No, that's not a big deal. Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
He clarified immediately.
Yeah. I saw no issue in that, but handily defeating Richard and his I mean, really didn't get to see a lot of the Tomb Keeper cards. He started with that normal summon of Lachman the Crimson Tears instead of the Man with the Mark. So we didn't really get to see any of those cool traps come into play or really see how these two engines synergize with each other. It was pretty much just trying to operate only on Fiendsmith cards, facing down that turn 1 Fualos that really slowed him down.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see, because usually, I mean, even if you do have to summon the Lacrima from the hand, that's still
all right, time is ticking. I mean, 28 minutes. We're not that close yet. You know, it depends. But if Odeon wins a long game too, then we might be in territory. But
I mean, he's been playing this deck. He's got
not yet. It's too early to.
I mean, had he known that Lucas had Fualos,
to be concerned about that, I suppose.
Want to summon the Man with the Mark instead.
From a viewer perspective, from the player perspective, I would have surrendered the game 1 earlier, but
online summoning them, you are still going to try and summon a fusion from your extra deck, so they would still net a card. So tough to say which one was correct in that scenario, but either way, he's going on to game number 2, going to be able to dive into the side decks, going to get that opportunity to go first again, and this deck does shine when it goes first. Hopefully we'll get to see some more trap cards from Richard's side of the duel. Oh, no, it is Ben. Okay.
Richard Benedict, yeah.
Okay, yep. Looking at his deck list, but looking by the name, he goes by his middle name. I was like, why am I calling him Ben? Oh, well, that's his name.
Yes. Literally the same situation for Lukasaka here, George Lukasaka.
Yeah, what a name. What a name. What a game. It's game number 2 here. Will Lucas take a 2-0 decisive victory?
Yes, sir.
Or will Ben be able to win the next 2 games?
Good luck. All right, attempt number 2 at going first.
Both these duelists have 2 losses, so the winner will move on.
Once again, 5 engine cards, and there's a Fuva. It's not looking good.
For prizing, not going to be able to make top 8.
We are starting with a Fiendsmith track here. Great if you're facing down a drone lockboard, because you at least get to access the entirety of your Fiendsmith engine. And it looks like he is going to be adding
Paradise.
a copy of Lurry and discarding it, which obviously is what you'd normally expect, but I did see a Fiendsmith and Paradise in his hand, which might have merited adding something else and discarding the Paradise.
Could be a case.
Doesn't Odeon play well under Fuva?
I
think so, yeah.
And like setting it face down.
That's true. The effect on the field is actually very strong here.
But this Fualos is going to make that really difficult to get to that point without giving Lucas too many cards.
At least he does have the Treasure of the Kings already, so he's able to set one of Apophis the Serpent from the deck, and if he has another trap card here, he gets to activate it.
Okay, take your time.
Yeah, but he has 2. He gets to add a card that mentions Temple with the Kings.
Oh, looks like we're going to be using Circuit here.
Yep, Merciless Scorpion of Circuit banishes the Anubis, the last judge from the deck, special summon from the hand.
No response. Attempt to search a spell. Sure.
So, gonna try
I guess we can just go full Odeon setup with no draws.
Temple of the Kings.
Or is Temple of the Kings, right?
Respectable.
Looks like that'll be actual Temple of the Kings.
Unfortunately, Ben doesn't really have non-engine to back it up, though. Right? He just drew, like, I think it's 3 Fiendsmith cards, including Paradise, which is not ideal.
Monster still has his normal summon, so he can get Man with the Mark.
If we had like 1 or 2 non-engine next to this, I would feel pretty good about it. Like, I see Warning in the deck, Super Poly, Purge, Ash. If we had any of those, I'd be like, okay, sure. Maybe we're cooking.
And then just throwing it in
But
the
I guess we'll have to wait and see if just the Odeon stuff is going to cut it.
Sure, good. Ultimately, we found our man, and we'll likely be normal summoning it next.
Normal effect to search?
Yes.
Yep, going to go ahead and search now. You know, I was cooking the other day, had some grease, you know.
One spell in Lucas' hand is Dark Ruler. How strong is it against Odeon? Not very strong at all.
Now I am the man
It is good against the Fiendsmith part of this deck. Like, you can Dark Ruler,
I was just in pain.
you can try to Dark Ruler a Caesar or something like that, but against the Odeon cards, it's not very good.
On the field right now, and that's going to add a copy of the Judgment, or let's see, where does it? Verdict of Anubis. I knew it was Judgment of Anubis is the OG version. Verdict of Anubis is actually really, really cool card.
Likely sided in knowing that he was able to go first. That is an extremely powerful card to have here.
Yep, kind of works like Solemn Judgment. Also has like the backside effect that can like wipe out your opponent's monsters and do a ton of damage, I believe.
I mean, if that card resolves.
We're giving draws.
But it looks like we are going to be giving a card up for the Fualos here.
Silhouette Rabbit? Yeah, 1 draw for Silhouette Rabbit seems reasonable.
Effective Rabbit to set.
All right, that's a cool one. A good way to access those continuous trap cards that can summon themselves as monsters. But because that Fualos, Lucas is going to get a card, but he's getting one of the best ones, the Statue of Anguish pattern. That one, while it is on the field, every time you summon a continuous trap as a monster, you're going to be able to destroy a card on your opponent's side of the field, and that effect is not once per turn.
Very strong opening now. We see the power of these trap cards.
Pretty good for one Fuba draw. I respect it.
We know one of them is likely a Temple of the Kings.
Yeah, I think that's like the second one. No, we know the Fiendsmith in Paradise probably. That's not going to be very useful.
Serpent, summon, and
but
set.
Gonna start with
For one draw, I respect it.
Ask for more trap cards. We got 5 face downs turn 1.
Man's good.
Thankful for the recent update that allows you to summon them as traps, but still open up the spell and trap zone for that extra spot.
Yep, they don't occupy that same zone.
Attempt to normal summon.
It's going to be a normal summon of Lollipo Yummy.
Summon successful.
Summon is successful.
Yeah, no effect.
Thinking on summon.
No effect. Open game state. Anything Ben wants to do here. Gives the thumbs up. Lucas can proceed. Going to send that to the graveyard for a link summon a Yummy Snatchy.
Now Snatchy will be able to place any Yummy field spell here.
All right, I would assume we just summon out Anguish Pattern now and pop, at the very least, pop the Yummy field spell.
But now, because Silhouette Rabbit is on the field, we can just use any of those trap cards in the sets to summon themselves into that arrow.
Anguish Pattern to summon?
And we're going to be starting with that Anguish Pattern, just putting it on the
Or
field.
just pop the Snatchy, honestly.
That,
Oh wait, no, we can't do that. It has to be a spell trap with Silhouette Rabbit.
Going to try to start going after the cards on Lucas's field, taking down that Yummy Amusement Mignon.
But are we gonna leave Snatchy alive? Is the question, because they can special more Yummies and then things could get messy.
There's still plenty of ways to get it back
Special
from the graveyard
Cupsy.
as a Yummy duelist, especially thanks to that Marshmallow Yummy.
Yeah, of course.
It looks like we're going to be special summoning Cupsy here. This is going to be able to trigger the search, but there could be
no response to Cupsy.
Response to Swamp Deity, but there will not be.
I like this from Lucas. This is the way, same thing I do. Like when my opponent's thinking about a response, that's the opportunity I'm taking to read the cards as well. Not taking up any extra time, but utilizing the time that is being already used as thinking time.
Yeah, so it's being taken anyway. You might as well take advantage of it.
Efficient with it. I like it.
Surprise. Okay.
It's not a surprise that Lucas is going to add Yummy Surprise with Cupsy Yummy.
Now he can
Nice one,
dodge,
Billy.
I believe, the pattern pretty easily because of the effect of Snatchy to Synchro Summon.
Well, he's going to go ahead and Synchro Summon right away here for Cupsy Yummy Way.
Summon is successful.
Chain Link 1.
No response.
I do believe these Yummy cards are actually very well positioned into these trap cards, mainly because they are able to dodge so efficiently.
Yep, definitely. Because yeah, anytime anything will be activated, they can return back to that extra deck, summon back a couple Yummy monsters. Now the Yummy Way is going to add Marshmallow Yummy and Cupsy Yummy to the hand. Cupsy Yummy will be discarded. That Marshmallow will probably be used to add back the Mignon, maybe. Could end up using Surprise and then adding back the Surprise as well.
I mean, yeah.
No response.
At any point, you can.
Effect on summon.
Okay, looks like we're going to be using it for the Mignon, as you mentioned earlier. There are several ways to do it.
I don't know if we should have gone, if we should have let the
go ahead and destroy
Yummy
spell
deck
trap.
get this far.
I think so. We'll go ahead and pull it up on Neuron to double check.
So this is a monster effect, right?
Correct.
When it summons and activates?
Correct.
Okay.
Problem is, yeah, Verdict is a problem for sure. Because we just cannot summon, we can't activate
so now
spell
we're summoning
cards.
Cookie. Lucas has to be very
It is
careful
not once
here.
per turn.
Oh,
Wait,
well.
no, never mind. Yeah, you can only use each of the following effects once per turn.
All right,
Yep.
scared me a little bit there.
Okay.
But he does have
That's
to
what
be
happens when
very
you read
careful.
the bottom before the top. You got to read it all together.
This is a strange position for Lucas, actually, because if he just can't activate this minion, because then that'll trigger the Verdict, and the Verdict will destroy all monsters he controls as well.
Yeah, the Verdict is definitely lying in wait there.
He's going to have to play this turn without the field spell or surprise. And likely that means he's
So
gonna have to
what
play
is
without any
Verdict's
Mitsu cards
activation
as well.
condition? Do you have to have like
All right,
3
looks like
other
he's
spell
going to be
traps
able
or
to hit
something?
it. He can't miss. It has to hit the Verdict. He has a pretty good idea of where it might be. It's a 50-50.
Oh, you just need the temple? Oh, okay.
Only can we respond to spells and traps. And it does.
Actually, I don't even think it's a 50. I think he knew where every single other card was.
Oh, so he could, by process of elimination,
3 or more spell
determine which
traps,
one was
including
the
temple.
verdict.
Okay.
He needed to get rid of that. That would have been a problem later on.
Well played from Lucas so far. Now he's free to activate the minion. The Little Knight also
I
answers
guess now
the
we
Anguish
Dark
pattern
Ruler the
extremely
Anguish
well.
pattern?
Activate the effective talent.
Ooh, triple tactics talent.
Going to draw 2 cards here.
He's probably looking for some Mitsurugi cards at this point, if I had to guess.
Let's see if he found any.
Preparation rates.
That's a good one. That was the best one.
Yep, it's not just a Mitsurugi card, it's 2 Mitsurugi cards, adding Mitsurugi Mirror and Habakiri.
Attempt to activate the effective Habakiri. No response.
So now Lucas will not be able to close out this game this turn, but he has very good potential of getting rid of majority of Ben's cards here.
Saji effect. Yes. Choose to add Mitsurugi Ritual. Anything on resolution? No.
Habakiri special summons the Saji. The Saji is tributed at resolution and adds that Mitsurugi Ritual that Lucas looks like he's going to activate.
It's man's effect, yeah.
Lucas, definitely a veteran, knows that these cards have multiple effects, want to make sure that he knows them all. Man of the Mark does have, I think, is it targeting protection?
Go ahead and activate Mitsurugi Ritual to ritual summon from the deck.
From deck?
When you're summoning from the deck, that's likely going to be...
Can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. That's the protection.
For the man himself?
No, for, I think, your spells and traps. See. No.
Which monster effect did Ben use? The Silhouette Rabbit to pop the field spell.
This monsters you control can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. And Temple of the Kings you control cannot be destroyed by card effects.
Okay, so... Oh, and he's chaining Forbidden Droplet, getting rid of the ritual to get rid of the man with the mark here. Can't respond with spells, but you can easily respond with trap cards here.
Thinking here.
A Swamp Deity could answer this no problem.
I apologize. It's,
Daco better win this one. Timer looking sus. I'm pretty sure he's winning this one, yeah.
What does he have? Ben's going to chain the Swamp Deity.
The effect,
but now the Cupsy Yummy way or the Lollipop way.
Anything really. Any of the cards.
SP Little Knight, everything can be responded. Looks like he is going with SP Little Knight, targeting itself and the man with the mark.
That makes the most sense. That's what he wanted to do anyway, get the man off the field, so these cards can be destroyed by the Murakumo that is going to be summoned.
So the Swamp Deity negates 2 cards now. But we negate Droplet and one of the Yummy Synchros.
The Droplet doesn't really matter anymore.
That's correct. 16.5 minutes.
Yes. I will negate the Droplet and the...
Alright, we're going to be resolving the Swamp Deity on the Droplet and the Cupsy.
That's something I love about the Swamp Deity. It not only just can negate a card, but it negates up to the number of those trap cards counted as monsters as you have, so being able to negate 2 cards here, huge.
Chainlink, I will go Chainlink 1, Habakiri, Chainlink 2, Murakumo.
Looks like we're going to be protecting the Habakiri in the graveyard.
Chainlink 3 will be...
That man with the mark is gone. It won't be protecting these Apophis trap cards anymore, so the Murakumo is trying to take everything down. Lucas expertly navigating his way through all these traps that Ben has set up here.
What else was negated from
the Cupsy.
Okay, so this is unnegated right now.
Correct.
I will do the chain the Lollipop.
Alright, Lollipop is chained in response to the effect of Anguish Pattern. He's going to be able to summon back 2 Yummy monsters from the graveyard.
Special summon.
Wait, he said no response? Does he not have another Swamp Deity?
Lollipop.
You're not negating the Murakumo?
Resolve. This is destroyed from this card, and then I'll resolve the
I must be tripping. I thought there was another Swamp Deity.
That Murakumo there, getting all those cards into the graveyard. Lollipop can banish a card from the graveyard now if he chooses to, because it was summoned off the effect
Oh,
of
it's a bluff Paradise. Right.
So this is like the power of
Paradise and Temple. Yeah. Right. Oh, it's not 2 Swamp Deities because we went for the Verdict counter trap. Yeah.
Trap is activated. Get rid of the man with the mark before the Murakumo. New to draw cards.
We searched the counter trap. That's why we didn't have another Swamp Deity. That makes sense. Yeah, it's just GG's.
Easy, but there's so much thought, so much practice and preparation that makes it look easy.
The experience shows here. There is an understanding of what your opponent's cards do, is even if they haven't necessarily been seen before. I don't think he expected to play against Tombkeeper this tournament, but he picks up the cards, is aware of what he needs to play around, and he's playing well here. Harold will be able to answer any of these remaining interruptions that Ben has.
I mean, both these games, he's not trying to like beat his opponent quickly. He's trying to out-control them, out-resource them, out-value them.
I will activate Prayers.
We are going to be using Prayers, no tribute here.
I'll pay 100.
going to be summoning back from the graveyard. I imagine going to be summoning back the Murakumo.
I will just choose to special summon. Of course.
He didn't use. Did he use the SP Lunalight effect on summon? He didn't, right? He can still attack directly.
He did. He absolutely did. He banished the verdict.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Talking out of the verdict. So he won't be attacking directly.
Yeah, it's not gamed this turn.
But he's just going to be able to generate more.
But there's just no way Odeon comes back from this. This is going to be full Yami end board, full Mitsu end board in one, and they're gonna have 2 cards in hand.
All right, this might just be the end board here. Not really anything else he can do to go after the set spells and traps unless he does play a copy of Dynamundo. Looks like
he might.
He really might.
Into Dynamundo.
There it is.
Dynamundo's going to be able to take out another card on the field on summon.
That's just once per turn. That's a good card.
It looks like he might be going after the treasures of the kings.
Yeah, just going ahead and limiting all the resources that Ben has here.
Ben says it's fine, but the tone of his voice really makes you think it's not.
He's like, oh, I really hope you didn't do that.
Yeah, the field spell is like the only real follow-up we had.
You search prayers off of Murakumo, right?
That's correct. I will then choose to set 3 and attempt to lead main phase 1.
That's a lot of cards.
We'll go to the end phase. I'll choose to resolve the effect best.
I like that he's doing it probably, but there's something about, maybe it's like the anime in me. If I'm setting cards, I'll set 3 cards face down and end my turn. Like, I just can't stop myself from saying it.
You're true duelist, Billy. But Lucas is just trying to be as proper as possible, being in the feature match stage.
As you should, as you should. Hats off to him. The more proper you are, the
Bro,
less
terraforming there, but
sort of
it's not gonna.
to happen.
All right, we get to start the turn here. We're going to be
Tribute summon Engraver.
With Engraver over the man of the mark.
Not where you want to be, probably, if you're Ben, but trying to do the best he can with the cards that he has. Maybe looking to try and attack over the Herald of the Arclight. Nope, gonna link it away.
Summon a Requiem successful.
I mean, I imagine there is a surprise as well in the graveyard.
I will chain call by the grave.
Oh no!
Called by the grave,
Not like it's necessary, but okay.
I have no response.
Do you have to perform a tribute summon just to get the Engraver on the field because of the Herald of the Arclight not allowing you to use its effect in the hand?
Can he not Paradise? No, you cannot Paradise with just Fiendsmith Engraver. That card would probably be the best card in Fiendsmith if you could just activate it with Engraver on the board. You need a level 7 or higher, I think. You need one of the high-level Fiendsmith. If you could just summon Engraver and then activate Paradise to send the entire board, it would have been a 3-of in every single Fiendsmith deck.
So any further actions will just generate even more advantage for Lucas.
Summon Anubis.
Putting 3 trap cards back for Anubis.
It's been a while since I read Anubis. Most of the time, you see him.
They should have made Paradise field effect better.
Yes,
and changed my mind on that.
The trap cards required, you can summon him
It should
back,
not be as bad of a brick as it is.
And now he's going to be overlaid for a Typhon.
In main is fine. Battle phase? Yes.
I was like, I don't think he has a really relevant on-field effect, but going into Typhon kind of gives him one.
I will activate the effect of Herald.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to actually get rid of this Typhon from the battle phase because of its own effect, preventing the Murakumo from activating. But
oh no, not Typhon!
Resource in the Habakiri to hand.
There's one for the win rate, boys.
Yeah, if he's winning this battle, but maybe not the war, Terraforming's activated next.
Oh, now he can just chain the Little Knight, right?
Oh, chain Cupsy goes crazy.
Chain the Cupsy instead. Anything could be chained, really. That's the great thing about Yummy.
Yeah, he already used the Murakumo. He has the
oh, there's a Cupsy. Oh, there's a cookie.
Yeah, the cookie can also take out the Typhon. The Terraforming's going to add Treasure of the Kings.
Cookie.
Since Cookie was special summoned by the effect of a Synchro monster, instead of just reducing the attack points by 1,000, it can destroy it.
Treasures to set. That's fine.
This is going to be able to get some more cards here. A lot more cards, really.
Ben's trying his best, but it might just be too little too late.
That looked like it was another copy of Swamp Deity, and then because he has Trap in the Graveyard or 2 on the field, he's able to add Mana with the Mark. He's already normal summon, though. So it looks like we'll be moving to end phase.
You're welcome to. Yeah. Drop turn.
Pack it up, go next. I mean, to be fair, in this game, there's no reason for Ben to scoop because this is game 2 and he's down a game. So it's like, you might as well try.
Secret summon for Lollipo Way, which is going to bring back 2 more Yummy Monsters from the graveyard. That field spell is going to boost them up.
I don't know if he has a great way of dealing with the sets or forcing them out. He might just try to play the advantage game still. He doesn't need to win the game this turn, but if he can just get rid of those back rows slowly but surely, he will for sure win the game no matter what.
Possum Man, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back to month number 4. And also, Julia, thank you for the gifts up to Fiendsmith Engraver.
We're going to be discarding the Man with the Mark to resolve the Apophysis Serpent.
You said this is still in main phase?
Yes. All right, so now we're still in the main phase. Swamp DD is going to be able to be set.
And activatable this turn.
More so as a body than anything else.
Swamp DD? I will chain the effect of SP targeting itself and
Yep.
So the Swamp DD will not do anything anymore because it needs other continuous traps on the field.
Yep, that gets the job done.
We'll have the Murakumo declare an attack.
Yep. Okay, we're going to just attack over.
Is that game?
Yep, this time, Ben knows not going to waste any time doing the math like in game number 1. Doesn't have anything really going for him. And Lucas,
all right, and Mitsuyami takes down another Odeon deck. Down to a 10-3 record, so I don't think they can make top 8 anymore. There is potentially still an Odeon in competition, right? There was one in the last round's feature match, and they won the last round feature match, so they were 10-2.
World Champions
so we'll see.
Qualifying point playoff. So where you're having that opportunity to World Championship, falling short every time there. Has also made top cut at several events, but you know, you can see that there's not a lot of hesitation. It's a lot of confidence in his plays, especially when you're facing down 5 spell and trap cards. Like, sure, that's easy when you draw something like Harvey's Feather Duster or some way to get rid of them all. But when you have to just use your engine, your main deck monsters, like he started with the normal summon of a Lollipo Yummy to really start that turn, which isn't that impactful.
Why don't you play this Yummy Mitsu deck? It's OP. I mean, yeah, it is. I don't really like it that much. Not my style, but I might play it. I've been testing it for Bologna.
Kind of walk into cards they're not as familiar with, but that preparation really paid off here for Lucas Sacco in round 13.
Yeah, I wanted to say it does really come down to experience here. Playing against trap cards is one of those skills that a lot of players have lost over time as trap cards became less popular, but knowing how to use your engine to force out cards, not by directly removing them, but knowing when your opponent has to interact with you.
Game 1, what do you think you could have done differently?
And then
I think game 1 you just have to pop.
He did not play into those trap cards at all.
No, game 1 I think was
rid of the verdict before he
not winnable. Game 2 was winnable.
Traps because he couldn't afford to lose any of his monsters, and his monsters interacted extremely well with all the other trap cards. So put him in a position to win very convincingly. And I think it's one of those things that have kept Tombkeeper out of top cut finishes, but really well in Swiss up to that point, is when you get eventually to these more experienced players, they will understand how to beat it.
Yeah, for the most part. Or maybe you get lucky and run into like that string of people that don't know, and then you end up winning a YCS like we saw in Europe. Tombkeeper deck did win that YCS, which is kind of a good and bad thing at the same time, because it also put that deck on a lot of players' radars to where at least going into the tournament, they at least didn't know what the cards do. And they all do have like multiple effects, but you saw Lucas was aware. He knew the Man with the Mark had a protection effect for his Apotheosis traps and stuff like that. But you always want to double check and read and make sure you know everything the cards do. But really what it comes down to is preparation. So when you do encounter these under the radar strategies, you'll know like what to expect and anticipate. And Lucas seemed like he knew it there. What I really liked was that game number 1.
Yeah, we can if you guys want to, we can go and take a look at the French Open finals right now, which is between two very well-known European duelists, both not French actually. It is Yuna versus Jordan, so it's Germany versus UK, and it's Maliss versus Dracotail here. So that is a, well, I mean, two out of the top 3 decks in the format, I guess. No Mitsuyami in the finals for this one. Ooh, looks like it's Jordan's turn 3 already, so I think we're going for game here. Didn't Yuna also qualify for Worlds? Yuna was at Worlds last year. She made top 8 at Worlds with Maliss. Ooh, did we Bell a Bystial? Oh no, we're trying to add back Bell with Arthalion, I think. And therefore, we're chaining the Druisworm now. Before the Bell hits the hand, I think is what's happening. This is game 1, yes. I guess you can't see Jordan's face cam. Hold up. There it says 0-0. Yuna used Sky Striker at Worlds. She had striker cards in Maliss, yes. So, normal summon Lucius, chain Gulamel to pop the Druisworm is going to trigger the Druisworm, probably sending an Arthalion to the graveyard, which means we don't have 8,000 damage right now. But we're going to still, even if it's not game at the end, it's still going to be a lot of damage, and it's going to be hard for Maliss to play. Chain 5 mana to fuse, summon Philia Regis, and game 1 goes to Jordan. Dracotail 1 step away from winning the French Open. Once again, this is a massive regional. It's a super important regional. I would have liked to go, but it was just too much this month for me. It was a long travel. I was gone last weekend for both days. I'm gone for YCS Bologna soon. So I decided to not go, but it's a big deal for the Worlds race as well. Just for reference, because I think the Worlds points work a little bit differently in North America. Because I think regionals for you guys in NA are capped at 64 points. In Europe, it's not the case. In Europe, it's just 1 point per 8 players at a regional, and so the French Open has about 1,000 players. Which means it gives you roughly 125 points, which is more than a YCS. It is more than a YCS. So it's a really important regional. Which, in my opinion, is a little weird that a 1,000 player regional gives you way more points than a YCS, which usually the YCSs have 2,500 players. But that's a different topic. Are you still going for the Worlds grind? I was going to go all in on the Worlds grind, but I just realized I don't really have the time for it this year with like other things going on in life, work and everything. But I would still like to go. I've been playing the big regionals that are nearby. I haven't been doing as well as I was hoping for, so I'm not very well off in the Worlds grind. And this weekend is not going to be good for me either, because a lot of people are going to get a lot of points. Hop on Rush Duel. I don't know, dude. I've been at 6 World Championships in a row now. Eventually, there's gonna be a year where I'm not gonna be there. I'm gonna have to live with that at some point. I don't know if the next year is that year already, but we'll see. Why are there Radiant Typhoon cards? Is it just... Okay. It's basically what the Sky Striker cards did, right? Just extra bodies for going first. Just free bodies, and you can make Cherubini, I guess, if you need a Maliss name in the graveyard. Right. Okay. I mean, I will say that I do think the Radiant Typhoon cards are very underexplored in Advanced. I mean, people know it's a good deck in Genesis, for example, but they only play pure Radiant Typhoon, basically. Those level 3 monsters are really high quality. Why that over Engage Hornet Drones? I would assume because it makes Cherubini. And Cherubini can actually get you a Maliss monster in rotation. It's like, it's basically, they are like Speedroid Terratop, but no bricks, because all of them can be the starter, right? It doesn't matter which one you start with, they all work. It's not like one of them is Terratop and one of them is Teketenborg. They're all the same. And they also generate more card advantage than those cards. What is Dragon queuing for? That is the, I think that's the French name for Dracotail. Why is Jordan losing life points? Oh yeah, they you missed that. They updated Maliss, so now your opponents pays the life points for you because it wasn't good enough. And now your opponent pays for your Maliss effects. Can Dracotail play under Fissure? No. None of this matters if Jordan doesn't have an out to Fissure in the deck. If we don't start this off with like Lightning Storm or anything, then the board is irrelevant. Lightning Storm, Lightning Storm. That's not Lightning Storm. That's Branded Fusion though. That at least works under Fissure, I guess. But it doesn't really make anything, I think. Oh yeah, you can make Chaos actually with Branded Fusion. Can you make? No, you have to make Lubellion first, and Lubellion can make Chaos. Yeah. Right. If you do play Chaos, not everyone plays it. I would assume Jordan's playing it though. I think Jordan, we were talking about it in the past, and I think Jordan was in chat and saying like, you have to play Chaos. So I would be shocked if he didn't. The problem is every single non-engine stops this, right? Ash or Impulse would have happened on Branded Fusion. Imperm here, Maliss in the mirror. Any way to stop Lubellion or Chaos is gonna be rough. This card, Frixel. Bell, that too does it. Do you know Spanish? I had Spanish in school. I can read Spanish, but I can't really speak it very well. But I can understand most of it. Most is a stretch, but like I can read Spanish cards, for example, but I can't really speak it myself very well, or like I can't speak freely, I guess. All right, nice Dimensional Fissure. I guess that's one more thing to worry about with Maliss in the format. All right, so Dracotail is going to have to go first against Maliss, which is, I mean, it's good that they're going first, but at the same time, I would say Maliss non-engine is pretty premium against Dracotail. You know, Ash Impulse, Bell. So it's not an easy matchup for Dracotail, which I think is one of the reasons why Maliss is in the format right now even, is because it's the non-engine matches up decently well into Dracotail. I guess another big question that we can ask again, or rather, it's an interesting question right now because it's not obvious. Because there was a time where everyone played Lancea, then there was a time where no one played Lancea, and now we are starting to head into a time where, like, you don't know whether your opponent is playing Lancea. They could, but they might not. So I guess we'll see how much Jordan respected Maliss in deck building. Oh, you saw the Lancea. Okay. That would help. So doesn't that also mean that if you draw Branded Fusion, you can send Lancea and then add it back with Arthalion later? That's kind of nasty. All right, Ketu resolves here for Jordan. No Ash on that. Droll check? I don't think there's Droll in Yuna's deck, to be honest. Against Dracotail, I think it's a side out. If you're main decking Droll against Dracotail, you side it out. Or you don't even side it in if it's in your side deck to begin with. Normal summon Lucius, no Imperm either. Activate Rahu. Gets ashed on that. Okay. Ashed with the quickness too. That resolves. By mana effect. Chain Fuwa. Yeah, resolves. Likely only one draw, though. Oh, we have to fuse an Effect Veiler. Only one Dracotail name. That's bad. That's not ideal. All right, so Yuna is, after that Fuva draw, back to 4 cards in hand. Jordan right now is resolving Arthalion and Lucius. It's not the strongest setup, though. What's the best one against Dracotail? Horn? Horn for the normal summon, I guess? Yeah, he goes for Horn. Has added Fiendsmith back with the Arthalion, so that Veiler is going to chill in the graveyard for now. Not a great start. I would say definitely winnable for Maliss, if not even favored from this position, without knowing the cards in Jordan's hand, of course. Do you know Jordan well? Yeah, I'm friends with both of these. Both of these duelists. Ooh, activate the Fallen and the Virtuous here. Sending Titanic Clad. What is this technology? Oh, a Bystial on the Titanic Clad. Uh-oh, I think the idea behind this was that we wanted to search Albaz to have a monster in hand to fuse with the Fiendsmith. I think that was the idea behind that. I mean, I think if you have Flame, you probably Flame Underground. So I would guess we don't have Flame. It could be a second copy of Fallen and the Virtuous, which could explain why we were so happy to use it on the first turn. We're gonna find out about that real soon, because if that's Fallen and the Virtuous, you're gonna hit that Dormouse insta, I think. Yeah, it's a second copy of the Fallen. Okay. Because that Dormouse alone beats Horn. Because you go Dormouse, banish White Rabbit summon in defense, set a trap, and then you can make a Link 3. And if they ever Horn, you just dodge with the trap. Oh, hard draw March here. To summon in defense mode. Lingeribo to cover for the trap card. Honestly, maybe you Horn here to stop backup. Backup can be normal summoned. No, backup is game either way. There's no point in using Horn here to play around backup, because backup normal summon wins the game here too. GG. That's game. That's game. There's one card in hand for Jordan, and that one card is Fiendsmith. Can't do anything with that. Yeah, Wizard for March. This game is Jover. Someone explain Jordan's deck name to me. This is the French Open, so the stream we're watching right now is French, and that is the French name for Dracotail. That's just what the archetype is called. Round 14 is starting. Okay, I mean, look, I don't have to explain why this round is over, right? We can just go into the YCS Pittsburgh coverage, right? Congratulations to Yuna for winning the French Open with Maliss, 10-0 undefeated. That's kind of crazy. And seeing the Radiant Typhoon cards in the deck was also kind of cool. You've managed to put cool cards in a Maliss deck. That's impressive. I'll give you that much. Okay.
Duelist knowledge is something that comes up here.
All right, who do we have here? We've got Christopher against Zachary. I have no idea what decks they play, but I'm going to throw up a prediction anyways.
Game number 1 of our final feature match of the Swiss round commences.
Solfachord Yummy against Crystron K9. Okay.
Got the full, you know,
okay.
M stack. Is that what we call that? I don't know if it has a title.
All right, prediction is up and running. I guess you're going to have to gamble your points after the dice roll now. You get some free information. A 10 for Christopher.
I think it's Mystic Mine.
And a 9 for Zachary. Okay, Solfachord Yummy is going first here. Both of these players are 11 and 2, so the winner, I think, is very, very likely to make top 8. The loser is not making top 8.
It's not Max C, is it? Okay, we're having too much fun here, so let's go ahead and start with Christopher.
All right, we start with Solfachord Primoa. That is the second best starter in the Yummy Solfachord deck. The best starter being the Solfachord spell card, because that one plays without using your normal summon at all. This one needs your normal summon, but still is good. No droll, I believe.
Happiness is one that can discard to search for 2 pendulum monsters with different scales.
And sometimes you go straight into the Solfachia in case your opponent has to play like a Droll and Blackbird. You're able to keep playing, but maybe he already has one at hand or wants to use this.
Solfachord Happiness is discard a card, add 2 Solfachords, and then special one of them. And if you're going second and your opponent has monsters, you can even special summon multiple. It's kind of like Obedience School, but for Solfachords. Which is why we ash it.
For the ash, stopping the happiness, and that does stop the summon as well.
Interesting little pause there. I wonder if he happens to have something like Called by the Grave in his hand that he wants to save for later.
Jordan is winning? Wait, there's no way Jordan is winning.
Possible here to start climbing up. We're gonna go ahead and link off this Promoa here to go into it. Looks like a Link Karibo.
Link summon for Link Karibo.
Gorgeous.
There we go.
Yeah. Yummy cards in hand to keep playing through all this.
Cookie Yummy.
And there we go. I already had it. Wow. The Yummies are such strong extenders, but on resolution of the summon, we have Fualos. Molcharmi Fualos is going to make it very difficult for Christopher to actually create a full field here. If you do the full combo, you're giving your opponent a
How did he live?
The last time we saw Solfachord on the stage, it was a question of whether or not you should keep pushing, and unfortunately pushing too hard in the Molcharmi Fualos was the reason the duelist did not win that duel. Let's see what Christopher ends up doing now.
And he top decked Branded Fusion. That's like the only card that plays.
On stage, but
oh wait, no, he searches Branded Fusion with Albaz. He didn't top with Albion. He didn't top deck. Okay, dude. Okay, this is too much input. It's too much input at once.
The effect of Cupsy here.
Yes, Cupsy Yummy way. There we go.
How did Maliss not OTK?
Discard 1.
There's no way it's not. Okay.
There and having a fresh Yummy on the field that can tag out into other
bro, that was on an open board against Justin Arthalion in the graveyard. We had a Bystial on the board, and then we went back up, and then we went Search Wizard, Revive,
maybe some of the other spell cards. We can go
a Maliss name.
Okay. And one of the nice things about the Cupsy Yummy way is that if you have a Molcharmi in your hand, you can just discard it and not feel bad about it at all. Now we
Blitzkeen right now. I don't have the setup for that.
So the original Cupsy is now on the field searching for something. And the thing about the Yummy strategy, the Yummy archetype, is that even if there's a Fualos, you don't feel that bad just like passing on one Synchro monster and a couple of names.
He tried making SP under Wizard Lock.
The game from there. So
okay.
That's Christopher's call.
So was it a matter of she had to go back on that, and then
you know, like this kind of
the line was already messed up because she committed to a line that didn't work?
Right now, he's in a kind of blind matchup. He doesn't know if it's gonna be the most impactful card for him.
Yummy Snatchy.
But we're gonna go for the Snatchy, giving away another draw to Zachary.
Effect of Yummy Snatchy.
Yeah. Looks like Zachary picked up another Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring that could come up depending on whether the effects of Cupsy Yummy Way tag into something that's searched out of the deck, like the Cupsy Yummy in the graveyard.
Something notable here is that because we are using the Snatch's effect here, I believe, to get a field spell, that means we're going to be locked out of using any Link 3s for the rest of this turn, meaning all of the
How did this happen? She's
off the table.
Does Yuna even have cards in hand? I think she's got no cards in hand.
I think it's still used as like extenders.
I like this. So we're not going for Mignon, which makes me think we're not going to continue to climb. We're instead going for Akruri.
I always get that enunciation wrong, so apologies, everybody.
No worries.
You're not misplaying just so that Whitebinder doesn't get banned. Okay, fair enough. I mean, to be fair,
will be more comfortable.
Maliss is just allergic to winning, I guess, so that makes some sense.
Synchronous opponent's turn. Uses kind of Book of Moon-esque effects. Use his destruction. Use the surprise.
In all reality, though, I will say that much. It doesn't really matter that much who wins this because I guess there's different pricing, but like in terms of the world's points, one of them is going to be first and the other one is probably going to be like third or fourth, and so they get the same amount of points with like a difference of they're basically playing for 2 world's points or something.
Probably would have gotten a lot more done here. Not as popular this format though.
Yep. But that's one of the things where it's like it's really good into the Yummy and even like the Mitsurugi Yummy, but
versus getting a switch too. I mean, yeah, okay.
Great against everything else.
It just forces half boards, you know, and it's always better going second to play into half of what your opponent could have done versus what they totally could have done.
Attempt to pass.
I like this. So.
This is not a standard Yummy Solfachord end board, but I guess under a Fuva, it's what we have to go for. Opponent is on 6 cards in hand.
I mean, this is somewhat inhibited. We don't have the Herald or the Arclight on the field to start, but has pretty much everything else and can still get to Herald at some point, depending on how.
Maybe second gets the switch one.
The Orochi and the Snatchy, and who knows what that unknown set card could be as well.
All right, Jokul.
4 cards in hand. 4 cards in hand.
This whole game is
1 gets switch 2, 2 gets switch 1.
For considering his options.
Trying to see, does Christopher have 1 card in hand?
Okay, hit him with the double Jokul.
Nice.
And I believe it is unknown. I don't think even we know what it is.
Results?
Guys, I'm telling you a secret. I don't think Crystron K9 is very good at breaking Yummy boards.
It's back in the extra deck. And
from my experience, at least.
Little fluff balls back on the field.
I
love the artwork of these cards.
They're so gorgeous.
They're adorable.
The synchros being the claw carrying the little treats.
Yeah, fun fact, if you haven't stared deeply into your Yummy cards, they are all little toys in a crane game. Take a look at Yummies from
That's a secret? No, it's not.
Make a lot more
Everyone knows that.
This deck.
We were studying the artwork earlier at this event, and I did not realize just
was
exactly
for Filippo?
how deep it went. And they're so cute, man. I love them.
So a really interesting set of chain links here. We're going to be bringing out the Lollipo Yummy Way.
I don't know why we're going for Cookie Yummy here. Because there's 2 Jokels. Surely you're not trying to pop 1 Jokel. Why not just double book?
This Jokel combo.
No triggers. Okay, I will trigger a Croaky Chainlink 1.
Oh, we have a Croaky and Cookie. Okay, that makes sense.
Targeting Jokel, and then Cookie Chainlink 2 targeting the other Jokel.
Yes.
Right, okay, sure. I don't know if that's better than double book, but I guess it works.
Essentially blanked out all of Zachary's monsters.
Wow. Sugar Rush in full swing, so there's a full crash here too.
And if I'm looking at...
Is that lore accurate?
Bro, I think that's Ash Droll Forced Release.
Sugar Crash.
Yeah, I like that actually, yeah.
Yeah, I scoops it up.
There's going to be the scoop from Zachary. If I saw his hand correctly, it was all non-engine.
Nice
He had no way
K9
to
deck.
play beyond that.
Good read from Christopher right there. Just taking out 2 Jokels and completely shutting down the game.
I think if you do see double Jokul, you have to know that your opponent doesn't have
Jordan
any
won?
other
Okay.
options, or they would have chosen
Well then, congrats to Jordan for winning the French Open.
Roy or maybe even Isna, but yeah, keeping the card count in his hand low also helps too. Didn't have too many cards.
The Dracotail goat.
Stuff. So really good work from Christopher this duel.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Also, the big thing too from Christopher was keeping his hand at 1. So even if things like Isna or Roy were in hand, they weren't able to be normal summon.
Yeah.
That's one of the best parts about the Yummy deck in the matchup versus the K9 cards is you're really not activating monster effects in the hand or the graveyard when you're just looking at the Yummy engine itself. They have.
Can we rewind? Okay, hold up. While they're siding, I guess we can take a quick look at what happened. So this was Jordan's turn 1. Then we saw the Fallen pop the Dormouse. We saw make Lingeribo activate Horn. Lingeribo negate Horn. Normal summon backup. Search Wizard. Discard Imperm. Wizard is the last card in hand. Jordan has 1/5 mana in hand. Nothing else. So this is... I feel like this is game in a million ways. We make a Lingeribo so we can activate Wizard. Wizard activate March here. I'm not gonna lie, I would have already scooped at this point, which is crazy considering that he's winning. Or he won. I was. This is in Master Duel. In Master Duel, I 100% scooped this. Maybe in the finals of a regional, maybe not. But in Master Duel, I leave
Est-ce qu'il ne fallait pas continuer avec un petit Gulamel pour avoir un meilleur terrain? Les deux, Fallon and the Virtuous, qui du coup conflictent un petit peu entre elles. Il n'y avait pas suffisamment de ressources pour l'arrêter. Et là, c'est parti. Yuna sait qu'elle peut...
Oh, that's why. It's because she makes ransom because she thought she could still SP the own ransom. Okay, I see.
Elle sait que c'est quasiment
Yeah,
terminé. Jordan
okay.
est un petit peu dépité. Même si, bon, là, pour le coup... Alors, est-ce que c'est terminé dès maintenant? Est-ce qu'il y a quand même encore des interruptions?
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like it might just already, the mistake might already be earlier, right? I feel like the backup might have to just search a Maliss card and discard the Maliss card, right? Like it's just search as a certified Maliss expert, okay? As someone who's been playing Maliss nonstop, all right? If you just go backup, search White Rabbit, discard White Rabbit, make Lizardos banish the White Rabbit, and then White Rabbit brings itself back, you set a trap card, and then you go link 3 like White Binder. Yeah. Can't Lizardos? No, you can, because we're not going for Wizard in that line that I'm suggesting. We don't have the Wizard, so we're not Cybers locked. Yeah.
Backup qui va aller chercher un Wizard.
So the reason why access code in that spot is not game is because there's no card to pop. Access code cannot pop your own cards. So when you're Cybers locked here, there's actually no way for Yuna to banish anything of her own cards. Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah, sure. I see that. See, I do think sometimes, like, Maliss does require... Oh, Jokul Solfachord, Jesus Christ.
We can get access to the inclusion.
No Wicked? I mean, you can't trigger Wicked, though.
To get back later, but we're going to go for the Solfachord and the Smiger. So Smiger will probably try to unlock...
He had no Maliss to banish for Lizardos? No, you search one for backup and discard it.
Solfachord can bring itself back from the graveyards. This is a way to get more level 5 bodies on the field.
That's right. And it can also be a way to get things like on the field back into the graveyard that you want to be in there, like let's say River Stormer or whatnot.
It resolves.
Okay, we're also going to
interesting that pause. And also the wording, Christopher says, it resolves. I'm curious, because there is a certain card that after the resolution can try and do something.
Nothing in resolution.
Oh, but he does not have the Droll Lockbird. I think I did spot it in Zachary's hand, though, if I'm correct. It's tough to see with the glare.
I'll activate the
We'll see later if worse comes to worse. But we're going to go and get the Noroi normal summon here because our opponent does control 2 and 1.
I mean, yeah, ultimately, 9-1 is still going to be a very good result at the French Open. She's probably still top 8 with that. I mean, pretty sure she's top 8 with that Tiebreaker. Only having lost to the Tenno. So she's still getting over 100 Worlds points, which is crazy.
Instead of on something like the Solfachord.
Bro, did you just use a low impact hand trap against K9 who opened Jokul Solfachord? Bro, I think I would rather go to game 3 than try to Valor that shit. That's I think that's disrespectful to use an effect Valor on that Noroi. Did you just use effect Valor against a Jokul Solfachord opener? That's crazy. I would have held that effect Veiler until the end of the game, dude.
Crystron monster. If we wish to activate it, we don't have to.
I will overlay. Yes.
Right,
bro used a fair hand trap against K9.
Doing it first because K9 Ripper can protect you from things like the Nibiru or even like an Ash Blossom if you really want the search to go off.
Especially since we were not able to use the Noroi effect earlier in the turn to actually get the hand knowledge, so now we're actually playing around the potential.
Why is Valor even in? I mean, I think Valor has a place in this format. Valor is decent against Dracotail. And Dracotail is popular, so I don't hate Valor in general. And I also agree with siding it against K9. That's not what I'm saying. Like, if you play Valor, you want it in your deck, just in case they start with Noroi. But when your opponent starts with Jokul Solfachord, it's completely pointless. I mean, I'm obviously joking. Of course, it's fine to use the Valor still. But realistically, it's just not going to do anything here.
a second Veiler or Imperm-like effect.
Yep.
And then also having the Nibiru would be super awesome to see out of him.
Certainly a bold strategy, but with one game up, Christopher has a little bit of room for experimentation. So even if it doesn't pay off here, you protected those secrets. You could even concede the game and just keep that hand secret from your opponent so they never know what your weird tricks are.
Targeting Noroi.
Ooh, but this Lantern bringing back the Noroi will give us the ability to try once again because we have the case for K9 now in play to send off the Noroi and get even more value since we're not sacrificing a monster.
True.
I will Noroi.
Yeah, now we're going to get that hand knowledge anyway, Chris. Sorry, your secrets are out.
So what was worth protecting? He's sighing. Does he concede or does he show? He shows.
It was the Nibiru.
I mean, the Ripper still answers anyway, but I
Marshmallow
suppose you're still trying to like make your opponent guess.
Wait, you had Nib?
Interesting. Not when I saw the Nibiru, I immediately was like, "Where's the Effect Veil? Where's the Imperm?" But not quite there.
So
used it up a little too early.
It wasn't
absolutely right. That
hold Nib
maybe there was a
Veiler?
version of this where he saved the Nibiru and then used the Effect Veiler, but I think he was just really specifically didn't want his opponent to see that he could do that before it happened.
Yeah, because if your opponent sees the Nibiru, even though they have Effect Veiler, what are they going to do? Just play around the Nibiru the entire time anyway? Or force you to go for that Effect Veiler and just save their big follow-up for after you're forced to Nib. But here we go, the inclusion. Going to go ahead and get that additional search of a Crystron monster now that we know that this Ripper can totally protect us from the Nibiru.
Yeah.
Zach is free to pop off here. We're going to go ahead and get
I mean,
the,
sure, if you don't Veiler the Noroi, they look at your hand. But like,
Interesting to see.
what are they going to do about it? Eventually, before they get a second negate, you're just going to Veiler Nib them. There's not much they can do about it.
Yeah. So Silhouette
Instead, you
Rabbit,
Veiler the
I guess
thing,
grabbing
knowing
some
that
kind
the
of
next
trap
thing they're
box
going to do is Ripper.
Whoa, Apophis the Swap Deity.
That wasn't
Okay.
listed on the title of the deck, Crystron K9, but I guess we still have some of the Apophis stuff. You can run a very slim engine that's more focused on going
Well, at least we're going to game 3.
into it, and it looks like that is what Zachary's choosing to do. I love how much respect the Apophis traps have been getting lately.
I mean, it is just basically a free negate and a body on board that's at least 6 stars, I believe. So that can even add some fun synchro plays you can do.
And I will inclusion, banish.
Yep, so we use the Solfachord to get rid of our inclusion. Now we're using the inclusion to bring back the Tristaros from the graveyard.
And here...
We're going to go ahead and synchro summon for a level 7 here. This could be for the Dawn Dragster.
Or El Skeletus.
Oh, of course it's going to be for El Skeletus, getting us access to our Crystron cards that were sent to the banishment. We're going to get back that Crystron inclusion. All you have is one in your deck, don't worry. I'll use it again.
From your graveyard or banishment to your hand.
That's sure.
Seems good.
And now
also,
we're going to...
if it's ever destroyed by card effect, you can summon a Crystron monster from your graveyard or banishment as well.
That's
but
right.
I wish I had more
doesn't
hands.
always come up.
Yeah. So
He's running out of monster zones right now.
Must be
there
nice.
we go. Now we do destroy.
Yeah, because we use the effect of Tristaros to summon up 2 level 5s, then we destroy on resolution.
If Noroi summons the targeting, protecting guy he was cooked, you see, the interesting thing about your sentence is that it includes an if. So, and something that is uncertain.
Ooh, here comes the Nibiru here that's going to...
Whereas now, the way he played it, he was cooked, guaranteed. There was no if.
Maybe you draw a Mulcharmy Foolos or something, you can use it at the start of your turn.
Infinity?
Oh, not anymore, you can't doing that.
Good old-fashioned Nova Infinity.
Set 1.
How about negating any effect? Ripper negates monster effects that activate in the hand or graveyard, but Cyber Dragon Infinity just gets rid of everything.
Machines still popping off. The old ways are still good. Seeing Nova into Infinity. You don't see that every day, but with a machine deck with level 5s, yeah, you kind of
yeah, I don't think Yami breaks
now we're
this.
seeing a kind of constricted hand for Christopher here where we know all the answers.
Hot
Let's see
take.
what he draws and how he's able to come out of this.
Yep, so we had a Yummy Field Spell, a Marshmallow, and a Lollipo in Christopher's hand alongside the Nibiru. I wonder what we drew for turn, and is it going to be enough to fight through Zachary's impressive board here?
Something notable is that the Apophis Trap,
the effect of Marshmallow Yummy.
as Marshmallow Yummy is activated, the Apophis Trap is not going to get as much value because we have too many monsters on the field right now. So Christopher will need to clear some things before Zachary gets that. So really, currently what we're looking at, I mean, Cyber Dragon Infinity is a threat. And then we have like the K9, quick rank up abilities.
So because Zachary got Swamp Deity, that can just summon to the open monster zone, and because you have one trap monster, you can still negate at least one thing.
Oh, okay.
So the Swamp Deity, yes, could do more if you had Opus the Serpent on play first, but it can still negate something that's already in play.
But don't forget about the Silhouette Rabbit. The
Probably
fact that it
worth
has the ability to
clustering this
destroy
one
a
on
stellar
summon.
trap when a trap monster is summoned gives a little bit of decent stuff here because look, there's the field spell. Now might be the time.
Yeah, because now we can negate the Snatchy effect while also blowing up the Croaky.
Oh, that's the pop one.
That's the
That's the other
popping
one.
and the Italy
That's
one.
right. Minion is the other one. Yeah.
And then I think we also have a, I don't know if I saw Zachary set Cluster, but we all might also have Crystron Cluster, and because we control a Crystron...
targeting Ripper.
Oh, we also have the rank up spell too that we totally forgot about. Forced Release, you're going to go ahead and Werewolf here.
Top, I will XC summon Jax.
Or Jax, actually.
I will pop the Akroki.
And that'll give us a pop as well. Before the Croaky can actually
Pops
resolve.
the Swamp Deity also says up to the number of other continuous traps you
Oh,
control.
so
Just
he's gotta
checking
slow it
that
down.
on Neuron to make sure.
Wait, can you use traps in general? Like not on the monster zones?
Pop the Snatchy.
Hey, we're playing Jax as well, of course. Popping.
The Crystron.
Do you think they play Jax and Werewolf or just one? Just Jax.
Super cool to see.
Again, it just shows the creativity.
I don't know how tight the extra deck is, but usually I would think pretty tight.
Kind of combo.
Continuous traps. They're the new wave right now, it feels like.
Normal.
So there we see the normal of Lollipop, but facing down this scary of a board. I don't know if that little guy is going to be enough right now.
So while I was looking that up, I missed out. How did that Snatchy leave the field there?
The Snatchy was destroyed by the effect of Jax, I believe.
Okay.
And then Force Release allowed you to destroy the Akroki.
Makes sense.
Summon is fine.
So nothing on the Link Karibo here. Where are we going with this? Gonna go ahead and special summon another Yummy
Wait,
monster.
why are we making Linkaribo?
We will be able to summon that Marshmallow that's in our hand, I believe.
Why not another Snatchy so we can dodge destruction? I mean, not that it matters.
We drew
I'm yapping because it doesn't matter, but
it's a pretty good start. But we still have Infinity, and we still have potentially a known cluster.
No.
Okay, and we definitely still have.
He said he's not activating effect because the Infinity could stop. Here's the cluster.
And because we control the outskirts, we can target 2 cards to destroy, and that'll get rid of both of them. And we're going to be able to return the banished Tristaros back into our deck. And we're going to see Christopher concede without the material in play. He cannot keep playing. All he has is a Mignon and a Nibiru. That's not going to do it.
Still had the Apophis Swamp Deity face down. Still had the Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Still had Drone Lockbird in hand.
Zachary had a lot of answers.
He's also got a smile on his face as he kind of humbly accepts that he's the winner of this, and he's got himself a match. We are going to Game 3 with him on the bubble, being X2 at the moment. A win here doesn't seal his spot in the top 8, but at least guarantees he's got a chance.
They've done all they could if they win this match. That's the way it works.
I would love to have a conversation with him about that. Still a Hat Rabbit into the Apophis, though, because in the Crystron version of the deck, I just never even thought. I always just assumed.
How many rounds? This is the last round. This is round 14. After this is top 8.
In the Tombkeeper deck, but the fact that you can be so creative with deck building and pair it with K9 Crystron makes it very, very exciting.
So far, this has been a really cool format for deck building because, as we talked about very early in the tournament, there was a lot of people just trying to figure out what the new stuff is, right? We saw Kawaki Root Drago, we saw Barrier Statue Torrent, but this is a really interesting take, right? A duelist getting this far in the tournament, doing things that restrict the opponent from doing stuff, but nothing conventional in any way.
It's creative.
Top 8, you need 12-2, yes. So the winner of this round is likely in. The loser is guaranteed out.
So far from Zachary's deck building. Christopher was able to push through in that first game, did not have enough to win going second.
Has this YCS been as bad as Anaheim? No, not even close. There's been some floodgates, but not even close in the amount.
And then typically when I see the Solfachord Yummy deck, you're going to go first 99% of the time because you want that normal summon. You want to be able to start off your own engine.
It's been
that means Zachary's probably
a solid
the
YCS.
same things in mind for his side
I think.
And you always want the onus
It's been a solid YCS. Not perfect, but so far it's been alright. I've been having a good time.
And with this deck having as much extension as it does, I think Christopher's chances are pretty high that we're going to be able to get a show on our hands.
Yeah. Even though it is,
we're in round 14 and we've seen like
doesn't mean that the K9 cards themselves
4 turn skips, I believe. And to be fair, not even all of them won the game.
You know that your opponent's on K9 now. I mean, you're playing the Solfachord side
but it was okay.
You never have to use a monster effect in hand. You can choose to if you really want to, like if you're in your desperate situation, but you can always just rely on your spell cards instead because, of course, you can search for either a spell or a monster extender. You never need to activate the effect of that Solfachia in hand to summon itself, even though we've seen that combo line as well. But when you know that there's an Azuna, you don't really have to force that out.
So I was watching Zachary's hands very carefully as he was side decking.
Okay.
And I'm not going to spoil the surprise, but I certainly believe that he's almost playing a completely different deck now than he was the first 2 games.
Really?
Yes, and it makes sense.
What?
If he's going second, that this is what he's doing. But like, if he's about to do what I think he's doing, I haven't seen somebody smoke screen in the classic way in a long time.
Wait, we're playing a different deck post side?
Because he counted his side deck, and I got a little peek over his shoulder, and Those were a lot of cards you would think are main deck worthy cards, but they're gone now. Huh. Okay.
He's even chuckling a little bit here.
Yeah, I think he's got a smile. I think somebody in the crowd knows. I think I know. I think.
Wait, what's happening?
He's really laughing.
I don't think Christopher knows. So I really think he may have taken most of the Crystron engine out of his deck. I really think that's what I just saw. So we'll see.
You guys are saying Tenpai. That'd be crazy.
I don't know what he's
There's
doing.
no way he has
otherwise,
extra
but I
deck
just
space
saw
for
one of the
Tenpai in his
cards
deck,
that I'm
though.
like, what?
You probably just keep the level 5 machine ones that you can use as extenders to go into Infinity, and that's probably all you really need, given that you're playing such a heavy K9 engine still.
Yeah, the K9 cards themselves, if you are running the big engine with like multiple chaotic elements, things like Case for K9, you have so much consistency in your search tools.
Cyber Dragon, maybe?
Oh! Look at that smile. Even though he's just kind of
I think there was in the deck breakdown. There was a Cyber Dragon K9. Maybe that's Zachary.
That is a duelist. Oh my goodness.
Maybe going second Cyber Dragon now?
Is when you are able to side deck like 10
Okay,
plus
I'm listening.
and be like, yep,
Hold up, you have my
a
attention.
Plan, and I don't think my opponent is going to expect it.
Do y'all ever do the move where you like just take your entire side deck, put it on top of your main deck, shuffle, and then go through and just take out the 15 cards
the
you don't
real
want?
classic smokescreen every time. The funniest thing is when you don't actually side deck out any cards. You shuffle the 15 into the 40, you take the same 15 out that you shuffled in, and it looks like you side deck, but you didn't.
Duelist, I'm going to be honest, I don't think I have the patience for that type of move, but shout out to anybody who does.
Hey, you'd be surprised how fast you can do it, actually. And
Yeah,
how
if you
quickly
know
your
what you're
opponent
doing.
goes, oh no.
It's like, what did he do? Make sure you count out the 15 cards, though. You don't want to have a game loss for presenting an illegal deck.
Oh, of course.
Fair.
Good luck. This Weapon Destiny, here we go, as I...
They are
Just
so
making
ready
sure
to.
everything's
I
okay.
really want to
Okay.
see this. If I see that opening hand from Zachary and it looks totally different than the last deck he played, this is cool. This is such a switch up.
Let's
Still
see.
smiles on both duelist faces. Spirits are high. One more duel gets a win here and continues your chances in the tournament for a top 8 finish. Both duelists chasing it. Game 3 underway. Let's see who takes it.
Let's see if Christopher can show off the power of
quick
Solfachord.
games.
Yami versus Zachary playing, I guess,
almost
just
always has
K9
quick
now?
games.
We'll find out, I suppose, very soon.
All right.
25 minutes on
All
the
right, I'll go
clock.
first.
Game
Good luck.
3, plenty
Good
of
luck,
time. Let's see how this finishes out.
No max C formation this time. I liked that one. That was the one that
But it gave his opponent the
I didn't get to spot any Cyber Dragon cards, but I saw a Fuwa and a Droll.
Yeah. All right, going straight into main phase here for Christopher. We're going to start off with the Solfachords like we did last time. They are probably the best normal summons you have.
Promoa is...
Oh no, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, he's playing around Fuwa.
Whoa. That's a switch up too.
So we did not draw a starter, but we did draw.
And he's playing around Cyber Dragon.
First
Well,
type of cards.
some of these could be bluffs, just to make sure they have one card in hand to stop the K9s from being able to be normal summon.
Good point.
Wait, what?
Whoa!
What's going on?
Did they swap side decks and we didn't realize?
They both have Apophis in the side deck. That's funny.
This is the meta read of YCS Pittsburgh.
No, you played into
What
Cyber
a
Dragon.
meta read. Everybody. We've been featuring the Tombkeeper cards so much, the Apophis traps, and now they're sneaking their way into decks that don't even have them in the name. Like, these are basically side deck tech cards, tech options, to just give you these going first pushes.
While giving you
that's
extra
incredible.
bodies.
Yeah, while giving you protection, yeah.
There's a lot of Tombkeepers here. I wonder if they got the tattoos.
16, 18. Any other effects
I
on this
believe,
thing?
yeah, only the man
On
with the
that one?
mark is allowed to have those ones. I don't
That's
know.
fair, that's fair.
Yeah.
Both of these players on these similar side deck options of, and I'm assuming that means Christopher has something like Silahad Rabbit in his extra deck now too. Very
Yeah.
cool to see.
But it did not give a starter. It's cool to see, but now Christopher's going to have to try and survive a turn against Zachary, who knows he's going second. Like, Jokel activation, revealing another Jokel. This
Oh,
is
hits
how,
him with the
game
double
1 went, and it
Jokel.
did
That's
not end well
rough.
for Zachary.
Blast from the past. We have a blast from the past from game 2 and a blast from the past from game 1. Also, it's worth noting too that the Apophis cards kind of play really well going first into.
Oh, nothing on summon.
They're not
Uh-oh.
affected by Dark Ruler no more. They're only really affected by spell and trap removal.
Not
but that's
affected by,
really easy
like,
to stop.
Droplet, things like that.
Yeah.
So using Infinite Impermanence, everybody keep a lookout on the top extra monster.
Okay, we're imperming, which I'm not sure if I like showing the imperm first.
But that does stymie.
Because now we know the other, like, we know there's still a Swamp Deity.
And now Zachary can go for a
Like, why not Swamp Deity first and then imperm later?
Stop that rank 5 play, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Milano 12-2. Ooh, that's crazy.
You could just try and like go into battle phase here and try and clear some things.
Milano 12-2.
16-18 for Apopus Zerban, and then 20, I believe.
But apparently bad breakers, so no guarantee. Ooh. What is the... How many are we expecting to miss based off of tiebreakers in this one? Last time I think it was one person that missed. Ooh, normal Fuba, I guess is good news.
Yeah, and I think you can probably see that now because, again, there's not really anything else in Zachary's hand that's going to keep things moving. There's a Droll and Lockbird, it appears to be, a Dark Ruler no more, and a Called by the Grave. That doesn't really help.
That is
attempting to leave main phase, which makes you think Zachary might not know the stat line of Apophis Swamp Deity, because you're not going to be able to get over it with just a Jokel.
Yes.
Then I'll declare an attack.
But you do clear the Apophis Serpent, which gets the continuous trap off of the field.
See, that's what I was thinking. Like, why would we use Imperm first?
Actually, that does make a lot of sense. Unless you're going for like a Zeus play, I like this a lot.
I will activate a Pope. Oh, I can't.
Yeah, so you can
only, correct. I will take the damage.
Yeah, so all the Apophis cards are also main phase only for what it's worth. But you can't XZ summon during the battle phase anyway.
After that?
Yeah.
21.
I still think that if someone doesn't make it on 12-2, they need to play it out. They need to guarantee X2 top cut. Yes, they need to. 100%.
Using the same thing to get around these Apophis traps.
That is awful.
Main phase effects, you just clear it during the battle phase and then get back to work.
It is a problem that we luckily don't have in Europe at the moment because we usually hit the 2048 benchmark. But it's not. It's so shit to go 12-2 and get 9.
And I think what I saw is true. I'm seeing a lot of interesting card choices here.
We need asymmetric top cut. Yes, 100%.
We're not buttoning anything right now, so it's totally free to do so.
Summon SP Little Knight.
Classic?
Yes. Summon successful.
We have entered the grind game whenever this card comes out.
So I'm assuming Zachary just...
Wait, no Ripper?
Because you saw the rank 5 play you could have tried to go for, but you just assume it's not going to go off. So
no Ripper.
Well, the only one that could really give him extension is, I believe, Riverstormer, and we believe he sided out of all of his Crystron cards, so it doesn't do anything anymore.
Just a guess, but I haven't seen a Crystron yet.
And we did use our normal
like the
summon
Nash Knight cards, then yeah, you can't really go to much.
All right.
I think
why
what's
is this
also
game
interesting is that if you see your opponent set that
still
many cards
over if
face down,
Christopher draws a yummy card here?
They've side decked into something like Solemn Warning or Solemn Judgment.
True.
So if you commit to the Xyz summon, you're giving everything up. Maybe they have their life points, but you're still in a losing position.
Yeah. This way you at least keep a 2000 attack body on the field. And Christopher has to draw into something that will actually get the engine online because he didn't have anything in that first turn.
And I believe there's nothing a singular Swamp Deity can make because it's just a...
I will attempt to enter battle.
It's not considered a token.
Clear the SP.
It is big enough to clear SP. That is very true.
End of main phase is fine.
I will attempt to attack the SP.
All right, that'll deal 400 big ones over to Zachary, bring him down to 76. Like I said, we have entered the grind game in this game 3
What
here.
an interesting game state we're in right now. It is game 3 of a do or die
Any
best
engine?
of 3 feature match between Solfachord Yummy, Crystron K9, both of which have flipped an Apophis trap during this best of 3 series. I did not expect this going in, especially with how simplified the game state has become, but sometimes this happens in Yu-Gi-Oh! And you got to appreciate what it does because it's rare and it's very, very interesting to see who's able to get out of this kind of sticky situation first.
Doesn't look like a starter because I feel like it was obvious.
We will be able to use its effect on the next main phase to go ahead and search for a non-Aqua K9, but that's a normal summon Droll and Lockbird. First we had normal summon Fua, now we have normal summon Droll.
They are monster cards, but they're not doing much else.
Yeah, he can go into like a...
If he plays Link Spider, this is combo.
Because I think it needs
right?
to affect monsters, if I'm correct, and the Apophis...
If you turn Apophis into Link Spider, that's combo.
We can still make Linkaribo. And then if we have a Yummy card in our hand, we could pop off with that.
Yeah, that would be...
But then why wouldn't we do that?
Yeah. Oh! Oh, he does!
Because it's a normal monster.
It's a normal monster.
That actually is to its benefit.
Yeah, Christopher's aware and has built the...
Jesus Christ, it's so scuffed. It's so scuffed, but it works.
Which means we can go ahead and synchro summon Comfy Yummy way and get access to our Yummy that way.
And it resolves!
Slick. I like that a lot.
Gorgeous.
Great deck construction and taking advantage of the fact that he had a normal monster on the field going into Link Spider, who has been the starter of so many different combos since it originally came out so many years ago. And yeah, I mean, he just kind of found a way to get into the Yummies where he didn't have a single Yummy in his hand. I hadn't seen one for 2 turns.
I'm telling you, this duel is breaking my brain in the best way. Because I see the Apophis traps, I'm like, oh, he's going to go into Scylla Hat Rabbit and set more of those. But no, he's on the Yummy deck. Like, of course, he's going to go into the Cupsy Yummy way using the Link one as a tuner. And yeah, like you said, this
All
gets
right. Well, the thing
everything
is,
online. Like, now the
Zachary
Yummy
has
cards,
Droll and
if
Lockbird in
there's nothing
hand,
in Zachary's
so
hand that can stop
he's
him
going to
from
be
that
able to
face-down
droll
card,
on
like, this
res
is gonna
here
be
to
an
stop the
impressive
Cupsy
build
Yummy,
if this
the
gets out of
Cupsy Yummy
game
from
two,
searching
but Zachary will try and have the break.
Surprise.
It's like a scripted duel from
And I
modern-day
also
anime
think
featuring just modern-day
that
CCG
Zachary
cards.
has
Yeah,
It really does feel
Dark
like,
Ruler in
yeah, this is
hand,
like an
so
episode
can potentially
as to how
deal
much
with the
back
Yummy
and forth
board. And
there's
if there's
been.
no surprise
our
behind
Droll
it, then
and
Dark
Lockbird here
Ruler
after
really
Cupsy Yummy
slaps.
way.
That could deny us access to surprise, which would be pretty huge.
That's nice. It doesn't shut down the entire turn, but it's nice.
Oh!
But we don't want to allow it.
Okay, that changes things.
Now it's going to be funny because we know that Zachary, I believe, has a Call by the Grave set in that middle column.
Oh, is that what? Oh, that's
I
very
believe it is.
funny.
Yeah,
That's
so it's just
very
been
funny.
trading like the most random stuff. It's like a mirror match, but nobody would expect that given the names of the decks on screen.
Oh, I am loving this right now. This is incredible. So we're going to actually link away the Cupsy Yummy Way into the Snatchy.
So we can summon the Cupsy from hand, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the effective Snatchy to go ahead and get the field spell.
17 minutes still left on the clock, so plenty of time to duel.
Goes for a Croaky to clear the Jokul. I think that's
We're going
important.
to try and just have more interruption. And if we can make a synchro, we can either take out the Jokul or that back row.
You definitely want to get that Jokul off the board. That represents the follow-up for the K9 engine, I think.
That's fine.
So this is why we called by the Droll and Lockbird, because we want to search that surprise. I'm assuming surprise.
Definitely. We have the Mao already engraved.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Yep. Oh, but with that Call by the Grave that I think is face down, that actually could be to his detriment if he uses the effect to try to revive anything from the graveyard, because he can stop that.
We should synchro summon into a way first, so that way we can actually tag out if that were to happen. So we can kind of dodge the call by.
Well, seems like he heard ya, because here comes some ways.
It just feels like correct regardless, because you want to be able to get the tag online as quick as possible. And you can also just use the Croaky to pop
Clearing the Jokul. This is clean
So
play.
you just did. A Croaky is targeting the Jokul, and it does not target engrave to summon.
No.
So that called by will not
Called by, as long as you keep a synchro on the board, the called by is going to be very useless.
But I believe Surprise does target, and so it would be
Surprise,
more
I
valuable
think,
there.
does, yes.
Surprise also doesn't target.
Just a reminder that we are locked out of summoning Link 3s, but that doesn't necessarily matter for the Yummy portion of this deck.
Martial Metal Marcher and use the effect to target the Yummy Synchro Engrave.
Very nice. Going to go ahead and bring back our Cupsy Yummy Way using the Martial Metal Marcher.
Now that targets, but we are not going to use that face down called by from Zachary. He's got one card in hand, a called by face down. At least
You
that's
have to
what we
hold called
assume
by
it is based on
for,
what we
like,
had seen,
I don't
on
know,
our screen.
Herald of the Arclight, I guess, but you have Dark Ruler in hand anyways.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it better be a good card that he draws into.
That's actually
It
fantastic.
just does nothing here. The called by on Marshmallow, they're just going to tag out with
I
Lollipo.
really hope your opponent keeps two cards in their hand at that point, because we really only have the canine stuff left, but there's a chance it's good.
Back to the Yummy Surprise.
Yep, so Surprise is back in Christopher's hand after using that Marshmallow. I mean, this represents our Herald of the Arclight as well.
I feel like based on the tempo of the duel, Christopher's got to be wondering if his opponent's got Nibiru the Primal Being, but he's still pushing forward.
Target your set card.
Oh, here it comes.
Yep. Called by has been targeted by the SP Little Knight. This is the last time to do it. And we also get to confirm if it is called by.
Chaining called by is not good here, because you just enable the Lollipo. The board literally gets better if you chain called by.
Called by the Grave activation.
Usually just
I don't know
saying.
what you're talking about. Fair enough.
I love
It's not a good chain. Don't chain it!
But he's got a Millennium Necklace.
I mean that's Christopher's read of what that set card could be. Because what else would it be? If it was any Trap card, he would have activated it way long ago. If it was any K9 card, he would have used it during his turn. If it was any Crystron card, we definitely would have activated it.
What can Zach top deck? I don't think he can top deck anything.
Because basically, if he activates it now, we're just going to go ahead and float back into the other guys anyway, and then just get the synchros back and then do it again on his turn.
You're just making it worse, yeah. Now he doesn't get to attack directly, at least not do any damage because of the SP Little Knight. So
And we're not making the Herald immediately. We're gonna have to try and climb into that. But that Dark Ruler will be big. How many in hand?
One.
For Christopher?
One for Chris.
Ooh, that's not good for Zachary.
Yeah, no normal summons of K9s right now. But if we can force Christopher to activate a card from the hand, which he doesn't necessarily have to right now, it could be pretty rough.
Main phase is fine.
I think we tried picking a Roy. Oh, nope, we did not. We're just gonna go ahead and pass it.
Oh, wow.
I think that's a K9 card. It might be Zuna.
All right, we're going ahead and bring back one of our Yummies from the graveyard using the surprise here. It's going to be that Marshmallow. Marshmallow recycle that surprise. The same old song and dance we've been seeing all tournament long.
Would you like to still pass?
It's still in the end phase
We're
now.
in end phase. Just clarifying.
Yes, so that happens in the end phase, not in the attempt to leave main phase.
Yes.
Worth noting.
And I have to say, at this point, when I'm looking at this field, I'm looking at two cards in Zachary's hand, having seen what they are, I have to predict Christopher can take this one. Back against the wall, very close back and forth match. Opening hand in game 3 was set for pass, and Christopher was still able to find his way to use the
It feels wrong to me. Is it just me, but it feels weird
to get
that
into the yummy cards.
we went set for pass and then one imperm was enough to stop
just hoping that his opponent
Yoko?
just doesn't have enough numbers on the field, but we are seeing more and
Something
more
seems
bodies pile
off.
up in the monster zones.
And now we are unlocking the field spell Mignon, which is going to be able to give us the damage we need to go for game here.
Bigger numbers.
Yummy Mignon targeting the Marshmallow Engrave.
We're going to target the Marshmallow that's in our graveyard to go ahead and summon it back to the field.
And that's going to give us 1,500 attack on every monster, plus the SP. I believe that will already just be damage, but he can still go for more.
Yeah, it's at least plus
I will attempt
45.
to go to battle.
What's already in
Yes.
play. We're going to go straight into
It
battle
will be
phase
game.
here. And we're
Just
going to
do it.
represent a bunch of damage.
600.
So we have 600 from the Herald.
Showing him the math.
7,000.
Another 12. Yep.
16.
We have 16 coming from the SP.
So you're 54.
54 total.
Yep. Zachary trusts but verifies
That
here as we count down
is
the life
game.
points.
I will attack 1, 2, 3.
So it's going to be 27 with the MOA.
27.
Yep, and it's going to be another.
SP was last turn.
16, I believe, from the
No,
statue.
no, Zachary drew and passed.
Yeah.
Half of 54
Half
is
of it.
27.
Yeah.
And then.
And then I will attack for 23.
23, we only have 400 left, but we still have the Snatchy.
So we can put a coin in the machine
No,
here.
I see. I forgot to. I should have got rid of that Snatchy. It can't attack directly.
That's right. The Snatchy is
Oh,
unable to
yeah.
attack directly. So
Oh
we're
my
still
god,
going
he's
here.
on 400.
Misses the
Oh
going
my
game
god,
shot.
if he wins because of that. I don't think he
I
will.
thought that Christopher would have it, but yeah, not
Oh
being able to attack
no,
one of
oh my
those.
god.
Before I leave battle.
Ooh.
Yeah, the Snatchy
I
is
wonder
off
if he
of
could have kept
surprise.
Going.
It
He can
can't
go for
attack.
like
There's no
another
way.
zero off of the Snatchy and the Marshmallow.
Dude, there's a Dark Ruler in hand. It's not like completely impossible.
Mimigoal and burn for 1,000.
Not everybody
Probably
plays
not.
that.
Oh god,
But,
oh
I mean,
god, oh
still, at
god,
this
oh
point,
god, oh
if
god.
Zachary is to come back, we know he's got a level 5. I think Jokel's like one of the only cards, maybe Case for Canine's the only card that can like really get it, and there's still going to be a surprise that can bounce 2. It's still going to be a very uphill battle for Zachary. A little tough for Christopher to not find it right there, but let's see how far Zachary can get on his turn.
But speaking of getting far, Zachary very heads up to be like, no, I don't see game. I'm not going to concede just because I see a bunch of monsters.
Yep, so we're going to use a light pole to shuffle the Fua back into Zachary's deck. Give him one more card that he does not want to draw.
Just that little % chance of, no, you don't want to see that. Especially when
Lantern
the
does
cards
it?
is the only thing they may be able to save.
No, because the
Well, I mean,
thing is like Christopher is doing a good job at keeping his hand size low so that the canines cannot normal summon.
Comebacks of all time, maybe about
So I
to
don't know
happen
if
on
Lantern will do
Say
it.
this has to be
Like you can Lantern revive
I've
Jokel,
ever seen in my life. If Zachary
but then there
can come back from this
is
type of situation.
there's surprise still to bounce at some point.
Still had, are we going to get another one?
Yeah, so not a Link 3. You can't link up to Link 3 once you use the Snatchy effect, but you can go to a Link 2 Silhouette Hat Rabbit.
Are we going to get Azurune statue? That'd be super sick to see.
It would definitely prevent any Xyz shenanigans there.
Link the.
Oh, it looks like he's not going to use the effect on Summit.
Might not have one left in deck.
Yeah, he might not.
Targets.
Okay.
Might just be a monster that can't be destroyed by battle that is just going to sit there. And
then
also,
I will pass.
if we have another continuous strat face down, do we at least get this?
How's Case for Canine?
I think he just drew a Case for Canine.
He sure did.
I will activate Yummy Surprise.
Okay.
Do special summon.
Really?
Yeah.
Using it a little early, not waiting to see if his opponent has
Yeah,
anything.
that might come back and bite him.
Well, but he's still got the Herald of the Arclight, one of the strongest monsters of the
But
extra
surely a card that Dark Ruler
Dark Ruler
won't
no more
stop
checks
it.
that.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that.
He
it's
just
there.
used
Yeah, that's the thing. From his
surprise.
perspective, he thinks he's safe.
I want everyone to strap in because I think Zachary, because of the sequencing from Christopher, actually might have the answer.
There's
Every
no
monster effect will
way.
be negated,
There's
and we
no
have
way.
the ability to get 2 level 5s on the field unless Christopher does something here.
There's the Case for Canine being activated. Christopher giving it a quick read. It does need to be on play to resolve the effective search.
It's got to be like an Ash Blossom.
Dominus Purge.
That works too.
Wow.
And we have a trap card in the grave. It'll be destroyed and sent to the grave.
Wow.
What's the last card in our hand?
2.
We have 2
Normal
cards.
summon
Normal
Jokel,
summon
declare
Jokel. Declare the effective search.
I don't know
That is fine.
if that gets
It's
us there.
good.
We can do like a Typhon play, I suppose.
Oh no, I can't do this, guys. I can't do this. I can't do this. How?
Jokel in the graveyard.
How?
We have a Jokel in the
Right,
graveyard.
yeah,
We
This
summon it back out.
generational
I was completely
throw.
blanking. This is actually huge for Zachary.
Yep.
And then Lantern can search for another K9 spell card that's going to give us access to the Force Release.
That gives us the search for the Speller Trap.
Or we
Jokel
just
was
get
able to
another
get us
case
to the
for
Lantern,
K9.
another case for K9, and Zachary might just be back in this.
And the consistency of the deck, as I looked through, I did not see very many Crystron cards, so I think he did hard commit to basically playing a pure K9 Go second build. And that's actually helped out here, including the cards like the Dark Ruler and more, but also the fact that you just drew into K9 cards, which got us right here.
We can make Zeus, guys. We can go attack with Ripper, make Zeus, and main phase
Oh,
2. Just get rid of
God.
every card Christopher has.
It's generational fumble, man. We had like 20,000 damage last turn.
I've never seen anything.
Didn't go for it or missed it.
Then
Then we still had a board that was virtually unbreakable, and then we made it super breakable by activating Surprise and Draw Phase, which played Giga into Dark Ruler and put a second card in hand so that the K9s could be normal summoned.
And I jokeled.
But also, like, if you nib, you lose all your monsters too.
True. Tribute all, and if you do, then special summon.
You just I didn't summon Jokel from hand with its own effect. Okay.
Yep,
Also, I suppose, yes, I was definitely overthinking that one too.
No worries, it happens. So, Christopher's just getting an assessment here of how the Jokel was summoned. It was normal summons.
Man.
Maybe if we get access to another Jokel, summon it from the hand using its own effect. If we have another level 5 monster.
Chain, even though it's negated. That's fine.
That's true. We can still pay the cost to return to the extra deck. It just will not fully resolve.
I'm losing my mind.
Monsters out of the graveyard. Oh, baby.
Wow, look at that 2 Raigekus. Wow.
Always leave the door open for your opponent to misplay. You're never out until you're out.
I mean, again, Christopher almost seemed surprised when Zachary did not scoop. He was like, "Go battle phase.
Yeah.
This is enough." And Zachary said, "Show it."
Yeah.
And he didn't have it. He wasn't able to attack with everybody. So Zachary still makes it to another turn. And then Christopher throwing out the surprise meant that you don't have the bounce effect anymore to stop Zachary's one play, which was Dark Ruler into the Jokel.
So we see the power of Dark Ruler no more this format. Certainly
Problem
a
is, like-
kind of board breaker, but when we do have things like Herald of the Arclight in the format, it is a good insurance policy. There's the Zeus.
In main phase 2, Zeus.
Thinking here. Yeah.
The Zeus is going to clear the board, but because we have Surprise in hand, we do have guaranteed follow-up.
Now we know Christopher was on things like effect.
I'm not entirely sure.
Will attempt to end my turn.
Oh, Zachary just goes to end, and there's the Nibiru.
In the main phase 2.
Oh, he has a nib. Okay, yeah, failed.
You could make the token smaller.
That was 5 summons exactly.
That was 5 summons. Yep, Christopher is right.
3, 4, 5. Yeah, 4. I guess technically 6 because of Lantern.
Yes.
So
this is pretty big here. We're almost speechless here at the guest because this is a Yu-Gi-Oh match that I did not expect to see here.
I'll let it go.
One that is defined by non-engine grindiness and everything else in between.
So Zachary, I think this makes sense. You let it go. You want the token to be as big as possible, and it will be pretty big. Most likely in defense position, but even just with the Zeus, that's going to be a decent statted token in defense position.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but does Nibiru token do original attack or does it do current attack?
So you said
I believe it's original attack.
Okay, so that means the minion boost doesn't matter.
5,000 from my side, so
that would have been very
82
funny.
attack, and the defense is 600 from me, and then 49 from me.
Much easier to count the defense considering.
Defense, so 8255.
An 8,200 attack point token. Well, we already saw Zhao Long put a token into attack mode to win the game once in this tournament on day 2. I wonder if we're going to see it again. Obviously not Zhao Long, but if this Nibiru token attacks for game, that'd be pretty sick to see. Because notable.
I mean, I think now Yami just takes it next turn, right? It was crazy. It had me on the edge of my seat, but ultimately the Nibiru just
way to get back to our cards?
I mean, we have the Solfachord side of the deck.
Makes
still.
it irrelevant
The
here.
spell was drawn. So if we drew Solfachord Happiness, that could still get us there.
Actually, I think we still have, do we still have Surprise in hand? Because we do have Surprise in hand because we brought back Mao to bring it back. So we have Surprise.
Yes. So let's recycle some Synchro monsters here. Recycling the Cupsy.
All right, surely we cannot miss
back into the extra
game
deck.
on 400 life points.
And now we can go ahead and go for the Surprise to bring back
Surely.
Cupsy here, get access to the other young lads.
Use the effect to search. Yes.
And then all we need is 400 damage for Christopher.
Zachary is very low.
Surely we can OTK.
We know the hand too. It's Case plus Naroi.
Yeah, but Christopher has to win this turn because with only 3.5 minutes or so on the clock left, I mean, he has got to cover up the last few hundred that he failed to do.
But this is the moment where, again, the human factor comes into play. Stressful situation. You missed the 8,000 damage on your last turn. You have 3 minutes on the clock, and you know that you're up against the clock. So you want to move fast enough to win, but you need to also go slow enough that you can actually deal with a giant Nibiru token.
Yeah, there's a right way to do it.
Yeah, add the surprise.
We've already activated the surprises effect this turn to summon, so we need to find another way to clear this token.
Yeah.
We're going to let him replace the field.
I mean, all you have to do is find a way to get a Croaky. Just a Croaky pop the token attack.
Do Snatchy affect the synchro summon? 100.
Best 100 life points you ever paid.
Say hello to Lollipo.
I'll use Lollipo, Yummy Way, Chainlink 1, a Croaky Chainlink 2, destroy the token.
There we go.
Resolved.
Open field. Christopher just needs to go battle phase.
I'll attempt to go to battle.
And there it is.
Jesus Christ.
Is your winner with Solfachord Yummy, round 14. This does not guarantee a spot in top 8, but man, oh man, was that a grind to get there. If he gets it, it'll be well earned. And congrats to Zach for recognizing that he had more turns in that game than even everyone watching at home thought, I bet.
Certainly, Christopher managing to come all the way from basically his own failed battle phase, right? We don't want to say anything bad about it, but it is true that he thought he had clinched out the game, and the truth of the matter was he didn't. But he did manage to come all the way back.
I mean, when your opponent basically has
that
like
was
a
almost
turn just says pass to you, and you can do full Yummy combo, and you think to yourself, oh yeah, I've got it. It's understandable that someone would make a mistake.
That was almost the biggest throw of the stream. But we kind of got there.
If he does make it to top 8, I don't think he'll ever make that mistake again in the rest of his dueling career.
He will remember that Snatchy can attack directly for the rest of his life.
There's always little things like that, you know. The first time one of those moves happens, the first time the Gore's token drops down because you attack with your biggest monster first, right? The first time you lose a duel because you attacked into magic cylinders. These are historic lessons you can only learn by just playing this game, and I think he learned himself a lesson.
And again, really well fought by Zachary for recognizing he's like, I have as many opportunities as possible to get back in this game, and he was almost there with that beautiful Zeus play.
Oh, well, look at them smiling there. They did not seem too worried about it, right? I think Christopher and Zachary, they're going to be the best of friends, at least from now on, because you just experience it together, right? You're like, oh, that was a weird game. I had a weird game, but they still made it out nonetheless. So congratulations to our winner, but good stuff.
Oh, my gosh. If this is what the final round of Swiss gave us, I cannot wait to see what top 8's going to give us in terms of the games we are about to see.
I mean, now we're in the territory where some people are really going to pray for tiebreakers. I wonder how many people are going to miss.
Not in this season. Plenty of YCS
based on X2 tiebreakers. It'd be very sad to miss.
So still, North American YCSs yet to have their champion crowned. And we still haven't crowned our champion either.
Not yet, at least. And just super excited. And wow, what a match. Yummy K9. Classic matchup we've been seeing ever since Justice Hunters came out, but a very non-classic outcome of a match that I've ever seen before.
I just realized that we didn't really see any of the Solfachord in Game 3.
Is Jesse still in? Jesse was X3, so no longer in contention for
It shows you that there are so many different ways to play decks, including just not playing the deck anymore. I'm just like, I don't need this.
And the fact that both players having completely different strategies, like main decks that are 99% different from each other, had very similar side decks with the Apophis and still had Rabbit plays, just showing the power of those cards.
So what was the what was the side deck now for
incredible set there, and nice
the
to see
Mitsu
cards
for the
here, when
K9
they first come out, people are like, nah,
Crystron?
I'm not going to play that, and then they slowly creep into the format, win a YCS, get a cool game mat made out of it. And I definitely see how Odeon earned his stripes playing Tomb Keepers.
It turns out being able to activate.
Do you think it was Cyber Dragon?
And negate cards and get extra bodies on board is kind of a good thing.
Yeah, maybe just a little. Maybe just a little. Who knows? Woo! So we've gone through all these rounds of Swiss. I've definitely learned a lot about this format, just watching in action, seeing all these Yu-Gi-Oh geniuses go ahead and commit. I definitely think Dark Ruler No More is a very good card choice here, especially when
just pure K9 with board breakers. Okay.
Fields, why don't we swap away from this one to our stage so we can hear from one of themselves?
I see.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm here with Christopher. Congratulations on your feature match win. Well fought win right there. That one got a little grindy, so I want to start off with that Game 3. What was going through your mind when you were staring at your field, confident that you had victory, and your opponent said, show me?
As soon as he said, show me, I realized that I'd messed up. But I also knew that with the cards in his hand and the cards I had in my back row, that I should be able to stop his next turn. And my board would be unbeatable by anything but a Dark Ruler that he was holding the whole time. So, but that was a mistake. But you know, the game
was throwing me for a loop after the opening hand was a total brick.
And it started with set 4 pass, and you were on some of the Apophis traps. So was your opponent. Really cool seeing those sneak in to main decks, to side decks. What made you want to do that? And talk to me also about the Link Spider play to get into the Yummy combo.
Yeah, so I think the Apophis traps are in a really good spot right now because the extra deck options are pretty limited right now for what you can do with just 2 random monsters. And so setting that trap and using it to stop the Dark Ruler that I'd say a lot of people are main decking Dark Ruler, and then they're definitely bringing it in when they side against me. So being able to grab that answer straight from the deck for free, basically, is very, very good. And I think the Crystron deck and other decks are gonna. I think a lot of decks will start to do that as the format keeps going. The play with the Droll, funny enough, my brain was not fully working right there, and I almost set the Droll. Just to play around him having a canine in hand, because I assumed his hand must have a canine monster that he couldn't do anything with. And then I looked at my extra deck again and realized that I could go into the Link Spider, because I haven't summoned Link Spider a single time the whole tournament. So finally, it did its job.
Well, hey, it was a fantastic play. It's funny that you kind of stumbled into it, but sometimes that works out for you, and you found the line. That's the important part at the end, and got the victory. So I got to give you some time to rest up because we're waiting to now see if you were able to sink into that top. But
don't think there's going to be a backup feature. If I had to guess,
at home, anybody here in the crowd?
Because that was a long feature.
I'd like to shout out my friends from St. Louis, our local card stores, Yeti Gaming and Collector Store. I'd like to shout out Cristobal, Alex, and Peter for helping me prepare for the event. I'd like to shout out my wife, Victoria, for being a very loving and supporting partner and letting me come on this trip.
Fantastic. Congratulations again on the win. A great match. Back to the casters.
Oh, wow. Beautiful to see Chris celebrating up there, and happy to hear about the Apophis being really awesome inclusions from the side deck to counter Dark Ruler No More. A really powerful option into the Yummy board. Pretty heads up.
I think it makes sense. So imagine you're playing Yummy. You're probably going to go on Herald of Arclight. Yummy is very popular. They're going to be on Dark Ruler No More. You have to find an option. You can't just sit there. And the deck building that he did was just really, really great. And I love him using the Link Spider. I think it probably was to counter like Nibiru tokens throughout the course of the tournament. But using your own monster that happens to be a normal monster is just good stuff.
And speaking of good stuff, we have quite the promo to talk about. The Chronicles deck that released recently gave us the beautiful cards for Dogmatica and Branded that we've been seeing all weekend long.
Quick toilet break. I'll be right back with you, hopefully in time for the top 8 announcement.
Releasing this deck, and they are quite some powerhouses for those fusion-based archetypes.
And it's a stitched edge game mat, so that thing is going to last you for quite some time to come. And I definitely think that Brandon's got some air in its lungs. We're going to be seeing it this year, we're going to be seeing it next year, so it's good to see Albaz and his friends shining bright.
Yep, be sure to visit your own OTS stores that are participating in the celebration event for the Chronicles deck to maybe earn yourself that playmat in the process.
Just some really incredible stuff. I was hoping we got to see more Albaz stuff this weekend, but we have seen that the Fallen and the Virtuous spell card has just sniffed its way into so many different decks.
Yeah.
And of course, we are still seeing a lot of Albaz. I am not blind to all the great Branded Dracotail decks that we have out there, too.
Oh,
so.
countless, actually. It's beautiful to see.
Goodness gracious. So we are going to be announcing our top 8 relatively soon. And before we go to see our top 8, let's go ahead and tune into a bonus feature match, and they'll be announcing who our star-studded duelist lineup is for the top 8.
See you soon.
All right. You want high or low roll?
Up to you, Ben.
Let's do low roll.
Okay, sure. I'm down.
8.
Oh. Okay.
One choice. 7.
All right. I'll be going first.
Good luck.
Good luck, man. Trophies? No tribute?
Yeah.
You can register for those events online at bestsellerselling.com and if you need any assistance for Wednesdays. And my face?
Sounds good. My face.
How about?
I'll chain for Wallace.
No response.
Sounds good.
Sludge effect?
Go Ash Blossom.
No response.
Well, there is a backup feature.
In phase 1? Yep.
Maliss versus Mitsuyami.
Activate the Lure of Darkness.
Ooh, this is mean. This is Duncan versus John Wilkin. John Wilkin is 12-1, got paired down here against Maliss, which means that for John Wilkin, this match doesn't matter that much. He's basically guaranteed in top 8, but Maliss still has to fight for it because with
Set TB 11.
with 11 and 2, you do have to win that round.
I'll activate Malice Underground. Link 1 into Lingering buff. Yep. I'll activate Wizard at Ignister. Thank you. Summon Red Ransom. Anything here? Activate TB 11.
That's right.
But Maliss is going first, so that shouldn't be that big of a problem. We got hit with a couple of hand traps here, however. I believe a Droll has been used after Allure of Darkness. We also had Ghost Bell. Oh, it's turn 2. Oh, Mitsuyami bricked completely. Nice. After Ash on Saji, okay.
Archer effect add back?
Yes, sir.
So technically not a full break. Well, I guess that's even better news for Maliss, because that means we can go for game.
Some another one?
Yep.
Archer to sell.
Yes, sir.
Mass effect to come back. Yeah. Mass to vanish.
I wouldn't expect Mitsuyami to be on Nibiru, which is obviously a huge bonus for Maliss when it's comboing off like that, because, you know, Nibiru seems pretty good against Maliss.
Yeah, 59. 59? Yes, I paid 600 more. It should be at 59. 59. Sorry, just thinking.
No, just take time.
Do we really need to play Lancia again? It seems like it. I mean, Maliss was also in the finals of the French Open. We've seen a ton of Maliss in feature matches this weekend. A lot of people doing well with it. I guess we're gonna have to wait for the top 8 breakdown, but it seems pretty popular. I also played against multiple Maliss at my regionals last weekend, so yeah, it's back. I mean, I don't know if it ever left, to be honest, but it's definitely more popular now than it was a few weeks ago.
Access code target white binder. End of main phase.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, Maliss takes game 1 here in the backup feature. And okay, a little bit of a rough cut there, but okay. We're going to game 2 immediately because it is pre-recorded.
Stand by phase. Phase 1.
Yep.
Also in effect.
Normal summon Saji is not a 1-card combo on its own. However, Droll is pretty sick. It's Saji is a decent normal summon in this deck because it can make Almirage, so you can special Yummies afterwards. But it is a relatively strong-looking Droll Lockburst. Set 3. Okay, this explains maybe why we're getting a backup feature, because it's quick anyways.
Standby? Yeah. In phase 1. Yeah.
Maybe.
Normal summon Chessy Cat. You're fine.
Solemn judgment on the chair. Is there March here? There's March here, right? I see it. I see the March here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bell, okay. Okay, normal summon used. March here used. If you activate a Bystial right now.
I'll just pass.
Ooh, pass is not great.
Chain bell.
Bell the prayers.
That resolves Saji effect? Yeah.
Saji can search another prayers though, because we're still in end phase. Gonna be able to start the next turn off with prayers again. And then you're gonna that is combo, right? You can go, even if Saji is engraved, you can go Habakiri, tribute Kusanagi, add back Saji, and then normal summon Saji for ritual spell. That does work. If we play Kusanagi, not every version of the deck plays it.
Make sure not Graven. Sorry. It's okay.
Some versions play just Saji, some versions play 1/1/1 of the level 4s. It depends what version John is on. I don't know that.
Chain Meows.
Meowls.
Minus 8.
Wait. Prayers to revive? Okay.
That's another prayers, right?
Why not prayers to search Haba? I guess it must mean no Kusanagi in the deck. That must mean no Kusanagi. Is this SP pass? That's not gonna work against March here.
Oh, sorry, you're actually at 32.
Yeah, yeah.
IP with me. Okay.
That'll take it.
That's not looking good.
Time to leave me phase 2. And then main. Marching. That's fine. Finish Mouse in there.
Oh my, yeah. Oh god. Oh god.
That's fine.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Just a cat effect to come back. Yeah. Let me at 77.
Took 3.
Oh,
with
my
8 and
bad.
3.
Took
Oh,
8.
yeah, sorry, yeah, 69.
2 off.
That is GG. That's not fine.
Still pass. Yeah, go ahead. Stand by. Main phase 1. So draw 2. Yeah. Don't mess with that. Coming in 66.
Pay to revive, 324.
It's not cost.
Oh, sorry, I'm on
All Dawn Pulse. GG's, man.
Yeah, dude. Well, at least you're still 12-2, John. Don't think he's too mad about that one. Rather have it happen now than in top 8, I suppose. I think, I mean, 12-1 losing the last round, you're probably still making it.
YCS Pittsburgh, where we just wrapped up 14 rounds of Swiss, and the duelists around me are ready to learn who qualified for the top 8. So please welcome to the stage head judge Jordan Marquez.
So,
Oh.
14 rounds of Swiss.
Oh, it was working now.
All right, so after
okay.
14 rounds of Swiss, in first place with 39 points, Aditya Darap.
13-1 Aditya. Okay, not bad.
In second place with 36 points, John Alexander Wilkin.
Yeah, John Wilkin, second place even, not even close.
In third place, also with 36 points, Joseph Rice.
Don't know what deck that is.
In fourth place with 36 points, Mutasim Malik. In fifth place, also on 36 points, Lucas Sacco.
Sacco made it.
And now in sixth place with 36 points, Nicholas Fiore Colella. In seventh place, also with 36 points, Logan Samuel Shepard. And rounding out our top 8, also on 36 points, Dalen Pitkin.
Oh, that means multiple people didn't make it. That means Milano didn't make it. It also means Christopher from the feature match didn't make it.
Top 8, single elimination.
Aw, dude. Milano went 12-2 and didn't make it. Ooh! 4 Mitsuyami, 3 Dracotail, 1 Lunalight, 0 Maliss. Lunalight? 4 Mitsuyami, 3 branded Dracotail, I believe. There's an Albaz here, there's an Albaz here. Is there an Albaz here? I think so. Yeah, 4 Mitsuyami, 3 Dracotail, and 1 Lunalight. No Maliss. No Pure Yummy. Damn. No K9.
Welcome, duelists, to YCS Pittsburgh. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven.
I am Steven.
And today we are going to be showcasing the Genesis format to y'all. We had a points update recently, and we want to showcase some of the newest strategies and or some of the things you can continue to do.
This is just a repeat, right? Bro, instead of this one, why can't we see a Genesis Invitational match?
What we decided to spend points on for our decks, because this is part of the deck building of Genesis, is that there's way different
Oh, Floodgate were the feature matches this weekend? A lot less. Not 0, but a lot less than Anaheim.
I'm going to start off.
Definitely a lot better. The ban list did a lot of good.
33 points Regenesis. So
For sure.
tells you immediately, I'm on the Regenesis deck. I think it's really, really good because this is the only card that costs points, but it is a hefty 33 points in the current format. If you're watching this, you know, a couple months from now, maybe it's different. But then I decided to spend for my other 2 cards, out of the 67 points remaining, Pot of Greed and Pot of Greed, baby. I got my Starlight Rare and my original Legend of Blue Eyes rare print right there. And you know what? I was so confident, Steven. I said 93 points is all I need. I don't even need to spend the other 7.
Hug of Greed, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that.
That's beautiful. We love
While we're waiting for the top 8 to start, duelists, do me a favor. We have a lot of people watching, so probably a lot of people that normally don't always watch my channel because the numbers are higher than usual. So if you're enjoying the content, feel free to follow, or even if you're feeling generous, consider to drop a Prime sub on the channel if you have it available, if you appreciate the watch parties and stuff like that.
Require some points in its main deck, kind of like your Genesis deck does. So first things first, I got some really powerful spell and trap cards here, and 3 copies of Iron Thunder, each at 5 points.
Nice.
I've also got 3 copies. I've also got 3 copies of Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon, another great trap card. It'll have some synergy with my decks. You'll see in a moment.
Okay.
Because I'm also playing Book of Eclipse.
Code name 5 gifties. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is so much more than I asked for.
Of Genesis here and there ever since
Thank
YCS
you.
Anaheim, and
Very kind.
is an amazing card. All these cards you see here are 5 points, and so right now we got 15, 15, 15, 15. That's 60 total. spent.
That's equal to 2 pot of greeds. All those cards are the same points of 2 pot of greeds.
And I would consider all these cards non-engine. They do not help my main game
Gamba?
plan, but they do help protect my main game plan.
Yeah, it seems like also a decent mix of going first versus going
What is happening? They're bridging some time between the top 8 announcement and then the top 8, because what I assume is happening right now is that they're having the top 8 players re-sleeve, because that's something they do in NA. I don't know why, but at some point in Top Cut you're forced to re-sleeve your deck into like official Konami sleeves. But yeah. Nubovor, thank you for the first time Prime, I appreciate you as well. And Jotmon, thank you for the 42 months. That's a very long time, thank you.
Cool. So
We need better Genesis coverage than this on repeat. Yeah, I wonder what happened, because at Anaheim it feels like we got like almost every backup feature was Genesis, which I thought was cool. Surely at least like the finals or something of the Genesis Invitational could have been on here.
With that being said, all that's left to do is duel, Steven.
Yep. Let's go ahead and shuffle up and get things started.
Cool.
Alrighty. And I'll use my Cyber Dragon and Hero Dice.
Ooh,
why not?
I like it. The magic of television.
Just about.
Yeah, this is going to go on cable, right? This is like a ESPN 3, probably.
Yeah, we're going to get residuals from this.
Does EU do re-sleeves? No.
It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
I feel like every time I put cards down, they have to be like perfectly aligned now. It's like, boom,
because
there,
there's
there
like
you go to,
such beautiful squares.
That's for you to cut.
Beautiful. Okay, Steven, the dice roll of destiny to decide who will go first.
Altergeist has no points in Genesis.
Let's go high.
I mean, Altergeist has no Link monsters though.
I got 7.
7, right?
Perfectly average.
Let's see it.
But yeah, it doesn't sound too bad of a trap deck.
I will proudly go first. Thank you, Stratos. Thank you, Cyber Dragon.
If you can do some Faker Silkudis.
Go ahead and get my opening hand of 5 cards. I'm going to enter the draw phase, standby phase.
You're good.
All good? Main phase.
I guess the problem with Altergeist would be
start off by
how do you establish control over the game? Because I guess you have a protocol negate every turn and you have a Silkwoodist bounce every turn, but you can never get really into like the Hextia loop.
I will then go ahead and special
I don't know.
summon from my hand because I control a ninja, Mitsu the insect.
They did show this yesterday. Yes, this is a repeat.
This is an effective summon.
This is a repeat from yesterday.
Okay. I'm now going to contact fuse these 2 monsters by sending them to the graveyard, and I'm going to summon...
Neospatian?
No, I wish. But I'm going to go ahead and summon, off of 5 points, Maizen the Battle Ninja. This man does it all. What can't he do? He is a triple threat. If there
You probably could make Altergeist work though. If it's completely 0 points, you could play like evenly, you could play Imperm, maybe to trigger your Faker more often, and then just play like a very grindy control approach with it. It sounds fun actually, without the floodgates in the
I've
mix.
seen scarier fields from ninjas before, so you're essentially -1, but he will turn into other stuff.
Doesn't seem bad, no.
Scary. But let's see if we can just force that out right now. Because I'm going to go ahead and activate for my first card, Twin Twisters, discarding a Hikaru of the Golden Land. I'm on Regenesis, and now you can assume a little bit of Eldritch in there as well. And I'll target both your back rows and just deal with them right away.
How does Altergeist kill? Very slowly. Very, very, very slowly, especially if you can't make a big Hextia.
on the board. This will now allow me to set up to 1 ninja or ninjutsu art directly from my graveyard or deck to the field. But if I have both,
I think Altergeist has a tuner.
That is also going to resolve.
Why does Altergeist have a tuner? Does Altergeist have a synchro?
Set my Tabari
Who notably cannot be destroyed by battle once flipped up, right?
That's right. And I can use this effective quick fusion again if you do flip them up for me. And then I'm going to go ahead
Yes.
and set.
Okay.
There's lots of great options here. I think the big thing.
Maybe that's your maybe that's your answer. I don't know how good they are. I have never seen anyone play those.
I think I'm just going to prioritize that and get Ninjutsu Art of Dancing Leaves. More on that later, hopefully.
Okay. May I read that real quick?
Yes,
just
of
to
course.
refresh myself.
So in case anyone doesn't know, I can tribute a face-down card. It doesn't need to be my own. It could be yours. Or a ninja to summon a ninja from the deck. And then I can also add it back to my hand. I can use either of those effects once per turn.
All right, that is good to go. But Twin Twisters will resolve now and destroy this face down and still your ninjutsu art.
You've got
Karma
my
Cannon.
Karma Cannon. That 0-point card cost me 5 points.
Well, I know that you have a lot of chainables, but I also knew you had things like Iron Thunder, like the Daruma Karma Cannon, so I just wanted to get rid of that right away.
Yes.
Even though you did value off of it a little bit. Now you have anything in hand?
This is Genesis, yes.
And,
that's why it's ninjas.
Turn. I know you're face down. You can still use his effect in response to a monster effect.
That's right.
And unfortunately, I'm just going to have to give that to you right away. I'm going to activate the effect of Eldritch, the Golden Lord, in my hand, sending himself an Eldixir of the Glorious Golden Land to the graveyard to target and send to the graveyard your Maizen the Battle Ninja.
The French Open is over, yes. The finals was
that is fair.
Maliss versus Dracotail, and Dracotail won.
The Maizen is...
Well, to be fair, technically Maliss would have won, but they kind of messed up the final turn, and then Dracotail came back because of it. But
so many things we could do here, but I think it's got
Dracotail did win. Yeah, it was Jordan. Hey, Jordan is in chat. Congratulations.
In defense, and then Maizen will be destroyed.
Well done. You should be doing very well on the Worlds race now, right? You did well in Lille too.
Now, does this one do anything else on my turn?
Yes. Well, in general, if she's
Easy
on
clap.
play, I can flip a face down card I control face up, and then if it's a ninja, flip her face down to negate a monster effect.
Ah, interesting. Okay, so you're going to try and blank my Eldritch Return effect.
Or whatever else you might have in hand, for what it's worth. I'm not necessarily afraid of Eldritch right now. Cut or tap.
I'll tap that one for you. Okay. Well, this will turn into a grind game, I can tell you that.
Well, that's how ninjas roll, baby.
Do you think this verifies that D-Barrier was holding back Dracotail? I mean, to an extent, yeah. It was not the only factor. But you definitely see Dracotail having pretty solid success right now, so I do think that plays a role.
But I can pay 800 life points to do a couple of things. One, I can add an Eldritch Monster.
Top 8 is also today, yes. We're waiting for it to start right now.
All right, you'll go to 72.
Okay. I will search my deck for... Let's grab Conquistador of the Golden Land.
Copy.
Classic. Love this card. And then I will... We're just going to set 1, set 2, and we will proceed to end phase, and I will banish Hakiro from my graveyard in the end phase to set a Eldixir Speller Trap from my deck.
That's all good?
And we will set Eldixir of the Scarlet Sanguine.
Okay.
Do you say Sanguine or Sanguine?
Sanguine sounds fancier.
It sounds
it's all
fancier.
about wine, isn't it?
Yeah, Sanguine. All right, there you go.
These events seem exhausting. It is stressful for sure, yeah. It's a very, very long weekend if you're participating in one of these. I mean, it's fun too and rewarding, but it's tough.
I think I'm going to start off by setting a card.
Setting a card.
Anything here?
Jordan with the Prime, thank you. See, if you are Prime sub to the Joshua Schmidt Twitch channel, you do win big regionals like French Open.
The tribute's not cost, just
is how it works.
The targeting is cost.
And then if I do tribute it, I can summon a ninja.
Noted.
We are going to chain Conquistador of the Golden Land.
But he won before the sub? Nah. This is the 28th sub.
Eldritch Golden Lord from my
so,
deck.
Okay.
Clearly not. Clearly he's been subbed before.
Eldritch the Golden Lord.
Been a long time coming.
And then Conquistador will special summon and will destroy your ninjutsu art.
That counts.
Of Dancing Leaves.
That means it cannot resolve, unfortunately.
Continuous trap things.
How do you get Prime subs? When streamers say Prime sub, what they mean is if you have Amazon Prime and you link it to Twitch, like you have to link your Amazon account to Twitch and then you get 1 free sub every month. That's called a Prime sub.
It's like if you can't out my Tabari on the next turn, do I need to?
It is tough destroying things by battle or not being able to.
It's close. If I had another one of those.
When are you going to play Dracotail in a YCS? It's not unlikely that I'll play it in Bologna. I like it a lot right now. It's a cool deck. I enjoy it. I enjoy the gameplay and everything. I haven't decided for Bologna yet, but not unlikely that it'll be my choice. If it's down to Mitsu versus Dracotail, if those are the only two choices I end up liking, then I'll probably lean towards Dracotail. But I don't know. I don't know if there's other options. Like, I wanted to try more Sky Striker, but realistically, I'm not sure if it's good enough. You know, I've been playing a decent amount of Pure Yummy as well. I don't know, maybe I'll have other ideas, but if I'm just playing a meta deck out of like those, I think Dracotail is not unlikely.
This is during the end phase. Yep. And
will you add branded? I think it's, when I say Dracotail, I mean branded Dracotail. It's been pretty established that that's the way to go with the deck. Like, I'm pretty sure that's just how it is right now. Like, Dracotail is just branded Dracotail, which realistically is just pure Dracotail with 2 branded fusions. So in my head, it's interchangeable.
I can attack with my zombie monsters, but if I draw into Regenesis, I need to get rid of Cursed Eldland. Right, that's like something about the deck, the difficulty of playing it.
Do you think Sanctifier is needed?
So we're actually going to activate
from what I'm seeing, it doesn't come up super often. I think I would still play it, but if you really just don't have access to it, I think you can get away with it. I think in an optimal build, yes, but 100% necessary to play the deck, no. But it's like, yeah, it's like good if you get Fubat on branded fusion and stuff like that. But I think in like the standard lines where you don't get Fubat and stuff like that, it's not that necessary, but you know, it's good to have.
The Golden Lord in the graveyard.
But if it's like you don't have it because it's very expensive right now, I think. How much is Sanctifier now? It's like 40 or something because they made the branded structure, but it wasn't in there.
So I send Curse Eldlands to add the Golden Lord to my hand, and I will choose.
Okay, someone said 50 euros and then someone said 20 euros. So someone is lying.
What could it mean?
Someone made something up. So let me just check it myself. Sanctifier.
Eldritch monster or a golden land spell trap from my deck to the
Sanctifier.
I will send Conquistador.
Is around 30 euros.
Next, to
the Mega Pack one is about the same on Card Market. Yeah.
The Golden Lord in my hand to special summon Regenesis
30 euros.
As the condition for his special summon. That works. Now, on special summon, I will activate his effect. It allows me to search my deck or banishment for a Regenesis card and add it to my hand. Good. All right.
Oh yeah, US prices are higher sometimes. That's fair enough.
Deck. And this is where it really comes online and shows the synergy of the deck. Is both of these engines are very good at the grind game, very good at playing long duels, and they also, because Eldritch Golden Lord has 2,500 original attack, really allows the Regenesis cards to do a lot of really fun things. So we're gonna grab.
Maze sets do reprints? Yes, typically yes.
Let me just put things in order because I'm hoping I'll get to do all this, but we'll see. We'll see. We're gonna grab ourselves a Regenesis Lord.
Ooh, the big boy.
That is.
When does the new Maze set come out? It's probably a while still, right? Because what is the release schedule after YCS Bologna? We get the side set first, the deck building pack. Then we get Burst Protocol in January, and then it's Maze in February. Okay.
Regenesis. That's 33.
Or is Burst Protocol January or early February?
Regenesis. This one allows me to
early February. Okay.
Take a Regenesis monster from my deck and either add it to my hand or send it to the graveyard. I will use that to grab Regenesis Sage.
When do you guys think we're getting an actual ban list? Because the last one doesn't count as like a real ban list. It was an emergency floodgate ban list, right? Do you think we get one before Burst Protocol? Probably, right? Like December or January is not unlikely, I think.
Now I know. Well, I have to remember. One of these can't be destroyed by battle.
Yes.
He does do piercing damage. And
RT, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Also, Repper89, thank you for the Prime. Blade Master, thank you for the 10 months.
So I'm going to discard the Eldritch Golden Lord.
I mean, yeah, it's 4 Mitsu, 3 Dracotail, 1 Lunalight. So I guess most likely one to win is Mitsu, but Dracotail or Lunalight could also do it. it.
Conquistador to the hand.
The most important takeaway for now is that it's once again not Maliss.
Land to attack position. Everything in attack mode. And you know what? Just because it's cool and I want to show it off, I'm also going to send this to the graveyard.
There's like 1% of me who is considering playing Maliss at a YCS once, just because, dude, don't you think it would be the most insane timeline ever if I was the first person to win a YCS with Maliss? Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
And then I will attack directly with Regenesis Sage. 25.
That timeline, it'd be so funny, dude.
Beautiful 25 to my face.
It would be so funny.
Against the ninjas.
But you're able to pull it off in game 1. There's still games 2 and 3.
Hello, you were just watching Steven and Steven, and now you're watching Steven and Steven. We're cutting away from our Genesis show match that we did to showcase the format because, Steven, there's a very exciting match ahead of us right now.
Oh, yes, Steven. We have round 3 of the Genesis Invitational going on right now that we will happily show you as we're preparing our top 8 for the YCS.
Right, we're getting Genesis feature matches because they're doing the re-sleeving for the main event and stuff like that. So I'm better. That's what I said.
Some of the potential.
Give me actual Genesis tournament gameplay instead of the pre-recorded stuff, so I'm happy about that.
32 qualifiers that happened on day 1. A lot of opportunities to make it in, and now happening currently, we are getting into kind of like the finals run here for Genesis as you know, a show match here at YCS.
Personally, it's been a big side project of mine to kind of like scour the different Genesis pods that have been firing all weekend long, just to get some insights, some research into what's going on in the format, because it is so new and people are experimenting and cooking all of the time.
And part of what you need to make sure you're doing if you want to get into Genesis is pay attention to the points updates. Something some eagle-eyed viewers noticed I forgot to do during my deck profile. Dragon's Mind is now 7 points, Steven.
Ooh, but luckily you had plenty of points left over, so you were
never
not over.
sided them in either, so it worked out. But that is the fun of Genesis, is that the format has changed a lot, and also there's a lot of opportunity to play some of these other decks that aren't always going to be represented.
Can I play Ritual Beast in Genesis, or am I cringe because of Shifter and Fissure?
You're unaware of what they are,
both.
or you just want a refresher. Steven, talk to me about what the Genesis rules look like on screen.
The big thing is going to be no links and pendulum summons. While there is no proper FNL list, meaning all cards are technically available to you, there is a restriction as to what types of cards you can even include in your deck. Beyond that, every single card that
you can definitely play Ritual Beast in Genesis format, but you will also be cringe while doing it. But it's not bad.
The format that all tournaments are run through is 100 points. So as long as all the cards in your main deck, extra deck, and side deck do not exceed that 100 points, most likely your Genesis deck is good to play here at YCS's and any other Genesis event worldwide.
And it has opened up so much potential in deck building. It's gotten so many duelists excited for what this format can look like going forward, getting excited for eventual, you know, more dedicated tournaments for the format. And this is kind of one of my first looks at what the top level will be. Because what I love to do is deck theorize and, you know, come up with lists. You and I
Ritual Beast is way too heavily pointed for a deck that steeds control.
That found success at events
I don't
like
think
this.
it has
This was a
points.
public event running all day yesterday, again today. What decks they're on, because it is a little different than what I came in with. We won't spoil it just yet. As to
It
what the
does?
rules
Oh,
are
it does?
But it looks like they're getting ready right now, so we should be.
Elder 10, Lara 10.
Yeah.
Ah.
What are some of the pitfalls that you've run into with your Genesis deck building, Steve?
Wait, so you're telling me you spent all of your remaining points on shifters? Waver, when we played?
A great example is like my
That's
Flame
crazy
Swordsman
work.
and Metamorph archetype, you know, deck, is that there's no real bridge to them, but it has like this fun flavor theme to it, and I just love using it. And the fact that the power level or the ceiling of a lot of the decks within Genesis is kind of
I thought you just played shifter because your deck had no points, so you were like, why not?
When you're playing the Flame Swordsman
Oh,
deck?
almost exclusively.
Yeah,
if I don't have that, I don't bring the deck with me.
Yeah, you're just going to draw the wrong cards otherwise.
Yes, exactly. But the biggest problem that I've kind of run into is I tend to build decks that don't necessarily build grind games into their game plan. I like decks that do kind of flashy things.
One big push.
Right, or can just have neat synergies like I was talking about. But the decks that seem to be doing the best are the ones that can continuously gain advantage, or like your Genesis Eldritch deck, just constantly plus turn over turn. So the longer the game goes on, the higher the chance you have to win.
I would love to get a duel of Genesis against some of the top duelists from the public events tournament here, because again, the read that I have coming in is going to be so different than what a lot of other people have. It feels like the type of format that the reason people are excited about it is that so much potential. You know, nobody
on a map that turbos Rongo is so funny. Does it still do that?
With more of these
even
public
without
events, happening, we're starting to get a feel
even with Dodo Warrior having points now, like are you just not playing that card?
Not necessarily the most powerful decks or the best thing you could be doing. It's the right call for the tournament. Yes. It's, oh, this deck is the one that people tend to be using. I'm going to bring a counter to that, or one that is well matched into something like that.
Is it better
Rongo,
to run like
how many points is Rongo? Wait.
No points with a bunch of non.
How many points is Rongo?
That's where your points are allotted to. Is it better to run something with like
30
really
what?
Like my Regenesis deck, 33 points for Regenesis is a lot of points, but it's worth it for me because I'm like, I have so much push that I don't need the Ash.
I was just assuming that Rongo was 100.
Droll and Lockbirds, or Nibiru's, if we're looking like kind of the lower point cost hand interaction cards.
That's
but I know that you
crazy.
had a different read for your Ninja deck that we were showing on stream earlier, so I think that's part of, again, the fun of the deck building element.
Yeah, these are the kinds of questions that every single
31 because Gossip is 70. I mean, yeah, I get that, but still, like, first of all, that should probably be the other way around, if anything.
And you get to play in that virtual
sandbox,
essentially.
Rongo should probably just be 100, period.
Shout out to any duelist bold enough to put 3 pot of greeds. It's at 30 points. You can.
Who cares about Gossip Shadow? Why is Gossip Shadow 70?
There's got to be some deck that can run that. Honestly, Regenesis could, if I just didn't run the Regenesis normal spell.
I mean, you can just draw the Regenesis cards you want to see if that.
Yeah, and then use the quick play spell to get into stuff. You know what? Maybe I'll change my deck before I duel some of the top Genesis duelists. I also need to add Elder Entity Entis.
And maybe Extra.
Chat was telling me that
I saw that one.
I could have fit that in. I was like, that's a good call. X-Trap could have worked too.
Yeah,
also,
sweet.
I had 7 points left over. But the duelists, it looks like they're close to getting ready here. So as we're getting into the Genesis show match, a reminder that brand new format, still.
What would you ban or put it at 1 or 2 in Yamimitsu to bring the power down?
I don't believe you can truly solve
Herald of the Arclight and Zombie Vampire.
The majority of people are on, but it's just to show that, like,
I think is what's
we're
necessary.
In the infancy stage of a brand new format for Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, and whether it's solved right now, it's a format that's actually affected by advanced releases. So new cards can come out that could impact the format. So it's never going to be solved for long.
Radiant Typhoon saw a surge in play, specifically in Genesis. That's like the most obvious example that comes to mind because it didn't really make big waves in Advanced Constructed and in the main event of YCSs. But then you look at the Genesis, you're like, wait a minute, that is working. And maybe some spoilers because we are ready to hop in to our duel here, round 3 of our Genesis tournament, and we do have a Radiant
Monarchs
Typhoon
versus Radiant Typhoon
versus Monarch of all things.
Hold up.
Yep, we have Anthony Joseph Murray on the left piloting Monarch, and we have Jared Daniel Centimore.
Dude, Monarchs
Radiant Typhoon.
with an extra deck in Genesis actually sounds pretty base.
I have no idea how this matchup is going to go, but I will say this: the Monarch deck, depending on what kind of points were allocated,
Oh wait,
could be
no.
on things like domain,
I think
there could be some funny things happening.
I think it's the other way around. I think Monarch is on the right because there's no extra deck down there.
To get your invitation to this event, and Jared winning the
Yeah,
die
the
roll
decks
means
are
he
wrong.
gets to start off.
It has an ignition
This is
effect
going to
to
be
go ahead and normal
the,
summon.
again, Radiant Typhoon deck. If you haven't really seen these cards, wind-based archetype that really plays into a classic.
Because I was about to say, Jared, I'm pretty sure Jared is also a Yugi tuber. Who was into Runic a lot. I remember watching some of his videos.
Jared is on the left, so we have Radiant Typhoon on the left, Andy on the right. That was Eidos the Squire to come bring out Eidos the Underworld Monarch.
Well, I was talking about Radiant Typhoon. You were listening to the duelist.
Yeah, he's a fellow Runic enjoyer.
Yeah, so
I remember.
What happened now is Eidos the Underworld Monarch is going to go ahead and stretch for a Monarch spell trap or one monster between.
Dominus Purge. Okay, how many points is Purge?
But we got the Purge coming down from that Eidos.
Stopping the search effect. So now, I mean, we do have additional normal summons, but we won't get the search.
So,
yep, so we're going to have the effect here of Eidos the Underworld Squire to bring out Adia, the Heavenly
10?
Squire. And this card will allow you to get an additional tribute summon.
10 is not bad. Dude, we're playing hella hand traps. Okay. What?
Prevalent in the more original version of the Monarchs, but new Squires.
I played against Monarchs in my locals 2 days ago. 3 days ago. I was lucky that I was playing Necros. Because that deck seemed pretty decent actually with the new support.
It's just
but like my Necros just didn't care about any like domain stuff because they were playing
Now
domain.
we're going to see the real power of the Radiant Typhoon cards, being able to activate all kinds of powerful quick play.
Yeah, versus me. Okay.
Off of that.
Yes. Ghost Corner was used, Dominus Purge was used, 2 cards that are lower on the point cost because Radiant Typhoon cards cost no points. When I was asking the question about like using your main strategy with low
What's your Necros list? I can show it at some point on stream. It's nothing too crazy though. I played full engine basically. It was my points are a Herald of the Arclight, 3 preps. I played 3 Nibiru's, so that was 80 points, and then my extra deck had an Entis, that's 87, and then I played a Dugaris for 10 more, so that was 97, and I think I played like a Daigusto Emerald. Or 98.
Vision is such a powerful card that we see it being splashed in some decks in Genesis, like Memento, because they themselves play a lot of quick play spells.
Yeah, I mean, even in modern decks like Sky Striker, we've seen it play just because it helps get you spells in the graveyard and see more of your deck. Plus, you have quick play spells in your primary
MST
engine.
and a Radiant Typhoon card.
But the general game plan here for the
Seeing that
Radiant Typhoon
playmat
deck
triggered
is to
some
get,
core memories.
a lot of your
That
quick
playmat
play
is
Radiant
so
Typhoon and
good.
Space Typhoon spells in the back row while getting monsters on the field that get more benefits to those quick play spells.
Find it. Yep, so we're going to use the effect of Phonics here to get access to, I believe that's going to be...
I love Necros, but I've been having a hard time cooking a deck for Genesis. So, I think, like, I've been playing pure Necros with... I've been playing 3 of the new level, like the level 10 Necros, the Ariat Bayer or whatever it's called. And I've been using that as a starter, so I've been playing multiple copies, or like a lot of the ones that are good when they're tributed. Like, I've been playing 3 Shorit. I've been playing the Ariel, I've been playing Great Sorcerer and stuff like that, so just like a lot of stuff that I contribute, so I can use that as a starter. But the more I've been playing it, the more I felt like maybe there's a world where you can find like a hybrid version of Necros, because like you just play like the level 4 engine is really high quality for them. I don't know if you can maybe play like a smaller Necros package and play like a different deck with it. I don't know.
Correct me on that if I'm wrong.
Like maybe just like treat it as an engine that can make an easy rank 4, but also like summon out a Trishula somehow on the opponent's turn, like a 2-for-1 deal, and then pair it with something else.
So we do make the Cicada King here, which is going to be a really nice interruption for the potential spells and traps that Anthony could have here in his Monarch deck. Things like Domain could be a problem, but we're going to go ahead and set 4 cards as Anthony. All those quick play spells do activate on the opponent's turn. And forgive me, that is not fun.
Necros Ryziel? Yeah, I don't know if Ryziel is the way to go in Genesis, because that's going to eat up all your points. But yeah, I don't know, something.
Activating a special limit from the hand. When your opponent activates a monster effect and you have an MST in your graveyard, you can negate that effect. And if you have 2 more MSTs in the graveyard, you can destroy that monster. And if Mystical Space Typhoon is activated while this card's in the graveyard, you can also special summon this.
Ah, beautiful. So it's a card that can bring itself back and it can turn your MSTs into possible destructions. Because now we have the trap card. I believe that's called Radiant Typhoon Mandate.
Mandate, yes.
And that can actually give MST the power to negate cards on the field. So MST finally negates, folks. You've always wanted it to.
Exactly does. Continuous trap.
And then chain 2 Eidos to either add
and then here we go. We have Erebus, the Underworld Monarch, coming down. This is going to go ahead and tribute the Eidos, the Underworld Monarch.
They're triggers. Yes.
Yes.
Like if you tribute it over this guy.
We're just double checking here that the Eidos has an effect when it is tributed, and the Erebus has an effect when it tributes specifically a 2400 attack point
because it's engraved as it sees the summon result.
There's other similar interactions that don't work as well.
Yeah, so people are just wondering if like the tribute summon for a tribute summon is like a cost. So is it in the graveyard by the time it would see it being summoned? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Sure. Definitely an awkward thing to realize, but one that Monarch players are more than familiar with.
I will do...
And then it looks like we use the Varun monster effect negate there as well.
Activate MST. I will target this card.
Ooh, MST on our own spell traps is a really powerful thing that the Randiate cards do, because now we can use the mandate to negate the Erebus.
Yep. Once per chain, when a Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, you can target 1 face-up card your opponent controls and negate its effects. So that means Radiant Typhoon Mandate has not only turned Mystical Space Typhoon into
MST negates,
but also now you can negate the on-field effect. And it looks like that one we're chaining there is Radiant Typhoon Manifestation. If it's destroyed by the effect of Mystical Space Typhoon, you can then set it and activate one of these effects. You can send a Radiant Typhoon monster from your deck to the graveyard, or add a Mystical Space Typhoon from your deck or graveyard to your hand.
I'm going to do... Affect the special summon from deck.
Yep, and now we're going to be resolving all of our onboard effects here to go ahead and reset the manifestation, the one that was in the graveyard, and the effect to summon using the effect of the Miriam.
So a lot of chain links resolving here, but it does, first off, shut off the tribute summon effect of Anthony. Both of them, rather.
And now we have Phonics hitting the board as well, which is nice to see.
You're good.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a really powerful interruption for Radiant Typhoon in the form of Phonics, and the fact that this deck is not really extra deck reliant against the Monarchs could come up as we continue going to games 2 and 3 later on in this duel.
That is.
So now Phonics, if a quick play spell card is activated, you can target a
Is Chain Burn viable?
them into the deck. Very
I mean, more viable than an advanced constructed, yes, but I don't know how good your chances are going to be.
It's 3 monsters.
Maybe wait until Radiant Typhoon is no longer like the best deck.
And another
I think it popped an online tournament. Oh, really?
I'll go ahead and get rid of the manifestation that we reset.
Is there any like recent good chain burn support that they're using, or is it literally just the good old strategy?
The first time.
I think one thing that you can definitely do is like some sort of Morganite trap deck where you just draw a bunch of cards every turn.
Yep, and now we're gonna use the effect of
with like Vaboku and stuff like that, and if you draw a Morganite, you're gonna be able to like draw extra cards every turn. That seems something you could do.
All wind monsters you control gain 300 attack and
defense. But that's like very matchup dependent, right? Like you're gonna run into some decks that are just like really good against it because they have back row removal, and some decks won't have that.
Cards from both of our players. Almost all of the Monarch main deck monsters and all of the Radiant Typhoon cards, period, are non-pointed.
Is Necros hard to learn for Genesis?
Decks like these that don't have that in their main deck.
As someone who played Necros back in the day, I found it, after a couple of games, I found it relatively intuitive. But overall, I would say yes, it's on the more complicated side of deck. Yeah. But it's fun.
Now,
in that way.
Most likely going to be going first here for game number 2, and that's where the scary, side deck cards start to come in. Because if you do have those points allocated,
you're probably only using one Chain Strike. Does Chain Strike have points?
Costs a little less. You still felt like it was just as good.
The biggest thing though, and what kind of gives
Can you recommend a deck for a beginner in Genesis format? I think Exosister is pretty good. And relatively straightforward, and it doesn't have many points, so you can play, or any points, so you can play whatever you want. And it's also going to get support eventually, so it's going to get even better with Burst Protocol in a few months.
You still could do a lot of damage.
Oh, they did give it points, right? What's the points for Exosister now?
You just have so many points to put towards other cards. It really starts to shine. And yes, you can turn it into a.
They gave packs what, 10
in main event, but in this format, you're still happy with just the.
Anything else?
The Radiant Typhoon monsters themselves, like just on the field, they actually do so much for you, and you can even overlay them into other.
10 points for packs, 10 points for. Michaelis,
looks like we're getting ready for game
5 points 2. For the
Jared
Spirit.
Up 1-0. Anthony with his back against the wall. Let's see if he's able to bring it back.
Yeah, if you're Anthony.
Right. Okay, but my point still stands. That's still playable. It's not as free in the non-engine, but you can get away with like 50 to 60 points for your engine, and then other half can be non-engine.
Whenever you activate quick play spells, will no longer be able to activate.
If you can't beat him, join him. Get your own quick play spell for Anthony.
It is worth noting that they do trigger if you activate one as well. Just a heads up for all people watching at home.
Fair enough.
Quick play spells against Radiant Typhoon are not the most amazing things to activate.
With a normal summon of Eidos the Underworld Squire.
So here we're starting off with Eidos once again.
On normal special to give me an additional normal summon set of a.
I'm pseudo familiar.
Yep, we're gonna have an additional normal summoner set this turn.
Appreciate Anthony explaining it for everybody at home and us as well, though, just because if you don't play Genesis, some of these cards don't come up that often.
Yep, and there we see the Purge once again. We have a bit of a repeat here from game 1.
I do think it's Domain Monarch, yeah, because they play no extra deck.
Because all wind monsters, this card is more than fine. We're going to pass once again as Anthony.
Uh-oh. Twice in a row.
Bro, Monarch not looking too hot.
That's a 10-point card right there, but right now it could have been a million points with how well it's stopping Anthony from playing.
And it looks like I see another one in hand, too.
And now that one can destroy.
Sure.
So because our opponent controls no spell and trap cards, we can special this Sven here and go ahead and get a Radiant Typhoon quick play spell added to our hand. That's going to be, I believe that's Chant.
Think on Droll.
Okay, we have a Droll and Lockbird though to fire back.
We do have Droll on Resolution of Chant, meaning no more adding from deck to hand for Jared.
We're going to chain Chant to search.
But we're going to chain the Chant because it is a quick play
quick
spell,
play
so we can still resolve it.
To add a level 4 or lower Radiant Typhoon monster from your deck to your hand, or a Mystical Space Typhoon from your deck or graveyard to your hand.
This feels like
which one he goes for. There we go.
Yeah, we're going to get the Meghala here. This one's
Hey,
one
look,
that allows
Droll.
Reborn, I believe.
I think Droll should have more points. And Shifter. Those are my two biggest, like the two cards that annoy me the most, that they're still popular in Genesis format, somewhat popular,
is activated. You can special
is Droll and Shifter.
Deck with a different name than the monsters you control.
I think Droll should at least be 10.
So it's a special from the deck, not from the graveyard.
So that people actually have to give up a significant portion of their points if they want to play it.
Yep, so there we have the effective manifestation here. Deciding how we want to pay the cost.
Shifter not even that much. Yeah, but because Shifter is 10. Like, that's the thing, right? Droll is 5, Shifter is 10, so that's why people play more Droll than Shifter. And also because Droll goes into basically every deck. But the result of having Droll at 5 points only is basically every deck that doesn't spend 100 points on engine considers playing Droll.
Advanced constructed, but it can do so much here.
And especially if it's just 15. Like, even the decks that have to spend like 60 or 70 on their engine can easily fit in 3 Droll.
The effective manifestation as we reset it and bring out the Croatia. This is the card that lets
Which
you
is
get 2
annoying.
cards add to your hand. I believe one of them is MST and the other one is a Radiant Typhoon monster or just card.
And the annoying thing is too, I don't even feel like Droll. I don't even think the arguments you can make for Droll in Advanced Constructed like apply in Genesis, because I feel like in Advanced the only argument for Droll is that it's keeping out some really toxic shit. The toxic shit in Genesis is supposed to be handled by
like right now, because now after this,
the points list, right? It's just killing rogue decks left and right. Is what Droll is doing.
And we have some monsters in attack.
Like, oh, you play Monarchs, oh, you play Necros, oh, you play Dragon Ruler, oh.
Sven has 1,600 attack points. I know Phonix has 3K.
Sven has 1,600, that is correct.
Beautiful. So we're going to deal not quite enough damage to win the game this turn, but we're going to deal quite a lot. Oh, we're actually going to make Cicada King, it looks like.
So it will be 52 plus 16 being 6,800. We need 1,200 more damage.
We're going to go to
the Totem Bird. There we go.
Ooh, this is going to be a really nice spell trap negate for Jared.
It kills any meta deck? What do you mean? That's not true.
Yeah, Cicada King
Like, some of the best decks in Genesis format don't even care about it.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep, so we're dealing 7,100 damage with a Totem Bird because it's 1,900.
Like Odeon, for example. Radiant Typhoon also doesn't care much about it. Look at the board they're able to make under Droll. Like, it doesn't matter that much to them.
Helping out there. But under Droll and Lockbird,
Radiant Typhoon does most of its stuff in draw phase. Like, Droll is not even that good against.
Gonna have to find a way to get through all of this. Again, cards on his field will get bounced back. There is a negate as well. And the Totem Bird on top of it all.
Yep, Anthony begins their turn. There's quite a lot dealing with here. I don't believe we know what this set card is, but if it is another quick play spell that we can activate, the engines will be going. There we have the new level 1 Squire. I believe this one's Teresa, the Primal Squire.
And Tessera. Here we go. We're going to activate a quick play spell. We're going to search for Radiant Typhoon monster. And then I imagine just keep bodies off of the field. Yep, this makes a lot of sense from Jared. You know you're against Monarchs. If they can never tribute summon, you don't have to worry.
What about Cosmo in Genesis?
Next turn, so we can get a bit additional
Seems a little bit outdated even for Genesis standards. I'm not entirely sure which version of Cosmo you're gonna play. Also, Emergency Teleport having 30 points is rough.
I don't know if my Eldritch deck could deal with all of his Mystical Space Typhoons. That is a lot of interruption. Jared just immediately goes battle phase and wins the 2 out of 3 series. Well done.
Yeah, just seeing a bunch of tribute summons, but no actual tribute fodder. Story of a Monarch player, it's hard to see sometimes. There are games where you feel invincible, and there are games where you feel like you couldn't do anything. But congratulations to Jared regardless for showing.
Are you gonna post your Necros deck? I can show it to you on stream next week, yeah.
How well placed it is.
Or post it somewhere. I've already posted it on Patreon, because I post most of my deck lists, if not all, directly on Patreon after the tournaments, but
shows the strength of Radiant Typhoon.
I can show it on stream.
Has the points to spend on things like
the Patreon thing is more like an early access kind of thing, not exclusive.
If your deck has too many points in the actual archetype that you're playing, then you're not going to be able to play things like Dominus Purge. But if it doesn't,
Boom. That is a very, very powerful card because so many things in all of like kind of the Genesis format have crucial search effects that they're going to need. So Purge, one of the best hand interactions.
Do you think Impulse has too many points to play in Genesis?
And it looks like we might actually
I think Impulse deserves more points than Purge, but I think they should be closer together. I could see like Purge at 10 seems relatively cheap to me. I would say 13 is fair. And I think Impulse 25 seems a little bit much. I would say 20.
Lower compared to the rest, and even technically compared to the
Is what I'm feeling like. I do think Impulse is a stronger card than Purge, but not by more than double.
Your opponent out of the game. But when you're a deck that can, you know, maybe be a little bit less powerful,
I think
spend your
13 and 20 is
engine that can stymie your opponent to the point where they can't do all those really flashy things. All of a sudden, thanks to having your infinite grind game, that's all that's required from you. So remember, guys, in case you needed some reminders,
as long as Purge costs, Purge should cost less than Ash.
No pendulum monsters.
I agree.
Green cards, blue cards, you can ignore those for now. And then when you're building your deck, always try to consider looking at the point values.
Should Zeus and Typhon be less? I mean, Typhon is 10. Typhon for 10 is good. I think that's fair.
Or not. And if you want to build a deck, the standard is 100 points.
Darklaw at 70 is too much, or is it fine? Darklaw should be 100, brother. What do you mean?
If they're hosting Genesis events. A big advice from me is maybe look at archetypes that you've always been, you know, attracted to, things that you've never thought could be viable in the advanced format because they had a bad matchup to a really popular deck or what have you. But with all that said, let's go ahead and hear from the man himself and throw it back over to my pal Steven to hear from Jared.
Thank you very much, Steven, for holding it down while I ran to the stage because I have Jared here, a 2-0 with the Radiant Typhoon deck. So first off, I gotta say, what was it like being up on the feature match stage?
This is actually my first time on live stream. I've done a lot of written features I've been playing for 20 years. So first time on live stream, but very interesting, different experience, but it was awesome.
20 years and you've never been in a feature match proper. Well, happy that we were able to get you up there. And I gotta say, that gives you a very unique perspective on a format like Genesis. So a lot of people are talking about it, excited about it. What are your thoughts so far now that you've gotten to play in the qualifiers yesterday and in the Invitational today?
Oh, it's great. I've played against so many different strategies, decks. I actually think every deck I've played has been different. It's got to be at least 7 or 8 to plus decks that are all different. It's a great format. It's really fun. But yeah, Radiant Typhoon just feels very, very good, especially main decking Mystical Space Typhoon. Some strategies like Monarch and Generator, unfortunately, just kind of fold to it, but I know it's weird, but I'm playing the pure version. I've seen a lot of runic versions. It's very fun, and I like it a lot. I think the deck's powerful.
Well, I mean, if you've been playing for 20 years, yeah, Mystical Space Typhoon in your deck, it must feel fantastic to play. It's also one of those decks where you have so much points to all these other things. You have the Dominus Purges. What, do you mind me, asking, like, what are some of the other cards you feel people should be looking at to spend points on, whether you have them in your deck or not?
I think any low count hand trap, I think, is just an excellent choice because a lot of people aren't expecting it. Things like Ghost Mourner, you saw game 1 I'm playing. That's something that can catch a lot of people off guard and can really do a lot.
What is Ghost Mourner? 3 points?
So, that's one example, but there's any hand trap I think that is playable is absolutely great.
Specifically the Purge, an actual trap that you're activating from the hand right there. So,
man, it's going to take a lot to not have me activate Potted Breed. I'll let you know that.
Qualifiers did you have to play through yesterday, or were you able to make it in right away?
First one.
First one.
I lost in the finals, though.
Ooh, okay, but you still made it in. So how are you feeling? Do you think you got the stuff to win the Invitational?
There's a few matchups that I'm worried about, but overall, I definitely feel like this deck is capable of doing a lot of damage to many.
Are people still playing Vanquish Soul in Genesis format, or did they kind of like hit it too hard? Because I thought about that, and I felt like I was thinking about the points in my head, and I was like, you can still make that work, I think.
Regenesis Eldritch, that's what I'm playing. I gotta say, I don't think I want to play against all your Mystical Space Typhoons. That sounds terrifying for me.
That is definitely a valid point. That and the, what is it? The Tombkeeper deck is another one where Mystical Space Typhoon just has a natural advantage of just playing 3 of it. Not once per turn. My last round, my opponent was playing Tombkeeper and he had 3 back row. I was able to get to more Mystical Space Typhoons than he had tech cards. Unfortunately, it felt really good, but fortunately for him.
For you, it felt very good. Well, congratulations on your win, Jared. I'm going to let you get going, and we're going to throw it to a short break before we're back with our main event. What's up, everybody? Kangas here at the Convention Center at YCS Pittsburgh, where duelists are waiting outside to get in, so let's go meet some of them. All right, I'm here with Richard at YCS Pittsburgh.
All right, that was cool. I like to see some Genesis.
It's been great. The drive was smooth and with a bunch of friends, so I can't complain.
Now, some people around when we were doing interviews were like, you got to talk to this guy because apparently you got a story and a specific deck that you like to play. So tell me your story. What's going on, Richard?
I be playing Yu-Gi-Oh all the time back home in New England. A lot of people over there know me pretty well. Maliss Grinder, you know I'm about to win this weekend with that.
Maliss. So you're admitting that you're on Maliss. It's been hit a little bit on the list. So you said to me before we went live that your goal is to
Well, I
win a
guess we know
YCS
that he
with
didn't
Maliss,
make top
and
cut.
This is the YCS you're going to win, correct?
I believe so, or at least I'm gonna try.
How are you going to do it against the field
3
right now? Do you
people
know the
bubbled
matchups?
X2? Oh my god.
Yeah, I've done a lot of testing.
That's
I'm pretty
rough.
confident in it.
That is so rough, man.
What message do you have for your opponents that know you're going to be on Maliss now?
Still gotta be ready.
Still got to be ready. Hey, do you think Lance, or you're going to hit by Lancias this weekend?
I hope not.
I feel like, are they still going to be at the sideboards? Maybe, maybe not. All right, well, hey, Richard, best of luck going forward. Maybe this is your YCS. Let us know in chat. Is this his YCS? All right, here I am with Nick and Adam at YCS Pittsburgh. Nick, how's your weekend starting off?
It's going great, man. I'm happy to be here. My dad's side of the family's from here, so it's nice being back here. I spend a lot of time in Pittsburgh.
Okay, where are you coming in from?
I'm coming in from Massachusetts.
Okay, it's not that far.
Yeah, not too terribly far. It's still like 10 hours, though. We're on the other side of Massachusetts.
Did you tell your dad's side of the family you were here? Is anybody gonna come cheer you on?
I'm staying with them.
Are they gonna be here at the venue cheering you on? Come on, you got like a whole cheer squad.
Nah, too much, man.
Okay, maybe a little too much. And then over here, how's your weekend starting up?
Good. Easy travels, 10 hours, but we drove, we made it.
10 hours.
Easy
That's
travel,
too far.
10
We'll
hours.
Come on a little bit closer because I got to get that story. Where are you coming in from?
Massachusetts too.
Massachusetts too. That's a 10-hour travel.
It was like on like the furthest side, like towards like the Rhode Island border.
I suppose. Yeah. Okay, yeah. In my head, it's just a little closer. Well, 10 hours drive, smooth driving. How are you feeling about your chances this weekend? I know you playing main event, public events. What are you doing?
People bubble no matter what. That's not a great argument because there is a solution for it, and it's called asymmetrical top cut. Pokemon does it, for example, to prevent this exact thing.
I've day 2'd a couple times, but nothing like anything.
So it's not like you're acting like you can't prevent it, but you can.
I feel like that's everyone's goal as a duelist, right? That's the dream, is you want to top at a YCS. How many YCS
How does that work?
into?
You guarantee X2 top cut, and then you play an extra round for the people that are X2 basically. So if, for example, if it would normally be a top 8
I remember we saw each other
tournament like this one, and you have 9 people who go X2 or better, then 8 and 9 have to play for spot number 8, basically.
This weekend, though? Is this your weekend?
If it's 10 people that go X2 or better, then 7 and 8 have to play against 9 and 10 for their spot in top 8, basically. So you eliminate tiebreakers at the cost of an extra round, which is a lot
Play
better.
a fun deck, for sure. Play a new deck. Good in Genesis format. So if depending on, I don't want to jinx anybody, if you don't do well enough in the main event, you're going to do
The
Genesis
only
or other
thing
public
that
events?
it does is it makes the tournament a little bit longer, but realistically, it's just good as well because then people get a small break before top 8 too. Like the people that have like good
Yeah, I'll
tiebreakers.
probably play some Genesis. My ruler deck is now currently built for Genesis, so it'll be fun.
Perfect. Well, a lot of stuff to do at YCS's. Thanks for talking with me, guys. Best of luck this weekend. All right, I'm live here with Jamil. Jamil, how's your weekend starting off for YCS Pittsburgh?
Exciting so far. It's been really great so far.
Where are you coming in from?
What's bubbling?
Philly, okay. So not like
I
that
don't
far
know
away.
why it's called that or where it's from, but it's basically when you
Plenty of time to deck prep, right?
lose like the last round and then you don't make top cut, or when you just get 9 or worse based on tiebreakers.
I'd just say I like dessert.
Basically, if you barely not make top cut because you lose the last round or you get unlucky with tiebreakers, people call that
for
bubble.
a couple months now, and
I don't know why.
my locals, I've been winning pretty much, so it's been good.
What do you think about the format we're coming into? Because a lot of people are talking about branded being the big thing with the new structure deck coming out.
So branded is actually my bread and butter deck, and I was actually excited for them giving us the new structure deck. So I think branded is going to be a really good competitor. I am pretty excited to see how other people are playing it. I know since the structure deck didn't release Sanctifier, we might not see as many Edo locks. So it's going to be interesting to see how people actually adapt branded's beatdown strategy versus trying to lock everybody easily. So it's going to be interesting.
What are the other decks that you're on the lookout for at this YCS in particular?
Mitsurugi. Absolutely, Mitsurugi variants are still going to be very oppressive. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. I have some secret tech cards for that one, including like Gravekeeper's Inscription. I think that's going to also be a good side card for people to look for.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much, Jamil. Best of luck this weekend. Rooting for you. All right, I'm here with two friends, Siobhan and Nicholas. Or I guess I'm assuming friends. Siobhan, friends?
Yeah, we're friends.
Okay, cool. Did you come in together?
Yeah, we did.
Where are you coming in from?
I'm from South Carolina.
I have a secret tech.
Carolina?
It's great
How long
using
of
script.
travel is that?
From New York.
Oh, you're from New York.
Cities, yeah.
Okay, so long distance friendship. Is it fun to meet up together?
Yeah, he just moved out of New York.
Ooh. So what's the move been like for you?
It's an adjustment.
Yeah, missing this guy?
Yeah, you can say that.
Well, let's talk about the YCS. First off, how excited are you? You're playing in the main event, or are you going to try public events?
Main event. Definitely the main event. I'm very
Did you see the meme that your hair looks like the yin yang symbol? No, I haven't seen that, but I get it.
Don't throw under the bus, man. I mean, come on. Okay, so main event, Siobhan, same with you?
Yeah, my second main event.
Second ever main event. Okay, how many have you done?
Probably like 6.
Okay, so a little more experience. Do you have any advice for Siobhan then?
It's in Master Duel meme review.
Just treat it like a locals. You're here already.
Actually, I do like that. You know, lower the pressure.
Come on,
are you feeling,
man.
though, coming into the second event, do you feel more confident than you did last time?
It's not that close. You didn't even align it properly.
But it's a fun one for sure. Is main event for you as well?
Yes.
If you
I'm being bullied on the
do
internet.
well and you decide to drop out, are you going to go public events? Are you doing Genesis? What are your plans then?
Side events. I'll do side events, stuff like that.
Jesus.
Yeah, public events are always super fun.
Leave me alone,
so what
man.
are your thoughts on the Genesis format right now? A lot of people have been talking about it. Have you looked into it too much?
I have.
It's not that close. Go Bium.
It's a diversity to the game.
Exactly, right? Like all kinds of new decks are around. What do you think about Genesis?
I really like the Genesis format because there's a lot of times where I want to play like a lower powered strategy, but I know my locals is once a week. So if I take a lower powered strategy, get sent home early, I regret it. But now
Time for Turkish hairlines? What does that even mean? I mean, I guess I know what it means. So.
Okay, cool. So what do you want in Genesis then?
What do I want?
What are you playing in Genesis right now?
Punk. I'm playing Punk.
Man after my own heart. All right, well, thanks, guys, for chatting with us. I see you literally just got here, so I'll let you check into your hotel or whatever you need to do, but thanks for chatting. All right, thank
Bro, it's actually on Master Duel meme review. That's crazy. The theme goes hard.
Hello and welcome back to YCS Pittsburgh, everybody. We're getting ready for our top 8 just around the corner. So while we're getting ready for that, we have another round of trivia up here on stage. I have
Trivia!
And I have Thomas joining us on stage. Thomas, how's your YCS?
Dude, it's been great. This is an amazing format. Even though I scrubbed out, I still had probably the most fun Yu-Gi-Oh! I played in years.
Fantastic. Also having fun?
Amazing.
Sweet. Well, we're going to have some fun here on stage 2. I have 5 questions. We're going to do rock, paper, scissors real quick. On shoot to see who goes first, all right? And 3, 2, 1, go. My guy, he said go. All right, so on shoot. Okay, on shoot together. Okay, we're figuring out the rules of rock, paper, scissors right now. What?
Rock, paper, scissors, go.
Rock. Okay, two paper, and there we go. Rock, beat, scissors. There, we got there. As a team, we got there. That means Panda, you're going first. Up first. First question: who are the 3 characters featured in the legendary 5Ds decks?
You say
coming out right around the corner.
Akiza.
I think it's like
Bro.
Jaden. I don't.
Bro said Jaden.
I can't answer that, bro.
5Ds.
I'm hearing a couple uhs from the audience. What do you think, Thomas? Can you name the 3 characters featured in the legendary 5Ds decks?
I can't. Nope.
No 5Ds fans up here. They are Yusei Fudo, Akiza Izinski, and Crow Hogan. All right. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe we get the next one. So that was Panda. Now we're over here to Thomas. How many attack points does Junk Warrior have?
23.
12K. Junk Warrior does not have 12K. Panda, how many attack points does Junk
12K?
Warrior have?
I'm in between 16 19, but I would say 16.
I'm hearing some more uhs from the audience. It is
12K is
2300.
crazy.
I'm gonna guess neither of you watch 5Ds, but you know what? It's okay. I'll show you where to watch it later. It's back to Panda. Okay, come on. You got this one. What level is Stardust Dragon?
8.
Oh, come on, dude. I would have lost my mind.
Well, let's see if you get this next one, Thomas. Name this card. It has this effect. When a Blackwing monster is normal summoned to your field, you can add one Blackwing monster from your deck to your hand with less attack than that monster. What's the name of that card? I don't know it.
Bro, Zoomers, man.
That breaks my heart, Thomas. You're breaking my heart. Panda, can you name it?
No.
Oh my god, dude!
That was Black Whirlwind if it didn't pick up on the mic. Black Whirlwind. Okay, we're going to teach you some Time Wizard 2010 as well. All right, last question. I think we're back to Panda. I lost track. We're giving it to Panda. What attribute is Black Rose Moonlight Dragon? This is relevant of a couple of sets ago.
I want to say dark.
Oh, Moonlight Dragon!
It is not dark. I'm going to go opposite, light. It is light! Let's go! All right, I think it's even 1-1. All right, congrats both of you. Thank you so much for playing. We're going to throw it over to casters because we're ready.
It's Moonlight Dragon, not Moon Dark Dragon.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. Awesome to see, you know, two duelists out there giving it their best, but
that's all we can call it, right?
A little disappointing.
That hurt me.
I know Billy is hurt right now.
Like,
I know Billy was freaking out before his mic was hot.
What I thought were softball questions, you know, maybe I'm just an old man.
We're just too old at this point.
But if they want
first decks.
Yeah, and if they want to learn,
This may have been the first time Billy said a slur behind the camera this weekend, without us knowing it. But there may have been slurs.
Akiza and Pro. That's right, a Blackwing deck, a Junked Warrior deck, and Akiza and her Rose Dragon cards. A lot of cool stuff on top of that. There's going to be the Mulcharmies, lots of great cards you want to get your hands on. But let's go ahead and take a look at an update here. It is going to be the top 8 bracket. First, we're going to have Dalen taking on Aditya, Lucas versus Mutazam, Logan taking on John, and Nicholas versus Joseph. These are our top 8 duelists, and we've talked about it already, the decks that they are using. It's 4 Mitsurugi Yummy decks, 3 branded Dracotail. Not by coincidence, the 2 picks we had to win it here this weekend. And then that one Lunalight deck that's snuck in at 8th place.
You don't have to congratulate yourself for making those predictions, Billy, okay? Those were the 2 most played decks by far.
Because it has not necessarily a good matchup, but it has so many.
These are the 2 decks we predicted to be here. Yes, everyone did.
Copy of a big polymerization, and that gets you into the Liger Dancer. And once Liger Dancer 6th, then if you can't out it, the game is over.
Ooh, nice graphic.
We can kind of take a look there at all the players. There's 8 amazing duelists that are here, and they're going to be competing. Coming in first is Aditya, and I just want to talk about how incredible of a run he's had as a duelist these past couple of years. He's from Plano, Texas, and you know that's where I'm from as well. So shout outs to Plano. I mean, I'm not saying I'm from there, but I lived there for many years of my life. But this is going to be a tough topic.
That's where I'm from. I'm not actually from there, but been there before.
One loss throughout the weekend, but he has been. I mean, he was in the finals of this previous NAWCQ, so he went to the World Championship. He was in the he won the NAWCQ before that, went to Worlds the year before that, and he was also
Did
in
Pac
first
play the
place
event?
of
I do
both
not
of
know.
the World's qualifying point playoff tournaments for both of those years as well. And we talk about it, how often the playing practice makes perfect. Aditya probably plays more Yu-Gi-Oh than anyone, and he's in first place after Swiss. And maybe he is going to be our feature match here for top 8. But we'll let Kangas go ahead and introduce our players. Take it away, Kangas.
Up first in the blue chair from Buffalo, New York. Shout out to all
Lunalight.
Dalen Pitkin.
That makes sense. Show the 1-of deck in top 8. Up against Aditya.
Plano, Texas, once again.
How well do we think Aditya is prepared for the Lunalight matchup?
2024 NAWCQ winner, Aditya Darab. Duelists are already on stage, so let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
All right, thank you, King.
He does have Bystials, yeah, somewhere between main and side. But that's good to have against Luna.
He is going to be playing Branded Dracotail. We saw him in the feature match yesterday with a really cool match where he drew a lot of cards from Mulcharmy Fualos and was able to have quite an impact in that match. But he's going to be taking on a strategy that a lot of players might not have been really prepared for in this tournament. But I can tell you by looking at Aditya's deck list, his deck is way more prepared for Lunalight than a lot of other decks we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be taking advantage of those single interaction cards that we've talked about before, having the Bystials, having Drone Lockbird in the main deck, and siding copies of Effect Failure. That is going to be one of the more powerful cards against.
All right, prediction is
so weak to single plane interruption
running.
On that Leod.
Yeah,
top
the
8
will come in clutch, but I think the Bystials that he's bringing into it also add another degree, being able to hit all of the Lunalights out of the graveyard, catch them on a Yellow Martin trying to come back. Lots of ways to disrupt them there with that could be
probably has the Dark Kaiju. I think the Kaiju that people play is the Light Kaiju, actually. The one that is 3,300. And the reason why you need to do that, I believe, is for summoning Titaniclad. And then Titaniclad is bigger than Liger. And then after you outwon Liger with Titaniclad, because Titaniclad is unaffected, you can add back the Kaiju with Arthalion and out the second
Liger. Could have
Liger.
been a two-time champion, but slight misstep, and it almost cost him again in the feature match yesterday with a giant Mimikghoul. He had to pick it up and read it, didn't read all the way through. So he's going to have to be focused here, but I think he's at least somewhat familiar with these Lunalight cards.
Thunder King. There's two. There's two light kaijus that are 3,300 attack. I think they're the same. I think they're interchangeable. I don't think there's a difference.
Is a new favorite card for him. It's the World Legacy World Crown, and that's the card maybe he wishes he would have.
Who is on that? I don't know. That's what some people have been doing. Not everyone, but some people have been doing that to respect Lunalight. Oh, they are different levels. Okay, then you do need the level 10, right? I think you need level 10. Because Titaniclad gains 100 for each level of its materials, right? So it needs to be the level 10, because then you have level 4 from Albaz, level 10 from the Kaiju, so that's plus 1400, that makes it 39. That's why you need the level 10 one, right? And then, I mean, I guess the level 9 would also work, but then your Titaniclad would double the Liger, which is not ideal.
Replacements and cards that people are trying to use to replace the artifact monster stuff like spell cancel stuff, just not quite as solid maybe with the coverage. So maybe that's why we're not seeing here any in top 8.
I think it requires a lot. It requires the similar amount of work for not the same amount of payoff. There are a lot more answers to a spell cancel than there are to an artifact Mjolnir. And it's, again, one of those things where you're leaning into going first, whereas there's a lot of decks that can do similar things going first, where if you can make their board, you'd probably still win the game. So the payoff isn't quite worthwhile. And the K9 cards by themselves are not enough to win the game, as we've seen many times here. They need that supplemental engine, whether it be Crystron, whether it be Vanquish Soul, whether it be just some form of effect that prevents your opponent from playing. But we've seen it's just not being strong enough. I mean, that's why Vanquish Soul has been seeing a resurgence, because we haven't been able to find an answer in what to fit with K9 right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a little tough out there, but the K9 cards are definitely something you still don't want to sleep on just because there aren't any in top 8. Don't expect to go to a tournament and not run into one, because it's definitely one of the more popular strategies to be combined with other things like Vanquish Soul, as you said. But this is it. We're in top 8. It's game number 1. It's time to duel.
All right, let's see who goes first. That is a big deal in this matchup. The Dracotail board is not easy to break for Lunalight.
I think the biggest card that got forbidden was Dimensional Barrier.
That is a 2.
The Mitsurugi cards, are suffering from the Dimensional Barrier. Lunalight suffers because of Dimensional Barrier. And Dracotail is definitely another deck that struggled through Dimensional Barrier. Now it's gone, and now these decks are free to do what they want.
I mean, I think Dracotail is seemingly the deck
rolled Snake Eyes.
It's seeing such a rise in popularity because it felt like if that deck got to play, it's winning the majority of its games, but Dimensional Barrier was such a restriction. And we did see Dalen roll Snake Eyes here, so Aditya will be starting this game, activating 5 mana.
It's fine.
Gonna let Aditya fusion summon from his hand by discarding it to the graveyard. Let's see what he's going to use.
Urgula and Pan.
Okay, we have 5 mana fusing away 2 Dracotails. That is a phenomenal start. Because I do see Ash Blossom in the Lunalight hand, but
you don't have to destroy.
Okay.
The set
that is not going to help here.
So still going to get all the value here. The monsters are going to be added back to the hand from the Arthur-Lion.
Arthur-Lion being able to go
Can Lunalight, can Dracotail out a Liger in game 1, or is it just GG in game 1?
Just in case the Arthur-Lion doesn't resolve here.
Without the Kaiju in the deck for Branded Fusion.
Rahu probably.
Yep, grabbing the spells.
I think it's just GG, right?
Alright, so we need 2 more triggers in order to get all of our, or sorry, 3 more triggers to
Use
get
with
all of our trap cards
Nibiru.
here.
Ah, he does play Nibiru. Yes, he does play Nibiru, right.
Yeah. We have not normal summon. We could Ketu for normal summon, or we could hold it just in case there is something from Dale inside that puts.
So you can out one Liger is the good thing if you have access to Branded Fusion, which we currently don't know.
Looks like we'll be starting with Ketu here.
He goes first, so it won't make a difference. That's not true. If Dalen plays like a heavy poly or something, he could get out one Liger somehow.
Looks like there's going to be a Drone Lockbird. At this point, I mean, it cuts off the normal summon Lucius for additional advantage, but doesn't really matter here. Now you can activate the Rahu, use the Lucius in hand.
This with the Ash together is pretty sick, actually. Because next step is now going to be activate Rahu if you get Ashed on that.
All with that Drone Lockbird.
Normal summon Lucius, no effect.
Yeah. All right, just normal summoning it anyway. It looks
Ooh,
like
he does play Seals. Okay, he does play the 2 cards for
We're
Seals.
just going to try to make a Hieratic Seal here.
I'll summon Hieratic Seal.
That is no longer standard in Branded Dracotail.
Link summon
for Spirit with the Eyes of Blue. But those are just going straight to the graveyard for the Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, as you mentioned. Now Rahu Dracotail is up next.
We still have the 5 mana in hand, so the 5 mana can be added back off the Urgula in the graveyard.
You absolutely
and then
Ash
using
this.
another material from the deck here to summon a Dracotail fusion monster, and there is an Ash Blossom, so this is going to actually hurt quite a lot if we're going to be restricting the amount of trap cards that you can access now.
I will activate.
The timing of that was pretty strong, but he's going to use the Urgula to add back the Lucius and put it on the bottom.
Probably the best timed Ash Blossom you could have in the situation. We'll see if Aditya hard drew any of the trap cards or has.
He does have Horn. I saw Horn.
One set here.
All right.
Horn plus Seals plus 5 mana is not bad, but also not unbreakable.
Classic, right?
Yeah, I mean, at least that gets you to Malulu. You have access to 5 mana, so there's still several interruptions still available.
How is Dalen going to navigate this? Does he have the Lunalight monsters that he needs? Does he have cards like Heavy Polymerization? Not Heavy Polymerization, but it is going to start with Lunalight Fusion.
Okay.
That's a really good card going second. It's kind of like half of a Shaddoll Fusion. You can use one Lunalight monster from your deck or extra deck as material. What Aditya would have to do to prevent this is you would have to horn your own seals.
Reading a card he's not familiar with.
Thinking.
It's all about learning from your past mistakes.
3 in hand? 3.
We'll see if there is any response to this. This could be dangerous. It could summon Liger Dancer immediately.
Horn target.
Oh, perfect. He has a way to remove his own monster. You're taking a bit of a loss here, but it's
gonna
worse.
do
He
that,
summons that
okay.
monster. And now he's forced to resolve Lunalight Fusion as well.
Yeah, but if he has 2 Lunalight monsters in his hand, he'll just be able to summon a Perfume Dancer.
But that outs both interruptions on the
I don't
board.
think it's bad at all here, because I mean now DJ has nothing on the field.
He still has the 5 mana.
Oh, fuses with a Silver Hound.
Fuse Emerald Bird and Silver Hound.
All right, so that's going to get some value here. Silverhand will be able to use its effect.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Perfume Dancer effect. Silver Hound effect. That's nice. Oh, God.
Summon from deck.
Looks like we're going to make...
Link.
That Lunalight Fusion was just Poly that forced out Seals and Horn. Yeah. That Horn self-bounds on Seal was... I mean...
its level isn't really fun.
Oh, God. That was nuts.
Summon later in the turn.
I'm assuming that Aditya has some Charmy or something, maybe? No, but it's just the 5 mana.
Sure. Oh, maybe he's going for Mysterion here just to banish everything.
Could be the case.
It looks like that's a Lucius in a pan.
Also a Mysterion.
There's the Mysterion!
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, you see Dalen with the
Ooh, that's good.
pause before he says sure to that Mysterion.
I mean, that is a card that has been in and out of the extra deck for Dracotail players.
That banishes the entire board, doesn't
one of
it?
the reasons why Aditya's done so well in this tournament.
And if there is a theme that has monsters all the same type, it is Lunalight.
I will go...
Yeah, but you have Gold Leo,
The
right?
player has to trigger the Gold Leo if he wants to do it here.
Chain link 1 Gold Leo to search and then discard 1.
So your only trigger is Gold Leo?
My only trigger is Gold Leo.
Chain link to Mysterion the Dragon Crown, targeting. They're all Beast Warriors, right? Targeting.
They
Gold
are
Leo.
all Beast Warriors.
That's the name of the game in this deck.
3 pan,
So he's going to target one of them and then banish all of them from the field.
How is this getting triggered?
Because you you summoned off of a Silverhound, so it targets you summoned something with the same type.
Okay.
Yeah, since he special summoned the monster off the Silverhound, he can target the monster and then banish all monsters on the field of that same type.
Fine. Okay.
All right, so now he's going to be able to trigger the effect of the
So
Lucas
Ketu,
and the Pan.
And
The Pan not getting the maximum value here, unfortunately. The destruction won't really matter when everything is going to get banished off the effect of Mysterion.
And then Mysterion will resolve, banishing all Beast Warriors.
This is going to really limit the amount of material.
But Gold Leo still resolves, so we can go Gold Leo,
and from the field.
search and discard, and then we still have Perfume in hand. I'm pretty sure this can still play.
Now
I think Aditya has Nib though.
He gets to add a card to his hand and then discard. The 2 cards in his hand include Lunalight Perfume and one other unknown.
So you can go Yellow Martin, discard Yellow Martin, search Lunalight Masquerade, for example.
What is
I'm not
Dalen
sure.
going to do next? Even though these matches are untimed, you definitely have to play at, a good pace. You don't want to pick up a slow play warning this late into the tournament.
Yeah, Dalen, I don't think was prepared to face the Mysterion here. His options are to go for Yellow Martin to grab a copy of Masquerade or Serenade Dance to continue playing, or just grab a copy of Kaleido Check now and discard a card. It looks like
Search
we could actually
Wolf.
grab Wolf here.
Banishes from grave, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and
So the thing is, like, Lunalight also hasn't normal summoned yet.
All those monsters, so they don't go to the graveyard, so they can't be used as fusion materials for Wolf later on. And now he has to send a card.
Yeah.
So let's see what he discards here. It looks like the unknown was another
Kaleido
card.
Chick? Or is it?
Yeah, that is a Kaleido Chick. Okay, that's a very
Sending
strong card to
Kaleido
have
Chick.
access to it already. And you do have the Perfume to get it back from the grave.
Perfume target chick?
Sure.
And that is exactly what's going to happen here. Dalen will special summon back to Kaleido Chick.
I think this makes a Liger, guys.
Access to the fusion monster he needs in the graveyard eventually, because Kaleido Chick you can kind of do multiple times. First, he's going to send the Yellow Martin, gets to copy that name, but more importantly, puts the Yellow Martin in the graveyard. So he can play the Wolf. He can return the Wolf to his hand without even using the effect if he wants, and summon back the Yellow Martin, and that's what's going to happen. He's out of cards. Good. But Aditya might be out of disruptions.
Wait, no, now you get nibbed. Now you get what? What? Huh?
Has right now. So if there is an interruption, he should be able to calculate when he needs to use it.
Yeah, nib now. Now you lose to nib. This is summon 5.
You're good.
Wait, no nib.
Looks like we're overlaying here. Is it going to be a Baguska angle, or maybe he's going for Tiger King to get access? Oh, it's Dugaris.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 1 in hand.
Okay, he's timeless.
Yeah, have you normal summon?
No.
Correct, he actually has not normal summon here. Oh, there is a Nibiru!
Nibiru's going to come down and send the Dugaris to the graveyard
So-
before it allows Dalen to dig any deeper into his deck.
Yeah. Here you go.
All right, so the last card in hand is the Lunalight Wolf, right?
Okay.
If I'm correct, he still has access to Perfume.
We
so
have
could get access
Perfume to
Tiger
search
here.
still. But I don't think that gives you a way to fuse.
What he really needs is to somehow get the Saber Dancer into his graveyard so he can use the Wolf to go into Liger Dancer. But I don't know if there's a way he can do it. He would just need one more card in hand and it would be easy.
I thought he was going to use the Yellow Martin on the Kaleido Check to discard it for the Perfume, just to give the access to Tiger there, but now we will.
So this can make a Perfume Dancer.
He's going to try and just
Then,
fusion summon for Saber Dancer.
oh, he's using for 3.
Leo
Okay.
Dancer.
Or Leo Dancer, sorry.
Oh, something else. Saber?
Oh, it could be Saber.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is Saber Dancer.
Saber?
Okay, cool. A lot of times you just see Saber Dancer just go straight to the graveyard.
Yeah, usually used for the graveyard effect on the following turn that a Liger Dancer has been on the field, just to make sure that it goes in for the game shot.
You can't use effects in the battle phase.
Oh, Kaleido Check is now being
just can't
activated.
activate anything in the battle phase?
Correct.
Oh, sure.
Yep, can't be targeted, can't use effects in the battle phase
It's
thanks to the
gaining
Kaleido
1200,
Chick.
right?
Yep.
So it's a 42.
How much damage does Saber Dancer
I'll take
merit here?
12.
1200 against 200 for each of those banished.
Well, that's just
or
game though, right?
Monsters in the graveyard, and it can't be targeted. But that's all it's really doing.
Just can't be
on
targeted.
the field.
That's it.
Correct.
Yep, that's it.
It can be destroyed by card effects, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got nothing else. Nothing in terms of disruption. Just going to take down the Nibiru by battle. Adich's going to draw for his turn finally.
I can't help but feel like that had to be
He knows that this game
that
is
had to have been Liger somehow,
I mean, he has
even
that
through
hand
Nibiru.
He has
But
another
I'm
copy
not
of
like
Pan in the deck, so that
I'm not
make it very simple to out
confident enough on that statement with because I haven't played Lunalight enough, but like I've played against Lunalight a lot,
to get to this one goal, but it's also a bit of a glass cannon. Once
and I feel like there was a way there.
And the timely Nibiru was pretty excellently played there from Adicha, and the Mysterion was huge.
On my turn? Or
no.
No, right. I have a habit of not reading cards entirely.
You're good.
Adicha letting him know, sorry, I have to read this multiple times. He's been burned in the past, doesn't want to get burned again.
Normal summon?
Yeah.
But maybe that extra level of paranoia is what.
Yeah, I think
to push him
I think
to
it
that
was
next
just
level.
Effective Lucas?
Yeah.
summoning Kaleido Chick
lost, you grow from,
instead
right?
of discarding it.
So the Frixel is going to return to the
Like,
hand, summoning.
I think it was
Lucius is going to add a Draco.
Go Leo, search Yellow Martin, discard Yellow Martin. Instead of search Wolf, discard Kaleido Chick. Because if you search Yellow Martin, discard Yellow Martin, you can search Masquerade. Then you can just normal summon the Kaleido Chick. That gets you Leo Dancer. And then you can just use the perfume to search your Wolf. And then you have a Masquerade on top of all that, and you have the Leo Dancer. And yeah, no, that definitely makes Liger. That hand definitely makes Liger. Even I can make Liger with that hand, and I'm not that good with Lunalight.
This is going to be able to recycle basically the entire engine in the graveyard.
And the Pan's going to take out a monster. The Urgla is going to take out a Speller Trap.
So yeah, Arthalion hits the field. Chainlink 1, Arthalion will likely... Well, I mean, there's plenty of options.
Even after Nip, he won. After he could still search Liger off of Perfume, then revive Chick, dump Leo for cost, and then fuse. No, that does not work because he didn't have enough cards in hand. He would have Perfume. You need to discard a card for it.
Pan and the yeah, it's just these two.
Yeah,
and
there's
then,
only two from
Chainlink 2
hand.
Pan, Chainlink 3, Frixel, Chainlink 4, Urgula.
You're gonna play Lunalight and Master Duel? I'm probably gonna try it at some point, yeah. To see if it's any good in Master Duel without Baguska.
Card does have to set another Dracotail spell trap from the deck to use their effect, and then they can have a second.
Lugaris was greedy, Tiger King was the play. Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
It looks like it's just going to be a concession.
Yep. All those cards are getting taken out all in one chain link, and Adicha takes game number 1. You know,
it was a little scary there, but
he had a brief moment, yeah, when like Adicha only ending on the seals plus the horn, right? Not a lot of interaction there, and then he basically used those interactions on himself. But getting to that Mysterion, the fine mana in hand was the key factor there.
Just play through Maxi Fuva and pray they don't have an out.
When your opponent's about to special summon a monster,
yeah, I don't know how comfortable I am in that sort of play style, but I'll try it.
Yeah, that is what Dracotail really tries to do. If it's going to have any interruption at all, it's going to aim to prioritize 5 mana. It is the most flexible disruption because we have access to those powerful fusions in the extra deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really, really good weekend for Dracotail. A lot of
you have to play greedy though. If they don't have Nib, you win with greedy plays.
More often than not.
Well, that depends because if you also win if you play safe, then you should play safe.
On a whole nother level.
Resolving 5 mana on your opponent's turn is still one of those. I mean, the only card that's even comparable is Holly Sue. That's like the only one that could be considered better. But resolving 5 mana with especially the dragon Dracotail monsters, whether it be Urgula and Pan, it just feels so far ahead once those resolve.
Yeah, you get a lot of value off that, but now the side decks come into play, and if there's a deck that people are prepared for with the side deck, it's going to be the Dracotail deck. Even though I feel like I saw a lot more monster hate in Anaheim. Like it seemed like every time like I looked around, there was a dimensional fissure on the field or something trying to banish the monsters from going to the graveyard. Because if you can stop the Dracotail monsters from ever touching the graveyard, it could be a key way to win. You want to stop them from fusion summoning, but no dimensional barrier anymore. So now Dracotail flying high.
Yeah, cutting off at least half of those powerful cards that really restrict Dracotail's play. Dimensional Fissure still is seen in decks like Maliss and Pure Mitsurugi, but Pure Mitsurugi has fallen a little bit out of favor because of the popularity of Mitsurugi Yummy. And, well, Maliss, we have seen some success, but there are going to be those moments where it's just not going to do as well as it could.
Yep, and on the other side of the coin this time, Dalen will be going first, and a lot easier to summon a Liger Dancer when you're going first and not having to play into a board. But he's going to have to keep an eye out for that Fiendsmith, because that same thing we saw happen in game number 1, even though he was going second, can still happen on his first turn. He's going to have to pay attention to that Mysterion and the timing of it.
And this is the trickier part. We saw in previous rounds that if you are hit with something along the lines of Mulcharmy Full Wallace, you have to just commit to it. The scariest deck to commit to that is going to be a deck that can activate 5 mana.
Yep, 5 mana, the Bystials, all sorts of great cards that Adichie could draw into here if he does open up with a Mulcharmy. And pretty much all the Mulcharmies are pretty strong against Lunalight.
And I think all of them are in his deck.
Well, then he has a lot of chances to draw some really good cards here going second. Only one win away.
I'm gonna give him some food real quick. I think that's what he wants.
Even things out here in game number 2.
He does look a little phased here from that game number 1. I don't think you expected to play against Mysterion. That card has been out of popularity for quite some time because it was mainly in the extra deck for the Vanquish matchup. But Adichie still holding on to it here. He clearly has a reason for it, and it came up already.
If I had to guess what was going through Adichie's mind right now, he'd be thinking, yeah, good job, Adichie. You made sure to read all those cards. You know everything they did. You knew there wasn't any secret effects. Good job, Adichie. Good job, man. You did good. Now we got to get him. Game number 2.
Yeah, he feels really confident right now.
Just trying to pick apart his mind.
He will never live it down.
He's very stoic. I like that he leans into the whole World Legacy World Crown, and he's going to really be able to lean into it and make a joke about it if he walks away a YCS Pittsburgh champion here today. But first, he's going to have to get through Dalen and his Lunalight deck.
All right, he has 9 Mulcharmies in his deck, most likely post side. He just needs to see one of them, and usually once you see one, you can find another. So let's see if he can find one of the good ones here in game number 2 of top 8 of YCS Pittsburgh.
All right, it's time to duel. Handshake before game number 2.
All right, Lunalight able to go first now.
Still wearing his bounty tag.
Stand by.
He wants people to remember. One lost this tournament so far. That's it. The only person that can say that.
Yeah, incredible. All right, Dalen's going to start with Tri-Brigade Fractal.
Fractal, sending Silverhound is combo.
Send Lunalight Silverhound to the graveyard and then special summon a Lunalight from the deck. This is actually the reason why I wanted to play Lunalight, because I love Tri-Brigade, and the fact that you can include Fractal is huge. And we talked about him needing Mulcharmy, and he has a Fuwalos chaining to the Silverhound, and that's
but
huge.
there is Ash.
With Ash Blossom.
Second Fuwa.
Oh, man. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring for the first one. Another
I feel like that's the second time Adichie has done that this weekend.
And all he needs is for one to resolve.
At least that's both Mulcharmy effects that you get to use in the turn, so there's not going to be a third effect here.
Yeah, they're both duelist. Sorry,
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it.
It could be worse.
It could always be worse.
But now you have to commit.
Yeah, the last time we saw Lunalight get hit with a Fuwalos.
Okay, summoning Kaleido Chick is already, I feel like, different from the standard line.
But absolutely dangerous to do against
Has Gold Leo as well. That hand was cooking.
With this challenge, he
low impact hand traps, no problem.
Which is just incredible. Maybe we'll see that here.
But how?
Dalen's gonna move.
Okay, Veiler on Gold Leo.
Summon the Leo, gets hit with the effect Veiler from the side deck.
How many in hand?
Should have 3. So there might be a reason for Dalen just to pass here. Right now, he is locked into Lunalights with that Kaleido Chick on the field because it was summoned from Silverhound. So he can't just overlay into something like Baguska.
Yeah, if he needs to go any further, he's going to have to commit more cards. So maybe he does want to pass.
Not looking good for Lunalight here.
And I think that's your best chance of winning the game. You can't make anything that's not a Lunalight.
Sure. I mean, he can always go for Yellow Martin to put the Kaleido Chick back in his hand.
Yep,
that's fine.
And return it.
At least lets you do Baguska for 1 draw.
Yeah, maybe Baguska pass, but that loses to any of the
Doesn't
spells.
seem very good against Dracotail, though, if I have to be honest with you. I feel like they have a lot of ways that they can deal with it. As long as they can fusion summon and have like a pan or something like that.
But at least it cuts off the Arthur line.
True, true. It could make things just a little more difficult for Aditya.
Looks like that is going
Maybe just try to commit into it, make a Liger, and try to negate Branded Fusion with Silverhound.
Triple Tactics Thrust, and that's that new artwork out of the structure deck.
Okay, we have
Chronicle,
Thrust.
The Fallen, and the Virtuous. I love
Hey,
it.
maybe
Like I said, I'm a big
pass
Tactics
with
fan,
Impulse
so seeing all
then?
three of those awesome
Hope they only
Tactics
have one way to
launches
fuse.
That new artwork, phenomenal.
I will say second best art. Yes, I still go with
No,
fusion deployment.
Not even close. It's first. But the fusion deployment is nice.
Top
You'll-
two. Top two.
Top two. Yeah, top two for sure. I don't know. I also like the other ones as well. It's tough. Well, I didn't happen to see what he set with.
We're
the triple
continuing.
tactics.
Impulse.
Oh, okay. Not a bad thrust target.
It's good enough a lot of the time.
So here is that Baguska we were talking about. And now it's going to be up to Aditya to find a way to fusion summon to deal with it.
Okay.
We'll see if there is a Fimena still in this turn, or if he's just going to take the turn again.
He has Fimena too, he's just too good. No Fimena here, okay.
Draws to 5 cards in hand. Takes a second to look at it. Maybe he's hoping for something good.
Stand by main.
He had a lot of disruption cards, but does he have anything to get his engine online?
All right, he's considering a lot right now.
Doesn't even want to touch his cards. He knows what's there. He knows what's in his hand.
He's looked at them long enough.
Let's take a quick peek.
Can we start with a Ketu or a Rahu?
End phase.
That would make this game a lot
In
easier.
phase.
Okay.
In phase.
No way to deal with
okay.
Just the disruption. See, that's why I was thinking about not making the Baguska, because I don't know if it's the Baguska that's slowing him down, or if it's just the lack of playable cards.
I mean, Baguska does cut off a lot. It cuts off Malulu, it cuts off the Lucius. A lot of the starters are not going to be usable here.
You're right.
Main one.
Could be a combination of both. Now it's going to be up to Dalen if he decides to put.
So now there's a set impulse that's live. So if we can combo here,
Continue playing. There could be normal Charmies in the Aditya's hand.
if we can combo here, we can even, we have a safety net against Nib or Fimena.
Thinker. Sure.
I think here, though, if you are hit with Molcharmies, you just absolutely have to go for it. You have so many ways to get the damage on the board.
Yeah, he's going to have to watch out for those Bystials as well, though. Oh, it looks like he's going to commit. And
Baguska goes to attack, so we are going in.
We are playing the game now. Dalen doesn't want to turn off his own cards. He's going to be active.
Lunalight Masquerade.
He's going to be able to send a Lunalight from the deck to the graveyard.
Now, does he play multiple copies of Silverhound? It does look like he does.
That does play.
I don't know how typical that is in the Lunalight strategy because it's not something you usually need to use
That
twice,
does
but
play.
It does come up. fairly
Tony
often.
J, thank you for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Very happy to see the first time primes on these YCS Watch Party weekends. I appreciate the support.
It's safe for sure. It feels really greedy to play only one.
It's not a card you like really want to draw. It doesn't do anything on its own in your hand. It requires you to have.
I
other
can't see
things,
the
but
send there.
It's a balance.
I've seen Lunalight players side out one Silverhound, but usually only when they go second. That's the third Fuba.
It's
Jesus
not the
Christ.
first time we've seen 3 Fualas activated today.
Which is crazy to think. Like,
it is. It's
I
a
mean,
good card.
but surely we can go for game.
Oh, yeah. Gold Leo will be special summoned.
Get Wong, thank you for the prime, and Zen Mighty, thank you for the 37 months. Appreciate that.
And there's so many cards that Aditya can draw into. The Bystials, a Fimena, to fusion summon for a timely Mysterion, like we saw in game number 1.
Yes.
Even though he has no cards on the field, there's plenty of things he might be able to activate from the hand.
Another effect Veiler here.
Just disruption from the hand for days for Aditya.
And Dalen sees
That's probably.
himself-
That's what his last name. Aditya Disruption. Yeah, that's what the D stands for, right?
That's how he built his deck.
Yeah,
for
the
sure.
D's for disruption, really.
So many interactions.
Dalen's in the exact same position that he was in the previous turn at this point. But he has a battle phase.
Yes, except he has that battle phase. So he's going to try and find a way to get to Liger Dancer without giving Aditya too many
Oh
cards.
god, pushing into this Fuba is so hurtful.
Would be really helpful, or a Black Sheep. He also has the yellow.
We
mark
know
over
there's
here that can
Fimena, we know
summon.
there's Nib, we know there's Bystials. Oh god. How How easily can we do 8,000 damage?
Depends what Aditya has, but it's looking pretty good for Dalen.
We have Impulse for one of those hand traps.
You already have the Baguska to represent damage. Maybe you don't even go for Liger Dance, you just have to find damage by other means.
Can I read Black Sheep real quick before I make a decision?
Yeah. Good call, Aditya.
That card does have like several effects.
Especially like in Lunalight. Because yeah, originally like, oh, it can have fusion substitute. Oh, it does so much more than
this
that.
card adds polymerization. Oh, it actually adds the Lunalight monster from your graveyard. Oh, it adds polymerization back?
Oh, it's a crazy card.
Oh, he has Droll. I don't know if I like that.
Cutting off your own Fuwalis, but likely going to be
Droll, self-droll the own Fuba. I don't know. I feel like that makes it better for Luna here, but I guess we'll see.
Heal of the Lunalight strategy for some time now.
3 cards in hand for Dracotail here.
He only has 3 cards still now after the Fuwalis into Droll.
Yeah, 3 Fuwalos.
And we have to beat an Impulse next turn.
Not. I mean, it's great at stopping your opponent, but not going to be able to get your engines going.
If Dalen doesn't have a way to commit here, then at least Aditya will get 1 more card.
It does definitely. It definitely depends on the hand, for sure. If you have a really good hand already, then maybe it's fine.
Martin effect target Gold Leo.
Alright, gonna try and return the Gold Leo to the hand, especially when Yellow Martin from the graveyard, but there is a Bystial in Aditya's hand, and it's gonna go after that Yellow Martin.
I think that almost guarantees that Aditya will not be losing the game this turn. Puts a large monster on the field here.
I think if you can still play and out this Serenir, you should let it go through. What's the wording on Yellow Martin? Does it still bounce even if it gets Bystialed?
The card text and let's see how it is exactly worded. Let me pull out Neuron. Looking at Yellow Martin, right? Receives cards in your hand. You can target one Lunalight monster control. Return to hand, and if you do, special summon this card in defense position. So it has to go back to special summon itself.
What happened to the Serenir?
Impulse.
I don't know. You told me to look on Neuron, so I was reading card text.
Did it get hit with Impulse? I think it got hit with Impulse.
Oh, because he had the Impulse set from that Triple Tactics Thrust. Yep.
Okay, sends a Leo Dancer for Kaleido, but how do you...
Has now used its effect to send a copy of Leo
How do you make it now?
Change its name. What will you go into next? I highly doubt you play another copy of Baguska, but we're going to be going for another rank 4 here.
Nothing really does anything under Droll, right? You can't Baguska to draw. You can set a tanky with Tiger King, but...
Set another tanky for next turn.
Set a fire formation. When something goes to the grave.
Just get to push for a little bit of damage as well. Force the Aditya to have playable cards.
Overlay Dugaris, special summon Kaleido, send Wolf, bring it back with Black Sheep. That would have worked, actually. Yeah, that's a pretty good line.
1 card in Dalen's hand so far, that is the Gold Leo. I wonder how many other responses he could potentially have for Aditya's turn. Currently,
Dugaris effect, bring back Kaleido Chick, send Wolf from deck.
Dalen's going to have to play a little bit faster in this game.
Yeah, so that's 20.
It is untimed, but you still have to play at a proper pace.
Yeah, every action is taking a little bit, but he's going straight to battle phase now. Can't really do much more. That Droll and Lockbird really shutting him down.
Yeah, I don't know why we used Impulse if we couldn't go for game.
Okay.
Main phase 2?
Yes.
Pass.
Alright, not going for an SP Little Knight. Going to just leave the Baguska in attack position here.
Aditya needs a good card off the top of his deck. He's going to need
He looked very disappointed.
Yeah.
Will we normal summon Lucas? Will we normal summon Malulu?
What do I know in hand? I know the...
Should just be Gold Leo.
Black Sheep and...
Oh, he did add Black Sheep to hand as well.
A Gold Leo?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, that's both cards. There's no responses whatsoever.
Well, he has the spell and trap negate.
There's a Silverhound negate.
The Silverhound.
Oh, there is a fusion in the graveyard now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. So we're going to be starting with Ketu Dracotail.
Well, yeah, we Silverhound that with the quickness.
Does it control a fusion monster as well? Or does it just have to be in the grave? Okay.
Yep, you can just banish it with the fusion monster from your graveyard.
I didn't read a card, didn't
No!
I?
No, Aditya! Not like this.
Oh my goodness. Did it again.
You got to get it out of your head, Aditya. It's okay if you look over and think.
Bro, you could have serenaded the fusion monster.
Like it's like a curse, like looming over him.
Yeah.
Did he have a way around that?
I don't think so. Especially if this is only like starting.
He has Serenade.
Played around it effectively.
Luna, there's 2 Silverhounds,
Unless he has, like, a
but there's
Bystial
only
in his
one
hand or
fusion
something, in
monster.
which case
You
that
need a
would be
fusion
good.
monster. Oh god.
No. Not again, Aditya. No, not
I
like
did it
this.
again, didn't I?
No. He's even saying I did it again, didn't I? No, it's okay. Just shake it off. You can't tilt here. Not at this point, Aditya. Don't tilt yourself. It's okay. Now you know the Silver Hound. He took so much time to read every card, too. Even the Tiger King.
It always happens, man. Yo, this keeps happening.
Dude, it's okay. This time I feel
Guys,
like he has a little bit
we
of
might
room,
have to
like,
stop.
of error because it was.
We
in
might
the
have to stop
graveyard.
queuing Aditya into
He
rogue
spent
decks.
so much time on that Tiger King because it does have the effect if you have like the 3 fire formations, like it does an additional effect, and he had 2. But Dalen is going to take that difficult game number 2.
I feel like if you've come this far, you should know what that card does. But neither here nor there. He does get to go first game.
If he loses game 3 now, he's never gonna
It's tough.
recover.
You just have to shake it off and lock in for game number 3. But if you see that smile on his face, he knows like how to.
Dude, he knows that.
Didn't I?
Look at him.
Oh man, that's tough break for Aditya. But I think he's taking it in stride.
Yeah, he knows that he still has a favorite matchup going into this game number 3. The one thing he really has to respect is how powerful heavy polymerization can be. I think if you have to prioritize getting Flame into your set and then preserving it for that card.
Yep, that's definitely going to be the game plan here. But even like Dalen winning that game, things have not been really going his way too much. But this could be the game where his deck actually just operates like at maximum efficiency too, and that would just be disastrous for Aditya. But it literally happens to everyone. It just so happens that it happens to Aditya when we're featuring him on stream. But like this happens to all like the players. Even if you play every day, all the time, you're not always going to remember every single effect of every single card.
Or actually, to be unfair,
he had to play the one, like, outlier deck in all of the top 8.
the Silverhound is, I think, more relevant than World Crown was. Like the World Crown one, very understandable. This one, at this point, Lunalight's been out for a long time, and it's relevant.
So, tough break.
It's definitely a relevant deck. You're supposed to know that one.
Back. He will have the opportunity to go first, and when he went first in that game number 1, it was pretty much a blowout. Just has to shake it off.
There is not a lot of counterplay that you have directly into this matchup. The things you are looking for is something along the lines of Retaliating Sea. We'll see if Dalen has access to that, but that really hurts.
All right, so we did see that the Lunalight deck is also on Dominus Impulse. That is good non-engine against Dracotail. Ash and Impulse are tough cards for that deck.
Now having an answer for it, and then having another time.
So it's not, and Dracotail is not as auto-win when it goes first. So we'll see. As we saw in game 1, it's funny because the score is now 1-1, which if they both hadn't misplayed is what it should be, because Dalen should have won game 1, Aditya should have won game 2, so I guess we're fine.
Literally every single card. It was like just the one last one he didn't like read all the way.
It's all as it should be.
It's always like the effect that like very rarely comes up in certain situations.
Oh yeah. I think the scout effect comes up a lot, personally.
Yeah, Silverhound definitely, like, it's something I'm always looking to make sure I have online.
It does change who goes first in game 3, yes.
I guess usually when it gets that far, Liger Dent is usually on the field, and it barely matters anymore. Because a lot of the answers to Liger Dent aren't in spell form.
I would rifle shuffle after that, but I guess not a big deal. All right, the duelists have drawn their hands. Dalen versus Aditya. Games even across the board, so we are going into game number 3 here in our top 8 match of YCS Pittsburgh. Fist bump, and now it's time to see what Dracotail cards Aditya will be.
Oh, I don't know if I see any hand traps for Dalen.
Does he have a Lucius? Does he have a Rahu, a Ketu?
Any of them, really. Just
normal summon Malulu.
That's a good
All right,
one. That's a
Malulu.
fine one.
Of course, it's the one I didn't name, but we'll go with it.
I'll activate Ketu Dracotail.
All right, there we go. Malulu and Ketu.
We're playing it
That
absolutely safe.
is a very good hand.
Thinking what I want to.
There is a heavy poly, yeah. There is a heavy poly.
Names that Aditya has access to. Having Malulu gives him some insulation against cards like Ash Blossom. You have ways to, or especially Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence as well. We'll see if he has an additional way to fusion summon besides the Malulu, or if he's going to grab 5 mana.
What is the top 8? Top 8 is 4 Mitsurugi Yami, 3 Dracotail, and 1 Lunalight.
Oh, that's 5 mana.
Okay, there's going to be 5 mana. So there's several ways to fusion summon already available.
Things already looking way better than they did in game number 2
Malulu.
here for Aditya. Now he's going to use Malulu's effect, it looks like.
I will use itself and Pan.
Oh, not super strong here. Keeping the 5 mana
I'll
in
summon
hand, though.
Arthalion. Yep.
Arthalion going to be able to add back 1 card because only 1 material.
What do you mean not super strong? That's very good.
Pan. Chainlink to Malulu.
That's going to be all 3 traps.
Malulu and Pan will be able to set
Most likely. I guess not
Dracotail card from
guaranteed.
the deck here.
No, it is all 3 traps guaranteed. If you set Rahu here, Rahu you fuse 5 mana and Urgula, you get the other 2 traps and then add back 5 mana with Urgula. That's all you can ask for really from the Dracotail part of the
The
deck.
existence of heavy polymerization, but Sting is also extremely powerful.
With a Pan as
Or you could
well.
have Flame in your hand already.
Really good.
Or find a way to get to it in this turn a little bit later on with the Rahu.
Yeah. All right. Is there going to be another Ash Blossom? There is not. So now this could easily send a copy of Urgula and the 5 mana from the hand. If you want to get access to all 3, there's going to be the Urgula.
Is he going to fusion summon for a Gulamau?
And look, yeah, it's going to be the 5 mana from the hand. This should be making a Gulamel here, as you mentioned.
Yep. Now he's going to be able to trigger
I will
a slew of effects.
5 mana and Urgula can grab
1.
The last 2 trap cards here.
5 mana.
To set.
All right, we're only using one of them. This
Wait,
is,
just 5 mana?
Just basically telling them that he drew one of the trap cards, and he doesn't want to waste any of the effects.
Okay,
here
we drew one of the
they are
traps, so
actually
we're not
resources
using
in the deck.
Urgula.
If
I
you
guess
run out
that
of
hurts a
Dracotail
little
spell
bit. We
traps,
just
you
lose
set
a
from the
free
deck. You can't
card.
activate any Dracotails at all.
Horn. Dracotail Horn.
So yeah, he drew Flame.
I'll activate Urgula, targeting 5 mana to add back to my hand.
Yeah.
So Urgula will return the 5 mana and go to the bottom of the deck.
Oh, what do I know in hand now? It's 5
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll tell you in a second. Yeah.
He should know 5 mana and Pan.
You know these 2 in hand.
Thank you.
Yep, 5 mana and pain.
I will set 1 and I will pass it over.
Set 1 mystery back row here.
Sting, Horn.
Correct.
Horn is the spell negate.
No, Horn is the bounce.
Bounce. Okay.
Bounce and then DD craft.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Draw.
Now play is to Dalen. Does he have the heavy polymerization?
It's
Does he
doable,
have
I
ways to
think.
Play through these Dracotail trap cards. What kind of interruptions does Aditya still have?
That a
in
second
the
heavy
hand?
poly?
Will this Gulamel pay dividends?
Gamers, I think that's a second heavy poly that's hit the hand.
Right now.
So if one gets flamed, you can still activate the other,
You're right.
potentially.
It might be 30 seconds. Could be a minute. Who's counting?
But heavy poly is not that good against Dracotail. There's not that many monsters.
It looked like Dalen's hand is extremely spell heavy. We're going to be starting off with Lunalight Fusion here.
Deja vu
I'll
of
let you
game
fuse
number
from
1.
deck or extra, or
If you have a monster from the extra deck, I get to use 1 material from the deck or extra deck.
chain Dracotail Flame.
Oh, we're using the flame on that. That could be really risky.
Dangerous.
I understand the concern.
That's dangerous.
Didn't have a copy of Ash Blossom to immediately answer it. So we'll see if he has the follow-up heavy polymerization.
I'm not gonna lie. I think that's not correct from Dalen. I think starting with Lunalight, I think Lunalight Fusion is low-key the better card here.
Liger Dancer, he only has 1 monster in his hand. It's just the Lunalight Wolf.
The heavy poly is not gonna be that good here. If Aditya goes down to 1 monster, you cannot summon Liger with it.
Absolutely activate Dracotail Horn to target his own Arthalion here.
Low-key, the Lunalight Fusion is the more important one here, because that's the one that actually lets you play. Also,
force him to just
heavy
make
poly is not once per
dancer.
turn, so if that gets flamed, it's better for
Poly
you.
was what Dalen needed to do anyway. It's the only legal summon he has.
So it can use from hand, field, and extra deck, right?
Yes.
You have 4 in hand?
Yeah.
Looks like he is thinking about using that horn.
The Sting and the Gulamel
Can Gulamel
are
pop your own
very
cards?
strong against this deck anyway, so being able to preserve those is just fine. You want to just limit the risk that could...
No?
Dracotail horn, targeting Gulamel.
Oh, we're targeting the Gulamel, actually. That's fine. Oh, is he going to chain the Gulamel to... Okay, no, okay.
This sucks. Now you are forced to make one of the bad ones.
To have 0 monsters?
You're forced to make one of the bad ones that need 3 material, and that's basic. I think that's almost going to end the turn.
In this matchup.
Still a time to resolve.
I mean, it's good enough a lot of the time. The draw is really all you need half the time.
Yeah, using Tiger
there's a
and
Tiger from the
Wolf.
hand.
Nah, this is GG's.
Okay. Wolf.
Okay.
Okay,
summon-
sigh of relief he had there.
Is that Leo Dancer?
Yeah.
Leo Dancer.
I
Not
take
as strong as Liger Dancer.
Take 28. Okay.
It
do
was
you have any
definitely
triggers?
the other way around. Activate heavy poly, hope it gets flamed, and then cook with a Lunalight
That puts you
fusion.
to what?
52.
52? Yeah. No triggers? Can I read?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I don't know what the effect on do. I don't know what any of these cards do apparently.
He's
I can't
making
target
sure
this card.
to read
I'm
every single
destroyed
card he
by my
can
card.
now.
Yeah, you want to read Leo
really,
Dancer.
really
It is
good.
actually a pretty good card.
Wow, that
can't-
is really good.
Yeah, see, I agree with you, Anita. It has some good effects. Your opponent can't target
these
it.
don't do
It also
anything
can't be
great?
destroyed by your opponent's card effects.
Good, go ahead.
It can make a second attack each battle phase, and once returned.
I mean, it does nothing against Dracotail,
You
though.
can destroy all spell summon monsters your opponent controls. So similar to Liger Dancer, just a little weaker.
Yeah, just the
Thinking
baby
end of
version
hand.
of it.
Yeah.
Weird that he upgraded so far.
It just
from
gets
here.
negated by Molulu at some
That is
point, and then
really
they can
good.
out it.
End of main. I will activate 5 mana.
Ooh, wait,
Use
playing into
Final
talents?
now.
Fine.
I will use
Interesting, because wouldn't the Leo be able to handle whatever he summons anyway?
Han and Malulu.
Oh, but Malulu is a non-target
Ah,
effect
chain
negation.
link one
Solid
pad, chain link
answer.
to Malulu to pop it.
I didn't
Okay.
know he had another Malulu in hand.
But now we can go talents to draw. Maybe a Hail Mary draw 2?
Which ones? What's the adverse effects? This pops.
Pop, negate.
Yeah, and within this chain, Malulu can negate the Leo Dancer, and then the Pan will be able to destroy it.
I will set.
Opting to make Gulamel again, just so that he has another form of
flame,
disruption
negate.
with the Sting.
And then I will
I don't know if
set
it was necessary to
Rahu
do
and
so.
Pop.
And that Leo Dancer
Here's the
will
thing,
go
though.
to the graveyard, and Dalen only has 2 cards
There
left
is
in hand.
another heavy poly, and
Despite
heavy
the slight
poly is
miss in
not
game
once per
number 2, it
turn.
looks like he might be able to
So
bounce
talents
back and
draw
take this
2.
match.
Maybe he can pull off a miracle here.
Oh, you have 2 cards in hand?
I have 2 in
He's
hand.
lower on life points, though, so it's not going to be that easy.
2 cards apiece here.
Talents draw 2.
Okay, triple
Talents
tax talents to
draw
try and draw
2.
2 cards. He's trying to
I'm
go
not
to
gonna stop
3 in hand. Yep, let it resolve.
No
Ash.
Ash.
A lot can happen here with 2 more cards. Will we see a thrust?
I mean, he still has. Dalen still has his normal summon.
He still has everything.
Yeah, he hasn't really done anything besides activate Lunalight Fusion and Heavy Polymerization. So lots of things he could draw into here. Lots of opportunities for some interactions.
Sorry, big thing.
No, you're good. You can keep going.
You're making sure there's any other restrictions on that heavy polymerization.
Was that another heavy poly or regular poly? I can't tell. It's a Kaleido chick.
It looks like Dalen drew a Kaleido chick here.
Another heavy poly, dude.
Pretty versatile card.
Not great into the Sting here.
True. Or does he? Oh yeah, Sting's the last one that he has.
I'll go normal.
Let's see if he just flips up the Sting.
I don't really think there's a reason to, right? You can flip up the Sting to get rid of the Kaleido chick. You can wait until he uses Kaleido chick's effect to send a monster, and you can banish that and then destroy the
This
Kaleido chick as
works?
well. Or you could just kind of let him play
Is there a
more cards, 'cause
perfume?
Currently, Kaleido chick by
Fine.
itself doesn't do anything.
True.
Fake off.
I don't think there's a perfume.
thinking here.
Yeah.
So he does send that Yellow Martin and does look like he is going to be patient enough to activate the Sting to take out the Yellow Martin. The Gulamel can chain to that to destroy the Kleido Chick if Dalen doesn't have any response.
That's fine.
He's going to be targeting the Lunalight Fusion as well, and then Gulamel will be going after the Kleido Chick. All right, will there be potentially a Masquerade?
Rob Keck, thank you for the resub and the gift sub. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you.
Did I give it to you to cut?
No, I can cut.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, get another draw here off the Sting.
Or these sets, because they're from this turn, right? Or the sets?
Yes. I'll show you in a second.
Yeah.
It's
it should be Flame and Rahu.
Rahu and Flame.
And Flame.
We'll see if we drew another point of interaction for Aditya here. There's a lot in his deck, so a lot of valuable draws.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I think it's too heavy polys.
No more moves. The dance has been done. He made
Oh,
it to
dude,
top
if
8
only
with Lunalights,
if
but
only
this
we
is
started
where
with a heavy poly and not with the Lunalight Fusion. I wonder what would have happened.
Once again, not reading all.
And that's genuinely, that's one of the things that I don't hate about Dracotail. It still feels like a very rewarding deck for people to play. Like, I feel like the difference between someone who really plays that deck perfectly is it's kind of big.
Luckily not punished. Lucky enough to win game at number 3.
I don't know if that game was winnable. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't. But I think like between game 1 and game 3, like
becoming a YCS champion. He is an NAWCQ champion, a 2-time World Championship competitor, but he doesn't have that YCS champion title.
DJ could have done the same, dodge heavy poly and hold flame. Yes, but that play is a lot riskier when your opponent has more cards in hand. Like when the first thing your opponent does is activate heavy poly with 5 cards in hand. You don't know how many Lunalights they have, so just like going down to 1 monster does not guarantee that they can't make Liger. If they have 3 Lunalights in hand, you just lose the game. So do you think he's gonna put it all on that 1 card? Like, do you think he's gonna risk it all and hope that the opponent didn't draw 3 Lunalights? I don't know.
Short there.
I think it's likely that he uses flame on heavy poly, and then the Lunalight fusion resolves, and that might just cook.
For the past couple of years, representing Plano,
because you don't, guys, you're watching the game from the outside, right? You're like, oh, he just has 2 Lunalights in hand, so no problem, just go down to 1 monster. If your opponent activates heavy poly first card with 5 other cards in hand, that's scary. You might just flame it.
Absolutely.
To be
I can
safe.
see in a lot of the chats that people are cheering for each other. They're also, you know, they're not going to let him forget that
I think there's a high chance you do it that
at this
way.
Point, he's really leaning into it. He might just give them 1 freebie per round here, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal moving forward here. He just needs to lock in, focus. He only has 2 more matches to play, potentially.
Yeah, this is it. This is the game time. As you mentioned, he's been in top 4 at a lot of YCS before. Comes up just a little bit short, but this could be the breakout weekend for him. I mean, it's hard to talk about a breakout weekend for someone who's an NAWCQ champion and competed at the last 2 World Championships and came in first for the point playoff for the past 2 years. That means he has probably played more Yu-Gi-Oh! Like regionals, YCSs than any other person in North America.
Absolutely. I think he might be playing more than everyone in the room, at least for sure. And this is something that has really accredited to his success, right?
Yeah, and I really like his branded Dracotail strategy. There's been a lot of branded Dracotail, but a lot of those players play a more heavy branded package. He's chosen to use cards like the Bystials, and I think it's really paid dividends. But I want to hear from Aditya. I want to know Kangas is going to ask him about that game too. So go ahead and take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Aditya after you just won. We were having some fun up here before the camera came to us because you were noticing a trend that continues to happen when you're on stage. And what exactly was it?
I kind of just forget what cards do.
It's tough. It's tough, man. But hey, you did pick up the win. This means you're going into the top 4. You got some claps in the audience. I want to ask about the matchup against Lunalight because a lot of their cards, either they're just unaffected or they can't be targeted. Kind of tough for your deck. So how comfortable were you in that matchup and kind of seeing those things hit the board?
I had slightly prepared for it in my side deck as well. I feel pretty good going to the matchup, especially going first, game 1. The deck is really, really scary. Liger Dance is a crazy card. As long as it doesn't hit the board, I'm good.
Got to keep it off the board. Now, you are in top 4 for this YCS, which I believe you have accomplished before, correct?
Yeah, I have top 4 at Houston and Providence.
but you've never top 2, correct?
I've seen the finals once or twice.
NA WCQs, yes. YCSs, this would be a big deal for you to actually make a push and win a YCS. So do you feel like you're ready? Do you feel like you're rested, able to pull it off today?
I feel good. I'll reflect on that last game too a little bit.
So that means it's going to be Dracotail or Mitsu.
Go next, you know.
Well, to help you out with that, I actually had a quick little test. Can you just read this for me? I just want to make sure that you're able to, okay?
Oh, yeah, that's going in the montage.
Perfect. All right, thank you so much, Aditya. Appreciate that. Congrats on the win. Back to the casters.
Yeah, just having a little bit of fun there with Aditya. He is an excellent duelist, an incredible player, and could be our next YCS champion. He's going to have to win 2 more rounds, though, with his branded Dracotail strategy. Lunalight's done for the day, but we're going to find out what's happening on with the rest of our top 8 for sure. So you're going to want to stay tuned and not go anywhere, because we're going to be back with our top 4 match very shortly. But before we go, we want to talk about something awesome that you should definitely check out, and that's going to be Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel. They have a new main deck.
All right, chat. So who do we have winning?
And wow, those are
Mitsu or Dracotail? Need your predictions now.
Warlord Savage Dragon, forbidden in the TCG, perfectly fine in Duel Links. Deco Talker, Heatle, Armageddon Knight, and of course every Blackwing player's favorite trap card, Icarus Attack. You know those 2 guys that we had up there for the quiz, they probably don't even know what Icarus Attack is, but if they got that legendary 5Ds box that is going to be on sale in a couple weeks here in the States, they can learn about it. But we're going to have a bonus feature match of one of our other top 8 match, so go ahead and enjoy that, and then we'll be back with our top 4, so don't go anywhere.
That is a backup feature, and that is Mitsu versus branded Dracotail. And this is the middle of the action. Things are looking good for Dracotail here, I would say. They're resolving Rahu. Opponent is down to just a Murakumo. Looking like it's another Dracotail in top 4, so that makes 2 Dracotails already if this is won by Dracotail.
Activate Pergola effects.
This is horn, and that's
you're at 8,000, right?
I'm an
32, actually paid 800. I'll go Urgula effect target Fiendsmith.
Points? Ah, yeah.
You already cut. I will go. What's your battle? 28 and 3,000.
about 1,400, and you're at
14 to 26. Okay. I'll make sure it's everything. Yep. That'll be all. Yep. And those return. What?
Can't believe how bad those smells were. If I read horn real quick?
You care? You can. Yeah, it's now no longer.
Weston.
We are going to normal summon.
Ooh, man.
What spell would you design for Dracotail as last support? I would really like for Dracotail to get a quick play spell, because I think the worst thing in Dracotail's design is hard drawing the traps, but they are absolutely necessary for the deck to function. So I think like making a less powerful interruption, but then make it a quick play spell so it's useful when you're going second would be cool.
Once the turn is passed, like nothing that he knows is like considered like everything is now prior once the turn is passed.
Yeah, that does resolve.
Ooh, top deck Cupsy kind of crazy here, isn't it?
I read that?
Like a Book of Moon quick play? I don't know, you'd have to be careful to not make it too broken, I feel like. Ooh, 3 Snatchies in the graveyard, and we cannot summon the Marshmallow. Is it true that there's 3 Snatchies in the grave, or did you make that up?
You can special these if you have a Link Wong or level 2 Synchro. I will Horn target Upsy.
So what if you chain SP on your own Retaliating Sea now? So that you can special Marshmallow.
Itself and Retaliating Sea.
They did do that.
I'll, Marshmallow. It only gets effect if it's...
It gets its effect if it's special summoned.
I mean, any Dracotail quick effect wins here, right? Guaranteed.
Sure. Yes, don't be nervous.
Because you can chain Gulamel to pop the SP to stop it from tagging out, and then the Retaliating is going to be left on the board, stopping the Marshmallow from coming down. And I don't think Mitsuyami has enough life points to crash the Retaliating. How big is Gulamel? 28, right? So that's exactly not enough to crash the Retaliating.
Azamina. Thinking, gonna use Gulamel. Thinking on target. I will destroy SP Little Knight. Is it not fizzle it? They don't get...
Yeah, it has to vanish.
Yeah. Yeah. Up to his hand. Use...
Yeah. That's game. Well played.
Oh, I don't shuffle. Oh, I do shuffle. Oh, no, yeah, I do shuffle. I'm sorry. I shuffle and draw a card as well.
That is...
Is that not too late at this
Well,
point?
that's how the card works. It's not.
Yeah, he has to resolve as much as possible.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's not a what's-
It's not optional.
Got it, that's all I was asking.
Wait, it is optional. It is 100% optional to draw on the Dracotail traps. And put back.
I put back Flame. I should put back something else. My fault.
Think really quick.
You're fine.
To be fair, I don't think it makes a difference here, but I think the judge said it has to resolve as much as possible, but that it's not optional. It is optional. So I think this game is likely over anyways, because any monster wins the game next turn anyways, but also there are definitely snatchies in the extra deck, so shoutouts to whoever said all the snatchies are engraved.
I am going to cast.
Am I main?
I mean, that's game anyways, even without the draw, it doesn't matter. That is Giga game, dude. And everything is known.
So, Chainlink 1, Arthalion Reborn, Chainlink 2 Golemel, and then Chainlink 4 Pan.
Yeah, Retaliating is not Macrocosmos anymore because it was temporarily banished and then returned.
Without this brother Arthalion. I'm going to target Ghost Spell.
Retaliating Sea is only Macrocosmos while it's summoned on the field by its own effect.
All about Baz.
Well, you verbally committed, so those are your targets.
Well, there's 2 targets. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Albaz and Ghost Spell my targets are Arthalion. So Arthalion 1, and Arthalion 2 Reborn.
Am I allowed to concede on stream?
It's about to be a game.
You got it.
Okay.
Games.
Good job.
Please make sure to get the slip sign, please.
And that is the second Dracotail in top 4.
Outside first?
SP return stuff, isn't it still summoned the same way? I believe the location it's summoned from is still the same. Like a monster that's temporarily banished from the extra deck is still treated as a monster from the extra deck. But I don't think Retaliating Sea remembers that it was summoned by its own effect. I think it's still a monster that was summoned from the hand, but it's no longer summoned by its own effect. I think. There's a resource for that. I remember looking at it once where it's like what cards forget and what they remember when they're booked, what they're flipped first down or when they're temporarily banished.
Welcome back, everyone. YCS Pittsburgh. I hope you enjoyed the end of that other top 8 match. We are mere moments away from top 4, but what incredible duels we've seen this weekend.
We really have. It's nice to see that there are still some tricks in the toolbox we haven't seen yet. Honestly, seeing the Retaliating Sea hit the field was really exciting. Didn't get to banish that many cards, though, so it doesn't mean that it's just cruise control for duel, but this is a incredible tournament, right? We got to see Lunalight in the top 8, didn't get to advance necessarily, so we mostly got Yummy Mitsurugi, and, of course, Dracotail still in the format, but again, there's just so much going on this weekend.
Yep, the dance ended early for Lunalights, but not for Nicholas here when Kangas is ready with an interview with our winner. So go ahead and take it away, Kangas.
Thank you. I'm here with Nicholas, who was on the backup stream there. You won your top 8 match. You're going to top 4. Congratulations on that. Round of applause from the audience. And I got to ask, because we actually joined your game a little late, and I want you to talk me through what was going on with the Retaliating Sea that was on the field, because we didn't get to see everything that happened leading up to that.
Okay, so pretty crazy game. I hand started with Ketu, Brandon Fusion, and something else, and I was like very strong cards, but seeing multiples, my plays are a bit limited. I think he had Fuwalos, and I ended on some traps, and I added with the new card, Fallen the Virtuous set, so that was good. I tried to stop, I let him go. He had Bell and Ash to use on my traps, and then it got to the point where he was getting his engine going, and he's like, you know, I want to go for a game. I think he wanted to close it out. And he's like, I'm going to go for Zombie Vampire, because he knows if he hits a Yummy monster, he can do Yummy combo, and that's probably the game. So he goes for the combo, the Zombie Vampire, and he ends up hitting Retaliating Sea and no Yummies, just Retaliating Sea, and I hit...
Oh, so the Retaliating Sea was never summoned by its own effect.
So he Retaliating Sea, and he ends on a lot of damage with Prayer set and Retaliating Sea in the field and Little Knight. And I was like, oh man, like on my turn, all my cards will be banished. Like I thought I lost, but that card only banishes if it was summoned in the way by its effect. And then once that happened, it changed everything. There was some interesting plays with, he he tried to open up his board, especially when Marshmallow Yummy. You have to have nothing on the field that's not like a light. So we did some weird interactions with Horn and Gulamel, and I tried to leave him with Retaliating Sea in defense. So I'm Mysteria in defense, so he couldn't crash into it and kill it himself and then do a full combo. So WoW game, I think we both were under the impression Retaliating Sea was active. And then when we learned, we were like, this changes everything. So it was a very wild set. Hope my memory was good, but it was exciting. That was a very exciting match.
I mean, thank you for walking through, because again, from an outside perspective, we were like, what is going on?
That does sound like an exciting match, dude.
Or something.
Vampire, yeah.
Zombie Vampire, great card. Well, I gotta say, top 4 at YCS Pittsburgh. How you feeling? How's the pressure so far?
I think the pressure was very high. I was extremely nervous being on stream at the beginning, but my opponent was very friendly and nice, and he kind of calmed me. So I feel better now that I've had some time playing in that environment. I just hope I can at least play well and have some good games.
And how many times have you been able to top YCS in the past, or is this the furthest you've been able to make it?
For YCS, this is the first I've ever made it. Yeah, first YCS top. I was afraid it being top 8, but the rule changes. But I knew that if I make it, it's very prestigious, and I feel like I earned it because I had to work so hard. I won every match I have. Don't jinx it so far today. So yeah, I'm very happy, and I'm glad to be here.
All right, any final shout-outs you want to give before you head into your top 4 match?
Shout out to my friends. Thanks for cheering me on. I appreciate it. Yeah, shout out, thank you. Shout out to my local game store, Torvin City Games. Just glad to have supporting Yu-Gi-Oh so much and having such a great scene, so that's all.
Awesome. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in top 4. We're going to throw to a short break before we're in top 4.
All right, 2 more matches. I'm excited to get to know the other 2 top 4 decks, because from what we know, if the 2 Dracotails, the other 2 Dracotails won... Wait, no, it can't be 4, right? Because there was only 3 in total. So I guess it's either... There's 2 possibilities. It's either 2 Dracotail, 2 Mitsuyami, or 3 Dracotail, 1 Mitsuyami. I guess we're gonna find out soon. I heard it's 3 Dracotail, 1 Mitsuyami. Ooh, okay. So who's the Mitsuyami duelist who made it to top 4? Who is on Mitsuyami? The Mitsuyami mirror is still playing. Ah, okay. From the same guy that said there were 3 snatches in the grave? You always gotta take Twitch chat information with a grain of salt, but it's all I have right now, so... You know, maybe someone is informed.
Welcome back, Duel fans, to YCS Pittsburgh. I'm not Billy Brake, but I did just do a quick 1-for-1 swap with him, and I'm back. Steven Rodriguez here with Steven Darling.
Yeah, little magical hats with the casters here. You never know who's going to pop up in the share, but the good news is there'll always be good dueling action. Man, the top 8 so far, the matches we've gotten to see really good stuff.
And in fact, we actually have a top 4 match lined up for you guys right now, and if we want to take a look at the bracket, we can update you on what matches have finished. Obviously, up top, we have Adichie taking victory over Daylin.
Okay, Lucas Sacco lost to Mutasim. I hope I'm not butchering that name.
And on the bottom side of the bracket, we have Logan
and then Logan versus John is still playing. That's a Mitsurugi Yami mirror. Lucas Sacco was Mitsuyami and lost to Dracotail. So Adichie versus Mutasim is a Dracotail mirror.
And jump into our next match pretty soon.
And you just saw Nicholas there, who was our next top 4 competitor. We're still waiting though on the match.
So yes, it is confirmed 3 Dracotails in top 4.
Interestingly, we're not really seeing a lot of K9 this entire tournament. I mean,
is this the first Dracotail mirror we're seeing? We've seen a lot of Dracotail this weekend, but I feel like it was always Dracotail versus X.
Making a top 8 finish being the only Lunalight duelist is still really impressive.
Right?
Yep, as we know, Adichie and Nicholas are both on Dracotail, and just in a moment, you're going to see that there's going to be some more dragons and spellcasters flying around here.
Oh, goodness. But let's talk about the format so we can think about the rest of this tournament as we see it so far. Again, we had the 5 rounds of Swiss today.
100% conversion rate from top 8.
And top 4
I mean, it's not over until it's over, but if Dracotail wins this, then that is a pretty dominant performance, especially at the high level in top cut, right? Like, I mean, so far, yeah, 3 Dracotail in top 8, 3 Dracotail in top 4.
Understand the scope of what they need to fight through if they want to claim.
Maybe Dracotail is just a closer deck.
Cards have certainly been the meme, though, but you don't want to pull a Yami Yugi. He just charges right in.
And I think that is partially the advantage of being a deck that just doesn't hard lose to any one card, you know? It has a smaller chance of your tournament run in top cut just ending by one Roland Lockbird or one, you know, Lancea or something like that, right? Of course, there's Retaliating Sea, but there's ways around that. So it's pretty robust in terms of blowout cards, you know? You're not gonna die to one Dark Ruler or whatever. Shifter? Okay, yeah, but Shifter's limited, and not many decks are playing Shifter, so...
We've talked about all his different career wins, but he actually
no more D-Barrier as well, so, you know, every game going second, in theory, is
we gotta give
playable.
it up to everybody who's still here, all those other great duelists, but man, he has been on a tear this year.
Oh, yes, he's proving time and time again that just being comfortable, knowing how this matchup is going to work. He said he wanted to bring Maliss's event, but he's like...
Different Dimension Ground? Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Different Dimension Ground, in theory, is a super powerful card against Dracotail, but something that I said, like, a while ago, like, one of the things that we talked about after that emergency ban list is the fact that, like, a floodgate existing is not enough for it to actually see play and impact a lot of games, because in order for a floodgate to see play, people need to decide to play it. And Different Dimension Ground is a card that some people play, but not everyone, because it doesn't hit the same amount of decks, the same variety of decks as a D-Barrier, right? D-Barrier in your side deck, you can side against basically every matchup, and Different Dimension Ground does not go into your deck in every matchup. And that makes it less attractive for players, and as a result, less people play it. Some people do play it, but not every one of your opponents.
Well, speaking of YCS level competitors, why don't we hear from his fellow competitor, the opponent he's about to duel.
Hi, my name is Matasim Malik, and I'm from New York. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG for about 10 years now. And
I would love to hear from him, but I can't hear.
If I won this YCS, well, it would be the greatest accomplishment in the game, and I would love to win this.
Whew, I think DJ's going to have a tough cookie to crack here if he wants to make it to that finals match.
I know, that's the thing. We're all cheering for him. Certainly, we're all fair and impartial too, but Mutasim definitely a duelist in his own right who could be the YCS Pittsburgh 2025 champion. It's so wild because any of these duelists can make it, but only one of them
turn up the volume, yeah, and then get giga jump scared when it switches to a different scene where the audio is normal. No, thank you.
But Aditya specifically really only started traveling for events in 2023. It just saw like immediate success and is going against all these sort of giants of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community who have been here for such a long time. But it shows you that this has been quite the year and makes me really excited for 2026 too.
Or what other more events could come. Yu-Gi-Oh's very vibrant future.
Oh yeah, we still got
Lancea was only really good against Maliss and was the most common side deck card. You're acting like that disproves my point. There's another key difference there, which is that it's good against every Maliss opponent every time going game 2 and game 3. That basically doubles the amount of times you can use it. Different Dimension Ground is only good when you go first, which is only half of your games after siding, not every game after siding. It's a lot about efficiency and statistics when you're building your side deck. Like, you're trying to cover as many decks as possible and as many games as possible, not just like, oh, this one matchup when I go first, I have a card for it. Like, sometimes that happens with like a 1-of for Thrust or something like that, but it's not the same, not to the same extent as those other cards see play.
Wherever you are in the world, we know you can hear my voice, so please, please go to the YCS. It's going to be a good time.
I can't believe 3 gigantic Yu-Gi-Oh! Events are all taking place on the exact same day, all over the world, in celebration of the rich history of competitive play within this game.
Starting from the
also, yes, against Maliss, there was no other option really, because that deck was super overtuned, or still is overtuned. And it's really hard to beat it otherwise. Whereas against Dracotail, you have other options of cards that you can play that are solid against Dracotail, but maybe do more in other matchups, or more when you're going second.
Duel against one another.
Back in my day, it was the SGC.
Calm down, Grandpa. Okay, okay, but it's still so.
Because, like, in theory, you know, if you really wanted to just hard beat Dracotail, you could play cards like non-fusion area for going first, but people don't do that because it's not efficient.
Got to be here, so yeah, clear your calendars. It's time to duel.
Now is your time.
Oh my goodness. What a wild year we've had from January to now. And I know we're kind of like wrapping things down, but this is still a wide year. We've still got more sets coming, more products coming. And again, there is that remote duel YCS, but there's also an upcoming remote duel YCS for Latin America in January. So the hits kind of keep on coming. We're going to be crowning champion after champion after champion.
If any inspirations you take from the decks that are being played here at this event, or the innovations you yourself might make in terms of combating that, could be very well rewarded.
Hold out the best picture of Dortmund to make it seem acceptable.
By throwing over to the stage and hearing from our top 4 competitors.
Yeah, fair enough. At the same time, it doesn't matter that much for the YCS.
Welcome to the YCS Pittsburgh semifinals. The winner here will move on to the grand final. So let's meet the competitor up first in the blue chair from Plano, Texas. Your 2024 NAWCQ winner and slowly learning to read cards, Aditya Delrab. And his opponent today in the red chair, in the furthest he's ever made it at a YCS, thanking his friends that are cheering him on today, Matasim Malik! Winner moves on to the grand finals, and the duelists are ready on stage. So let's throw it back to the casters for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Steven. It's good to see Aditya and Mutasim in rare form as they get ready for this branded Dracotail mirror match.
It is going to be a wild one, both of them coming from very different Yu-Gi-Oh communities, right? Texas certainly known for so many different champions, including Ultimate Duelists, and then New York, obviously no slouch either. The East Coast has great duelists, so we kind of have ourselves like a Middle America versus East Coast America matchup here, and it's going to be a good one. And because it's branded Dracotail, anything could happen.
Yep, we have the hometown hero in Mutasim versus Aditya, the traveler from afar, coming to claim yet another title. It'll be awesome to see that Mutasim is playing in his, highest stakes duel ever to the state, and might not be his last. He might trump it just a little bit more if he actually wins this round.
He could block the shot.
Do you enjoy the Dracotail mirror? I think it's a pretty interesting matchup, yeah.
Beautiful to see, and I definitely don't think we've seen a lot of branded Dracotail throughout this weekend. Definitely one of the most popular decks showcased throughout both day 1 and day 2, but the mirror match is something I don't think we've
Who won the Yummy mirror? We don't know yet. We do not know yet.
Interaction that both the duels, they obviously know what it is they can do, but then you kind of get up in your head like, if he's going to jab, should I block? If he's going to throw a haymaker, should I just step back? Right? You have all these different sort of fighting mechanics that you're thinking about as you're trying to figure out which of your Dracotail effects to resolve.
Yeah, it could be interesting too to see kind of if their decks do differ, because while yes, they are playing both the same archetype and branded Dracotail, I know for a fact that Aditya is playing very few of the actual branded cards, really just branded Fusion and Albaz. It's possible that Mutasim could have some extra cards, maybe maybe the Fallen and the Virtuous that could have been included from the Chronicles decks, or even some more Fusion monsters in his extra deck that he has access to. That could be really interesting to see how those different changes might shake up in this matchup.
Now, the Fallen and the Virtuous has been certainly the talk of the town, a card that a lot of duelists over the last couple of weeks since the Fallen and the Virtuous Chronicles deck came out have been talking about, including in their decks, whether it's Sky Striker or branded Pure, maybe branded Despia, maybe of course you're running things.
What
like
are the top 4 decks? 3 Dracotail, 1 Mitsu.
As we got through the weekend, we saw that it wasn't just this one ticket to ride all your way to the finals. Of course, these duelists made it up here, so we'll have to see what ratios they end up running of that card, if at all. But it's interesting to see how this will continue to develop.
Lee Marine 1, thank you for the first time Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you for spending your Prime on the channel.
Tools that exist in all of Yu-Gi-Oh!
I'm happy you're enjoying the watch party enough to support.
The other kinds of interruptions from the hand, but the big one is going to be sort of the interaction between this deck and reusing cards like Ash Blossom, because if you get your opponent in the blender of Ash, one of their really powerful Dracotail fusion effects on one turn, get it back using your own Dracotail fusion effect on the next turn, you can really stymie them and just create this constant churning of advantage for yourself and disadvantage for them.
So wild to see this kind of mirror
match. Did we Gamba?
Unlike
hold
other
up.
mirror matches where, it kind of reminds me of
yes,
Vanquish Soul.
we did.
Whoever goes first.
There was a
Gamba.
Gamba.
No,
Good job,
this
mods.
Duel, both of them could resolve card effects in every single turn, back and forth, trying to win. And Dracotail doesn't have a lot of lines that just put 8,000 damage on the board in one single turn, so it'll be.
Did you ever attend an NA YCS? I did. I attended YCS Anaheim last year.
Compared to his last match against Dalen, where pretty much every
the one right after Ryziel and Maliss came out.
The typical Dracotail strategy. strategy.
Before that, it's been a while since I've been.
That card famously is really good if your opponent's trying to social summon dragons and spellcasters.
Yeah, they won't be able to do much, but at the same point, we also saw how powerful Mysterion was, and there is a little bit of commonality.
Return winner, thank you for the prime as well, and Slice, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back.
A few more Gulamel effect resolutions over the course of this duel, because that's the one thing I feel over the course of the tournament. We haven't seen a lot of Gulamel, but speaking of getting into it, it's game 1 of our first semifinals here. Let's get right into it.
Alrighty, we have a Dicha on the left. We've seen him time and time again on this feature match stage. And then we have Mutasim, first time on this feature match and first time in the top 4 of a YCS. As the Dice Roll of Destiny begins,
a 6.
Mutasim and a Dicha.
And a 5.
It's a 5. It's going to be Mutasim's call here.
Okay. Good luck. Good luck.
Hearty handshake there. Let's see what happens. Those opening hands are going to be
Alpha
so
Nightmare,
important.
thank you for the prime.
Sure. Thinking in the standby phase, maybe thinking about firing off from Mulcharmy. There's the Fualos here.
Bro, Aditya always draws Fuva going second.
No, he's not.
There's the first Ash Blossom of the game. Mutasim is
Gets ashed,
very easily
indicating
recycled
that
this
we have a play.
On Aditya's turn as well to kind of stymie any plays he wishes to go for. As we activate Ketu,
That's a good start for Mutasim because we can add the Ash Blossom back to hand, which is crazy in the mirror match. It's insane to open Ash against Fuva and then add it back to negate their Rahu or Ketu next turn.
Not necessarily the better one, but the one that gets them out of here and into the grand finals.
Yep, there we see the Dracotail Lucaeus being normal summoned effect to search for another Dracotail monster. Aditya here trying to decide how he wants to interact, if he even has any interaction.
Definitely going to be a skillful match because neither are trying to lock each other out of the game. They're just trying to out-resource one another.
Or establish secretary.
Does he have Effect Veiler?
That is true. That is kind of a little bit of a gatekeeper unto itself.
But there are plenty of outs to it.
We did see him on Effect. We Ashes Lucius, not Ketu. Okay.
Interesting. Now, I did get a little bit of a peek there at Mutasim's hand, and he is holding on to what appears to be a Fimina, a Ghost Bell, and a Haunted Mansion, as well as a Dracotail Sting.
So we will be able to fusion summon here, but only be able to recycle 1 monster if we go for something like Arthalion.
I mean, Fimena is already big.
Search and set of a Dracotail spell trap off of our Lucaeus. So this Ash Blossom might have been able to stop Mutasim from being able to get a lot.
But if you're only fusing with a ghost spell here, that's not that good.
And the Lucaeus being fused off, 1 Dracotail monster and 1 card from the hand. What are we going to summon?
It is kind of a 50-50 sort of matchup because you have to ask yourself, man, does he have the Fimina or not? And in this case, Mutasim
because that means we're gonna have to. Okay, the line here is probably Arthalion, add back Fimena, set Rahu, and then fuse with Fimena. And Urgula from the deck. That's probably the line, but that adds back none of the hand traps. But I guess we can add Ash back on the opponent's turn.
And going to use the Lucaeus effect as well. So let's go ahead and resolve some card effects here.
Rahu could be pretty interesting here because we can always add back the Fimina and fuse it off that way to get the ability to have it set another card from the deck. Did we declare the target with
now, if Aditya has Fimena with Urgula, he immediately wins the game. If he can pop the Rahu, the game ends.
Back at the moment in time, and we can always send off Urgula with the Rahu to get back a 3rd time.
But
so we can
does not have it.
As well.
Looks like we are immediately activating that. So another fusion, and there goes the Urgula from the deck to the grave.
Yep. So just like I said, this is going to represent, it could be Secretarion Dragon if Mutasim has been paying attention to the feature match table and knows the details on Branded Dracotail. But no, it's going to be the Gulamel here.
Rahu cannot make Secretarion. I had to learn that the hard way too.
And square, and I was
Rahu only makes Rahu and Molulu only make Dracotail fusions.
Here we're going to activate the effect of Urgula and Fimina when they're sent to go ahead and set 2 more Dracotail spell traps. This can give us access to the Flame, which is going to be super important to stop those fusion spells. And maybe something like a Pan here to get some extra bounce to the hand. And, of course, all these trap cards can also draw us cards and dig deeper into our deck.
So it definitely has a really good setup established there.
All right, all 3 trap cards are assembled because he does have 1 in hand. Which means we're going to have Fimena and potentially draw 3 available.
There's definitely a world where adding back this Fimina to hand using the Urgula could be pretty huge, because if we draw into any monsters off of these trap cards, we can fusion summon again during our opponent's turn.
It does kind of bring to light how you have to construct a Dracotail deck. You really have to figure out, what the monster ratios are, because when you're drawing from the Dracotail effects, you do want to draw the monster, so you can.
It's confusing because K2 makes any fusion.
Or other sort of.
It's basically it's like
The thing is how many fusion spells you have access to.
the ones that lock you into fusions only make Dracotails. Rahu and Mululu both lock you into fusions and can only summon Dracotails.
Seeing a monster, so there's a little bit of a balance there, but obviously these duelists know what's going up as we see the Fiendsmith as well from Aditya.
All right, this represents a.
Which one is Flame and Flame Horn, right?
Yep, so we got Flame and Horn. Flame's in the center, and Horn's on the right. Just Aditya making sure.
Okay, Fiendsmith was just one card away apparently, or we were lacking fusion material.
So we'll see what comes next as Aditya patiently thinks about what he's gonna do.
There's a world where Mutassim can
Fiendsmith can make only dragons and spellcasters.
Us, but not known sting to Aditya to maybe get the Fiendsmith out of the graveyard, but doesn't seem worth it right now.
Urgula and Pan!
Aditya going second here. This is going to represent a lot of ways to force out interaction from Mutassim. But you got to remember that both Arthalion and Gulamel are Dragon and Spellcaster respectively, so this 5 mana can fuse them off and summon Secretarion Dragon if we needed it.
It looks like we're just going to go back to basics. It seems like both duelists aren't trying to lock each other out. They want to insulate their plays.
Bro, this man always draws custom with Dracotail.
Then cap it off with Secretarion or Mysterion respectively.
So here we go to Arthalion as Chainlink 1, targeting a couple of cards here. You probably want to get back something like your Ash Blossom that you used earlier, and I guess we're eyeing up
targeting Fiendsmith and
the Fiendsmith. Makes sense. Maybe we can save our Urgula for later in the turn.
Urgula, Chainlink 3, Pan.
Yep, so we're going to use Urgula here to pop a Spell Trap, and then Pan to pop an attack position monster.
What are the targets for Altharion?
Ash Blossom and Fiendsmith.
So just verifying it's going to be the Ash Blossom and the
Probably have to sting the Ash, no?
Also, I gotta say, it's really huge that Aditya was able to begin all this with a monster effect and not with a fusion spell card, because if he did, Flame would have been able to stop it in its tracks.
Because if you let them get the Ash back, they can negate Sting anyways, so it's always a positive trade for you to do that.
There's a world here where we activate Sting, Dracotail Sting, we can then chain the Gulamel to get rid of the Arthalion. I imagine the Sting's going to target the
Targets Fiendsmith.
She does not get access to that effect later on this turn.
Wait, what?
No response.
No, you get cooked now.
Trap cards we're going to activate?
No, we will be using the Gulamel effect here because we activated a Dracotail card effect to destroy the Arthalion.
So I guess we're going to go ahead and resolve that then.
So resolve, Sting.
Yep, and the chain will now resolve. The Arthalion will be destroyed. Sting will banish and return. I'm not sure where I saw what card right there. Was it Keter that we returned?
I think so, but the mirror match is sort of playing out because here's the other thing to imagine. There are two
because now your
the
back row is basically dead, right?
The second
now
makes a play,
Urgula is going to pop one set, and Ash is going to negate the other. So we've basically outed everything now.
That's Pan. Same.
So yeah, so
then
Urgula is the one that's popping the flame. Pan is the one that is setting to pop a monster.
Can get a little confusing. Typically, orange cards, their effects are about destroying monsters, and monsters that have green art are about destroying spells and traps. And it is interesting that Dracotail, those colors are backwards.
2 in hand, right?
2 in hand. You know 5 mana.
Yeah.
Yep, the only known card that Aditya is playing around is a known 5 mana. So we're going to set Flame using the Pan effect now.
And that will pop the...
It's probably worth it to get the Arthalion popped here because it's the dragon that we need.
The Arthalion.
And it's easier in this deck to draw spellcasters than it is to draw dragons.
So Arthalion gone there.
What? Ketu.
You're just double checking what card was returned here off of the Sting. It was the Ketu Dracotail, put to the bottom of Mutassim's deck.
One unknown.
Correct. Thinking on resolution.
One thing you can always expect from a game of Dracotail is a very long chain link.
Kind of shades of Tirlamets, shades of K9 Vanquish Soul. There's always one deck in the format that just plays and plays and plays. It's actually an old vibe when you think about it. I mean, imagine 2016, also Pittsburgh. It was
I guess a lot of it depends on the card that we drew off of that Sting.
Yeah, something about Pittsburgh and long turns.
If we drew a good card off of Sting to fuse with 5 mana,
I'm just going to spoil that for everyone
like
watching
for
at home.
example, an Urgula would be insane.
Effect of Pan here to go ahead and return itself.
Summon a non-fusion Dracotail.
And they're going to special summon a non-fusion from the grave.
Because you popped the Arthalion.
Yep, the reason why this can activate is because the Arthalion was destroyed by the effect of Gulamel, and it's Mutasim's turn to go ahead and read our opponent's cards. This is the secret effect of Pan while it's in the graveyard, similar to something like
Doesn't this have to
Urgula.
activate after? And all the good news, there is no secrets here. These cards aren't written in ancient hieroglyphics, right? Just pick up the card, read it, and keep on moving here. So we are going to see Pan's effect activate.
Yeah, so the question
All right, Pan goes to the bottom, revives Urgula.
Effect or is it an if? Because the Arthalion was not destroyed as Chainlink 1, but I do believe it is an if effect if your Dracotail monster is destroyed.
Well, Judges have not intervened, so it seems good from here.
Ketsu Dracotail.
So we're going to activate Ketsu Dracotail here.
This will go ahead and give us a search and a fusion summon because our opponent controls a monster. And notably, we do not have Flame anymore to negate this very powerful spell card that I'm sure Mutasim would have loved to have had.
Definitely a game of chess.
So the question is, how much can we get done here?
Same set of pieces, but different things happening.
For Aditya.
So Lucaris to the
We
hands.
are not locked into fusion yet.
We will choose to fuse the Urgula.
We're fusing Urgula with Lucius, which is really good because we can add the Lucius back with the Urgula still. We haven't used Urgula's graveyard effect.
Oh, it's here.
The Secretarion Dragon. Not only is this a really powerful monster, specifically against the Dracotail mirror match, it also can allow you to special summon back your Lucaris by returning some of your dragons and getting buku value out of this fusion summon.
Certainly slows things down, and it's going to take the right card effect to be able to clear that off the field. Take a look at the graveyard here on Mutasim's
The biggest
side.
problem here also is that like Mutasim's grind game is just gone. After Ash on the last trap,
Yep, so Chainlink 3 is going to be
3 traps are going to be in the graveyard, so he's not going to have any resource loop, any way to create follow-up anymore. Like he's just, even if he gets through this turn somewhat okay, it just won't matter in the long run, I think, because Aditya is going to have 3 trap cards in rotation and he does not.
Looks like we are eyeballing the Dracotail Sting.
Horn.
Oh, no. Going to go for the Horn instead.
I think we'll have the ability to go through all the traps this turn if we're Aditya. We still have the Fiendsmith in hand, which we can fuse off or later in the turn.
Just going down the checklist, right? This trap, check. This trap, check. This trap, check. And speaking of this trap, here comes the separate Horn.
Target.
This is going to be huge to get the...
the Ash Blossom, though. It was still in hand, so it's going to stop.
I think you just can't allow them to get the Ash Blossom back, is the simple answer.
The Dracotail traps are in the graveyard.
They just can't have Ash Blossom.
All 3 of them to be in
Can't give it to them.
The trap cards, I can't think of any way to reuse those things.
Most duelists only running 1 each of those. So it may be difficult to see
I also
again.
think Gulamel destroying Arthalion wasn't necessary, right? Like, of course, I think he was scared of getting the Gulamel popped by Pan, but if Gulamel gets popped by Pan, it's gonna come back later with its own effect from the graveyard, and then you can still pop an actual valuable card, rather than popping an Arthalion in defense.
Rotation that we can save for our opponent's turn, because we still have the Vimina in our hand to fuse off on the following turn.
Tassim not really able to do much here. Certainly has 2 giant monsters on the field, but it may not be enough, and effectively locked into not really being able to do much with the Secretarion staring him down.
Also, forgive me, we do not have Fiendsmith in hand. We have Rahu Dracotail in hand. Fiendsmith is just on the artwork.
Pan, Urgula.
Beautiful cards, too, by the way. You know, if you really get into the lore of Dracotail, it's interesting to see they're all based on things like constellations and various astrological symbols.
Even like the degrees in the space to which they like exist can create the fusion monsters, I believe.
Yeah,
it's
the constellations they represent are diametrically opposed in the sky. So if there's one and you look on the other side of the sky, that's why it's so cool all the fusions match it up like that, like Urgula and Fiendsmith making Gulamel.
And then I think it's Lucius and Pan to make
5 mana.
Arthalion.
Definitely some deep lore drops here, but let's get back into the card effects as we grab the Fiendsmith from the deck to the hands. Fiendsmith, 5 mana, it's regional.
And then we're going to activate the effect of, debating on using the Rahu or not.
I'll activate Rahu.
Yeah, he's going in.
I mean, this represents so much damage from Aditya. It is worth noting, though, that Secretarion does reduce its attack points for every banished card you have. So there is currently 1. So it's only 2,900 and not 3K.
Oh, boo-hoo. That seems pretty big.
Hey, that means it can't attack over the Arthalion. That matters.
It does. But I think the way that Aditya's playing, it seems like
I Gargalon, thank you for the first time sub. Thank you, appreciate that.
Or at least put himself in a winning position before it's Mutasim's turn.
but he might lose a lot.
How crazy is Spenta going to be for Dracotail in a TCG? I mean, Spenta is crazy in general, I think. It is good for Dracotail, but I think there's going to be a lot of decks with it. I don't know which one is going to be the best Spenta slop yet. It's hard to predict, but
Fusion might drop down.
Yep, so there we see the effect to fuse. Gonna go ahead and make our own Gulamel here as Adichia. This could be a way that we can use to out this gigantic Arthalion and make sure we can keep all of our monsters in play as we try to go for some damage.
Pyrexil, Chainlink to 5 mana.
All right, so we're gonna use the effect here of Fiendsmith to go ahead and set, and we're gonna use the effect of Pyrexil to do the same as well.
That's fun.
And then
gotta go ahead and let him do it.
Are we gonna chain the effect of Gulamel here to target and destroy?
Target.
We are going to target the Arthalion, and it will be banished now.
this might just be game, right?
Adichia going back in the deck, shaking his head a little bit.
Almost
but it
game.
Seems like he's fine as he grabs the sting, and you were absolutely right. He was going to get.
Can we still revive with Secretarion?
If there's one thing Dracotail's going to do, it's Fusion Summon.
I have 1 banished. I'll attack Arthalion.
All right, so this will be 200 damage. Let's count it home.
200, 3,000, 29. It's not game. It's like 77.
So that's 3,100 plus another 28. It looks like we're about 5,900 damage, I think, total.
28.
Certainly locked out of the Fiendsmith though now, considering only has.
But I don't think there's a top deck here for Mutasim.
Fuse right the moment.
All right, go ahead.
Mutasim, Destiny Draw, here we go.
Yep, the total that was taken was 7,700 life points. Just a heads up, it was taken from Mutasim's side, not Adichia's side. Gonna get that life points corrected.
Yeah,
there
concedes.
And we're gonna immediately concede as Mutasim all that.
I like the Dracotail mirror. It's interesting.
Go to the next round.
It's an interesting mirror match.
You know, both these duelists, they really know what they're doing, but
I kind of just started clicking buttons at the end.
started clicking buttons at the end. Interesting metaphor there, as he just started playing through the game, but it was enough.
Yeah, especially in an untimed environment. It's like much more relaxing to watch it because you don't have to think about like
being able to break swerve like
are they going to get a double loss if they play into it, you know?
Why Adichia deserves to be here at the highest level of the YCS stage. But Mutasim was no slouch. He was definitely doing everything he could. It just was a little unfortunate that he was matched up against the Fua, the Ash, and the Recycle of the Ash to kind of stymie everything he tried to do during his turn.
Almost gives Adichia a little plot armor there, but again, Mutasim fighting to get even further than the furthest point he's ever been to YCS.
Although huge big ups to Adichia for identifying the most powerful card in this mirror.
Why is Spenta being glazed so hard?
Until he answers
I don't know what you mean. I like there's the one thing is like realizing that Spenta is very good, but I'm terrified of that card. I don't know. I'm not looking forward to it personally.
Side decks and ooh, now there is a card you don't see.
It's a really, really broken card.
Really could come up. But we'll wait to see it in the duels. Let me go and let the duels talk themselves.
A little surprise for people at home if you can kind of get a flash of their side decks potentially. Definitely going to be interesting to see what these players have available to them to kind of combat specifically the mirror match. This is definitely a matchup they had to be prepared for, but maybe not one that they were as worried about as maybe some more difficult matchups like the VS's, the Vanquish Soul K9s of the world.
There's a lot of different.
Is Dracotail good into Mitsuyami? I think so, yeah. I think the reason why Dracotail is good into Mitsuyami is that Mitsuyami currently is usually like Mitsuyami is a very powerful deck, but because it has a lot of engine and a lot of engine requirements, it's not like it's not low on non-engine, but it typically plays a little bit less non-engine than other decks, and it therefore decks that have less room for non-engine tend to play like higher impact cards like Charmies and Dark Ruler and Droll and stuff like that. And it just so happens that Dracotail just is good into those cards. Dracotail doesn't care about any of those cards much.
Continue to showcase as this tournament continues. Just the power of the Dracotail strategy at going second and being able to break what we're going to call the business established and or kind of half boards.
And so I think Dracotail is just very, it matches up very well into their non-engine, and their engine is also pretty good.
Just wild that you have to both of these duelists they know what they're going to do, but in a mirror match, there's a lot of skill expression, right? Some duelists, they don't want to see a format where there's only one deck that's winning, and this is not that format, by the way, and I think our top 8 speaks to that, but sometimes two duelists have the same great idea and coming together against each other, and the issue is that most of the skill expression comes out of there. That's when you get to make the same decision that your opponent made, but just slightly different. And so there are some people who are huge fans of the Tier Lament format, where it was back-to-back Tier Lament decks, or huge fans of the K9 format, where it was, again, back-to-back K9 Vanquish Soul. So hopefully here we'll see the same level of skill expression, but Mutasim getting a chance to go first. We'll see how different his dueling is than Adich's.
Okay, both duelists are beginning to draw their opening hands. The tension is high as we potentially enter what could be the last game of this top 4 match. That is game number 2.
The drama, the tension, here we are.
All right, well,
both players playing.
Let's see. The hand last time for Mutasim going first was good.
Ooh, I'm already seeing some fun side deck inclusions in his opening hand that we could.
Well, it could have been better, I guess, but I mean, can't complain about that hand, really.
More on that later.
Okay, I won't spoil anything.
We're going to start off with a special summon of Fenrir. This is obviously a great inclusion for a lot of Dracotail strategies when they know they're going first, because all you care about is monsters. Doesn't matter necessarily what the names are. When you can have a great monster that stays in play and can be a lingering interaction for your opponent to constantly deal with, like Fenrir, that's great to see.
Well, Fenrir is particularly well spec'd out for this matchup, because if your opponent uses any monster effects, which is the Dracotail's patented strategy, then you do have the ability to banish stuff face down and keep some of the resource loops at bay. Again, most of the fusion monsters will be what's banished, but that still is helpful so they don't come back like we saw them in Duel 1.
Here we see the Ketu being activated from Mutasim as his follow-up to Fenrir. And DJ's thinking for a second, because this represents...
Do you think we need a try-me version of Droll so OG Droll can go into the dumpster? I think Droll and Lockbird should be replaced by something.
You're good. We dropped the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on the Ketu, but we do unfortunately reveal to Mutasim that we have the Effect Veiler in hand that he can now
Did you just discard Veiler on Ketu?
I don't think it's going to end up punishing Aditya too much, because I don't think Mutasim is going to make a very different play besides this one regardless. We're going to go ahead and get the normal summon of Mululu and attempt to activate the Effective Fuse.
That's fine. That's fine, okay. You know I got the Effect Veiler, so why don't I not use it?
Well, also Aditya knows that if he Effect Veilers it now, he'll just fuse again on his turn anyway, because it's a quick effect. He may as well just Effect Veiler whatever the monster summons, because then you can just stop Arthalion's
Misclicked IRL.
That is the difficulty of dueling against Dracotail. Merely negating the effect is not enough, because they could just try again later.
And specifically, all the shenanigans that people like to do in Dracotail, like chain blocking the Arthalion, won't work against Effect Veiler, because it just targets. You don't need to actually chain to the specific effect itself.
So we do still hit the Effect Veiler there on the Arthalion, so we won't get any of those cards back, something that was certainly on his mind. But I'm very excited.
What would you replace Droll with? We made a YouTube video, or I made a YouTube video about that, where we discussed it for like an hour or something on stream, what a replacement Droll could look like. I don't remember what the video was called, but it was like a few, maybe 3 months ago or something. You can go exclamation by YouTube, you'll probably find it. It was like something like the Droll debate or something like that.
We have a secret card that hopefully will be showed off later. We have the Flame, we have the Fenrir, and we have an unknown card in Mutasim's hand that could be anything.
Stand by main.
Aditya begins his turn, going straight into the main phase after drawing.
Normal Mululu.
Start off with a normal summon Mululu, eerily similar to Mutasim. We're going to activate the effect here and attempt to fuse.
Oh, we're going to flip it over?
We're going to activate Dragon's Mind! We control a monster with 2500 defense that'll negate and destroy the Mululu.
Yeah, it just destroys it.
And because it's a counter trap, you cannot chain anything to it. Go. We're just going to set and pass.
Oh, a lot of cheers there from the crowd. There are people here at the YCS watching live. Again, we'd love to have you here, but for everybody watching around the world, we hope this is just as exciting for you as it is for the crowd that's here.
And I believe Dragon's Mind is reusable as long as you pay 700 life points to bring it back.
I believe, or no, excuse me, it's 2,500 life points.
2,500 life points, thank you very much.
Very expensive, but man, speaking of interesting hands, it appears there are two.
Could we not have reset Dragon's Mind last turn already?
Good. That'll be able to hold certain cards at bay against this deck, but you don't really get much else.
Yep, and unfortunately we were forced to go straight into battle phase there and deal total of 5,400 damage. And we're just double checking as we toss him how he can reuse the Dragon's Mind.
I'll set it by paying 2,500.
Yep, we're going to be paying that 2,500 life points to go ahead and set the Dragon's Mind. Teacher's going to go ahead and double check that it does that.
That card is very, very powerful, by the way.
It is cost to do that, I believe. So you pay the 25 and then it can potentially set itself. We could have something like...
Dracotail Sting.
Oh. Why is this even? Why did we not do it last turn, man? You can do it on the opponent's turn instant. I mean, we have Bell here. It doesn't freaking matter, but...
Dracotail Sting completely negating its effects, including the effect to draw a card as well.
I'll take 25, so...
Perfect playing there. Some interesting tech choices. I really love Dragon's Mind. There's a lot of different decks it can go to. But, yep, Arthalion does have 2,500 defense. So it's not a Regenesis deck, but it is using some cool Regenesis-style cards.
I mean, if you're Matasim, basically you're in the exact same situation you were last turn. And last turn, Aditya passed. So you're feeling pretty good right now.
Still able to pay another 2,500 life points to stop things. Still has the Cashier Fenrir in order to banish anything.
Dragon's Mind used to be bull. No. Dragon's Mind is one of those cards that everyone knew was going to be good.
Dragon's Mind, or it's going to give the Dracotail Flame. I think Flame is the more obvious one because it's the only one that can only interact with spells, whereas Dragon's Mind can interact with anything.
So the target appears to be the Ketu Dracotails.
And
going to game
Aditya
3.
scoops it up as we go into game 3 in this top 4 mirror match between two branded Dracotails. That side deck card of the Dragon's Mind, we were kind of hinting at it. It came up big.
It really did, and it's an interesting choice. It's a little slow in the sense that you won't be able to activate it unless you control the number Sacred 2,500, but different than things like Solemn Judgment, you do get to use its effect twice in a duel, right? Once for the first time you happen to draw it, set it, activate it, and then again if you happen to control a 2,500 attack or defense monster. And so it gives you a little bit more use cases than you would if you just had that one of Solemn Judgment or Solemn Warning.
Right, if you're a deck that can play that card, there's an argument that you maybe should play that card, and Mutasim thought he was in that exact same situation, and it potentially just won him a Game 2 match here at the highest stage he's ever been on, and it could be the very beginning of him winning this entire match.
Who knew that counter traps are still good?
Always will. Hey, I believe there's spell speed 3?
Yeah, spell
Charlie
speed
was
3. Not a joke,
complaining
right?
because his
Usually we have
water
spell
wasn't
speed
cold
3 for
enough.
YCS series. We're just joking about super
The bowl was
polarization, right?
full, but he wanted
now,
fresh
that
water.
also feels like spell speed
That
4.
one was
But
like a
jokes
few
aside,
hours old.
Counter traps only being able to interact with other counter traps really narrows the field of what Dragon's Mind has to worry about. There's very few other cards out there except maybe a rival Solemn Judgment that's going to stop it.
Yeah, there's so many powerful like attributes that are given to cards, whether it's their attack points, their abilities, their ability to draw cards, or what have you. But not enough people talk about the timing of how those cards can actually function and the power that enables you to have as a player. Being able to say, no, the chain link is now
He likes
over.
cold water, yeah.
I've decided it.
Well, we shall see what comes up next here. Mutasim fighting back, and we are going to a game 3, but Aditya does get an opportunity to go first, and don't know if he has any Dragon's Minds in his side deck, but obviously he's going to have some cards dedicated to going first, and so we'll see if he's able to clinch this out. Make
Pretty
history, not only
spooky. Thank you for the
himself,
resub.
right,
Welcome
but for
back to
YCS
month number
Pittsburgh.
3.
We only get to come here so often, and every single finals is just insane.
Yep, and as we've seen throughout these players playing this matchup, it's not as simple as who goes first and who goes second. It could be what kind of cards you draw, how many names you draw, how many fusion spells do you draw, and what kind of interactions were already established, what kinds are being reused, where are the known trap cards?
Veritas 25, thank you for the 30 months. Appreciate you as well. Welcome back.
Kind of difficult, if you ask me. I would not want to be in these players' shoes. That's why I'm glad I'm behind the desk watching this beautiful play.
Well, speaking of beautiful things, you know, there was a great speech that Aditya gave earlier that, you know, as long as you don't regret the decisions you made, then you're good. And we'll see what happens. But one decision you do not have any control over is which 5 cards you end up drawing as he passes the deck to be cut by his opponent. So it's almost time. Gonna go ahead and draw those 5 cards.
Both players look ready. I believe Aditya proudly proclaimed that he is going first in this match.
All right, and
ain't nothing to it but to duel
the first time that Aditya is going to be able to go first.
Staring down at the field, staring down at those 5 cards. Mutasim staring forward at the opponent, the person standing between him and his first YCS finals. Here we go. We are going into game 3 here of our first semifinals at YCS Pittsburgh.
The fist bump of destiny.
E. Jordan, thank you for the first time
Is
prime.
indeed the one going first. Let's see how we go.
Draw phase. Yep. Stand by main.
We're beginning with Branded Fusion. That's quite the way to start. And I believe it's
no
good.
Ash Blossom on the Branded Fusion. No Fuba either.
Deck.
That's
Obviously,
tough.
send off the pile of Albaz, but what's the second monster we're going to be sending off? Let's find out together.
Interesting, too, to see Aditya pick up half the deck. Usually that's something that only duelists running 60 cards do. He's running a 41-card list, but I guess he found it on the bottom half of the stack and to send Frixel to the graveyard.
Ooh, this will be really valuable for him later if he can start reusing this card. Gonna go ahead and make Secretarian Dragon, question mark? No, we're gonna make Sanctifier Dragon.
Wait, what?
Okay, going for the more classic line, I suppose, here. Maybe also respecting evenly matched with the Sanctifier. Because typically, people have been doing some new lines with this card. If you play Fallen into Virtues as well, which I don't think we've seen from Aditya a single time, so you might just not play it.
We saw how good that was when Dalen was fighting against Aditya in order to protect himself. Dalen just put up a bunch of things that, you know, they weren't unaffected by cards, but they were not able to be targeted. That was just as good in the match.
But here we see the Ketchu being activated as our follow-up play here to go ahead and search for a Dracotail monster. We're not going to be able to fuse with this, obviously, because our opponent controls no monsters. With this, obviously, could have been a reason why we could have used Albion, but I believe the effect of summon monsters to both fields only works during your opponent's turn. Now, Aditya's here trying to think about what the best search off this Ketchu is going to be. There's a lot of great options here. Maybe something that could allow him to get some powerful extenders like Secretarian Dragon Online could be pretty cool. But we're going to choose to target the Lucaeus here. So maybe get access to another search, particularly Fiendsmith could be really cool to get that extra ability to fusion summon online.
Now it looks like Mutasium relatively silent so far in this duel, hasn't activated a single card effect, so Aditya able to play relatively uninhibited here. He looks at his hand, considers his next option, but I think we're about to slam down.
The Rahu Dracotail. This is going to be the branded fusion for the Dracotail archetype.
All right, we don't have any hand traps here. Do we still have maybe some side deck plans for this matchup?
We could see something like a dragon be sent off, any of the Dracotail dragons, now that we have the Lucaeus in hand to send off as that part of the cost.
They're not going to stop saying Lucaeus, guys. They're not going to stop. You have to stop asking them for it.
Maybe
it's not going to change.
Else there later, but
you have to live with it.
The Arthalion here, use the Arthalion to bring back the Phyrexil, but we're going to choose to also send off the Ghost Spell from hand to get 2 potential searches, or sorry, add-backs using the Arthalion. We can get back the Phyrexil, normal summon the Phyrexil, get the Lucaeus, add the Phyrexil back to hand, as we've seen Aditya do time and time again before during this tournament, to get the extra value out of that Lucaeus, all without only by using one normal summon, which is the Phyrexil.
It's nice to see Phyrexil getting some work in. There were some times
we're going to fuse the Lucaeus and the Phyrexil to make Arthalion,
sort of
guys.
Showcasing how good it can be, being able to resource loop. Honestly, just with all the other Dracotail cards, I mean, that's what this deck does. It just continues the cycle in the night sky.
Yep, so we declared the effects of Lucaeus and Fiendsmith as chain links 2 and 3, but I'm not sure what our targets were for the 2 off of Arthalion. But we're going to activate the effect of Mag to potentially banish the Phyrexil, which I believe was one of the targets. And we have Ghost Spell on the Mag to stop that! We had a second Ghost Spell on Haunted Mansion in Aditya's hand, even though we fused one off. Wow.
I love almost telegraphing I don't have the Ghost Spell in Haunted Mansion by getting rid of a Ghost Spell in Haunted Mansion.
He lulled Mutasim into a false sense of security.
I have seen that from some duelists, right? They'll discard a Nibiru, and you're like, you definitely have a Nibiru. There's no way you would have discarded it otherwise. And Spell in Haunted Mansion, kind of an all-time high in terms of play rate here because so many different decks accessing the graveyard, Yummy, etc. And works pretty well, the Dracotail Mirror as well. So Phyrexil going back to the hand.
Alongside that Fiendsmith, which was the other target of the Arthalion effect. That makes a lot of sense. Make sure you can have that effect to fuse if you need to, because you did not use that effect yet this turn.
I will normal summon the Phyrexil.
Yep, and then the play that I mentioned is about to happen. We're going to target the Lucaeus summon back, and then we're going to bounce back that Phyrexil to our hand so we can have it later as some fusion material while using the Lucaeus effect to search for something like Malulu, Pan, Urgula, basically whichever monster we want to have in our hand to fuse with.
Ron Wilkin is in top 4. Okay,
so
solid.
Let's say you have full board breaking potential on Mutasim's side. You're still going to have to deal with that Albion the Sanctifier Dragon because so much of what Dracotail does is target. So just by using the extra branded fusion and getting Albion,
I'm surprised they're calling it Albion and not Albion.
Just that one monster. Aditya getting more reinforcements on the way and adding Urgula from his deck to his hand.
2 unknown? Or
yep, so there's probably a world now where we go for Fiendsmith, fuse off the Urgula, fuse off the Phyrexil, go into Gulamel, Urgula ability, back to Fiendsmith, the classic Dracotail song and dance, get the last of our trap card set, and then just say, over to you, Mutasim, let's see what you can do.
Oh, passing though before the Gulamel even shows up. Maybe gonna sneak it in as a surprise.
You know what? I maybe like this because if you're Aditya, you say something like the Urgula as a potential interruption for any of the potential Dracotail traps that Mutasim can set, you can essentially blank them before they're even able to be activated.
Well, let's start with Kashtira Fenrir.
Siding Fenrir going second in the mirror is interesting. I don't know if it's good enough, but I guess it does great well.
A little crossover here. The Visa Starfrost storyline colliding with Fallen of El and Baz.
Albaz.
Considering what's he going to activate anything? Yeah, apparently not. So we're just going to let the Fenrir resolve and see what we grab.
I believe we know all the cards in Aditya's hand. I believe it's just the Urgula, the Fiendsmith, and the Phyrexil, and then we have the 2 Dracotail traps set. So probably not that much he wants to kind of shotgun right now. He wants to wait until Mutasim can commit a bit more resources to the board before he can make the best information possible, or sorry, have all the information possible to make the best decisions using his own resources.
So looks like it's just Fenrir to Fenrir. Honestly, still a good play. Gets more cards in your hand, and both of those are good. And we're going to go ahead and activate the Ketu Dracotail.
And go ahead and do the ultimate effect of that card, which is add a card and fuse. We're going to go ahead and meet that with Dracotail Flame. We cannot allow that effect to resolve. It is very, very powerful right now.
Unless there's something else we're able to do, but it looks like we're just going to
no bell.
We're going to go ahead and return a card as a Dicha. We're going to return our own copy of Ketu to the bottom of the deck and draw an additional card.
I can cut again.
Sure.
So spells for thee, but not for me.
There you go.
Let's see what we draw here. Bam. It could be anything. Oh, we have a fourth card in Dicha's hand. I believe that card's unknown, whatever that fourth one is. And now we have a fifth one going to his hand as well.
Dicha is certainly a masterful card player.
Yeah, that setup for Dicha is crazy. And so far, we haven't really seen any non-engine from Mutasim, except for the Fenrir hard draw, which isn't really that big.
Time to get his game on. Shouts from the crowd, just yes, to see that Rahu Dracotail.
It's a pretty big one, especially given how many monsters in Mutasim's hand that he has that he can totally get value out of.
Rahu is fine.
Yep, so the only known set card is Horn. The monster that we're sending off from hand has been decided.
We know there's a Magnamute, yeah.
We're sending from deck. It's going to be... It's going to be the Urgula, potentially, to maybe force out the Horn.
It is going to be Urgula.
And that extra copy of Cashier.
Oh, just a Fenrir from hand, though. So here's the thing, right? Because we summoned Fenrir in attack mode, you can just horn the Fenrir back to the hand, but now you have another monster on the board, so it cannot come back down. That Fenrir, if you're going to play it like this, the Fenrir should have probably been in defense.
And so careful here. He's so close he could taste it, but he's also close to losing this duel, right? This is down to the wire.
Yep, summoning it in defense mode so that way it cannot be targeted by the hand to be bounced is super huge. So I believe it was Chainlink 1 off the Allion, target Urgula, Chainlink 2 Urgula, target... Yep. We're going to bounce... Actually, we're going to bounce a Dicha's off the Lion back to the extra deck.
Chainlink 3, Horn, target Fenrir.
Yep, Horn, target Fenrir, get that interaction off.
Yeah, that Fenrir was better off in defense mode.
To deal with if he wishes to activate this Fiendsmith in hand. Returning the Horn back to the deck. Once you have at least one trap card in your graveyard, all the Dracotail traps start putting them back, so you can
so many cards in hand for Aditya. 6, I believe.
Yep, and then we're going to be setting with Urgula, and now we no longer have a card to destroy as a spell and trap, so that's going to go ahead and fizzle.
Certainly does not resolve there, so Mutasim still has his work cut out for him. Again, down to the wire.
Now remember, Adichie still has Fiendsmith and Urgula in his own hand, so this Dracotail Flame is basically a blank right now as soon as the main phase attempts to be ended, Adichie's going to go ahead and fuse off and get rid of it.
So he's thinking to himself, how do I get out of this situation, right? How do I clear not only his ability to try to, you know, counter-punch me, but also get rid of the giant haymaker that is Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. Sitting that monster in defense mode also to me telegraphs, maybe I don't want to go in just yet, but Fallen of Elbaz, slapping down.
Unfortunately, Albion the Sanctifier Dragon still cannot be targeted, but we can still fuse off using our own opponent's Lucaeus if we wish.
Just takes one touch from
Fallen of Elbaz doesn't target, man. Of course you can fuse with the Albion.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
I also don't think he can be targeted either for what it's
It can't
worth.
be used as fusion material.
So he has to make something legal using his opponent's
It can't, it can't be, targeting doesn't matter.
Make a monster using Lucaeus, so let's find out together if there is. It's an Earth spellcaster. It was special summoned.
Was Lucaeus special summoned? It was,
yes.
right?
It was special summoned off of the effect of Phyrexia, so I believe you can make Sprig Grand if you got it. But it could say special summon this turn if it's Sprig Grand and or if it's Rinbrum.
Yeah, you can also make Secretarion or Mysterion. He had, yeah, it was a legal activation.
Previous opponent as he works his way up the bracket. Just
it was a legal
down
activation.
They can't mess with and challenge them to beat over it.
I always forget about that line of text on Albion the Sanctifier Dragon that it can't be used to fuse.
Well, you're not alone. So did Mutasim.
It was Fenrir, but
it's an illegal activation.
It's an illegal activation.
No, it's legal.
There's nothing in the extra deck you can summon, so the Fenrir does go back to the hand.
Dragon and Spellcaster, hello?
But that's still just a warning as long as he hasn't done the same thing this tournament.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, the judges are just making sure that both players are aware of this as we continue probably with the gameplay after this.
Nope.
Yep, just double checking that he has not had any previous warnings to this regard, so we're just going to go ahead and keep playing.
Good game.
And Mutazim just scoops it up.
Obsession. There was no way to get through Sanctifier, and with a hand there of just a few traps, of course, and the Kashtira Fenrir that wasn't going to do much. A Bystial Magnuma, just nothing going his way. Adichia climbing forward, and now he's back to a YCS Finals, possibly claiming his
Well, I don't think it matters.
And doing this after 2 World
That game was won anyways for Aditya, 100%.
NAWCQ 2024 winner and 2025 finalists.
We are lucky enough to have this be our 3rd time featuring Aditya, and each time I'm reminded just how much of a high caliber player they are, and I cannot wait to see what he can do in this finals. But big shout-outs to Mutazim. You had quite the Goliath you had to go up against. And
the second top 4 match is between Dracotail and Mitsurugi Yami. It is John Wilkin versus Nick, I believe. Nicholas was the name.
Well, I got to say, he's an East Coast duelist. Maybe we'll see a surprise performance here at the upcoming 300th in Richmond, Virginia. So a little bit of a smile on his face, though.
Oh, yeah. Whenever you have a great duel like that, win or lose, you're going to walk away happy, I think.
I think that's important to remember, that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is a 2-player game. Somebody always has to be the victor. Sometimes there's a double loss, but it doesn't mean that you didn't have fun, learn something, and get just more duelist experience.
And whenever you stream these beautiful events,
if Dracotail wins the other top 4 match,
gotta say,
then the finals is going to be a Dracotail mirror, and then the 3 Dracotail decks in top 8 would have only knocked each other out. No Dracotail would have lost to anything other than Dracotail.
Like a live update of an event via messages, I'd be on the edge of my
sink
in every single second.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
The coverage was actually like a step
Nothing was able to beat Dracotail in top 8 other than Dracotail, if that happens.
Like I am. I know. Sorry, I'm
we're not there yet.
You're a part of the dueling dynasty. You get it right.
Oh, okay, well, I'll take that prestige. But jokes aside, it's just so
Did you have fun? It's been a good YCS so far. Yeah, you can definitely tell the most recent ban list happened. Like, it is honestly almost night and day in terms of the number of turn skips between Anaheim and this one. Like, it was really cool.
That's why I love the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. You never know what's going to happen. You could try to predict. You could try to.
There's a couple of individual cards left that I hope we can get rid of in the next couple of ban lists, like slowly but surely. Well, I mean, not slowly, preferably, but, you know, like, if we can get, like, 1 or 2 floodgates each ban list now, then I think we're going to be golden soon.
Of course, the Fallen and the Virtuous, we didn't get to see too much of that, but we did get to see the Dragon's Mind. So it shows you there's no one right answer. But speaking
of answers, slowly weed out, Water Barrier Statue, Harpy's Feather Storm, shit like that.
For a winning interview. Congratulations on your semi-finals win.
Bell Chancellor. I mean, yeah.
At YCS Pittsburgh, congratulations on that. And I gotta say, this is your first YCS Finals that you've ever made it to. You've done NAWCQ Finals a couple times, so obviously you're used to the stage, but what does it mean to you being at YCS Finals for the first time?
It'll means I've achieved all my goals that I set for myself playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So I gotta start looking for something new.
Now, I know that you started going to like the YCS and really grinding the circuit around 2023. Is that when you set the goal for yourself?
Yeah, that's when I set the goal for myself. I traveled to every event I could and try to secure a win where I could.
Okay, well, hey, you got one more task in front of you to meet that goal that you set for yourself. But I want to talk about your opponent a little bit, because Mutazim, he mentioned as he was walking off stage that you did match up against each other in the Swiss, and he did win that one. So what was it like in the rematch?
No, he's a great player.
Ooh, that was his only loss in Swiss?
We played against each other round 12 of Swiss, I believe, and it was a great game. Then game 3, I had the option to choose to go first or second. I kind of tried to mind game him, and I made him go first. And I decided kept in all my Molcharmies. So I reversed the mind game this time. So in game 3, I chose to go first. So, yeah.
Do you think that you got in his head a little bit?
I would like to think so, but I mean, I'm not the one that can answer that.
Fair enough. Well, the mirror match was interesting to see.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Was that a common matchup for you? Because it feels like the branded Dracotail was a very popular deck at this YCS.
I wouldn't say I played a lot of Dracotail. I played maybe 2 Dracotail in Swiss. I have played against almost everything the book can throw at me in Swiss already. I played against Lunalight. I played against RB. I played the Sky Striker RB deck, yeah. I played against Solfachord K9. Shout out to my boy M Beast. I played against all like the yummy Mitsu decks, the pure Mitsurugi decks, just the whole array.
Do you remember what Giant Mimighoul does?
I remember it pops something and then burns 1,000. I don't know what else it does.
Close enough, close enough. Well, hey, I'm going to let you get going because you have to go into the finals, and we'll see. Maybe you have another mirror match, maybe something different, but congratulations on the win of the semis. So we're back to the casters.
Thank you so much for those beautiful words, Adichin. I cannot wait to see your performance in the finals.
Just an incredible tournament so far, and he actually did remember most of the Mimighoul effect text. Just the relevant stuff, right? Just the stuff that blew him out of the water.
Yeah, the stuff that lost him the game. He'll never forget that stuff.
You never forget things. It's one of those things where, like, the first time you touch that electric fence, it gets zapped by.
The problem is, chat, I don't know if the finals is ready yet, because the other top four, when this one started, the other top four wasn't even ready yet because one of the top 8 matches was still going on.
What all these YCS competitors
So I don't even know the other top 4 match.
Prizes here, the day 2 prize.
I have no idea.
For potentially, sorry, the day 2 prize pack you have the chance to open if you make it in any of the.
They show both? Oh, maybe they do show both.
On the attendance, there's a pool of 10 cards.
Yeah, who needs sleep anyways?
My personal favorite I've always said is the Gaga Magician because I'm an XYZ enthusiast and a Zexal champion.
Well, when these were first announced, there were so many different cards.
So the reason why I didn't think they were gonna show both top 4 matches is usually they line it up in a way where Billy and Asala cast the finals. That's just how it usually is. So usually the last top 4 match is the one that the 2 Stevens cast. At least that's how it's been in the previous YCS. But maybe they said, like, you get a finals this time to commentate. I don't know, but usually it's Billy casting the finals.
And the effect Baylor is in ultra rare.
So it just goes to show you, even if you don't make that top 8 spot, you are not walking away with nothing. So don't think that, oh no, I only made 15th place. Dude, you just got a free effect Baylor with a stamp on it. That is incredible. People will always know how good you are. But speaking of knowing how good you are,
would you be interested to be a commentator at a YCS once with Billy? I would do that. I would 100% do that.
For the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game, you could make it that.
I would have the time of my life. We would call every other card our favorites. It'd be glorious.
That trophy, and that is Adichia, and pretty soon it sounds like
we probably wouldn't even be talking about the games. We would just be talking about, like, you remember
So it looks like we may be taking a short break soon, but wow, just
GOAT format.
Stuff, huh?
Oh yes, but regardless of when it happens, I'm sure some great Yu-Gi-Oh is about to unfold in front of our eyes.
There's 2 unks talking Yu-Gi-Oh. You'd have to say some Maliss cards are your favorites. Do you have that in you? No, I wouldn't say that. No. The Zeus transition gets me every time, man. Epic. Six Samurai Chronicles deck when? I mean, a lot of the archetypes... Actually, have all of the archetypes in this video by now gotten some sort of support? I think so, right? Damn, they're gonna have to make a new no Melfi yet? Ooh, Melfi hasn't yet, that's true. They're gonna have to make a new video soon though with more archetypes. Because we're running out of archetypes to get support. We can skip Melfi? You take that back. Can we get more Dragon Ruler support? The last wave doesn't count. Even the Solfachord support sees more play, dude. All right. $2,746 days since Element Saber support. Did you make that number up? Also, is Element Saber support just the first wave of Element Sabers? Did they ever get support even?
And welcome back again, 25 years of
see, I told you, if they're doing both top fours, they are doing both top fours, because Billy always gets the finals.
Second semifinal. Take it away, Kagas.
And welcome back, YCS Pittsburgh, for our second semifinals match to determine who moves on to the finals to challenge Aditya. Let's meet the competitors. Up first in the blue chair, make some noise from Toronto, Ontario, competing on his birthday, John Wilkin! And his opponent today in the red chair, give it up from Frederick, Maryland. He's played Fusion Monsters since the beginning of the game, Nick Kalala! The duelists are ready on stage, so let's go back to the casters for game number one.
Wow, the crowd certainly really favors Kalala, but John, no stranger to the YCS featured match stage, so it's going to be interesting to see how this turns out, because this is going to decide whether our finals is another branded Dracotail.
John has won a YCS with Mitsu Ryziel? No, you're thinking of Charlie Fudge?
Whoever gets out has a great final boss waiting for them in the
finals.
think.
Yep, Steven, like you said, John Wilkin is no stranger to the top tables of a Yu-Gi-Oh! YCS, and even though it's his
They
birthday,
were in a 3 versus 3 YCS finals together, I believe, together with Ryan Yu. But they didn't win that finals.
I was curious about that. If it's your birthday, do you just get like a stat buff or something like that? The cards just happen to appear, but
there may be like a little bit of extra heart of the cards, but we can't prove one way or the other.
Well, we're getting into semifinals.
Yeah, I don't think John has a YCS win.
Again. Mr. Kallela, Nicholas, recently being on this stage, having his interview. We got to hear a little bit more about his career, but John hasn't been here for a minute, so he'll have to warm up that chair, warm up those duels, and get to it.
Yep, this was a matchup that Nicholas already won in top 8 to get to top 4, so he's probably more than well equipped to tackle the Mitsurugi Yummy matchup. But John, I'm sure, is no stranger to what the brand Dracotail deck has been up to all weekend long.
But we're getting to see both semifinals here. We don't always get time to do that, but this kind of tells you the story of these duelists, how they got here, who they had to face, and their finals. And speaking about the duelists, why don't we go ahead and load up a short interview so we can hear from the duelists themselves.
My name is John Wilkin. I'm from Toronto, Ontario. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since I was like 10 years old, 2014. And what it would mean for me to win this YCS, well, it's my birthday today. It's my 21st birthday, so
Happy birthday!
With me. I got a 3rd place in the remote duel on my birthday last year. Unfortunately, I couldn't lock in the deal, but I'm feeling confident in this.
That's not how a microphone works, but you tried your best.
Unfortunately, come a little close.
He's very excited. I can tell.
My name is Nick Kallela. I'm from Frederick, Maryland. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So long. I've been playing the show since a little kid. American cards weren't out yet, so I got my dad to buy me. There's like Japanese booster boxes, and I got packs of those. So I've been playing us since the beginning with friends. I've had Yu-Gi-Oh! My whole childhood, so it means a lot to me. I love it, the show, the game, everything about it. It would mean a lot to me to win the YCS, mostly just to prove that I can win an event. I'm very comfortable with my play, but I've also been playing a very long time, so you'd like to think if you played a long time that you'd have a lot to show for it, and I feel like winning a YCS would validate, like, okay, well, with all the time I've been playing and all the fun I've had and all the friends I've met, it's came together to get a victory.
Great stuff there, and now I don't feel so bad about being a dueling dinosaur when I'm among great company, people who have been playing the game since the beginning. And Nicholas, don't be so hard on yourself. Every moment matters, but it's true that if you want that YCS title, it would make you a champion in many people's eyes. Most importantly, the trophies.
Yep, and it's impressive to hear John talk about what this top means to him, you know, and how much good luck he appears to have on his birthday, you know, doing so well in the remote duel last year, and this year getting a top once again, at least guaranteeing top 4, maybe even going to the finals, maybe the highest placement he's ever had at a YCS. Who knows? He could bring it home right here today.
I think some of the marks of the greatest competitors in the Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay, the last Mitsurugi Yummy soldier.
Tops, but they're just like, nah, I'm not that good at the game, right? You've got 12 tops in your career. So many duelists that are listening to my voice may not even have one. But for this duelist particular, John's like, nope, those don't count. I really need to get this done.
And it's so beautiful to have these two different players here. One person who grew up, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was always a thing, and another person who grew up, discovered Yu-Gi-Oh! When it first came out and has never quit it since. Both these players dedicated, but in their own special ways. I cannot wait to see how they clash here in the top 4 stage, seeing if one of them earns the right to be in the finals, facing off against the Dicho for that beautiful trophy you see there on the left of Nicholas's shoulder.
You know, you mentioned growing up on Yu-Gi-Oh! And now I search my memory banks. I believe John was a runner-up at an NAWCQ for Dragon Duels.
Oh, yes.
Specifically having grown up Yu-Gi-Oh! And I want to say, if I also search my memory banks, I think I was the judge for that one.
Oh, that's beautiful to see. So you know well, and you know better than anyone, that Dragon Duelists that upgrade to the main YCS stage for TCG are tears on the format.
Oh yeah, let me just say some names of some special Dragon Duelists that ended up being great champions. Ryan Hugh.
Who's that?
Jesse Cotton.
Who?
Charlie Futch III.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I don't know any of those duelists, but I know people who are hearing my voice do, because it's one of those things where if you just grow up on Yu-Gi-Oh! If it's the only thing in your brain, no responsibilities, no worry, etc.
I was never a Dragon Duelist because I'm an unk. When they, guys, when they invented Dragon Duels, I was too old to play Dragon Duels. Think about that. Actually, you know what? Don't think about that too much. Forget what I said.
All right, both duelists here are going to be getting their opening hands here. We haven't quite yet decided who's going first for this game 1, but again, we have Mitsurugi Yummy for John and Branded Dracotail once again for Nicholas.
And we haven't got to see a lot of Yummy Mitsurugi on the stage here, but it is time to duel. So let's jump into Game 1, Semifinals 2, and see what this deck is all about as we go into the die roll.
We have essentially the two boogeymen of this entire format. Mitsurugi Yummy regarded as the most powerful deck, and Dracotail Branded regarded as the deck that can continue to play and always have options. We get a 10 here from John. Maybe that bit of birthday luck is showing as this dice roll reveals. A 3 for Nicholas. John proudly goes first here.
Unfortunate there, but certainly both these duelists have lost dice rolls, so I don't think it's going to impact them that much.
We're beginning here with John, deciding how best to start. I believe we're straight into main phase here. So nothing like a standby phase.
Habakiri, there he
Habakiri
is.
effect, activate the once per duel to go ahead and summon and tribute. This is probably going to get the patented Saji, which will then give us access to the Mitsurugi Ritual.
Saji effect?
We've been doing this since Supreme... Well, we haven't been doing this specific play since Supreme Darkness, but we've been resolving Mitsurugi Ritual since then, and I don't think we're going to stop now.
We certainly have.
Well, we are going to be stopped by Nicholas, of course, thanks to that Ash Blossom on the Saji effect to search for the Ritual.
So it certainly gives a little information. I believe at this stage of the tournament, everybody's probably aware of what everyone else is on, but we're going to go ahead and summon the Cupsy Yummy.
And we have Cupsy after we get ashed on
We're not
Saji.
Mitsurugi cards here, but we will be getting access to some more powerful Yummy cards.
That's tough.
Sorry. Search Surprise Resolution.
Yeah, but that's a really powerful thing about this kind of archetype is once you stop one engine, don't worry, I have the other one. We went ahead and had Surprise there, so now we have 2 known cards in the Habakiri and the Surprise, but they don't necessarily seem like enough at the moment.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and link off the 1. And it's funny, too, because certainly this deck was designed just to get around Dimensional Barrier. Any of those decks that use those 2 different summoning mechanics, but now that Dimensional Barrier is no longer in the format, as well as a bunch of other terrors for this deck, you can kind of play uninhibited. So we use the Numbing Statue, we go ahead and grab that field spell.
Minion targeting the Cupsy.
Yep, we're going to use the effect of the Minion to go ahead and bring back the Cupsy from our graveyard. This will give us access to our Synchro Plates if we want it, because the Yummies can use Link 1 monsters as level 1.
This is the other top 4 match. This is not the finals yet.
We love it. We're going to get the Cupsy Yummy way here to go ahead and search 2, discard 1. And I definitely know we have a card in our hand that has probably served its purpose, being that Habakiri, if we have no way to tribute it off to get value with something like a ritual spell.
Taking on the discard.
Always worth considering, though. We do have the Marshmallow that we could use to bring back the Surprise and get essentially a free discard.
I like that they show both top 4s. I do too. I'm starting to get a little tired because it's after midnight for me as well, but it's a good thing.
You know they are several steps ahead.
Yeah, finger tapping is the #1 threat level move. Is like once that starts happening, you always got to be ready and paying attention.
You can hear it. If I do this and then I do that, that would mean I'd be able to get this. I mean, there's like a full dialogue Yami Yugi, Little Yugi style going on in this ad.
Looks like we're gonna be discarding a Ghost Bell from our hand.
I think so.
Yep, there it goes, the Ghost Bell. Notably really good in the Dracotail matchup as it interacts really well with almost all their cards, but we're choosing to value the cards we already have.
Low-key, Ghost Bell is hella overrated going first against Dracotail. When you go first against Dracotail, that card is not that good.
Yep, and we know 2 of them being Surprise and Habakiri.
You said thinking?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Okay, so play continues from here. Looks like we're going to perform a Synchro Summon. I imagine it's the Martial Metal Marcher.
No, it's going to be the Samsara Sarakat.
Go in the other direction.
This will be basically a 1-card access to Herald of the Arclight.
I cited it out a lot going first against Dracotail. Going second, it's good, but going first, it doesn't actually do anything until like turn 3, usually.
Taking just a moment to review the card and consider.
Yeah, it's a good board breaker against the deck, but it's not that great going first.
Never a dull moment here in Battle City.
Nicholas having a thought here about how he wants to interact with the board, but it's looking like it's going to rock here as we perform another Synchro Summon here, using the Synchro Tuner in Samsara Cat to go ahead and make Herald of the Arclight in attack mode in the extra monster zone. Want to free up some zones there as we go for a Link Summon here into the Gravity Controller, giving us yet another Link 1 and activating the effect of Herald of the Arclight to get some ritual spell action going. You stop me with Ash, but can you stop me with Herald of the Arclight? I don't think so. Beautiful to see how these 2 engines can bridge with each other and continuously access all their cards. We activate that Mitsurugi Ritual. That's why we didn't display the Habakiri, because we needed to perform this Ritual Summon from the deck to get Amino Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
The rain clouds are a storming in, and also going to go ahead and grab a Mitsurugi Ritual for your troubles.
Oh yes, that powerful card is going to be useful for just recycling over and over again all of your ritual monsters. And then we're going to use the Surprise here to bring back, I believe we're going to bring back Yummy Cupsy way here so we can have the potential float effect later. But it could be kind of anything. And now we have the Murakumo too, so if Nicholas does want to interact with it.
Sorry, my bad.
My bad. A little bit of a communication problem there. You know, Nicholas doesn't have any issues with John resolving his cards, and John is a very patient duelist waiting for his opponent to respond. Luckily, it's on time, though. No time burning here.
No worries. We do have the effect of Marshmallow bringing back that Surprise that we used to summon it back in the first place. We love to see that interaction time and time again here at YCS Pittsburgh. We could perform a Linkro summon, as my co-commentator likes to call it here.
Be careful, that may catch on.
Oh, I love it. I love everything about it.
That will not catch on,
Then
though.
we're going to get
No,
back
no
another
shot.
Yummy way here, it looks like. Going to be going for the Lollipo, using the Lollipo effect on summon. Going to go ahead and target the Marshmallow to bring back from the graveyard and the Lollipo to bring back from the graveyard.
So certainly a lot of monsters, some inherent protection there from the Amenemura Kumino Mitsurugi. Just a great Magic Drain-like effect. But we're going to go ahead and return some cards, bring back the Samsara.
Yep, and now we can use it again to go back into the arc that we just returned. But oh my gosh, Nibiru, the Primal Being, going to be used to tribute the entire board. But because we're tributing,
I think Sorrowcat is banished. Yep.
We are denying potentially the opportunity to go back into that Herald of Arclight that we just returned as John. So this could be a really heads-up play from Nicholas to force that out.
Defense here.
So we're going to summon it in defense. It's going to have a lot of attack and defense points here. It's going to be north of 6k attack, and I want to say north of maybe like 5k defense, maybe a bit more.
We'll see how long it stays on the field. Remember, we have seen plenty of Link Spiders here dedicated to dealing with this.
Yep. And then because the Murakumo was tributed, we're going to bring it back. But we have the Ghost Spell, but we have the Call by the Grave for the Ghost Spell to make sure the Murakumo does, in fact, come back from the graveyard.
Ooh, that was a quick Master Duel sequence right there.
When it comes back, it's going to Raigeki the field and get rid of that Nibiru the Primal Being. Oh my goodness. Nicholas with a handful of non-engine. Perfectly timing
bad
it
for
Nicholas.
Nicholas.
From John, but it wasn't enough.
Back-to-back interactions. Nicholas certainly trying to jump into the duel finally, but it wasn't enough. John is going to be able to get everything he needs here. Certainly lost some monsters, but now you can play without the Spectre of Nibiru coming down, and he does a little bit of mental calculations, so we'll see what cards he comes out with next.
Yeah, something we were talking about off-stream is kind of the natural tempo of a Yu-Gi-Oh game, and you have all these chain links kind of interrupting that tempo.
I love when you patiently hold something like Nib Bell until the almost very end of your opponent's combo, and then find out they had Called by the Grave.
You can't blink in the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game because you never know what will happen next.
It's great.
Next. Now place the deck down. Let's see what John decides to do. He's pushed through all the scariest things, but does
Called by should be at 3. Ah, yes. Premium Rage Bait.
Even though we were
because going first is not strong enough in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Like, I don't see a way for John to get back to Arclight or even bring back his Yummy Ways until the following turn when he can reuse things like Surprise and Mignon. So we could be in a rough spot if Nicholas has enough cards in hand to start actually playing the game. But unfortunately, 2 cards might not be enough.
Think we might be about to set 3 and pass?
Seems pretty good to me. I believe those are all known cards. One's the Mitsurugi Mirror. One is the trap card for Muraku. Great, what is it? It's Great Purification.
I know it's Rage Bait, then why am I still getting angry?
Normal Summon Malulu is a fantastic
Yeah, that's a good question. Because you never know for sure. There's always a small chance they're actually serious.
Are we going to activate the Purification here?
I think maybe. I mean, it is a normal summoned monster. It would slow your opponent down.
We're going to go ahead and tribute, and we're just going to instantly concede as Nicholas. We cannot play through all of that, and wow. The handful of non-engine unfortunately was not enough.
I know. I think I could have played around Nib a little better too, but getting the Mitsu stuff is just very strong there.
Talked about it earlier, you know, the best duelists are the ones who are hard on themselves after a win. They just hold themselves so accountable. Everybody else is like, yeah, John, you won. And John's like, nah, I could have done better. My bad.
But he is our Game 1 winner here, potentially going to be our second finalist in YCS Pittsburgh, unless Nicholas
make a crash out video on Callback and My Life is Yours.
Well, if people can,
this tournament does not warrant a crash out video, no.
Just the same, so
Anaheim deserved one, this one was a lot better. So like, we're probably gonna at some point discuss the things that they could still do to improve the game, probably on the next like ban list discussion or something like that, but no, it's not crash out material.
One duel at a time, just focus on the game in front of you.
Yeah, sometimes when you're a duelist, you need to have a gigantic memory of all these interactions and cards, but when it comes to the actual playing, be a goldfish. 5 seconds in the future, that's all that matters to you.
What's in front of me? My opponent. What's ahead of me? The finals. So we'll see what acts from the side deck. Now, there are some very obvious side deck choices that you can use from Dracotail because you do have some like interesting interactions. We don't know what's going to be coming out of the side deck here, but perhaps maybe there's just some extra stuff. It looks like we saw some Mulcharmies. Let's see if they're coming in or out there.
depending on if you're Nicholas and you're choosing to go first, it could be a smart thing to kind of take them out because they kind of serve their purpose when you're going first, and you can maybe decide into more impactful things against the matchups that you're most worried about, things like draw and lockbird and such.
Yeah, it looks like the stack directly in front of Nicholas is going to be the cards that are coming out, and the stack to his right might be the cards that are coming in. So he is making his decisions here of what he wants to swap out. It looks like some Mulcharmies may be going away there. He seems like he's a little hard on himself, a little bit of a grimace there, but he wants to make sure that all those years of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game were worth it. Now,
Are you going to make a deck tier list now that we're cruising for the next month, next 2 months roughly? I mean, I guess I could. I was more so planning on making it more like a discussion video rather than a tier list video, because I feel like
let's make sure Game 2 does that exactly.
The position of decks in the current format is somewhat clear, so I feel like maybe a discussion is more appropriate than a tier list. But I'll talk about it. Yeah.
This is why.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that's going to be watching out for in this matchup is the potential for things like Droll and Lockbird, and the potential to kind of like, how do I say this, like break the established board of Dracotail, which can be pretty difficult because it's mostly layered and has a ton of differing ways that it could interact, whether it's trap cards, fusion spells, fusion abilities, and of course the actual fusion monsters themselves.
It is kind of a neat inherent advantage of the Yummy deck that it's able to use Droll and Lockbird not only as something to stymie the opponent's effects, but also just use it as a normal summon, right? Because it is a level 1 monster with low attack, so you could bring that into Salamangreat Almirage and go ahead and combo from there into your full Yummies. But we shall see what ends up happening here.
You can tell, like you said earlier, that we have a bit of a grimace from both players, but that is not a grimace of sadness, that is not a grimace of loss, it is a grimace of seriousness. They are ready to duel, and they just want to get the darn thing done.
Neither of them have certainly the record, or at least the individual achievements that Aditya has. And if they want to
tier lists get more views, probably.
Here, they got to get through their
I don't know.
right across from them at the table.
I guess, yeah. They've been doing pretty well for me
Simply
usually.
A lot of
but
specters of Yu-Gi-Oh! Formats passed in the background, right? Blackluster Soldier on one side, Dark Arm Dragon. We saw Judgment Dragon just off to the side.
We'll see.
So many different monsters historically terrorizing different formats. Be interesting to see what we have the next time we update that banner, what monsters end up being printed there.
Ah, yes, the absolute scourge of the format. Cupsy Yummy, cower in him in fear.
Randomized and having everything clumped together. It's a nonsense at this point, especially because it's not time. You gotta just.
Well, for me, it's just like I feel like I'm choosing my fate. It's like, what if I shuffle a little bit better?
All of these players talking about the kind of nervousness you can have when shuffling. You know, when do you stop? It's like, well, I don't feel ready to stop yet. I can respect that.
Well, a random deck is a random deck, but it is true, you know, you only have yourself to blame, but then, of course, your opponent gets to cut too, so it is going to be what it's going to be.
Yep, there we have the Fist Weapon Destiny as our players get their opening.
All right, game 2. Dracotail gets to go first this time around. Didn't really draw. I mean, not a bad hand last time, but sometimes Ash Nib Bell is not enough to stop Mitsuyami. If they draw Habakiri Cupsy called by the grave is insane, by the way. I didn't really think about that, but that hand was Habakiri Cupsy called by. That is disgusting.
One of the semifinal 2, maybe not, but we're going to find out as we go into game 2 of the semifinals here at YCS Pittsburgh.
All right, good luck, man.
Good luck to both players here. I believe Nicholas will be starting us off.
Still, man.
We're going.
I feel like it's either that hand or it's Kusanagi pre-prep mirror.
Here. Maybe we can get Lucaeus
and there's no in between sometimes with that deck.
Summoning. The sky's the limit. The night sky full of the constellations. Okay.
That is true.
Okay.
That is true.
That's the last one I'll do of that today.
We promise, duelists. We're trying our best not to just be fans of this game, but we are fans of this game.
It's going to be the Lucaeus here, so we might go for a little bit of extra value here.
Oh god, the Lucaeus is back.
No Droll and Lockbirds to worry about.
I hope it's not going to add a Pharixel.
That'd be the only reason maybe to get Vimina early.
So it looks like Lucaeus is going to go ahead and get summoned out here. We will go ahead and add the Vimina from deck to hand. Every single interaction matters. So we're going to go and fuse immediately here. No response to the effects.
How about a fuse?
Looks like we're going to combine. He's got to be careful about this. I saw that he maybe didn't want to get rid of stuff, doing a little bit of hand math of his own.
Yeah, it's always interesting of like, what monsters do I want to have to transmute into this Vimina? That's really the thing you got to think about. It's okay, what monster am I okay to have in there and what monster am I not? We're going to go for the Fallen of Albaz and the Phyrexial, the Dracotail Phyrexial here to go ahead and get
Phyrexial.
That is 2 monsters from the hand.
Including a Dracotail.
Targeting Vimina and targeting Frixel.
Yep, so we're going to use the effect here of...
There's more syllables every time they access Frixel.
The effect Chain Link 2 be for Ruxel to go ahead and set the Rahu Dracotail. Those cards will be added back, and the Rahu will be set. We're now going to link off the Lucaeus into the Dragon Spirit of White, link it off with the Arthur Lion to go ahead and make Sacred Spheres of the Heavenly... No, Sacred Seals of the Heavenly Spheres.
Hieratic Seal of... Oh, no, now I've got me wrong.
Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres.
There we go. Certainly a tongue twister.
I got ahead of myself with the Sage and all the fun stuff.
Hey, give yourself a break. It's been
Sacred
a long day.
Seal of the Hieratic Heaven Seal Sphere. Sacred.
This is effectively round 16 of this tournament.
Oh my goodness.
And both these duelists doing great even after all that time. So we are going to see the fusion summon here of Gulamel. Let's go ahead and resolve the Urgala.
Yep, and the Fiendsmith that we fused off from hand too. So we're going to get both sets here of Dracotail Sting, and I'm assuming one of the other trap cards like Horn or Flame. It is going to be Horn.
I didn't see a Kokimeru Drago when he was going through the deck. Right there, so it might not be there.
And I think I saw the Flame already in Nicholas's hand, so we will have the full gamut of Dracotail interactions.
And he will be able to special summon a dragon there too, and there are plenty of great dragon monsters in the Dracotail deck, right? It's in the name. But he's going to go ahead and set an additional card there. Handful of monsters, maybe ready to pass.
I mean, this is where you want to be. If you're Nicholas, you have pretty much answer to anything John can throw at you. The only question is it enough to fight the constant extension of the Mitsu Yummy deck as John begins his turn?
See what he throws back at his opponent, starting with Habakiri Reveal.
It worked out so great for him last time. Why not do it again? The powerful once per duel effect to summon and tribute.
It's good.
All right, taxes are gonna be done.
Okay, looks like we're gonna go ahead and get the Saji from the sound of it. And then we're going to tribute it off to potentially get the ritual. Obviously, John does not know this, but we do have the flame set for Nicholas, so we can easily answer that. But there's
all right, we ashed the Saji a second time.
For John, but we saw that last time he could play around this just fine.
Definitely like the line of play here from Nicholas. Definitely keeping the opponent at bay by allowing him to resolve that once per duel effect, but then stopping the actual profit of getting the Saji to the graveyard.
I see some ritual monsters, multiple in John's hand. I see a Lollipo, some spell.
I believe I see a Mitsurugi Prayer at the front, taking a moment to read Gulamel.
Just making sure that if he chains to a Dracotail effect, would be able to actually block the Gulamel's effect. The answer is yes. So Nicholas would have to have an additional Dracotail effect trigger for you to be able to actually get that target destroyed.
Kind of reminds me of like shades of Labyrinth there. But it seems like John's ready for his next move, holding a card. He slaps down his field spell.
A Croaky, but this deck, the hands in this deck, man. It's just a whole bunch of everything, man.
Cards and maybe force out the interaction. If we can perform a synchro summon, we do have the Marshmallow being able to summon from the hand, because we control no monsters currently. It's looking like that's going to rock if you're Nicholas. Yep, we're going to go ahead and let the Marshmallow go.
No response yet. Nicholas just keeping all those pieces of interaction held close to the chest, waiting for John to do something that truly threatens him. Other than the Ash Blossom, hasn't done much.
I mean, I feel like you let the Marshmallow go, and if they make Snatchy, you go Horn the Snatchy and pop the Croaky.
It's fine.
Which is pretty good with the Gulamel, because then you prevent the Croaky from replacing the monster.
Looks like he's going to slap down something else. Very careful here. It's a spell.
Was that a pre-prep or a prayers? Prayers.
We do have the way to get the double effects by tributing the Habakiri from hand. We are going to go for that. Flame could be pretty huge here, depending on what you're guessing John's hand is.
This is dangerous for Nicholas. This is a really, really strong hand again. Habakiri Prayers Marshmallow so far.
Gonna heat things up. I think we're flipping over the Dracotail Flame.
Debating it. We are going to be activating it to go ahead and negate the prayers here.
We're going to go Flame and Sting.
Sting to go ahead and banish the Habakiri, so that way it's not in the graveyard as it's being tributed to resolve its effect.
Depriving his opponent both of the effects activating, and with that Dracotail effect with no response, that means Gulamel's effect is going to activate and get rid of the field spell. So everything to waste, right? Goodbye Ritual, goodbye Prayers, and goodbye field spell.
And 2 draws for Nicholas on a hand that already contains a known Fiendsmith. Whew, and we still have access to the Horn and the Spheres, plus whatever else Nicholas could draw here.
Nicholas fighting for Dracotail fans everywhere. So he draws a card. It looks like I think I saw a Droll and Lockbird add
gets banished.
We've got a new chain link, but it changed locations. We get a judge if you want.
Correct? Okay. Sorry, it hasn't come up yet. My bad.
Yeah, so exactly. So it needs to be tributed, but it needs to be in the location to which it triggers in order to actually resolve.
Yeah.
That is correct. The update back from 2020. A lot of weird permutations, so certainly no shade on either of these duelists, but the judges are up there to confirm. So we're going to go.
So weird. It hasn't
But Nicholas, being a veteran of the game, is very well known of how this is going to work.
It's weird that that hasn't come up yet. That feels relatively common with like Bystials and stuff.
TCG was invented.
Since Mitsurugi's come
I
out.
don't really want to say it, but dueling since before John was born.
That is technically true. Hey, but you know, you never have to worry about it because I think Adichie is just a great example of you can get into this game at any time and have incredible tournament results as long as you dedicate yourself to it.
It's just nice when you can have the benefit of all those years of practice as well.
That is true. It's in your DNA. But speaking of DNA, we're going to have Seals tribute itself. Going to bounce on Resolution. Yummy Snatchy back to the extra deck. Let's special summon a Dragon Monster from the deck with 0 attack and 0 defense.
Drago or Mululu? Mululu, okay, based.
Yeah,
no floodgate.
Attack reduction there. And that's it. Conceding the game. John deciding to go ahead. Applause
And
from the
cannot
crowd.
break the full. I mean, that was basically, I believe, the best end board that Dracotail can produce without Branded Fusion. Plus Ash on top of it. It was Sealed, Gulamel, all 3 trap cards, 5 mana in hand. Plus Ash.
So, I mean, you did a great job.
And then used the interruptions well, too.
Very humble, still smiling up there, but the truth of the matter is only one of these duelists will advance to the finals, so this is really important.
Which floodgate does Fear summon? We've seen Koakimiro Drago already in this tournament.
Habakiri, yeah, it does activate if it is banished, but only if that's the first place it goes to.
Which conveniently locks out lights and darks from Yami Mitsu, which is mainly lights and darks.
So somebody from North America is going to make
Awesome.
it, but just fascinating to watch this match play out. And then we're about to go to game 3 here, so every side deck moment matters. But John's going to get a chance to go first.
Oh, I see some purple cards.
To be in for his deck.
I saw some purple cards.
I've said it 1,000 times. Game 3 is the best kind of game you can have in Yu-Gi-Oh! Both players know what's up. Both players have achieved victory at least once, so they have the confidence they need to actually close it out and hopefully make no mistakes. And you get to see all the fun side deck inclusions that I think really drastically changes every
Purple
single
cards.
deck. It no longer becomes
What is
the
that?
question
Is
of
that
which one has
Featherstorm?
the higher ceiling or the lower floor. It becomes, did you, as a duelist, make the right
Was
call
that
to play
Featherstorm?
these cards in your deck?
Well, we'll see if it is going to be a luck-based duel or if it's going to be something where just the right card shows up at the right time because of the right choice. But either or, we are in for a good one. Because again, these are both duelists of incredible caliber. They fought all the way through 1,800 plus duelists to get this far.
Uh-oh.
Now, when we only have just a few left, right? We've only got 4 duelists left. 1,800 either watching at home, maybe just hanging out, maybe they're in the public events. Still have the Genesis events going on too. So much Yu-Gi-Oh! Action, but the only thing these 2 duelists are thinking about is, I want the trophy next to me.
Will it be John Wilkin or will it be Nicholas Colella? It'll be exciting to see here as our duelists finish up their siding for this untimed top 4 match at YCS Pittsburgh.
And so much more than just a trophy.
Do you guys think Black Goat is that good against Dracotail? I've been finding it lackluster in that matchup. Because, yeah, sure, you can call Arthalion, but they just make Gulamel instead, and they're usually okay. It doesn't seem that good to me.
Oh, yes, it is beautiful to see. It looks like our players are just finishing up and beginning the long shuffle process that we saw in Game 2 to make sure their decks are as randomized as they are comfortable having them, so they can go ahead and get ready to duel.
Sometimes you just gotta call it stop and be like, okay, I guess this is shuffled enough.
It's like, do I really have to duel now? Can I just be in the top 4 forever?
Well, it is on time, technically. Right? If you found a way to recycle things and just never slow played, never got any penalties, we could be here till next year.
That would be insane.
Can you imagine? I got the lungs to cast that. We'll just keep talking till next November.
Imagine John Wilkins celebrating his 21st and 22nd birthday here on the stage. That'd be beautiful to see.
Which is amazing when you consider how young he is and how many wins he's got under his belt.
I mean, it's like you said, when you go to the church or the school, I should say, of Dragon Duels, you come
technically,
out a winner.
So many
technically, I don't want to. He technically he doesn't have. Oh, wait, no. Okay, never mind.
I swear that I judged a finals with him, and he made, I believe that would have been 2016 in Pittsburgh as well.
Whoa.
Wow. So there's just something about this city and his birthday. Just Everything's coming up his way, but Nicholas is not going to go uncontested. So let's find out what happens here soon as the duels continue shuffling. They're almost about done.
It's definitely going to be exciting to see. We saw how powerful the Yummy cards bridging into the Mitsurugi cards were in Game 1. We saw the absolute power of the full combo Dracotail board and how it can fully put a stop to anything John's trying to do in Game 2. What will Game 3 have to offer us?
John making that final decision. He took a look at his side deck just once more off camera before he panned to him and decided, nope, this is what I'm going to do, put the side deck aside.
So if I get to top 4 with 6 samurais and just cycle Gates and Kizan, I can take a YCS hostage?
Well, you made your choice.
There is no timer, but also I feel like at this point you deserve it because you took 6 samurai to top 4 at a YCS, which I don't know if it's possible.
Let's see if we can't cap it off with also a trip to the finals.
But if you want the nerd answer, if you want the technical answer, at any point in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you're doing an infinite loop, the rule for it is that you just have to declare a number on how many times you want to do it, and then it's done.
It's come down to this. Game 3,
you just say like, I'm gonna do this 2 million times, and then it happens 2 million times, and then you have to keep going with something else.
Find out who gets out of this one with all their life points intact.
Is the nerd answer, because I know you're not serious, but that is what would happen.
Oh, no, draw phase here with the Mitsurugi prayers. It's good. Gonna go ahead and get the search. No tributing. Gonna grab the Habakiri.
Side blocker call every card in the game.
And once again, we're gonna see that potential.
For example, you could do that. For example, yeah, you would say like, oh, I'm gonna summon side blocker. If you have like an infinite loop that summons side blocker over and over, you could be like, I'm gonna do this.
But followed by the Ash Blossom and followed by the second Fua.
I'm gonna do this infinite times, and I'm gonna call every card in the game basically, and then you're done.
Here at YCS Pittsburgh, and we're seeing it once again.
Second Mulcharmy means you're going to be giving your opponent a lot of resources, and we've seen in earlier duels that the more cards you give your opponent, the
so we had prayers and a Yummy card, but we get Fuvad, and that is tough.
Yeah, it'll only be 1 draw per special summon from the extra deck.
And there's a bell in John's hand.
But that's still pretty strong because this Habakiri will trigger it.
Well, equally important though, draining the
this is not good for Mitsuyami, I think. I think it's a full engine hand, and we're under Fuva.
It's not a recurring Ash Blossom like it is in the hands of a Dracotail duelist.
Very heads up, Steven. It is one of the most powerful interactions for stopping your main deck's engine. Seeing it target down one of your non-engine cards is an absolute plus. Nothing on resolution here. I don't even think if Nicholas had a draw on Lockbird that he'd be priced into doing it because he gains so much by John continuing to play that it's probably not worth it for him to stop him from drawing cards.
The Mitsurugi stuff still works fine under Fuva. We can tribute Murakumo here, and then Murakumo can search Mirror.
No, it's gonna be just the Murakumo.
Sometimes 2 heads are better than 1.
And then we can tribute the Habakiri to summon the Murakumo from grave, which is all things considered pretty good, because that is 0 Fuva draws from here on.
Definitely a packed deck here, but we are going to grab the Mitsurugi Mirror there.
Yeah, that'll go ahead and allow us to bring back.
And at the moment, Nicholas is only on 4 cards in hand, so not that many yet.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Oh, we're thinking on res of the effect of Murakumo to add the mirror for Nicholas.
Maybe
there's no way. I think Nicholas has Droll in hand. You cannot Droll. If you Droll this, you just get Yummy comboed.
Sometimes you feel like you drew it up.
You cannot. You just have to. You just have to live with the fact that the Mitsurugi stuff is going to be good under Fuva here. Because if you Droll, you just open up all the Yummies. I mean, okay, fair enough. They can't search with Cupsies, but still, you don't want to deal with all that.
Just one more chance to win.
I don't think.
Duel, so he'll let his opponent just allow
Doesn't he have Bell? No, John has Bell.
It is worth noting here that John is.
Nicholas, I don't think does have. I mean, you would have belled the Mirror or the Murakumo.
To have these 2 archetypes bridged together, but I don't know if John's priced into going.
I'm pretty sure
right now because that Mulcharmy is still active.
Yeah,
because like.
A lot of advantage you're giving your opponent.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the awkward thing of siding Droll and Charmies together. I hate that too, but I guess some formats it's necessary.
That monster, you're kind of committing to summoning 2 or 3 more out of the extra deck.
So we're going to get the great purification here out of the deck.
Purification, but the thing is, the question is, are we done? Is that it? Are we just going to give no more Fuva draws and pass with Murakumo Trap? I guess it depends what other non-engine we have.
Let's see if he decides to set.
He has a Bell, which defensively sucks against Dracotail. It's going to be good on the follow-up turn if there is one.
decide to push.
The problem is that there's just like so much like powerful cards you can summon that is like, but if I just go full combo, I think it's enough to win no matter how many cards he draws.
Okay, we're committing. We're committing into Snatchy. Okay, getting a little risky with it.
Is that what I saw?
Yeah, that was definitely an effect veiler there from Nicholas. Could be useful here for maybe stopping some of the more impactful cards that John could establish here while also drawing him cards off the Fua. Could be nice to see.
He's got to make the guess. I think he is going to activate the effect veiler there, trying to stop the field spell from being placed. And but he's able to...
Double discard for negating Snatchy.
We're going to discard. I do see the Lockbird there, but it looks like he's going to discard a spell instead.
Going to get rid of the Ketu.
Okay, Ketu indicating we have multiple copies.
Spell card to activate because getting rid of that going second is really good.
So here's the gambit. Nicholas must think that there's no additional yummies,
so
we may not
somehow,
link monsters being
making a Snatchy under Fuva has left our opponent with less cards than before. Because they drew one, discarded two. That's crazy.
Do that already. But there we see the Croaky already in John's hand. But no, and we do have the Lollipop in the graveyard to get value out of it. But it looks like we're just going.
Why is Veiler in our deck versus Yamimitsu? That is a good question.
So let's go ahead and cut the deck.
That is an excellent question.
Yeah, this Croaky is going to be pretty interesting to see how Nicholas chooses to
But it stopped the second Yummy monster on the board, I guess.
And I believe I do see a second copy of Ketu, which
I think he drew Nib for turn.
If I've ever seen some.
He drew Nib for turn. His hand is Nib, Ketu, Droll.
Choose his cards just as wisely as John did. John very conservative.
And I don't know if there's another card even.
And that meant that Nicholas didn't get
Is it 3 or 4? I think it's 3 cards in hand. Nib, Ketu, no, Fimena. 4 cards. Nib, Droll, Fimena, Ketu. If the Ketu is negated, the turn is over. And the game is over. If you do negate this, there's no way you don't negate this. Come on, John.
You do have Great Purification to deal with this, but then you have 3 more cards in Nicholas's hand. And if you Great Purification, I don't know if you have a way to get this Murakumo off the board by tributing it.
You activate that trap, you win the game.
Action here if you have it.
This is the biggest decision of John's life, and he takes it,
GG.
tributing Habakiri.
It will be the tribute of the Habakiri.
The hand is Droll, Nib, Fimena. Yup, that's GG.
There it is!
Oh, Nicholas instantly disappointed. John celebrating immediately. He has made himself to the finals. He
Giga chair.
Cheers of the crowd. The camera can't even keep up with this kid. He is moving so fast as he paces up and down the stage and again offers another handshake.
Just so everyone knows, I believe Nicholas's hand was Fimena, Droll, and Nibiru. If that kid doesn't resolve, he has no way to play.
The finals is Aditya versus John Wilkin, two players who do not have a YCS win yet. Either of them probably equally deserving. And it is Dracotail versus Mitsuyami. The two big dogs of the format.
It doesn't matter. John is our top 4 victor. He is going to the finals to play against Aditya, and I'm sure he is super
Could have kept the Ketu. So here's the thing. Mitsurugi Great Purification does not negate activation. It negates effects. So keeping a second Ketu in hand does not change anything there. You still cannot activate another one. It's like Ash Blossom on Branded Fusion.
You may see him again.
Just by activating those 3 cards, he made that final game probably one of the toughest John has had to play in this entire tournament.
Oh, yeah. I mean, John really wasn't sure if he was going to activate that Mitsurugi Great Purification. He was holding on, and eventually just decided to let it go, let it flop on the table. Best decision.
Data, thank you for the 20 months. Mosif D, thank you for the 10 months. And Saber Master AJ, thank you for the first time Prime. I appreciate all of you.
Absolutely going to the finals.
Thank you for sticking with me all the way until the end. And thank you for supporting the stream during these watch parties. I appreciate that.
Underway in both those players' minds there. Amazing game to watch.
And still going, right? Because again, this is basically going to be
Is John Jesse's friend? I think so. Yeah, I think they're friends.
So much work, but it's all come down to this. Again, 2 duelists with incredible records. Somebody who hit new to the scene and just got all of these tops all at once, fighting against somebody who's basically been hand-raised by the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game and has been through all of the same experiences, but throughout the course of his life. So we'll have to find out who wins in our finals. The new kid or the
Tomorrow's stream on time?
Technically very young.
No.
He's an extremely seasoned duelist.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful to see John Wilkin versus Aditya. Cannot wait.
Yeah, sorry we're effervescing over here. We may love this game just a little bit.
I got a little stressed out there towards the end. I was feeling the pressure on both John and Nicholas that entire time, and just being next to it is stressful. I can only imagine what they're feeling right now.
Is Billy Josh's friend? Yeah, Billy's my favorite friend.
This has been such an exciting tournament. So many weird, wild things have happened. So many cool cards, so many interesting combos, and so many things to learn. Because again, there's going to be tournaments, heck, maybe even tomorrow, depending on your official tournament tour schedule. So I hope that you learn something from this, because man, just good dueling, good dueling.
All round. It's been an absolute pleasure to commentate this round, but let's go ahead, throw over to my pal Stephen Kangas at the stage to hear from our winner, John Wilkin.
Thank you very much. I have John. Congratulations on your feature match win. You're going to finals on your birthday. A big deal. How special does it feel? Because I know that you've been working towards getting back to a finals for quite a while.
Yeah, so the last year I got 3rd place in the remote duel YCS on my birthday, so a year ago today. You know, I was really hoping for that one. I was confident in my Fire King deck. Unfortunately, didn't pan out. Got 3rd, but you know, I'm back here again. Something about my birthday gives me a bit of aura, a bit of luck. So I'm hoping to take it down to the finals, man. It would mean a lot to win this, man.
So what I'm hearing is 2 years in a row, top 4 finishes at YCS is on your birthday?
Yeah, yeah, something like that.
That's crazy, first of all, the consistency of that. But also, I just want to talk to you about the last time you were in a finals, because it was a pretty famous moment. It was the Kashtira format, didn't go your way.
Yeah, he got zone locked.
Yeah, my good buddy Dom zone locked me for 9. I was playing with my best friends, Ryan and Charlie, and you know, Charlie won his in Providence. Ryan's the Master Duel champion. Now's my time.
Now's your time. What do we think, guys? Is it his time? All right, well, you're up against Aditya, very strong duelist. What do you think about your matchup into him?
Well, he beat me in Swiss, so that's not a good sign. However, Aura doesn't regard the past. It's the present, man. I'm going to win this.
Aura does not concern itself with Swiss. All right, John, I'm going to let you get prepared for the finals. Thank you so much. Let's send it back to the casters.
Just some incredible stuff, right?
Oh, and hearing that beautiful story from the team.
Aura does not care about the past.
With Ryan, you and Charlie Butch, you're right. He was raised with the best dragon duelists in the world, and now they're some of the best duelists in the world, period.
It's so funny. Every time I talk to somebody, because, you know, some duelists have been here. It's been 25 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Some of them have kids. I'm like, oh, so you got yourself a dragon duelist, right? The next generation GX is born, and you see, when you play this game as passionately as these kids do, and they're not kids anymore. That guy is 21. You really learn something. You learn tenacity. You learn experience. You learn a lot of stuff from Yu-Gi-Oh! Tell your parents. I mean, this is something you really need to get into.
Oh, it's beautiful to see, and I just
okay,
love
I will
the
tell
aura
my parents.
emanating from John. It's his birthday. It's the birthday aura, but he's got a lot. He's a high road ahead of himself. He wants to be a YCS champion.
Oh my goodness. Well, so many different events in his history. It's just wild to think how storied his career is, just being 21. But some of the best duelists in the world, they're not kids, but they certainly are some of the youngest duelists we have.
So before we throw it a break and bring you guys that ever-famous finals, I believe you and I need to sign off for the last time, because that was the last round we're going to be commentating, and boy, oh boy, was it a great one.
It was a really good one, man. What a great year we have had, and we'll see what happens next year, but just some really good dueling action. So I don't know about you, but I'm going to go ahead and sit down and watch the finals. But before we go, let's go ahead and hear from a recent YCS champion, Kamal Crooks Valdez.
See you, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Billy Break here at YCS Pittsburgh.
All right, quick toilet break before the finals. I'll be right back with you.
Our YCS Anaheim champion, Kamal Crooks Valdez. First of all, thanks for being here. It's good to see you. You know, normally the first question when I'm like talking to someone who just won a YCS is, how does it feel to, you know, be a YCS champion? But this isn't your first or second or third or fourth or fifth YCS victory. This was your 6th win, but does it feel any different from any of those previous ones?
Yeah, it still feels as good. Some might be better than the last, but all depends upon the scenario. But this one was very good.
Yeah, I know that you had like a lot of your friends there supporting you, cheering you on. Like, talking about that moment when like you won.
I really was like lost for words. I was just way too happy. Like, even when I look back at the clip, I just sprung out. Excitement. Maybe very good moment.
Yeah, it was epic for sure. And like even just being able to watch it like from the commentary side, I was so thrilled that you were able to win. But you were playing against another well-known player in the finals, Cam the Man Neal. You know him even better than a lot of players, right? Y'all won a Team YCS together this year, earlier in 2025, and now you faced a teammate in the finals. Were you nervous about that? Were you happy that either one of you are going to win? How did that make you feel?
I was happy regardless of whoever won. It felt great to always play against a friend in the finals. It's been a long time since that happened, since my first win. Yeah, that was great. It was very happy for the both of us.
Yeah, because either way, someone's going to win that you know, but obviously a little bit sweeter when you're the one that walks away with it.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so now moving on from YCS Anaheim, coming into YCS Pittsburgh, there was a Forbidden and Limited List update. I know some cards that you may have used at that YCS are now gone. They're on that Forbidden List.
Yeah,
I'm looking
he
at
took
you,
away my
Artifact.
deck. They took away the comp out of my deck.
So tell me about like the preparation that involved with that coming ready from this YCS now that you've had to shake things up a bit.
With the emergency list happening and everything, it did shake up a bit, but at the same time, I felt like they didn't hit the right card per se. So I definitely have like other cards to show the world for this weekend.
Okay, so you got a similar strategy, maybe with some new surprises, some new choices to bring out into the meta. All right, pretty cool stuff to see. But did you have like the same kind of preparation, or were you still kind of like reeling from that win? Like, did you play with the same people, that same friend group?
Yeah, I still play with the same friend group. I will always play with them. With my circle, I should say. Other than that, with the preparation, it was a bit like the same from the last one. I just have to see how like tournaments go on and how people want to change their deck with the new emergency list from regionals and stuff. So
you keep an eye like on how everything's evolving, what other people are doing. Do you think like keeping track of what's going to be played at each specific event like plays a big factor in the success at that YCS? Like, it's not so much about playing the strongest deck, but playing the deck that's strongest that weekend?
Yes, I think it is basically like a meta choice. Like, it's not always about playing like the #1 deck or like the most represented deck. It's
all right,
always
dude,
like you can
it's
play
1
the counter
a.m.
and you can do well with it.
We've got one more match to go.
You play into the matchups you need to.
Yeah, so you got to take a lot of things into consideration. Not just how well you can play, but what you're expecting to see. Is you definitely always seem one of those players who's always prepared. Like, I met you over a decade ago, I think. It's been such a long time. And when you were young, you're up and comer on the scene, you know, I was always like, wow, this guy, he's got the stuff, I think.
Congrats, Josh, for the 10-hour stream. Thank you.
But tell
Thank
me,
you.
what does it take to
I
be
worked
a
very
YCS
hard.
champion?
A lot of practice, a lot of knowledge upon the game, I would say.
What decks are in the final? It is branded Dracotail versus Mitsu.
Not always yourself.
That's big.
Which might sound like 4 decks, but it's 2.
And then so you're always being focused on like what other people are doing, how the meta is shaping up, stuff like that. Yeah, really important. But practice makes perfect, and that seems to be the case. Is there any last advice you want to give to anyone out there that maybe hasn't gone to a YCS or maybe hasn't even gone to a regional, that why they should get out there and jump into, you know, the Yu-Gi-Oh competitive scene?
I see a lot of like other players.
East Coast, yeah, East Coast YCSs are the best because the time zone difference is not that bad.
But that shouldn't really
The time zone difference for this one is 6 hours. It's manageable.
I would say just stay confident and just play every game by
West Coast YCSs with their 9-hour difference is crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of build it as.
I think Anaheim day one, I didn't watch the whole thing. I think I dipped at like 4 a.m. or something. But if I had watched the entire thing, it would have been like 7 in the morning for me.
What do you think your odds are of winning back-to-back? Winning Anaheim.
And then day 2, like the finals ended at like also 3 a.m. or something, or 4.
A lot, I should say, and just hope
it was
my
rough.
practice just turns as good results.
Hot water. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate
Worked out
that.
for you in Anaheim. We're gonna see how it works out here in Pittsburgh. Thanks for joining us. We have a lot
Have you
more
played the
awesome
ZA
action
online mode?
going
Yeah, I
on at
have.
YCS Pittsburgh, so stay
I've
tuned.
gotten the
A lot more
rewards.
duels to be had. Think again. Stay tuned for more duels.
And then there were two. Only two duelists remain here at YCS Pittsburgh. We started with over 1,800 players, and now the final two have made it, and they have been battling their way, hard-fought games, and now our two picks to win it, Mitsurugi Yumi, branded Dracotail, have made it here. For one final time, I'm Billy Brake. This is Asala Watatanjige. It has been an excellent weekend with some awesome duels, and now we get to cap it off and finally crown a new YCS champion. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket that we had to go through from top 8 to get here. Talk to me about it, Asala.
So Aditya has had to fight through Dalen as well as Mutassim to get to the finals here. John has had to beat Logan as well as Nicholas that we just saw.
That's right, and now they are here in the finals. Aditya versus John. It's going to be an incredible matchup.
All right, chat. Dracotail or Mitsuyami? Oh, come on, dude.
Out of Canada versus the United
Don't die on me right now, Stream. Jesus.
Only one Canadian player made it into top 8, and he is representing Canada, has all of Toronto on his back, and he has made it all the way to the finals up against former NAWCQ champion Aditya. But John Wilkin has been in the finals.
All right, guys,
before.
prediction
We
is
saw him
up
at the team at YCS
for the finals.
You remember that Kastira Shangri-La zone lock.
You have 2 minutes to gamble your points to your heart's content.
This weekend. That was actually John Wilkin on the receiving end of that, not being able to use any of his zones. So you know he's hungry for a YCS win. But on the other side, Aditya came up just short at the NAWCQ, came in second this year, won the whole thing the previous, almost went back.
Hey, yo, Sam Not Samuel. Thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
He has been all over the place. He's the top player from the world's
Enjoy your free subs, guys.
Did better at more regionals and YCSs than anyone else in the United States over the past 2 years, and now he finds himself in the finals up against John Wilkin.
This is a very storied final for sure. We've been following Aditya up until this point. We've seen him so
Who's
many
the
times
Yummy
throughout
player?
the tournament. We've sung missteps, but
John
he's always
Wilkin
catching
is
himself,
on
and he made it this far.
Mitsuyami.
He has been winning.
Aditya is
all
on branded
throughout
Dracotail.
the last couple of years. He won a regional last week before this event. Went first in Swiss. But John Wilkin, it's his birthday today, and he was the last surviving Canadian. He was also the last surviving Mitsurugi Yumi, so it's going to be a match for sure.
That's right. Happy birthday, John. But let's go ahead and meet our finalist here at YCS Pittsburgh. For one last time, Kangas, take it away.
YCS Pittsburgh, get ready to make some noise. 1,847 duelists, 15 rounds of Swiss, and an entire calendar year have led to this moment. It's the US versus Canada in the grand finals of the last YCS of 2025. Join me in welcoming, first up in the blue chair, from Plano, Texas, the two-time NAWCQ finalist, the two-time world's representative in his first ever YCS finals, Aditya Dara! And his opponent today in the red chair, from Toronto, Ontario, returning to the YCS stage finals once more, carrying that birthday aura, John Wilkin! Give it up one more time, YCS Pittsburgh, for your grand finalists! Let the games begin! Casters, take it away!
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. What an excellent intro for two storied duelists here facing off in the finals. That's right, Aditya from Plano, Texas. As like some friends of mine like to call it plain all Texas. But John, on very far away from Texas, it's from Canada, and he is going to have that entire country on his back cheering for him. And I'm cheering for John. I mean, I would love to see Aditya win too, but I gotta go with my pick to win it before the tournament, the Mitsurugi Yumi strategy. So I'm gonna be cheering for John Wilkin. I know you're gonna want to win too, but you gotta cheer for Aditya, because otherwise you're going to let me win. You never want to let me win.
I would never let you win.
Yeah, never. But here we are in the finals. As Kangas said, two excellent duelists going at it. It's going to be an incredible matchup. I can't wait to see which one of these two duelists is going to walk away with that trophy that is just mere inches away from both of these players.
They absolutely both deserve it. It would not be a shock if either of these players were taken away. But as you mentioned, I would have to vote for my Dr. Raku here. And that's going to be Aditya.
Yes, and he has been excellent. I mean, We've seen him, you know, we talk about him having that slight
I
misstep,
think,
but he
luckily,
loves that he can
for
learn from it.
Aditya,
It's
there's
all about
no
embracing
unknown
making
cards
mistakes.
in John's deck. It's basically the meta deck, right? So Aditya is gonna know all the cards. I feel like that alone is already that's already a pretty big deal for Aditya. It's a pretty big positive.
Your repertoire, your arsenal of things to learn from, and now he's finding himself in the finals.
Cartesia's belly button. Thank you for the 5 gifties.
I think he's going to be familiar with every single card in John's strategy up to this point, so there are no missteps there. I talked to him about that a little bit earlier. This is something that he needs to lock in for. I think he is as ready as he's ever been.
What's wrong with the stream, man? Why is it lagging now?
With that birthday energy, just, you know, a young, that birthday energy, just, you know, a young 21 years old, already has done so much in this game. He started as a Dragon Duelist, a young 12-year-old out there trying to make his way, and now 9 years later, he's here in the finals of
all the aura.
YCS. This is just the beginning of his dueling career. He's going to accomplish so many great things.
Do you think that's a problem on my end? Because like the audio is fine.
Already accomplished so much, but still hungry. He hasn't stopped. He's still going to event after event. He's already off to a great start for this season. And John Wilkins, also another player who has been in that tournament himself.
Almost every single year, I think, at this point.
Yep. So both of these duels play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! And if you're at home always wondering
now
how
it
to
seems
get better
better.
at Yu-Gi-Oh!, the best way is to play. You got to practice.
Maybe it was on my end.
Perfect.
Yeah, you gotta go to your local OTS stores. If you have a regional nearby, I recommend playing, even if you don't feel necessarily prepared. Just experiencing it once can do a lot for you.
Definitely. Now let's go ahead and just talk about this matchup. A lot of times when I have like two decks facing each other, I have one that I know I think is the better one, the one that's kind of favored in the matchup. But throughout all the history, I don't know if there have ever been more even decks that could be facing against each other. Both of them have their positives and advantages. Nothing too really strong. I think I just have to give a slight edge to the Mitsurugi Yummy strategy just because of Herald of the Arclight.
I do have to agree with you there. I think the power level of the Mitsurugi Yummy deck is slightly higher, and I think Herald is one of those cards where if Dracotail does not have an answer for, they can run away with it very quickly. But Dracotail has a lot of powerful tools that it has available, and it has such high roll potential with Fiendsmith that it really just comes down to the hands that you draw.
It's a very fitting final for this YCS. You know, two good players, both looking for their first YCS win, and basically the two decks of the format at the moment battling it out in the finals. It's a very fitting final. I like it.
Interactions from the hand have really been paying off for Aditya. Sometimes we saw him have too many interactions from the hand where he wasn't able to get to those starters, but especially in his deck like Dracotail, where you're able to use those monster effects from the hand that go to the graveyard. You make an Arthur Lion, they return it back to your hand to be reused. It's going to be incredible. I can't wait to see which one of these duelists is going to become a YCS champion. Either way, I'm going to be absolutely proud of either of them.
Both these players deserve to have this title here. Aditya already has a title with that WCQ win, but John, he is looking for his first here.
And there it is, the trophy. This is it. It's our final match of the tournament. This is game one of the grand finals of YCS Pittsburgh. It's time to duel.
All right, high roll.
Oh no!
A 3.
Oh no!
Snake eyes, snake eyes.
Do we get the snake eyes? No, not very far.
He rolled a 21 on his 21st birthday, by the way.
To start this match off, a fist bump from both players. Let's go.
Now I do think the edge automatically goes to Aditya now because he does get to start the game. There is no Herald of the Arclight to stymie his plays.
Indeed, going first is a great way to start, and Lucius will be the first card played here in the finals. Dracotail Lucius will allow Aditya to add a Dracotail from the deck to the hand.
There is Dracotail Fiendsmith. This is almost always the add off Lucius. If it's not the add, then that means it's already in the hand.
I will activate the effect.
Certainly the case, and Fiendsmith will be activated. No response.
No
here from
Fuba
John.
either.
Just free to continue his plays so far. Let's see what he decides to fuse.
Do we have another Dracotail name in hand?
Okay, I was wondering if you had
Nibiru and Pan. Okay, that's good.
To pair with the Fiendsmith here.
I'll go Chainlink 1 Arthalion, targeting Pan and Fiendsmith. Chainlink 2 Pan.
No response.
Okay.
Interesting. He's sacrificing the nib, showing it in the graveyard, opting not to add it back to the hand. Given you can always add it back to the hand with the following Arthalion on John's turn, or it might be an indicator that he has another copy of it in his hand already.
Could be the case. It looks with the pan effect he's going to
Okay,
set
we
Rahu
don't fuse with the
Dracotail,
Lucius from the board because we want to make
and
seals.
the Fiendsmith with that Arthalion.
Now this is
anything on resolution?
No, you're good.
This is where we're going to be link summoning with the Lucius for that Sage with Eyes of Blue, or Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Spirit.
Pretty close. Sage with Eyes of Blue, also incredible card. Spirit with Eyes of Blue is a dragon, which is the only thing he needs to be able to link summon that.
No
red
Ash
seal of the
either,
Heavenly
dude.
Spheres. Next up, Rahu Dracotail will be activated.
Let me guess. Instead of Habakiri, Kapsi, Ash or something, we've drawn Yummy Field Spell, Yummy Surprise, Kusanagi, Pre-Prep Mirror or some shit.
Able to use their effects to set more, and then the Urgula will be able to add back the Fimena.
Here comes Dracotail Gulamel.
Fimena channeling 2 Urgula.
That's fine.
All right, no responses at all from John, which is pretty typical for the Mitsurugi Yumi deck. If it's not going to be Full Wallace, it's probably not going to be anything, and then you'll have spells to deal with the board after the fact.
You know, it's like, you're good.
A common question. I definitely asked how many cards my opponent's hand on the first turn. 5 cards is usually answer if they haven't done anything just yet. But Dracotail Flame, Dracotail Sting are going to be set from the deck thanks to the effects of both of those Dracotail monsters that were used as a fusion material.
The Urgula will go to the bottom of the deck to add the Fimena back to the hand. And we'll see if he has access to the 3rd trap card here.
And I will proceed to the end of my main.
Looks like he's just going to the end phase, and now
All right. I mean, solid combo, but not unbeatable. With a good engine hand, it really depends on did we draw the good part of our engine or did we draw the engine requirements.
How's he going to start his finals off? What will be the first card he activates? Looks like he's contemplating his first move. Might be something like...
Oh, Fuba per turn.
Not the worst.
It's not that bad, actually. It's not bad. It's not a bad draw, but it would have been a lot better last turn.
Also, attempt to summon from the extra deck. So, at least
But like,
one draw.
almost some Saji. Okay.
But still being able to use it as a 6 card in a normal summon of Saji.
Yeah, this is not a strong hand from John here.
But it does resolve, so that's kind of step 1 for him.
So Fuvalos here is fine. It potentially draws a card of Fimena, and it potentially draws a card off of Seals. And if the Seals wants to go into Mululu or Albaz, that's another draw too.
Yeah.
So
there's no guarantee currently that the ritual is even activatable.
Maybe he could just, still grab Mitsurugi Prayers or something like that. There's a lot of other options as well. So, yeah, it is going to be Prayers, so that kind of signals John doesn't have any other Mitsurugi cards in his hand.
Resolution.
Or maybe he already has the ritual spell in hand.
Could be the case, could be the case. Lots of things you have to infer based upon your opponent's movements and actions.
Aditya does have a Dracotail Flame sitting in his spell and trap zone.
And he's going to send...
all right, that is going to make an Almirage.
Almirage. The big part about this card is that it is a Link 1 monster, so it will allow...
And
John
I
to
don't
start
think
special summoning
Aditya
dummy
went for
monsters from
Dracotail Horn, right? I think the priority goes Flame, then Sting, then Horn in this matchup. So the Almirage, if you want to bounce it,
or are you going to use a seal?
you have to Seals it. And that's going to give a Fuva draw. Yeah, we're going to give that Fuva draw.
He'll give you a draw. He's going to use the effect. Does John have Called by the Grave? Does he let it resolve here? Looks like he's thinking, which makes me think he has Called by the Grave. This is an important moment in his dueling career.
Called by is not ideal here because you would be giving up that draw.
Back to the extra deck. You mentioned that effect is mandatory. Has to summon from the deck since it was tributed.
This will likely grab a copy of Malulu, giving multiple ways to fusion summon on John's turn. Because if there is a threat of Called by the Grave,
draw a card off of Fuva.
Another card drawn for John here could potentially make his weak hand somewhat stronger.
Yeah, it really could change everything. We've seen that time and time again this tournament where that one Fualos draw made the difference maker in who was going to win the game. Next up, Mitsurugi Prayers can be activated.
Prayers tribute Habakiri.
I have to imagine that was the card draw. Oh, I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be because Saji was also in the hand.
True.
Drawing Habakiri with Saji together is pretty awful.
Yummy deck together, you're not playing those other Mitsurugi monsters you can summon out of Habakiri. Sometimes it's just Saji. There's usually no Kusanagi or Aramasa.
Yeah, very rare that you see Aramasa in the deck.
I'll
but
chain
it looks like
Dracotail Sting.
we're going to be using Sting to try to make sure the Habakiri doesn't get any value here.
No response.
Oh, and there's no response to the Sting. Trying to preserve any interruption for the Flame, maybe.
Not gonna use the Flame on the prayers, so we're gonna allow the search and the resummon.
This is also going to give Aditya a draw. See if he can find some tools from his deck that he can use from the hand here.
We know Aditya does play a lot of them. Can be very crucial against a weak hand like John's. Now John does get to add and special summon here, so he gets to summon back to Saji. Unfortunately, this is pretty indicative that he doesn't have anything else in the extra deck, or sorry, in the main deck to summon from this, like no Kusanagi to grab back the prayers. The Saji's already used its effect, and now we have Murakumo in the hand. So we can find out if he already had Ritual in hand as well.
I'm feeling like that's what he's holding there. Oh, no, but it's a yummy surprise.
To summon from hand? Oh, that feels terrible.
Surprise to summon.
That's something I haven't even seen happen this entire weekend, but he is going to summon a Lollipo.
I have an Arthalion in there.
Yeah, I'll hit the Arthalion.
Okay, thinking on res.
Lollipo able to use its effect.
Okay, Lollipo hits the field off of Surprise. That's probably the worst one we could have summoned. Marshmallow and Cupsy would have been a lot better, but it is just a Lollipo.
Going after that.
I think Aditya wants to activate a Dracotail effect here just so he can use Gulamel. Yeah, he's going to activate the Malulu, which is going to give
Activate Malulu is going to give another draw.
The effect of Gulamel to go after the Lollipo.
Yeah, seeing that
Does not chain Gulamel. He's gonna go for Pan instead to pop. Makes sense.
To appear desperate.
Draw a card off of that Fuva again.
Get John another card.
Looks like we're not opting to use Gulamel yet because we do have Pan. Pan will be able to get rid of the Lollipo.
Chain link to...
He obviously does have another nib in hand. Yes, obviously he does.
That's fine.
All the effects are good to resolve. He's using that Malulu effect there. Last, so he's going to be able to set a few Dracotail spells and traps, along with the Pan going to take out probably that Lollipo, as you said.
Now, I didn't see... Okay, Arthalion targeted Lucas. Again, not going for that Nibiru, the Primal Being. I have
that Rahu is
another
set.
copy in his hand.
I would assume so. At
that Rahu should be set, not in the grave.
I think he's going to need, but...
It's pretty good in this matchup.
It's nice that you just feel a lot safer when you have a Nibiru in your hand.
All right, John is going to
concede
here.
It was Mirror, Yummy Field Spell, Mitsu Trap. Oh, man.
Every bad card.
Mitsurugi Mirror. He was drawing a bunch of cards off the floor.
Goofy ass deck, man.
Cards you don't want to see. This is not the time you want to get unlucky. I mean, it's the time Aditya wants John to get unlucky.
The birthday luck is running out right now.
It is. Is this birthday almost over? Is it midnight? Is his deck going to turn back into a pumpkin? I hope not. Oh, man. Aditya now just one win away from becoming a YCS champion and joining a very elite class of players who can say they won an NAWCQ and a YCS.
You either open unbeatable or unplayable. Yeah, that's kind of Mitsuyami's thing, yeah.
Decks. This is where John
kind of does that.
Be able to shine a little bit. If there's a deck that has a lot of cards when they're going first that are going to be useful against a lot of strategies, it's going to be that Mitsurugi Yummy deck. What it really comes down to, will Aditya be able to draw into those Bystials? Will he have some Mulcharmies to slow John down? Will he draw into that Dracotail Fiendsmith to be able to play on John's turn? These are all the questions that Aditya needs to answer if he wants to win this game number 2.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the Mulcharmies are going to be his best tools going second into John's deck. I think we saw his strategy being really strong against Lunalight because he plays those other points of interaction that are more single spot removal. But those are typically going to be bad against this matchup exactly, the Mitsurugi Yummy deck. You want to have those power spells to deal with a lot more things at once.
True.
But he's opting out of those, but in favor of having more Mulcharmies.
Yeah, more Mulcharmies, and I like that the Mulcharmies he could draw into those Bystials too. I think the Bystials line up pretty well into both Mitsurugi and Yummy. I mean, they're not going to completely slow down their plays, but maybe it can throw just enough of a wrench in on their way to where it could, I mean, yeah, slow them down. It won't stop them completely, but if you have something like a Fuwalos and then you're summoning the Bystials while you're also drawing cards from your deck, that can be quite problematic.
Yeah, they need to be paired and timed well, but that's something that Dracotail specifically can do very, at least potentially.
Yeah, there's a lot of pairs of cards you can draw in combination here going second that will be fantastic. But now this is where John's going to be able to take out those cards for going second and just have some going first cards that he's going to put in from his side deck. Going to be putting in those key cards that are really useful against the Dracotail strategy.
Looking at John's side deck here, he actually has quite a lot for this matchup. He was for sure prepared. And
Still thinking about the guy in Lederhosen that yelled "fuck it" during trivia. Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was definitely a top 8. There was 4 Mitsu Yummy and 3 branded Dracotail, but then once we made it to top 4, all 3 of those branded Dracotails advanced, only the one Mitsurugi Yummy. But I'm still pulling for John. It was my deck pick to win it this weekend, so let's go John Wilkin. And, you know, but if Aditya wins, you know, I just can't be too upset because he has just had such an incredible dueling career so far, and he just keeps adding on to it. He's saying this isn't a fluke. I didn't just win by chance. I didn't get second by chance. I didn't make top 4 by chance. I didn't make top 4 again by chance. I didn't win this regional by chance. I belong here in the YCS finals. I want to be a YCS champion. That's what I can imagine is going through Aditya's mind right now.
And we talk about all those accolades. It's only been 3 years. That's within a 3-year span.
It's incredible. I know I've gone to LA Regionals, and he's just kind of been there just trying to get those points to get to the World's qualifying point playoff. But John is just an incredible duelist. As I mentioned, he has been around for a long time. He has also been playing in those World's qualifying points playoffs, so he has been a top 16 player of the year for the past few years as well. 2 excellent duelists going at it in the finals. I couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, 2 very decorated duelists, both very deserving of the win. It's just going to be a matter of who can outperform the other here.
Yes, and I mean, John just has to draw a little bit better than he did in game number 1. That's not asking for much.
I don't think you can draw worse. So
yeah.
Oh, you can draw worse in that deck. Oh, I've seen things.
Already in his hand.
All things considered, that hand wasn't even that bad.
Now Aditya is locked in. He is focused.
It was definitely below average, but
win away from becoming a YCS champion. But you see, all right, a good luck, and now we're ready to duel. The players are drawing their opening hands for game number 2. That trophy just feet away from them. They'll be able to pick it up and hoist it in the air when they become a champion. Will it be a DT after this game, or will John push things to a game number 3?
John just has to believe in the heart of the cards in this one. The luck is in his favor. He has many powerful starters here. Going into game number 2, all he has to do is rely
how many Fuvas is Aditya gonna draw this time? He's never not drawn it, I think.
All right,
and usually it's been 2.
Play out another fist bump from these players. Both respect each other, probably a tremendous amount. All right, starting with a Lollipo and a Mulcharmy.
Bro, every time, man.
And it looks like it's going to resolve. So that's step 1 for Aditya. Yummy Snatch is going to be summoned, so be able to draw cards. It's a monster special summon from the extra deck. John's going to try to use the effect. Looks like it resolves also, and he'll be placing that Yummy field spell. Yummy Amusement Mignon, I'd imagine.
It's going to be a question of how much John wants to commit from this point. He didn't have an answer to the Fualos, and if he commits any more, it's a very high chance knowing Aditya's side deck. And I imagine John at this point also is very aware of
I'm pretty sure the Lollipo is also a one-of in the deck.
Second Mulcharmy.
I feel like John's been drawing the Lollipo
here to cut off
like it's his job.
He wants to do the least amount possible, just bringing back a Yummy and leaving like Snatchy, being able to synchro into something like Cookie Yummy Way during Aditya's turn would be helpful, but it's really tough because putting monsters face
Actually,
down,
is it a 2-of? Is there a second one in hand?
Yeah, all the actual Yummy interactions.
Did you draw both Lollipos? Why am I tripping? It looked like another Lollipo in hand there.
Put Herald on the field.
That is probably what John is contemplating right now. All right. Does he have a Bystial? Will he use one? It does. It's Bystial Soranir going after that Lollipo. I told you, I really like that he has such a high Bystial count in his deck. It's just kind of been something that he's done in the past. The NAWCQ he won, I'm pretty sure, also had a ton of Bystials.
Playing with the new hand traps for a while now, do you think the inclusion of Fuva and Friends was a good design choice?
There is a monster on his field. No
yes,
more additional Mulcharmy,
I think so.
But we're going to have to commit more. That's another normal or special
so
summon
he
of
drew
Lollipop
2 Lollipos?
That's unlikely. I mean, not. at least it's not the worst start. You get one of them, you're pretty happy about it. Again, they're both very functional in this position. We haven't checked to see if he has any.
All right, second Filippo.
Hand yet.
Yeah, he could still get the Mitsurugi engine online without having to give Aditya any more draws.
Although if he did have access to Ritual as well as something like Murakumo in his hand, he would have.
There's once again a Bell in hand going first against Dracotail. Do you have nothing to side in? Like I don't understand. Why are we siding a card that starts functioning on turn 3 in this matchup? Or like why are we keeping it in
We've seen
rather?
this situation several times throughout this tournament. Mulcharmy Flawless from Aditya and the opponent having to take the risk.
Cupsy Yummy Way will be synchro summoned. On summon, you can use the effect to try and add 2 Yummy cards from the deck to the hand, and then send a card to the graveyard. Will Aditya allow this? Does he have anything?
Cross out target? Ah, no shot,
Ash
dude.
Blossom here. Anything else is not really worth using.
Cards in hand? 3 in hand.
He's thinking. I mean, if you have the Ash Blossom, I think you for sure use it. So I don't think he has it. And now this is going to allow John to get a couple more Yummies. You can see him moving the Cupsy to the front, and it looks like a Marshmallow. Yep.
Those are the classic two. If you don't already have access to them, you keep the Cupsy and then probably going to discard the Marshmallow unless there's a better discard in your hand already. Considering his options a bit here, he wants to map out his plays. It's
There's a Droll and Lockbird in John's hand too.
You can't afford to make any mistakes at this point.
Yeah, this has not been an easy finals for John by any means. He does have a Droll and Lockbird in his hand,
which is not very good in this matchup. I imagine that's there for a crossout.
That might be a crossout target. Yeah, that actually might be a crossout target.
which is what he looked like he's thinking about doing at the resolution of drawing.
I think he still needs to discard. I think he's trying to discard the Droll.
He could discard the Droll. You're right. You're right.
I don't think that's there because he wants it to be there.
I mean, yeah, it isn't super great against Dracotail, depending on.
I mean, at this point though, maybe you just keep it. I don't know.
This is a tough discard.
You're fine. Take your time.
Yeah, John's really taking his.
He's in a tough spot.
But the finals is on time for a reason. You don't need to take too long. But Aditya respects that this is an important decision.
Yeah, this is the tournament right here.
How many do you have in hand right now?
I believe 5.
5, okay.
Oh, that feels bad.
It feels real bad. I mean, the Flawless feels bad. Drawing double Lollipop.
This is giving me 2-0 vibes, unless Aditya's hand is pretty below average. So far, it's just basically we're playing. We've drawn one Mitsurugi ritual spell, which is completely dead at the moment because we cannot possibly bridge.
Looks like they might be giving him a slow play warning potentially because it did take a while, but
it is my first, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. I would definitely take that here in this untimed matchup because
Cupsy.
Just gonna special summon the Cupsy from the hand, trying to add a Yummy card. Aditya might have a response.
If he might have been holding the Ash for the Cupsy here just to make sure that he doesn't get access to.
Should have self-drolled.
Be letting it resolve.
Self-droll and then what? Because the deck doesn't function then.
This is a tough spot for John Wilkin. He never has an easy finals, it seems. I mean, he's also always playing against just incredible opponents.
That's fine.
All right, Marshmallow Yummy's going to special summon from.
I think we have to give one more. I think we have to give one more to make Snatchy.
Have an answer to the Serenity already on the field to attack it.
Actually, no. I liked Surprise to revive Snatchy, then special Marshmallow add back Surprise. I think that was good.
How strong the Mulcharmies are into this deck.
And then pass.
We talked about it. He needed the pair. He needed the Fualos with the Bystial, and that is a recipe for success.
This is a tough spot. My bad, buddy.
It is. This is a really tough spot. I don't blame John at all here in the situation we're having to think.
It looks like we will be not really sure what it looks like at this point.
I know.
Aditya just has to be so happy with his position.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really ask for anything better.
Yeah, he's like, take your time, take your time.
Oh god, I think the moment you commit into more than... Oh god, no.
Give me some more cards? I'll take some more cards. He's probably just hoping to draw into...
Oh, it's rough. And the problem is he's got to make a move now. It's starting to get too slow.
On the field using the Marshmallow and the
But...
anyway.
Oh, dude, we're going Sorrow Cat.
Another card for Aditya, though. At this point, maybe he can somehow keep less cards on his field and maybe get some shuffle back from the field.
Oh, what does that mean, dude? How much more are we going to do?
Field +6.
I mean, it comes down to, does Aditya even have 5 mana yet? It's very likely that he's seen the 5 mana by now.
I mean, yeah, that would be disastrous for John.
Oh, it looks like Aditya's going to allow him to make the Herald the Arclight here. That's
Draws
one more draw.
Another card. So that's 2 more, so he's at 7.
No, no, it's not. He discarded it for the Cupsy.
For Cupsy.
Yeah, the draw was not activated. It was discarding for the resolution of Cupsy's Yumsy Way effect.
He's going to use the Yummy Surprise right here.
Thinking.
To put the Marshmallow on the field, he does have to do this to protect the Arclight from battle with the effect of Cookie Yummy Way.
And he has another Bystial. That's right, it's Bystial Druid Worm.
Marshmallow.
Going after the Marshmallow Yummy.
I mean, this isn't as impactful as you might think because Surprise does not target, so he can bring back something else.
But he loses the Surprise. But it looks like he's going to negate it with Herald Arclight, and this will also allow John to access the Mitsurugi portion of his deck, potentially.
That could be huge here. So Surprise is going to resolve, summon the Marshmallow in a new chain.
In a new chain.
Chain Link 1 Herald.
All right,
I just wanted to say it too. Everyone else was doing it.
In a new chain. Herald of Arclight will be Chain Link 1 protected.
How many cards for Aditya? 6 still?
Surprise back to hand. And now we'll see how much he wants to commit here. Because now that the Herald's off the field, Aditya doesn't really care what John does with the rest of his cards.
Off the field for now.
You know how many draws he's going to have to give him? One more, actually. It's not that much.
Not that more. The Samsara Sorrow Cat can put that Herald of Arclight right back to where it came from.
Hand.
All right, Mitsurugi Ritual to try and summon from hand.
That's fine.
It resolves. Play continues. Murakumo is being summoned from the hand.
All right, this is really strong here, having a way to put Murakumo on the field without having to use another monster from the deck.
Tribute to the Habakiri. So Habakiri will allow John to add.
What are your chain links?
Oh, sorry. Haba, Chain Link 1, Chain Murakumo.
To add, and the Murakumo will try and destroy the Sorinir.
That's fine.
Sorinir could potentially put the Magnuma in the graveyard to re-access with Arthalion later. But maybe Aditya wants to draw it at this point.
I love doing that in Maliss with the Battle Queue. Using like a Sorinir to send the Magnum, bring it back to the Battle Queue. Always a lot of fun.
Yeah. It's a lot less steps in this deck.
True, true.
We get access to Mitsurugi Mirror here.
Send Bystial Baldrick.
Okay, sends a Baldrick to the graveyard.
Dude, we're on all the Bystials. Jesus.
Or he has Magnuma in his hand. Potentially.
Sure, and then he just gets to add it anyway? I mean...
Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, interesting that he chose to send the Baldrick.
Yeah.
This is mine.
That's yours.
All right, so a Murakumo, a Marshmallow Yummy on the field. Did he add that with the Habakiri?
He did.
Okay, I was like, there's no way he drew it again, right? So Mitsurugi Mirror is going to try and summon...
Oh, the board has been cleared. He drew another Mulcharmy.
The Murakumo backfiring.
Oh, God.
Mulcharmies when he goes second.
Is that... Shoot.
You don't have to do anything.
Oh, he might be getting another slow play warning here.
He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, no, I think he's fine. What was he? He was thinking if he wanted to use the Murakumo, right?
Yeah, in response to the Mells.
If that's how it ends, that's how it ends.
Well, it looks like they're going to discuss if he was playing just a little too slow. I don't...
Aditya wants him to continue playing.
Yeah, so we're just going to pause and have the judges talk about it. The head judge is right there on the stage, so they'll be able to decide. They could give him a slow play warning.
No one wants that, dude. No one wants that. Not even Aditya wants that.
Still play at a proper pace, but if there's ever been like a more difficult like situation, like this is it.
Come on, man.
Under immense pressure there.
It's a really tough turn, and they don't have a timer.
Matchup standpoint, but just his hands. He's playing.
It's not even. It wasn't even that slow considering how bad of a spot he's in.
Still, there's so much that he has to deal with. You don't have to escalate the slow play warning.
They're not going to escalate it. They're jumping back in. If we can jump back into the game right now, they're continuing play. The Habakiri's on the field. The Murakumo's been traded, so let's like jump back into the game. Here we go. The duel continues. Luckily, we didn't get upgraded. It is a complicated game state, and Ash Blossom is coming down to keep that Murakumo in the graveyard. If things were already not going
All right,
well
so
for
Mirror,
Aditya,
Meow's
they have
resolved.
gone amazing.
Habakiri returned. We drew a card for the Charmy. And then Murakumo engrave was Ash. All right.
But this is a big situation. Will Aditya do something now?
Sorrow Cat draw for Meows. Oh my god, man.
Reducing his hand size so he won't have to put anything back. John sets a card face down and ends his turn.
It'll likely be that copy of Yummy Surprise.
Okay, no 5 mana
He
yet.
has less than 10 cards in his hand, so he doesn't have to put anything back. Draws for the turn.
I'm surprised there's no copy of Femena, no copy of Nibiru the Primal Being. Okay, but we are going to start with Ketu.
Two.
Synchro.
Change the Simsaro Cat to Synchro Summon.
Can I read?
Oh,
no!
no.
You hear the crowd of the side. Aditya kind of has this thing where he uses a card and then wants to read the card after he uses it. I don't think this one's going to be as punishing.
I mean, Ketu doesn't have to Synchro Summon right now, or not Fusion Summon, but the materials would be banished if he did.
It's just a little funny. Just a little funny.
Thinking on my ad.
Can I read that?
Dude, it's always he always asks to read it when it's too late. It's crazy.
Right now. That's too funny.
May I read?
Oh, okay. So the cat is gonna add. Looks like a Lucius, right?
Any priority with prefects?
No.
Oh god.
After resolution, John wants to flip up that surprise to put one of those Yummy monsters back on the field to try to protect the Arclight. But there is a bell.
The bell is banished, but that's rough, man. Dude, he can't catch a break.
That is definitely true. Aditya probably has all the tools he needs. I mean, really, the Bystial checks the Herald of the Arclight right away. We know he has the Druisworm in hand.
No, it was negated by the Arclight, wasn't it? So it was
on
negated
the previous turn.
So
no, it got destroyed. You're right. I'm
I think it's over either. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but it's rough either way. If you Herald here, the Herald is off the board, and Aditya has 6 cards left in hand. He just definitely cooks. I guess you let the bell resolve to at least maybe force the battle phase to survive, but like it's tough, man.
He is losing 800 attack. How much defense does Arclight have?
1,000, I believe.
I think negating here you die.
1,000 or 1,200, but I'm pretty sure it's 1,000.
I have no response.
Pretty sure it's like 600, 1,000. You know, I'm gonna use
I thought it was 14, but like
I'll use my Neuron app to find out for us.
You probably die.
Herald.
I would guess.
Any triggers?
Yeah, Herald.
600, 1,000.
Okay.
Nice.
That's fine.
That's me patting myself on the back.
Yeah.
We got one.
I mean, this bell did a lot of work. Surprise resolves, but the Arclight is off the field. Now Habakiri can go to hand, but I don't think Aditya cares too much. Ketu is already used, but now...
Ketu is used, but like, there's a 5 mana with infinite gas in hand. I don't know, man. Unless Aditya doesn't, for some reason, like, have any Dracotail names, but...
The Snatchy and Cupsy Yummy, which will give him the Cookie Yummy way, but putting monsters face down, not so great against the deck that Fusion summons. And Aditya drew a lot of cards, but maybe he didn't draw the cards he needs. Fallen to Albaz is his normal summon. Oh, discarding Droll. Maybe his hand is not as good as
that's tough, man. That's tough.
That's going to bring it back to Yummy Monsters. If he does bring back Snatchy, he will be able just to fuse with it. Are we going to see the dragon that devours Dogma? I hope so, but maybe not.
I don't know if he plays that many targets in his extra deck for Albaz here, but we're going to be summoning Marshmallow and Cupsy.
Oh, so he chooses not to summon the Snatchy because it would just get fused away with the Albaz.
I think we're going to be fusing with the Cupsy, going to deny the search or the draw.
So no Dragon that Devours Dogma, just going to be Albion, the branded dragon.
On a new change.
Very strong here. It allows him to still make the Mirror Jade. Albion activates on the field as Chain Link 1. Marshmallow can activate Chain Link 2 to add back the surprise, it seems. So we know Surprise and Habakiri in his hand.
The Albion's going to banish Fallen Albaz plus Druisworm here, maybe? Oh, no, he's just going to banish Druisworm and Sorin here.
To go for Star Source.
Chaos.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Not even going to see a Mirror Jade.
I'll summon Chaos.
Why deal with one monster when you can deal with 2?
Yeah, I'll activate the effect targeting both of these to pop them.
Yep, and he's going to take out both those monsters on John's side of the field.
Normal summon Lulu.
Summons
Didn't
Malulu.
he just normal?
No,
He just normal summon Maliss. He just normal summon Maliss, right?
Wait. Go back.
That's the second normal summon.
We're good. Put the headphones back on. Oh, he has Find Mana, which is awesome. Yeah, Find Mana works. He's going to be able to fusion summon. He's going to be able to put another monster on the field, and the game is over. You know, there was a lot going on.
Dude, okay. Dude, yeah, it doesn't matter because he has a Find Mana.
The next fusion monster to be able to attack. That's just a slight misstep there at the end. DJ getting up to
Jesus
playing with my
Christ.
heartstrings here.
Just a little bit, and DJ wins YCS Pittsburgh. He is the YCS Pittsburgh champion.
Oh, I just can't believe he made it seem so difficult.
He's just showing them that he has the Dracotail monsters in his hand. They're upside down. They're glared. You can't see them. Just absolutely incredible. A little sloppy there at the end. Look, wait, when he's going back, he's showing them all the cards.
Yeah, he's got enough to make an Arthalion with the 5 mana. It's fine.
He is an NAWCQ champion, NAWCQ finalist, and now a
YCS champion.
A brutal match there for John, but
put back the headphones.
And I love it. We talked about why his deck was probably just a step better than all the other branded Dracotail decks out there, and that is those Bystials in combination with when he goes second, he has all 9 Mulcharmies in his deck, and when you draw those in pairs, because if you just draw the Mulcharmy, chances are you're going to draw into those Bystials.
Oh man, well, the high ceiling combo slop deck loses to a Mulcharmy. Couldn't have written a better. I mean, I guess that's just how it goes sometimes when you play those decks.
Combination with Mulcharmies and Bystials. Back then, it was like some Fiendsmith cards, some Snake Eye cards potentially. I don't remember exactly who used Snake Eye, or if it was just like the Fiendsmith stuff. But he has used the Bystials before to win. He relied on them again, and they paid off big here at Pittsburgh.
He made it look somewhat difficult there, almost put himself in a position where he could lose an unlosable game.
If this was pre-ban list, the bell in hand would have been a barrier. Possibly, who knows, dude? But it wasn't, and that's good.
For us at this point, it has to be on purpose.
Yeah, he wants to put me out of my misery. He's trying to give me a heart attack. He's trying to send me to the shadow realm.
He's giving us content. He's for sure giving us some content here.
Oh man, but what an incredible match between two amazing players. Just absolutely incredible, and it really goes to show you, Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of it, I mean, you have to have the technical play, you have to know your deck, your opponent's cards in and out.
This is a branded win in my books. It's not a branded win. What are you talking about?
Being able to have the right deck is what matters. Making those decisions, those key choices. Because a lot of people we've seen, they would play like Fualos and Perulia. Maybe they're playing Fualos and Meows on the side. Not a lot of times do we see all 9 included. He chose to do that once he goes into the side deck. The Perulia and the Meows are in the side deck, just main decking the Fualos. But when you know you're going to be going second, at least one of the games in the match, it's nice to have all 9. Because they really do kind of line up to all
one of the best events I've seen in a minute. Dude, I mean, look, was there 0 floodgates this weekend? No, but still, comparing this to Anaheim, night and day. Night and day. Come on, man.
Absolutely, and it clearly worked because he not only got first in Swiss at just X1,
it was a good YCS.
The YCS champion.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible.
Just showing how much even just banning those couple of cards did for the game. Literally just like a couple more and we're Gucci. Dude, we could have this all the time if they were more strict on the floodgate. Like just a couple more, be a little quicker with it, you know, if people discover something, hit us with a quick emergency ban list like the last one, and it's good. It's not that hard. It's not rocket science.
We saw so many different decks. Unfortunately, the deck I picked when it came in second, Asal, looks like you were right this time. Next time, I'm going to get you. Thank you for joining us. We've had such a pleasure, and I can't wait to see you next year for all the awesome things that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has in store that's coming in 2026. You're going to want to make sure you stay tuned for more. And I'm going to let Kangas take it away and close our show. Thank you very much. Kangas, take it away one last time.
Thank you very much. I am here with your YCS Pittsburgh Grand Champion, Aditya Derab. Congratulations. I know how much this means to you. Obviously, you've won an NAWCQ. You've gotten to 2 of those finals, but you said it yourself. In 2023, you set a goal, and now you've achieved it. How does that feel?
I mean, I'm glad to say job's finally done.
it's got to be a surreal moment because that's multiple years of your life that you've dedicated chasing this one goal. So looking back, I mean, what are some of the lessons that you can take away from this 2-year journey that you've gone on to get to this moment?
All the lessons I've got, all the experience I've gotten, I'm incredibly grateful for. Just learning from the best, playing with the best, getting to be one of the best now. I guess I can say that, sure.
I think you can say that.
It's just an absolute surreal feeling. I just want to quickly shout out a couple of my friends that have supported me and they've gotten me here. First of all, biggest shout out M-Beast! Shout out to my room, Joey, D, Jan. Shout out to the Bobs. Shout out to, oh my God. There's just so many. Shout out to my parents. Thank you for supporting me.
Shout out Mr. Beast.
Just shout out to everybody back home in DFW. There's too many. I can't name all of them right now, but if I forgot you, I'm so sorry. Shout out to my opponent, JW, John. Phenomenal player. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, JW. Then if I missed you, I'm sorry, but shout out to you. You know who you are. You know you've been a huge part of my life, and I wouldn't be here without any one of you guys.
It takes a lot of support to achieve something like this, but I also want to take a moment for you to acknowledge somebody else that you left out of that. I want you to give a message to you from 2023. When you first made this goal that you were going to win a YCS, what would you say to yourself now if you could send a message to the past?
Back then, I really thought I was never going to break top 8, and I slowly climbed out of it. I made it to top 4, couldn't break it then, and I told myself, next time I make it past top 4, I'm not losing again.
And you didn't. Congratulations on that one. Everybody, give it up one more time for your 2025 YCS Pittsburgh Grand Champion, Aditya Darab!
All right. And with that, congratulations, Aditya. Also, congratulations, John, for a good second place. And gamers, with that, another YCS weekend in the books. A lot better than YCS Anaheim. I will say that much. It was a much better viewing experience than YCS Anaheim. I hope you guys had fun too. I hope I was able to make it entertaining for you guys, the watch along and all that stuff. I hope you had a good time watching the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for turning up in great numbers. Thank you all for all your support. Appreciate you all for watching, for hanging out, for following, for subscribing, all that good stuff. I will update you for the next week at some point over in the Discord server, because I'm going to be on a little bit of a different schedule, because I'm going to be in the UK for a couple of days next week. We're also going to host a Challenger Cup from there. So that's going to be, the schedule is going to be a little bit different. Holy shit, was that 25 gifted? Jesus Christ. At the end of the stream, at the end of the YCS, I appreciate that so much. Fyra Jackal, thank you so much for 25 gifteds. That's huge. Very generous of you. Thank you so much. Okay, so it's not that late for me, but it is closing in on 2 a.m. So I'm gonna head to bed now. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend or a good night wherever you're watching from. And I'll see you guys at some point throughout the week. I'll let you know exactly when.